As the crisis descends, humanity finds itself thrust into a post-apocalyptic world, grappling with despairing challenges. The relentless drought, terrifying acid rain, monstrous tidal waves, and meteor strikes leave no one unscathed. Alongside these calamities comes an unending onslaught of zombies. In the struggle for survival, humanity must establish strongholds, continually resisting wave after wave of impending crises. Fortunately, Yue Chi awakens to a formidable upgrade system. With sufficient resources, his base can ascend to new heights, transforming dilapidated shelters into magnificent sky cities. While others prepare to confront the next wave of zombies and disasters, Yue Chi arms himself, leading his troops into battle. Yu Shun has embraced a low-carbon lifestyle and wellness. Meanwhile, we are still scurrying for our next meal. Hurry, Yu Shun! I yearn for a life akin to that of a flying man. Chapter 1. The global survival game commences. Upon awakening, Yue Chi discovers he is inexplicably on a vast grassland. The air is remarkably fresh. He glances down at his pajamas. Ah, the familiar sensation. But what is the meaning of this lush green expanse? Is it a dream? This dream feels far too vivid. Hiss! In a moment of contemplation, Yue Chi pinches his thigh. Surely, this will rouse him from slumber. His beloved fried chicken and burgers await. Yet, all he feels is an agonizing sting. Hiss! That really hurts. It seems everything is indeed real. Just as Yue Chi scans his surroundings for anything that might save him, a small notebook materializes before him. Oh, what is this? Bending down in his slippers, he picks up the little black notebook. Dusting it off, he begins a meticulous examination. This could very well be a lifesaver. Survival in the apocalypse? A manual? At the top, he reads the words Survival Guide for the Apocalypse. Oh wait, that's 6 characters. Blame it on the fact that my elementary school math was taught by a physical education teacher. The tiny black book is no larger than a palm, thin with only a few pages. Yue Chi promptly flips it open. Here, you must establish a base, gather resources, withstand natural disasters, confront zombies, and utilize everything at your disposal to survive. Your base will be your sanctuary. Only by continually expanding it can you enhance your chances of survival. Regarding natural disasters, survivors will be notified of events occurring within the first 3 days, so please remain vigilant. As for the zombies, for your safety, none will spawn during the first 7 days. Afterward, a new wave will emerge every 3 days near your base. Once a certain number gather, they will actively assault the base and all living beings. Opportunities and risks are ever-present. Survival resources may appear at any time and place, but so too may terrifying entities. Whether these encounters bring joy or shock is entirely up to you. Regarding the issue of alliances, should you encounter a peer, congratulations, you have discovered a granary. However, if your strength is inferior, I regret to inform you that the granary may indeed become your own demise. Those aged over 50 or under 16 do not meet the age criteria for the initial cohort and will automatically enter a subconscious slumber, awakening 3 years later to engage in this game. Should any friends or relatives from the first cohort survive, the system will facilitate a complimentary teleportation to their vicinity, and they will receive a portion of resource support. For additional functionalities, please refer to the final page of the manual where the base core is located. By the way, novices do not have a protection period. Everyone is urged to establish their bases promptly. Wishing everyone an enjoyable experience. Upon reaching this point, Yue Chi had thoroughly perused the entire booklet. Following the instructions, he turned to the last page, where indeed, a base core awaited him. As Yue Chi extracted the base core, his system officially activated. With a slight focus, a semi-transparent system panel materialized before his eyes. Resembling the functionalities of typical games, the panel displayed various options: channel, base, manufacture, backpack. Click to expand. At the upper center of the panel, a small icon adorned with an exclamation mark indicated a countdown. 3 days until the hailstorm and 7 days until the zombie refresh. Goodness, a hailstorm! Fortunately, he had not hastily placed his base, otherwise he would have been oblivious to his demise when the hail struck. If the ground proved unsuitable, would he then be compelled to construct underground? Yet, who builds a base beneath the earth? As Yue Chi aimlessly observed the grassland, he clicked on the chat interface of the panel, hoping to glean some insights. Experience is often distilled from the misadventures of benevolent misfits. With each click, the entire interface underwent an ethereal transformation, and in less than a second, the display altered. Only 4 options remained visible. Ah, and the aforementioned red exclamation mark persisted. Global channel, continental channel, regional channel, local channel. First, Yue Chi ventured into the global channel. I was innocently hiding under my bed. How on earth did I end up here? Goodness, is there a savior among the experts? This is preposterous. A flurry of dialogue boxes scrolled past him, and the messages he had just glimpsed vanished in the blink of an eye. Beneath the rapidly refreshing dialogue boxes, a lengthy notice appeared. Due to limitations imposed by the game and the overwhelming number of participants, the global channel is temporarily restricted to a single message per user. Please cherish this opportunity. Exiting the global channel, Yue Chi entered the continental channel. The continental channel was similar to the global channel, albeit with significantly fewer participants. Nevertheless, since each individual could post 3 messages daily, the messages continued to flood in at a staggering pace, rendering them nearly impossible to follow. Eager to extract some wisdom from the chat, he found it utterly elusive. Even if he did spot something of interest, he would have to wait a considerable time. In this survival apocalypse, every second is of the essence. After leaving the continental channel, Yue Chi proceeded to the regional channel, where a red corner marker indicated the presence of 10,000 individuals within the area. Here, each participant could post messages up to 10 times daily. Regional channels and area channels are essentially the same, yet the former boasts a mere 1,000 participants. In contrast to area channels, regional channels resemble a group dynamic, allowing for unfettered expression without restrictions. One could post hundreds of messages in a day without facing any hindrance. Naturally, certain topics remain censored, and uttering insults is strictly prohibited. How could a good child ever resort to such behavior? Oh, how unfortunate I am to find myself stranded in this desert. The meager supply of water is utterly insufficient. I fear I might end up as a sun-dried mummy. What a pitiful base this is. There's nothing here, just a small wooden hut, which is completely bare. How am I supposed to survive? The underground base is fantastic. It has everything one could possibly need. Everyone come quickly. Ridiculous. The underground base is stifling, lacking light and ventilation, and prone to flooding. What use does this dilapidated place serve aside from safety? With no water source and no food, we shall create our own. We can craft items within. Don't adore me too much, I'm merely a legend. Apologies, but I'm by a river, so water is abundant. After observing the conversation for a few minutes, Yue Chi gained a deeper understanding of this world and its system. Returning to the main interface, Yue Chi examined the base features. Indeed, it was utterly blank. His base had yet to be established, rendering this function devoid of content. However, an ever-present exclamation mark lingered above. Exiting the base section, Yue Chi navigated to the crafting section. As he clicked, the scent of poverty wafted through. Torch, wood X2, fabric X5, oil X1 campfire, wood X5, kindling rope, hemp fiber X10 rudimentary knife, iron X1, wood X1, stone X1. A hodgepodge of over 10 basic crafting requirements emerged on the panel. Regrettably, he lacked the means to create any of them. Turning his gaze to his backpack, which boasted 20 compartments yet contained only 2 bottles of 500 milliliters of water and 2 unidentifiable loaves of bread, Yue Chi suspected it was a spatial device, possibly even the fabled space backpack. I must hurry, he thought, glancing at the increasingly darkening sky and quickening his pace. At long last, he discovered a geographically favorable location. Observing the flat land, he felt relieved to be away from mountains and the dangers of mudslides. Yue Chi halted, and the more he surveyed the terrain, the more appealing it became. To his left lay a sparse forest, and not far to the right flowed a small stream. Beneath his feet was fertile soil. Should he construct the base here? It offered both offense and defense, with abundant resources. This was how ancient fortresses were built. Having made up his mind, he set to work. After retrieving the core of the base from the pocket of his pajamas, Yue Chi once again faced a challenging decision. Should the base be established underground or above ground? He pondered this dilemma, yet the vast expanse of plains surrounding him offered no mountains for subterranean construction. Building below ground would indeed guarantee a high level of safety. Hailstorms would pose no threat, and even the most terrifying disasters above could be easily avoided underground. Moreover, with a stroke of fortune, he might even unearth some metallic resources to spur industrial development. However, the prospect of encountering earthquakes, floods, or mudslides would undoubtedly lead to catastrophic consequences. Escape would be impossible, leaving him entombed beneath the earth. Conversely, establishing the base on the surface held its own advantages. Concerns about potential collapses would be alleviated, facilitating planning and construction. A thriving area could be developed with relative ease, progressing at a pace far superior to that of an underground facility. Yet, the disadvantages were equally pronounced. While hail might not be particularly alarming, the specter of other natural disasters and the looming threat of zombies presented formidable challenges that required resolution. Yue Chi believed that zombies would likely struggle to invade an underground base, but on the surface, they would undoubtedly approach with unrelenting determination. After much contemplation, he reached a conclusion. He took the core of the base and, seeking a relatively flat area, cast it onto the ground, opting for the surface. With sufficient rapid development, he reasoned, natural calamities would be unable to catch up with him. Base generation initiated. Please be patient. Generating. Generation failed due to interference from the will of the Azure planet. Retrying. Regenerating. Yue Chi stared in bewilderment at the continually changing text on his panel. Generation successful. Due to special circumstances, the system has added a unique upgrade module. All items can be recreated and upgraded upon meeting specific requirements. Before Yue Chi could fully comprehend the implications, a flash of white light enveloped him, prompting him to shield his eyes with his hands. As the brilliance gradually faded, a somewhat unusual small wooden house materialized before him. Chapter 2. Satisfying hunger and thirst, repairing the roof. Congratulations, Base Commander. The abandoned base has been successfully established. Please provide name. Naming? Glancing at the system prompt in the lower left corner of his vision, Yue Chi contemplated briefly. Mountain and Sea Base. Name verification in progress. Duplicate names found. You may proceed. Naming in progress. Please wait. Name successfully registered. Mountain and Sea Base officially established. As Yue Chi completed the naming process, the words Mountain and Sea Base appeared prominently at the top edge of the system panel. Upgrade module. Unique. After successfully naming the small wooden house base, Yue Chi's attention shifted to the newly introduced upgrade module. He had a clear idea of what this module was for, yet its precise function remained somewhat elusive. After skimming through the system notifications he had missed due to the blinding light, Yue Chi gleaned some pertinent information from the discussions across 4 channels. Firstly, he discovered the origin of this module, which appeared to be a boon bestowed upon him by the will of his planet. This peculiar circumstance likely represented a compromise between the game developers and the celestial body. Indeed, it seemed that the provisions were tailored to the individual. Secondly, he learned how to utilize this module. As long as he could procure the requisite materials, he could upgrade items out of thin air, even in the absence of blueprints. In this apocalyptic survival game, despite possessing ample resources, many items remained unattainable due to the lack of necessary blueprints. Only upon discovering and utilizing these blueprints would corresponding crafting options emerge, enabling the creation process. It was quite a cumbersome affair. Furthermore, the means to obtain these blueprints remained a mystery to all. Every aspect of this survival game demanded active exploration and gradual discovery by players like Yue Chi. Ultimately, it seemed that this upgrade module was exclusively his. Others were merely equipped with a standard game system devoid of such enhancements. Through Yue Chi's meticulous observations, he noted the significance of the term unique in the system notifications and found no trace of any hints in the channels. As he regained his focus, he noticed that dusk had gradually descended, rendering the wilderness increasingly perilous, with the chilling howls of gray wolves sending shivers down his spine. Gazing at the humble wooden cabin before him, Yue Chi entered without a moment's hesitation. He opened the door and, illuminated by the moonlight, surveyed the interior structure. Beholding the barren room, he finally comprehended the disheartenment of those who had established bases as discussed in the channels. After laboring diligently for a day, he had hoped to find a well-appointed location, only to discover it utterly empty, lacking even a bed. This so-called base was hardly a base at all. It was inferior even to an abandoned one, which typically contained some remnants of refuse or forsaken equipment. Here, however, there wasn't even a scrap to salvage. It appeared that this space merely provided a sanctuary for survival, while any additional equipment would require his own craftsmanship. The system panel included a crafting section that detailed the requirements for a dozen or so fundamental items, elucidating everything. Closing the wooden door, Yue Chi noticed that the rickety door possessed a latch, which he promptly secured, offering him a semblance of reassurance. Finding a spot to sit, he retrieved a piece of bread and a bottle of water from his backpack. He had grown increasingly adept with the system's tools. Beneath the gentle illumination of the moonlight, he tore open the bread's packaging and took a bite. With a mouthful of bread, a sip of water, and a deep breath of the evening air, he reflected on the simplicity of life. With his consciousness directed towards the system panel, Yue Chi focused on the previously empty base option, pondering whether any changes had occurred since the establishment of his base. With these thoughts in mind, he navigated into the option with his intent: mountain and sea base. Base status: abandoned. Base leader: Yue Chi. Facilities: a 50 square meter wooden hut with a leaking roof. Integrity: 70. Damaged items. Click to view details. Introduction. The dilapidated structure is a testament to despair. The day hail descends is the day of your demise. The wooden walls offer no defense against the onslaught of the undead, making life here a considerable trial. Immediate improvements are advised, lest dire consequences ensue. Upon clicking the details of the damaged items, a lengthy list appeared before Yue Chi's eyes. Wooden roof. Status: not upgradable. Awaiting repair. Damage level: 30. Assessment: there is little distinction in its current state. It has lost the intrinsic value of a roof. Repair is recommended. Repair requirements: 10 pieces of wood. Assessment: aside from a few small holes, this door remains quite sound. Repair requirements: 1 piece of wood. West wooden wall. Status: not upgradable. Awaiting repair. Damage level: 3. Assessment: a few small holes allow for minor drafts. It poses no serious issue, though it may diminish warmth during the cold winter ahead. Repair requirements: 1 piece of wood. East wooden wall. Status: not upgradable. Awaiting repair. Damage level: 50. Assessment: the survival of this wall thus far is miraculous. Prompt repairs are strongly advised. Repair requirements: 10 pieces of wood. South wooden wall. Status: not upgradable. Awaiting repair. Damage level: 20. Assessment: if not addressed soon, it will soon match the decrepitude of its neighbor. Repair requirements: 3 pieces of wood. As Yue Chi surveyed the long list of repairs needed, a frown creased his brow. Encountering such challenges at the outset was indeed disheartening. With a sense of resignation, he used his mental energy to click to the next page. North wooden wall. Status: upgradable. Effect: slightly fortified, capable of withstanding several undead assaults and minor natural disasters. Upgrade option 1. Increase wall thickness for substantial fortification. Upgrade requirements: 10 pieces of wood. Upgrade option 2. Replace wall material for significant enhancement in sturdiness, with fire and wind resistance and minor water protection. Upgrade requirements: 5 pieces of stone. Upgrade option 3. Mixed wooden and stone wall, enhancing sturdiness and providing minor fire, wind, and water resistance. Upgrade requirements: 3 pieces of wood, 2 pieces of stone. After careful observation, Yue Chi began to grasp the patterns of this upgrade module. Everything was upgradable, yet to enhance an item, one must not only gather resources but also ensure that the item is not in a damaged state. Only once an item is successfully repaired can it be upgraded. Of course, whether repairing or upgrading, one need only prepare the necessary materials. There is no requirement for hands-on labor. With a clearer understanding of the situation, the pressure of the dilapidated hut on Yue Chi eased considerably. At the very least, he would not have to engage in manual labor, unlike those without modules who must fend for themselves. Exiting the system panel, Yue Chi placed the bag of bread beside the sole intact wall. This was indeed a valuable plastic resource, one that might prove useful in the future. As he lightly patted his still hungry stomach, Yue Chi resumed his examination of the 4 walls illuminated by the moonlight overhead. Just as indicated on the system, the 3 walls, apart from the northern one, indeed presented considerable challenges. Glancing up at the gaping hole in the only structure of his base, a faint twitch appeared at the corner of Yue Chi's mouth. Fortunately, his upgrade module was quite formidable. Chapter 3. To get rich, first climb the tree. New book seeking collections and comments. It was already dark, and it seemed everything had to wait until tomorrow. Through the big hole in the roof, Yue Chi gazed at the bright moon in the sky, mumbling to himself. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Picking up a bottle of water, Yue Chi took a big sip. Feeling his stomach, he looked at the supplies in front of him and couldn't help but pause slightly. In a day and a half, he had half a loaf of bread and half a bottle of water. This was the ration he set for each meal. No matter how hungry he was, he could only eat these. The water issue was easy to solve. There was a river next to the shabby house. But the food problem was still difficult to resolve for now. Given the current situation, Yue Chi decided to eat only 2 meals a day. This way, the remaining food and water could last for another day and a half, during which there was a good chance of finding new food. Although he wasn't full, Yue Chi still packed the remaining supplies into his backpack. He then placed the backpack under the only intact wall. Resting his head on the backpack and positioning his feet in the corner of the wall where the wind didn't teeleak too much, he gently closed his eyes. Looking at the bright moon in the sky, he would not feel hungry while sleeping. Lying on the ground, he fell into a dreamless sleep. With a cool breeze flowing in through the hole in the wall, Yue Chi suddenly lost all sleepiness. Sitting up in his pajamas, he stomped his feet, which had been invaded by the cold, hoping to warm them up a bit. It seems it's all real. Sighing as he looked at his shabby house, Yue Chi knew everything he had experienced was not a dream. It was all real. Watching the sunlight streaming in through the roof, his thoughts drifted far away. Burgers, fried chicken, small barbecues, hot pot. Everything was far away from him now, and it was truly saddening. Goodbye, my delicious foods. As he came back to his senses, Yue Chi looked around at his little shabby house. There was no way he could call this windblown, light-leaking ruin a base. What a base? This was just a broken house. He would never call it a base, no way. This was a matter of principle. Picking up his backpack from under the North City wall, he took the last half of the loaf of bread and the last half bottle of water from it into his hands. As he twisted the cap off the water bottle to moisten his throat, he looked up and was stunned. A ray of glaring sunlight shot straight into Yue Chi's eyes. Fix it. It must be fixed. Looking at the big hole above and the 3 damaged walls. Even without the exclamation mark on the system panel that had changed from a 3-day countdown to 2, Yue Chi knew he had to take action. In no time, Yue Chi finished his breakfast and glanced at the system time. It was 6:18 in the morning. What a good omen. Pushing open the wooden door, Yue Chi slung his backpack filled with his belongings over his shoulder and stepped out of his mountain and sea base. Food and water were the primary issues for people stranded in the wilderness, but he now had a more pressing problem to solve. That was to repair his little shabby house. Arriving at the sparse forest on the left side, Yue Chi randomly picked a small sapling that looked to be just a few years old and began to hard work on it. There was no other way. Without even a basic wooden set of initial equipment, Yue Chi could only rely on his own hands. First, he used his hands to break off a few scattered branches from the sapling, then threw them into his backpack. Soon, a system prompt appeared in front of Yue Chi. Wood 01, what the heck? It even comes with this kind of gameplay. Then, Yue Chi continued to put several other branches from the sapling into his backpack. Wood 01, Wood 01, Wood 02. After breaking off all the branches from the sapling, Yue Chi's gaze turned to its owner. He pressed down on the sapling and then sat directly on it. Although it was a bit uncomfortable, with a creaking sound, Yue Chi knew his idea had worked. He put the sapling into his backpack, and a system prompt that made Yue Chi's eyes light up appeared. Wood 15. So far, he already had 2 units of wood in his backpack. Seeing this, Yue Chi suddenly remembered that the system seemed to allow him to craft an axe. Thinking of this, he hurriedly opened the system panel and clicked into the crafting interface. As Yue Chi kept flipping through the pages, he finally found his target. Wooden axe. 3 wood, 1 more unit of wood needed. Seeing this, Yue Chi shifted his gaze from the system panel to another slightly larger sapling next to the one he just worked on. Let us do it. Rolling up his sleeves a bit, Yue Chi began to crazily dismantle the branches of the sapling just like before. Wood 01, Wood 02, Wood 01, Wood 01. Sure enough, the larger tree had more branches. Although it was only slightly bigger than the previous sapling, the branches alone provided him with a full unit of wood. Without hesitation, Yue Chi immediately clicked on the crafting option for the wooden axe. With a gentle tap, Yue Chi felt his backpack suddenly lighten a bit. Then, a wooden axe about 20 centimeters long appeared in his backpack. Wow, this thing is useful. Taking the wooden axe out of his backpack, Yue Chi abandoned this patch of saplings. After all, he understood the principle of not exhausting resources and not killing the goose that lays the golden egg. While he didn't know how long he could survive here, he still aimed for sustainable development. Carrying his little wooden axe, Yue Chi approached a very sturdy tree. Bending slightly at the waist, Yue Chi prepared to put in some serious effort. Bang, bang, bang. Listening to the sound of the wooden axe hitting the tree, Yue Chi knew it couldn't compare to an iron axe in sharpness, but it was better than using his bare hands. After taking a sip of the remaining water from breakfast, Yue Chi continued his work for the day. As he swung the wooden axe, blisters began to form on his palms. However, looking at the continuous system prompts, Yue Chi felt quite satisfied. He completely ignored the pain in his hands. The sun gradually climbed from the east to above Yue Chi's head, then slowly descended towards the west. Touching his flat stomach and glancing at the system panel's time, it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Time to go back. Yue Chi put the wooden axe, now stained with his blood, back into his backpack and slowly retraced his steps back to his little shabby house. Chapter 4. Now it feels like home. New book-seeking collections and comments on the way back. Yue Chi used the analysis ability granted to all chosen ones by the system to scan the bushes along the path and found a patch of berries among them. Berries are great, although they were so small that they were even smaller than his fingernail. At least they were a source of food that could provide him with some calories. So, Yue Chi spent over 10 minutes picking a handful of berries from this bush. On the road, Yue Chi also discovered other berry trees, but when he tried to analyze these things with his abilities, he nearly scared himself to death. Who would have thought that these few plants that looked exactly like berry trees were not berry trees at all, but rather a type of fruit with deadly poison? Yue Chi swore that from now on, anything that he would touch with his body or eat must be analyzed with the abilities provided by the system, otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he would die. After being tormented by these real and fake berry trees, Yue Chi, who was already exhausted, felt even more fatigued. Dragging his heavy feet, he slowly pushed open the wooden door. He bent down and carefully placed the backpack full of wood on the ground. Then turned around and stretched his neck, preparing to take out his pajamas from the backpack. There was no way around it. He only had this one outfit, which consisted of pajamas and a pair of worn-out slippers. At first, he hadn't thought about protecting his clothes this way. It was just that the sun was too hot on his forehead, and sweat was pouring down his body. To alleviate the heat, he had no choice but to take off his clothes. After removing his clothes, Yue Chi suddenly realized that he only had this one piece of clothing now, which he needed to preserve well. Otherwise, he would really have to live like a primitive person. As soon as he entered the house, a small breeze blew in, and the cold air hit him. It was refreshing. This sudden cold wind startled Yue Chi, and he quickly put on the pajamas he had placed in the backpack. Life with clothes was truly wonderful. Feeling the warmth brought by the pajamas, Yue Chi looked fiercely at those ragged holes. Today, he was going to resolve all of them. Yue Chi said viciously to the 30 units of wood in his backpack. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the fresh and succulent berries, and his throat began to stir. A person is like iron, and food is like steel. Missing a meal makes one anxious. Plus, after his crazy wood chopping, his stamina was naturally declining. It smells so good. Leaning against the only intact north wall, Yue Chi quickly shoved the berries into his mouth. As for whether there would be any left to eat tomorrow, he didn't care. Tonight, Yue Chi planned to fill his belly with this handful of bright red berries. He might as well save some bread. Soon, with Yue Chi's efforts, the berries he took out were quickly devoured. As for washing the berries, that was definitely not possible. Regarding the bacteria attached to the berries, for Yue Chi, these were hard-to-obtain proteins. After finishing off that portion of berries, Yue Chi threw away their green skins. Although he was currently in this small, dilapidated house with nothing, alright, there was still himself and the wooden axe hanging on the wall. But even in such a situation, Yue Chi wanted to try to keep his little house clean. Although he had temporarily left civilized society, Yue Chi believed that one day, civilization would once again rush toward him. All he needed to do was prepare to welcome it. After eating most of the berries, Yue Chi felt that the energy he had consumed while chopping trees had somewhat recovered. First, he went to the wooden door closest to him. He took out one unit of wood from his space and directly used his mind to place it in front of the wooden door. As the wood was dragged onto the door, Yue Chi noticed that the information about this wooden door had changed slightly. Wooden door status, upgrade not available. Can be repaired, damage level, 1, evaluation. Repair conditions have been met. Please repair, repair. Looking at the red mark at the bottom, Yue Chi lightly tapped it. Whoosh. A green light flashed before Yue Chi's eyes. Upon closer inspection, it seemed that the wooden door really did look much newer. The small holes on it had indeed disappeared. Seeing this, Yue Chi hurriedly continued to analyze the wooden door. Wooden door status, can be upgraded, effect, after your repair. The door is now slightly sturdier and can block the attack of several zombies. Upgrade option 1. Increase the thickness of the door, which can significantly increase the door's sturdiness. Upgrade condition. Wood 5. Upgrade option 2. Change the door material. Upgrade to a stone door, which can greatly enhance wall sturdiness, while being fireproof, windproof, and slightly waterproof. Upgrade condition. Stone 5. Wow, amazing. Looking at the refreshed interface before him, Yue Chi already had new plans. Subsequently, Yue Chi used the same method to repair the west wall, east wall, and south wall, completing their repairs. After looking at the roof above, Yue Chi smirked. Let's get to work. With everything in the house that could be repaired fixed, Yue Chi now only had 5 units of wood left in his hands. Looking at the little wooden house in front of him, which was already much better than before, Yue Chi felt quite pleased inside. Remembering the dilapidated state he had taken over yesterday, it was truly a sight to behold. Yesterday, it was drafty everywhere, and he couldn't sleep peacefully. Especially since the hole in the city wall was too big. If a wild beast came, he would have to say goodbye to the world. Fortunately, everything was normal last night. Now he finally didn't have to worry anymore, and he wouldn't be awakened by the cold wind. This time, he could sleep more soundly. Feeling the absence of cold wind in the little wooden house, Yue Chi was so happy at that moment. Looking at this little house before him, Yue Chi swore that through his efforts, he would build this little house into a real base. A raging fire was unconsciously igniting within Yue Chi. Lowering his head and looking at the remaining 5 pieces of wood in his backpack, Yue Chi fell into deep thought. Resources not used by oneself are a waste. As for who said that, Yue Chi had long returned it to his language teacher, but he strongly agreed with this statement. So, Yue Chi opened the system panel and went straight to the crafting option. Looking left and right, suddenly, his eyes locked onto an item. Chapter 5, Analyzing with Limitations. Please cherish life, wooden box, wood 5, without saying a word. Yue Chi immediately decided to craft it. The reason Yue Chi chose to craft this box was simple. First, it was one of the few things he could craft right now. There was no helping it. He had spent the whole day chopping trees. The second reason was also due to chopping trees. However, this reason stemmed from Yue Chi's personal experience. Since he had been continuously chopping trees all day, hoping to gather enough wood, every time he chopped down a piece of wood, he would place it in his backpack. But as the wood continued to be placed into the space backpack, Yue Chi noticed some drawbacks of the system-given backpack. Although this backpack was considered a spatial equipment, capable of holding great power in a small volume, as the number of items inside the backpack increased, the weight of the items piled up would gradually reach the backpack's limit, causing the weight of the backpack to start increasing. And as this weight continued to rise, his mobility would be affected to a certain extent. For example, today, with 30 units of wood and some miscellaneous items packed, it took him a full 30 minutes to walk back from the small forest, although half of that time was spent dealing with the berries. He truly felt the weight that the backpack brought him. Thus, Yue Chi decided to continue carrying his backpack, but he needed to organize the items inside it. Some things that were temporarily unnecessary would be placed in the wooden box that was about to be made. Yue Chi took out a few berries he had picked from the backpack and put them in his mouth. With the small wooden door ajar, Yue Chi's thoughts gradually drifted away. Ding! Suddenly, a notification sound pulled Yue Chi back to reality. Wooden box completed. Unlike the wooden axe, the wooden box seemed to be a bit more complex to craft, and he had to sit on the ground for a while before it was finished. Looking at the large wooden square at his feet, Yue Chi felt it was quite magical. Is this really a wooden box? It looks like something made by stitching wooden boards together. I wonder if this thing can be upgraded. With that thought in mind, Yue Chi used the analysis ability on the wooden box. Wooden box number 1, status, can be upgraded. Effect, slightly sturdy, can store some items. Does not have insulation or preservation effects, can only be used for storage, and can block a certain degree of physical attacks. Upgrade option 1. Increase the wooden box space, allowing it to store more supplies. Upgrade condition 5 wood. Upgrade option 2. Change the material of the wooden box, significantly increasing its sturdiness. While the size remains unchanged, upgrade condition 5 stone. Looking at the scene before him, Yue Chi quickly glanced at his wooden axe. However, before he could start the analysis, he suddenly felt a wave of darkness before his eyes, a sharp pain in his head, and a dizzy sensation that made him feel unsteady for a moment. Realizing his physical condition, Yue Chi hurriedly leaned against the wall and sat down by the wooden box. As his chest rose and fell, Yue Chi took a small sip from a bottle of water he pulled from his backpack. Could it be hunger? He touched his stomach, puzzled about the reason for his dizziness. But he had just eaten so many berries and even nibbled on a piece of bread. He shouldn't be hungry, right? Just as Yue Chi felt he was recovering enough to analyze the wooden axe, another wave of sharp pain struck deep in his mind. It felt like he hadn't slept for several days. His head was screaming. Holding his head with both hands, Yue Chi forced himself to calm down in the small room. But the pain in his head was unbearable. Trembling, Yue Chi walked to the wooden door, closed it tightly, locked it, and then collapsed onto the ground. He didn't know how long it had been, but eventually, he felt that the pain in his head had lessened. However, even when he thought about things, his head still buzzed. Well, forget everything for now. It's time to sleep. He pulled his backpack over and rested his precious little head on it. Looking at the system time, it was already 9 o'clock at night. He hadn't expected his head to hurt for so long. Lying on the backpack, Yue Chi felt his head was heavy, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. He decided to directly enter the system chat interface, preparing to engage in humanity's favorite activity, group chat. Of course, the group was gone now, but there was a chat channel. After his previous experience, Yue Chi entered the channel section and directly chose the regional channel at the very end. The previous channels either had speech limits or too many people to keep up with the messages. It was better to check the regional channel for the situation instead of wasting time there without seeing anything useful. He could also show off a little, saying he already had a complete house. When Yue Chi entered the regional channel, he scrolled through the chat records and, surprisingly, found some useful information. The system-granted analysis ability has usage limits. After multiple verifications, I found out that it can be used up to 10 times a day. Otherwise, it might lead to a severe headache. Using the analysis ability less than 5 times a day will not cause any problems, but as the usage increases, the head will gradually start to hurt. There are some mutated beasts in the wilderness. Defeating them can yield small boxes containing various items. I just killed a mutated turtle and got a pistol and a bottle of soda. Attached image, Type 95 pistol. Actually, treasure chests should be found in forests, wilderness, and deserts. I saw someone in the general channel who opened a truckload of food. In the regional channel, aside from some people conducting experiments on themselves, there was all sorts of showing off. These days, most people are probably busy collecting the necessary supplies and firewood, and nobody is talking about developing bases. However, this does make sense, as the first crisis he has to face is a hailstorm. The hail brings not only hail but also cooling and frost. Fortunately, his wooden house has been repaired, so the insulation issue should be better. Yue Chi peeked in the channel for a while and managed to gather some important information. It turns out that the analysis ability cannot be overused. Excessive use leads to headaches. No wonder. Also, those mutated beasts exist in the wilderness, deserts, and forests. And what treasures the boxes yield probably depends on luck. As for how lucky he is, no one can say for sure. Exiting the chat channel, Yue Chi felt that his head had improved a bit. Thinking that he only had one day left and still had many things to do, he forced himself to sleep. He closed his eyes, and within 3 seconds, he began to snore. Chapter 6. Wooden Axe Upgrade. Hail approaches. When he woke up, it was already 7 in the morning. Although he was lying on the floor and covered by air, it's human nature to want to stay in bed. However, when Yue Chi glanced at the glaring red exclamation mark, he had to force himself to wake up. There were still many things to do today. He had some leftover berries from yesterday as a pre-meal snack, then took out half a piece of bread and half a bottle of water. This food would be enough for the day. One meal skipped makes one feel anxious. Today, he needed to see if he could gather more berries, as they were currently the simplest food for him. Once the hail arrives, these berries would probably be gone. He didn't know how long this hail would last. Hopefully, it would be short. Bread is truly a wonderful thing. Looking at this food he used to take for granted, it has now become something he cherishes. It really is fate playing tricks. He broke off a piece of the half-bread and put it in his mouth. Savoring the aroma, he probably wouldn't experience for a long time. The bread wasn't large, and it was quickly devoured by Yue Chi. He patted his not-so-full stomach. Feeling helpless, shaking off the dust from his clothes, Yue Chi looked at his wooden axe. Analyze. Wooden axe status can be upgraded. Effect can be used to chop down trees and can also serve as a weapon, as long as you can think of it. The axe's uses are limitless. Upgrade option 1. Strengthen the wooden handle, increasing the durability and sturdiness of the wooden axe. Upgrade condition 3 wood. Upgrade option 2. Change the material of the axe head, significantly increasing the sturdiness and sharpness of the wooden axe. Upgrade condition 2 stone. Looking at the system panel before him, Yue Chi suddenly realized, right, the axe is not just an axe. It can also be used as a weapon. Upgrading is definitely necessary. As for which direction to upgrade his axe, Yue Chi already had his own thoughts. Yue Chi took the wooden axe from the wall and pulled out the empty bottles from the wooden box, throwing them into his backpack. With the small backpack on his back, he had already thought through what he was going to do next. He pushed open the small door of the wooden house and stepped outside. Hiss, it was indeed a bit cold. He had gotten up a bit late yesterday morning, and the temperature was still bearable. Even though he was only wearing a pajamas, it wasn't cold, just a little cool. However, today the chill had not yet dissipated. No choice, time waits for no one. Fortunately, he had already resolved the issues with the house. Otherwise, with hail falling, he would be stuck at home while hail rained down from the sky. Just thinking about that scene made Yue Chi feel how tragic it would be. With his backpack on and the axe in hand, Yue Chi began a new day of tree cutting. Wood 2. Wood 1. Wood 1 ha ha ha. After cutting down who knows how many trees, Yue Chi sat down next to a tree stump. With the axe, the efficiency was indeed high. In just 2 hours, he had chopped 20 units of wood. Yesterday, he had worked all day and only managed to get 30 units. Now that he didn't need to repair the house, this should last him for a while. He took out a bottle of water from his backpack and gulped it down, covering the top with his hand. He squinted at the gradually rising sun. It's going to get hot. As he marveled at the rising temperature, Yue Chi naturally took off his pajamas. There was no choice. This was the only piece of clothing he had, and he had no spare clothes, so he had to take good care of it. With the backpack on his back and the axe in hand, Yue Chi prepared to unload some items from his backpack. After all, he still needed to gather some other things. On the way back, Yue Chi planned to pick some berries from the real berry bushes. He had his own little tricks for distinguishing between real berry bushes and fruit trees disguised as berry bushes. When he discovered yesterday that not all berry bushes were real, he had created some small markers in the crafting options, using very few resources. These so-called small markers were actually just thin wooden planks. He had inserted a small wooden stick next to each real berry bush, marking a total of 4 berry bushes he found yesterday. Although he had picked a large handful of berries yesterday, it was still just a drop in the bucket for those 4 bushes. Today he aimed to pick as many as possible. Barring any surprises, these berries would accompany him for quite some time until he found new edible resources. Taking the empty bottles he had brought out from his backpack, Yue Chi held one in his left hand while using his right hand to push the branches of the berry bushes, constantly filling the empty bottle with berries. In no time, Yue Chi had filled the bottle with berries. Looking at the full bottle, he was quite satisfied, but unfortunately, he had no more empty bottles. So he had to put the berries into his backpack. Indeed, he was putting them in the backpack itself, not in the backpack space. Although the backpack had its own space, the clever Yue Chi discovered that he could also put things directly into the backpack. As for why he didn't put berries into the backpack space, it was because that space had a not-so-great rule. The same item could only stack up to 10. That's right, regardless of the size of the item, it could only stack up to 10. Although there were 20 slots available, it was clearly unrealistic to use it to store berries. However, filled bottles of berries could be placed into the backpack space. Faced with this predicament, Yue Chi could only put the berries into the physical backpack. Since berries are similar to fruits, they can easily get damaged when squished. So Yue Chi had to carry the backpack by hand. Before long, Yue Chi had gathered all the berries from the 4 identified bushes, whether ripe or unripe, into his backpack. Seeing that he had only filled 1/5 of the space with berries, Yue Chi was momentarily shocked. He had thought he would fill the entire backpack. But now he hadn't even reached half of that goal. It seemed he had really exaggerated. He took a few berries from the backpack and threw them into his mouth, savoring the bitter and sour taste, and quickly headed towards his small wooden house. Time waits for no one. He needed to speed up all his actions. Watching the small stones on the road, Yue Chi bent down to pick them up and put them into his backpack space while moving forward. After all, even the immature branches of saplings could provide him with wood, so these small stones should be useful too. When Yue Chi tossed the 10th small stone into the backpack space, a system notification sounded. Chapter 7, Mutant Fighting Sheep, Big Explosion, Stone 01. Huh, I really guessed right. It seems that even a little bit of this resource can be collected. However, the system won't notify you unless you collect enough to reach at least 01. Along the way, Yue Chi stopped whenever he encountered slightly larger stones, bending down to pick them up and put them in his backpack. The originally 10-minute journey took Yue Chi half an hour. However, the results were indeed fruitful. He had managed to collect a full 5 units of stones. But these would be one-time finds. If he wanted to find more stones in the future, he would have to use other methods. After returning to his small wooden house, Yue Chi grabbed some berries from his backpack and put them into his mouth. Not to mention, eating these little things really gave him a boost. He took all the wood and stones from the backpack space and temporarily placed them on the ground. Unlike when they entered the backpack, these resources had all changed into small 1 cubic centimeter blocks. The wooden blocks were green, while the stone blocks were white. It seemed these small blocks could only be used to upgrade buildings. If he wanted to use wood or stones to build something, it wouldn't be ideal. No wonder the system had a crafting option. The forest was confirmed to be safe. But who knew what the situation was like over on the grasslands and near the river? He needed to make some preparations. Using the wood resources, Yue Chi crafted another wooden box and poured all the berries from his backpack and bottle into it. After emptying his backpack, he realized, looking at the empty backpack and the wooden axe in his hand, that he had been really careless. Being all alone in this remote wilderness, if an accident happened, he might not even have time for the hail to hit him. Upgrade the wooden axe. The best defense is offense. Although he wanted defense, there was no crafting method for that in the system. As for other weapons, Yue Chi looked around. Without iron, the combat power of a stone axe was sufficient to protect him. As Yue Chi placed his accumulated 2 units of stones on the wooden axe, he clicked confirm with his mind. The appearance of the wooden axe changed dramatically in an instant. It had just been a wooden axe, but now it transformed into a stone axe. Looking at the sharp axe, Yue Chi was very satisfied. Holding the stone axe in his right hand, Yue Chi quickly walked towards the direction of the small creek with his backpack containing an empty bottle. Although he could see the location of the creek from his doorstep, it was actually not that close. This area, rather than being a grassland, actually looks more like a swamp in Yue Chi's eyes. Every step he takes is somewhat difficult. However, the land a little farther from the creek is quite solid. Fortunately, he only has a pair of rubber slippers, so he doesn't have to worry about water flooding into his shoes. As he weaves through the grass that is a foot high, Yue Chi suddenly feels a chill and senses that something is off. Realizing this, he quickly raises his axe with his right hand and watches his surroundings warily. There are only a few sheep around him. Could there be wolves? Wolves eat sheep. Did he disturb them? Thinking of this, Yue Chi's body tenses up. In his current situation, facing a pack of wolves would leave him with no escape. He hopes they won't notice him. While praying to the ancestors, Yue Chi cautiously moves forward. He has no intention of retracing his steps, but continues to slowly walk toward the creek. Humans can go 3 days without food, but 1 day without water is absolutely impossible. He only has half a bottle of water left, and it won't last long, even if there is great danger. He must fill those 2 bottles with water. What is that? As Yue Chi gets closer to the creek, he feels like some creature is constantly watching him. This feeling is truly frightening. There are no wolves around, right? He looks around the grassland and sees no trace of wolves. There are no fierce animals nearby. Suddenly, Yue Chi notices that the sheep seem to be observing him and are steadily approaching. He turns his head back and sneaks a glance at the flock behind him. Just when he thinks he is overreacting, he suddenly realizes that the sheep are staring directly at him. Could something be wrong with these sheep? Suddenly, Yue Chi recalls that many mutated beasts have appeared in the wilderness. He quickly tightens his grip on his axe and uses his analysis function to look at the 3 sheep. Sure enough, mutated fighting sheep. Due to the mutation of the world, fighting sheep have a stronger combat desire, exhibiting high aggression and incredible speed. Their sharp horns can cause significant harm to humans, but their only flaw is that their bodies have not fully mutated, making them relatively weakened. Due to their immense strength, less agile, edible, energy level, too. Looking at the results from the analysis, Yue Chi knows that although the system rates them as not very high, these creatures do not seem simple. They are relatively weak and not agile. Seeing this, Yue Chi looks at the ground beneath him and gets a good idea. He pretends to ignore the sheep and continues toward the creek, but his path gradually veers deeper into the swamp. When Yue Chi sees the word edible on the system panel, heaven has decided his thoughts. He has had enough of living without meat for the past 2 days. A huge scar on his head. 18 years later, he'll still be a brave man. In an instant, Yue Chi's bloodlust is ignited. Feeling that he is almost at the depths of the swamp, Yue Chi ties some weeds to his shoes. They won't be able to move anymore. At this moment, the mutated fighting sheep have also entered the swamp. Watching the 3 sheep struggle to move forward and backward, yet still persistently approach him, Yue Chi decides to give them a quick and easy death. Holding the stone axe, Yue Chi looks at the mutated fighting sheep in front of him and reveals a beautiful smile. As the prey approaches him, the fighting sheep charge toward Yue Chi. However, due to their heavy bodies, the more the mutated fighting sheep struggle, the deeper they sink into the swamp, making it harder to move. Watch my 3 axe strikes. Seeing the mutated fighting sheep right in front of him, Yue Chi takes his axe and starts swinging. Chop the head. Pick teeth. Dig ears. Chapter 8. Move supplies. Face crisis. Chop the head. Chop the head. Yue Chi swings the stone axe at the head of the mutated fighting sheep from above, regardless of whether the creature attacks him. Since things have come to this, he has no choice but to fight. The mutated fighting sheep, trapped in the swamp, did not expect someone to use such underhanded tactics. Before the first fighting sheep could react, Yue Chi had already chopped off its head. In an instant, a spray of blood shot toward Yue Chi's face. Who knows if this blood is mutated or not? Yue Chi quickly bends down to dodge the mutated fighting sheep's final struggles. However, this delay allows the other 2 fighting sheep to desperately break free, trying to escape from the swamp. But is struggling the way to escape from the swamp? If it were the outer edge of the swamp, maybe, but in the depths of the swamp, this is tantamount to a dead end. He also used some clever tricks, tying floating vines to the rubber slippers on his feet to increase the surface area of his shoes. Although he has forgotten the specific physics formula, Yue Chi understands this principle. The greatest strength of humanity is not just in their bodies but also in their minds. Lowering his body's gravity increases the contact area with the swamp, allowing him to move within it. This is the power of knowledge. Looking at the second mutated fighting sheep, Yue Chi decides to try the legendary digging ears. Digging ears is actually quite simple. It's just a sideways swing with the axe. Under Yue Chi's control, the second mutated fighting sheep also falls victim to his hands. Seeing the human closing in step by step, the last fighting sheep seems to have given up hope for life. It stops struggling. Just as Yue Chi prepares to chop it to death with his axe, it suddenly leaps out of the swamp. Oh my goodness! Watching its graceful maneuver, Yue Chi is completely stunned. If it had used that earlier, he would have been done for. Thinking of this, Yue Chi shivers all over, pulling back his gaze. He notices that the mutated fighting sheep he just killed is emitting a white light. Could it be a treasure chest? Oh wow, it's actually a platinum treasure chest. This time he's hit the jackpot. There is also a black iron treasure chest nearby, which is quite good. Seeing the two treasure chests right in front of him, Yue Chi is overjoyed. He is ecstatic. He immediately prepares to bend down to open these two treasure chests, especially the platinum one. According to the information Yue Chi has gathered so far from the chat channel, in the wilderness, killing mutated beasts has a high chance of dropping treasure chests. From low to high, they are solid wood chests, black iron chests, brass chests, silver chests, and gold chests. So far, the highest treasure they have obtained is a gold chest, so people who are enthusiastic about various rating systems believe that there must be higher quality treasure chests to come. What platinum treasure chests, what diamond treasure chests, what king's chests, legendary chests, and so on. And here he is, right in front of a platinum treasure chest. This is even more impressive than a gold chest. Someone opened an 800 from a gold chest. That's 800. Presumably, his platinum treasure chest will be even more powerful than the gold chest. Thinking of this, Yue Chi excitedly drools a little. He quickly stores the two bodies of the mutated fighting sheep and the two treasure chests in his backpack space. Then he hurried to the stream. Used a probe to check if the water could be used. Mineral water, drinkable, but contains a small amount of bacteria, recommended to boil before drinking. Seeing the system's prompt, Yue Chi filled his water bottle and quickly returned the way he came. Food is ready, and water is also secured. The cabin can be considered a place to stay. For safety, Yue Chi decided to go home and open the treasure chests. Along the way, Yue Chi did not instinctively pick up stones but quickly ran towards the cabin with vigilance. After returning to the cabin, Yue Chi secured the wooden door and sat down on his wooden chest. He then brought the two treasure chests in front of him. The black iron chest was entirely black, giving a deep feeling, while the platinum chest beside it was different. Its dazzling brilliance made Yue Chi's eyes fixate on it. Open the treasure chest. As Yue Chi clicked with his mind, the lid of the white treasure chest immediately opened. Congratulations, Base Commander. The silver treasure chest has been successfully opened. Congratulations. You have obtained 3 units of mineral water 2. Congratulations. You have obtained a crossbow. Congratulations. You have obtained 20 crossbow bolts. Congratulations. You have obtained a box of compressed biscuits, 50 bags, each bag 50 grams. It turned out to be just a silver treasure chest, not the platinum one. Looking at the system prompt before him, Yue Chi was greatly shocked. It turns out that this clown was actually himself. However, this silver treasure chest was not bad at all. Not a European or a rich man, the items are still decent. Food, water, and weapons are all prepared for him. Not bad, not bad. This weapon is actually a crossbow. It doesn't make noise, so it won't attract zombies, and the bolts can be reused. Seeing this, Yue Chi felt that the zombies appearing in 4 days should not pose a threat to him, but he still needed to prepare in other aspects. After opening this silver treasure chest, which he initially thought was platinum, Yue Chi decided to open the black iron treasure chest next door as well. Before opening it, Yue Chi felt an inexplicable pull that made him say this. I am willing to trade my 3 years of high school luck for this time's incredible luck. After saying this, Yue Chi felt a sense of relief, and his body and mind became joyful. For a moment, Yue Chi even thought that it wouldn't matter if he didn't get anything good. Congratulations. Base Commander, the black iron treasure chest has been successfully opened. Congratulations, you have obtained 1 blood marrow, or congratulations. You have obtained 1 small iron pot. Looking at the items from the black iron treasure chest, Yue Chi was somewhat surprised. He actually had an iron pot now. Just in time, he still had mutton. A few more berries, and he could stew them in the iron pot. Just thinking about that scene, Yue Chi, who had been hungry for nearly 3 days, couldn't help but salivate. Hold on, there are still things to do. To lighten his backpack, Yue Chi quickly took out a box of compressed biscuits and those 2 bottles of mineral water 3. He temporarily placed them next to the east wall of the cabin. He kept the 2 mutated fighting rams in his backpack space, as putting them in the cabin would make it unlivable. After taking all the items, except for food and water, in front of him, Yue Chi prepared to analyze them carefully. Chapter 9. A bit virtual. Crossbow, a long-range killing weapon. The loading speed of bolts is relatively slow, but the power is immense, and it is relatively easy to operate, making it an excellent choice for beginners, of course. Without bolts, it's not even as useful as an axe. Crossbow bolts, reusable ammunition loaded onto the crossbow that provides immense power when paired with the crossbow. Blood marrow ore, comes from the blood marrow vein, contains substances with various miraculous effects, can be soaked in water, can be used for forging, and can even be used in construction. Indeed, what's the difference between a crossbow without bolts and a fire stick? Looking at the introduction about the crossbow and bolts in front of him, Yue Chi burst into laughter. However, this blood marrow ore is quite special. It can be used in construction? Seeing this, Yue Chi raised his head and looked at the roof he had just repaired. Hail falls from the sky. This pure wooden roof might not withstand it. Could it be upgraded directly with blood marrow, or is that feasible? Regardless of whether it is feasible or not, he needed to hurry and upgrade the roof. Even upgrading it to stone would make him feel more at ease. The surrounding walls could be temporarily set aside, after all. Even if hail hit, it would be relying on force, and it wouldn't cause as much damage as a vertical drop. Fortunately, after opening 2 treasure chests, he now had enough food and water sources, at least enough to last half a month. Thinking of this, Yue Chi quickly used his mind to click on the roof. Wooden roof status can be upgraded. Effect, slightly sturdy, can withstand years of wind and rain while blocking some natural disasters. But not fireproof. Upgrade option 1. Increase the thickness of the roof, which can significantly enhance its sturdiness, but will place a great deal of pressure on the walls. It is recommended to upgrade the load-bearing north wall. Upgrade requirement. 10 wood. Upgrade option 2. Change the roof material from wood to stone, fireproof, and waterproof, greatly increasing sturdiness, but due to the increased weight, it is recommended to upgrade the load-bearing north wall. Upgrade requirement. 10 stone. Upgrade option 3. Mix red marrow or powder into the stone, which can greatly enhance the roof's sturdiness, making it windproof, waterproof, fireproof, and lightning-proof, while also reducing the roof's weight. Upgrade requirement. 1 red marrow or 8 stone, 2 wood. Sure enough, this golden finger of his has thoroughly investigated everything in his possession. Looking at the panel that was different from when he had just repaired it yesterday, Yue Chi was deeply amazed. He had red marrow ore, and he also had wood, so it seemed that he mainly lacked stone. There were still 3 units of stone in the wooden box on the west side of the cabin. He would focus on mining stones this afternoon. The roof kept reminding him that the north wall was a load-bearing wall for a reason, since he was upgrading anyway. It wouldn't hurt to upgrade the north wall from wood to stone. It's just 5 units of stone. Let us make it an even 30 units of stone this afternoon. Let us get to it. However, before that, Yue Chi decided to fill his stomach first. He took a bag from the box of compressed biscuits he had placed against the east wall and put it in his mouth. It's a bit dry. Feeling uncomfortable in his mouth, Yue Chi quickly took out the half bottle of mineral water that the system initially gifted him. He gulped it down. With half a bottle of water down, Yue Chi felt revitalized. But why did he feel full? He had only eaten a few pieces of that bag of compressed biscuits. To prevent himself from getting hungry later, Yue Chi packed the remaining compressed biscuits into his backpack space and looked at the stone axe and wooden pickaxe hanging on the southern door wall. After some hesitation, Yue Chi chose the stone axe. In this wilderness, there wasn't even a small hill to mine stones. With a stone axe, he could also protect himself. He checked the system time. It was 3:15 p.m. There were 3 hours and 45 minutes until dark. Time was short. He needed to think carefully about where he could get the most stones. In the small forest on the east side of the cabin, he had almost picked up all the stones, and the source of the stream on the west side was marshy, so there was no way to look for them. He had come from the south, and it was mostly grassland. However, there might be stones along the creek, and the creek is to the north. I can only check if there are any to the north. Wearing flip-flops, carrying a backpack, and gripping a stone axe, Yue Chi began his journey. He did not take any detours and walked straight towards the creek on the north side of the small cabin. At the same time, after experiencing the events of the morning, Yue Chi also kept his guard up. He was constantly observing his surroundings while maintaining the most basic level of vigilance. If there was even the slightest disturbance, Yue Chi would keep his distance. How clever I am. Looking at the stones scattered on both sides of the creek, Yue Chi felt satisfied with the knowledge he had acquired in middle and high school. Due to a special geographical principle, there would inevitably be a significant number of stones beside the creek. Previously, Yue Chi had not participated in any outdoor survival activities, so he had no practical experience. However, having come to this world, he had no choice but to put it into practice. As the saying goes, practice is the only criterion for testing truth. Yue Chi's previous guesses were merely that, guesses with an element of gamble. But now, it seemed that those guesses had come true. Bending down, picking up stones. Collecting stones. Stone 02, bending down, picking up stones. Collecting stones. Stone 01, bending down, picking up stones. Collecting stones. Stone 1, as time passed. Yue Chi felt the weight in his backpack steadily increasing. While picking up stones, he also managed to catch some river delicacies among the crevices of the creek. A small crab the size of a third of a palm, and little shrimp with long claws. Yue Chi's water bottle once again served as a container, with the larger river delicacies being knocked out and tossed into the backpack space, while the smaller ones were stuffed into the bottle. Looking at the 50 units of stones in his backpack, along with 4 slots occupied by crabs, 1 slot by a small fish, and 2 slots by shrimp, Yue Chi felt quite satisfied. Although this significantly slowed down his pace, it was worth the effort for the food and supplies. Step by step, this was indeed step by step. Yue Chi swayed as he made his way back to his cabin. He really needed to exercise his body. His physical condition was indeed a bit weak. After a brief lament about his physical fitness, Yue Chi continued heading south. Finally, exhausted and panting, Yue Chi saw the shadow of the cabin. Chapter 10. This seems to be a vicious cycle. At 6:35 p.m., Yue Chi sat on a box inside the cabin and gulped down some water. There were still more than 5 hours until the hail would arrive. He needed to prepare in advance. Stuffing the remaining compressed biscuits from his backpack into his mouth, Yue Chi struggled to stand up. To be honest, after these past 2 days of turmoil, his body really couldn't take it anymore. He really needed to rest during the hailstorm. Though he thought this in his heart, his actions were completely different. According to the conditions for upgrading the roof, Yue Chi prepared all the necessary materials one by one and placed them by his side. As Yue Chi confirmed the upgrade with his mind, he felt a sudden blur in front of him. It was still not completely dark outside, and Yue Chi used the sunlight streaming in from the door to examine the roof. It looked quite good. The original roof was simply a product made up of densely packed round logs, but now it resembled a reinforced concrete structure, looking even sturdier than reinforced concrete. After upgrading the roof, Yue Chi, confident in his abundance of stones, also upgraded the load-bearing north wall of the cabin and the south wooden wall with a wooden door using stones. Finally, looking at the rather mismatched wooden door, Yue Chi waved his hand and replaced it with a stone door. To be honest, it did look much more impressive than a wooden one. It was just a pity that the cabin's roof was a bit high, at least 5 meters, otherwise he would have to try out the sturdiness of the roof with his stone axe. After all, the sturdiness of the roof was related to his life. This truly couldn't allow for the slightest carelessness. Since he couldn't actively check the sturdiness, which he could only blindly trust the system, he clicked on the base options in the system. Shanghai base, base scale, slightly abandoned. Base leader, Yue Chi, base facilities. A 50 square meter stone wood mixed building. Completeness, 100, upgrade items. Click to view details. Description. This place has an extremely sturdy roof, capable of withstanding even a cannonball, and the load-bearing walls and door walls are well protected. The entire building has a certain degree of defense, but 2 of the wooden walls still look somewhat flimsy. By the way, remember to decorate your building well. This is your home. Looking at the system prompt, Yue Chi clearly skipped over the unnecessary fluff and only focused on the brief remarks in the system evaluation. It seemed to be quite good. To verify his thoughts, Yue Chi delved deeper. Blood marrow stone roof, status, upgradable, current effect, very sturdy, can withstand years of wind and rain, can effectively block certain natural disasters, fireproof, windproof, and lightning-proof. Upgrade option 1. Increase blood marrow concentration, which can significantly enhance the roof's sturdiness. Upgrade conditions. Blood marrow 10. Upgrade option 2. Increase stones, which can slightly enhance the roof's sturdiness. Upgrade conditions. Stones 5. Upgrade option 3. Unknown. Seeing the system's high evaluation of the roof and its strong sturdiness, Yue Chi felt somewhat reassured. However, he still needed to check the newly upgraded walls. Walls are walls, and roofs are roofs. The materials for upgrading the roof and walls are completely different, so there would definitely be some differences in effectiveness. So, Yue Chi began to scroll down. Finally, on the second page, he found the option to upgrade to stone walls. North stone wall, status, upgradable, effect. A sturdy stone wall can ensure your safety for the rest of your life, can block small-scale zombie attacks, and some conventional natural disasters. Fireproof, theft-proof, and anti-friend 3-in-1 defense. Upgrade option 1. Increase the overall thickness of the wall, which can significantly enhance the wall's sturdiness. Upgrade conditions. Stones 10. Upgrade option 2. Replace the wall with steel material, which can significantly enhance the wall's sturdiness, while also being fireproof, windproof, and greatly waterproof. Upgrade conditions. Steel 10. Upgrade option 3. To be explored. Upgrade conditions. Unknown, as expected. A stone wall without any additional materials was just a stone wall. However, this stone wall looked quite good. At this moment, the sky had completely darkened, and Yue Chi suddenly realized a very serious problem. He had no fire. On the first day, he relied on the starlight above his head for illumination. And on the second day, he was in such pain that he was almost in a stupor all night. He had been busy for so long and had not even secured a source of fire. Thinking of this, Yue Chi slapped his thigh hard. What to do now? Yue Chi quickly looked at the crafting options in the system. After all, fire was also considered a basic living necessity. However, after searching for a while, among the 20 or so nearly 30 life items he could craft, there was not a single one related to fire. Oh, not quite. At least there was one torch project in there. Of course, this torch was really quite useless. As for why Yue Chi was so sure, don't ask. He just directly crafted 2 torches. Torch. Wood 1. Description. A torch that no one has ever used, brand new. It can burn for 24 hours once lit. Fortunately, making a torch doesn't require many resources, just 1 unit of wood. I still have more than 20 units of surplus wood. However, this torch is really impressive. It can burn continuously for 24 hours with just 1 unit of wood. But this torch is still quite useless. Right now, I need a fire source. And this torch can provide it endlessly. But this torch requires a fire source to ignite. But the purpose of making the torch is to have a fire source. This is a vicious cycle. Looking at the torch in my hand, Yue Chi felt quite helpless. Is this really the only way? He glanced at the 2 relatively sturdy torches in his hand and then at his clothes. Damn. Yue Chi made up his mind. Friction fire. The techniques taught by our ancestors. How can we forget them as descendants? This clothing isn't breathable, so let's find some wild grass. Looking at the clothes on his body, Yue Chi still couldn't bring himself to do it. This is the only piece of clothing I have to cover myself. I have to save it. He opened the small door, and a gust of cold wind blew through, making Yue Chi shiver. There's no choice. After all, this is the only sleeping outfit he has. In this cold, Yue Chi pushed himself to the limit of speed in his life. He quickly picked up some dried weeds next to the small door. Feeling that it was enough, he turned around and went back inside. Just as he closed the small door, a flurry of system notifications began to appear. Hail is coming. Chapter 11. Skinning, boning, stewing lamb. Important notice. Everyone please pay attention. Everyone please pay attention. The newbie disaster mutated version of hail is about to arrive. Please be extra careful. It is advised to put a pot on your head. This disaster will begin in 5 hours and 20 minutes and will last for 48 hours. Situations arising from the disaster will also occur. Please observe the situation closely. A piece of advice for everyone. Here, you might really die. Please be very careful. The disaster is about to begin. Looking at the notifications constantly appearing on the system panel, Yue Chi decisively clicked the close button. This must be to disturb morale. Unfortunately, he encountered me. Saying this, but at this moment, Yue Chi was in a panic. It's already the 3rd day, and I still haven't made a fire. If hail comes, I'll freeze to death. And this is the mutated version of hail. I don't even know how big this mutated hail will be. As a northerner, Yue Chi has only seen hail twice in his life. And both times it was the size of millet grains. But he has heard his parents say that when they were young, hail could kill people, the size of eggs. Thinking of this, Yue Chi felt that this newbie disaster would probably bring down egg-sized hail for 2 days and 2 nights. I don't even know if my house can withstand it. I hope it can. Otherwise, I might really be struck down by justice from the heavens. Looking at the dried grass in his hand, Yue Chi stopped thinking too much. There are still 5 hours before the hail falls. Before that, no matter what, I need to make this fire source. Otherwise, in this freezing cold, I'll be in serious trouble. It might not be cold when the hail comes. But waiting a few hours, plus the sun shining on it. That chill could freeze a person to death. Especially for someone like me, who only has one set of pajamas. Without fire, I might turn into a statue before justice from the heavens strikes. First, Yue Chi placed the dried grass in his palm, then used his less-than-healthy fist to smash it. Then he casually took a torch and split it in half with an axe. He then carefully began to scrape the split end of the torch with the axe. Soon, a small groove of 2 to 3 square centimeters appeared before Yue Chi's eyes. Kneeling on the floor, he carefully spread the dried grass shavings into the groove. Everything was ready. Then, he quickly sharpened the bottom of the other torch with a stone axe, preparing to start rubbing it against the split torch. However, before rubbing, there must be a crucial ceremony. This is absolutely indispensable, and it is the most important part. Spit. Spit. Yue Chi spat twice into his palm. He began his magical operation. Swish, swish, swish. Swish, swish, swish. Swish, swish, swish. As Yue Chi applied force to his palm while balancing himself with his feet. His eyes were closely fixed on the smoking dried grass. Come on. Who? Come on. Who? While panting heavily and shouting encouragement, Yue Chi quickly rubbed his palms together. As time passed second by second, the dried grass continued to smoke but did not ignite. Seeing this made Yue Chi anxious. Continuous rubbing made Yue Chi feel like his hands were about to lose their skin, but he was so close to success. Hold on. Just a little longer. For all the time wasted, Yue Chi quickened his pace. Heaven does not disappoint those who work hard. In this endless night, Yue Chi suddenly saw a spark. Haha. It's here. It's here. Yue Chi quickly cupped his face and gently blew on the dried grass. Soon, the spark began to grow under the gentle wind of Yue Chi. Seeing this scene, Yue Chi quickly pulled out a piece of toilet paper from his pajama pocket. Perhaps because the paper quality was too good, the spark instantly grew larger. Seeing this, Yue Chi immediately brought the torch head close to the spark. As the torch met the spark, it instantly ignited. Wow, so bright. Looking at the room illuminated before him, Yue Chi was very excited. It seems that the range of this torch's illumination is quite wide. Yue Chi held the torch and casually placed it in the recess on the north wall. Not to mention that this house isn't great. But the items hanging on the wall are 2 per wall. On the south wall, which is the one close to the door, he hung a stone axe and a wooden pick. So for safety's sake, the torch, which serves as both illumination and fire source, was placed on the north wall where it wouldn't catch fire from the torch's flames. Not to mention, whether it was psychological or physical, the temperature in this room instantly increased by several degrees with the torch. Looking at the flames, Yue Chi's stomach also unexpectedly growled. He quickly took out a few berries from the box and stuffed them into his mouth. Hopefully, he can hold on for a while longer. He needed to get started. Otherwise, it would be too late to do anything when the hail arrives. Talking to himself, Yue Chi took the torch and walked out of the small house, grabbing the stone axe hanging on the wall as he left. The wilderness at night is not safe. After walking about 200 meters towards the marsh, he arrived at the upper stream of the small creek. Along the way, Yue Chi picked up a few small stones. When Yue Chi reached his destination, next to the creek, he looked back and saw that the small wooden house had disappeared into the night, but he wasn't foolish to prevent getting lost. He had deliberately left some marks on the ground. As long as there was no human destruction, there wouldn't be any major issues. Yue Chi looked at the surrounding terrain and chose a piece of land close to the water source. Then he first inserted the torch into a piece of solid ground. Placing the torch in the swamp was too dangerous. If it fell over accidentally, all his efforts that night would be in vain. He might even encounter danger in the dark without knowing it. Yue Chi carefully filled the solid ground around the torch with mud from the swamp to increase its stability. He then took out another makeshift torch he had just made and lit it, placing it on the sandy soil by the water's edge. With these 2 torches, Yue Chi estimated that no mutated beast in this small area would dare to come near. He used the stones he had just gathered to synthesize a stone knife through the system. Stone knife, a small knife made from stone, quite sharp. Don't underestimate its size. Its power is on par with a small iron knife. Next, it was time to get to work. He took out the corpses of 2 mutated fighting sheep from his backpack space. To be honest, they were still fresh. It seemed that the backpack space could also serve as a refrigerator. Looking at the 2 sheep corpses in front of him, Yue Chi, who hadn't eaten a proper meal in 3 days, felt his eyes light up. Skinning, deboning, stewing lamb meat. Chapter 12. Hail from the sky with years of single life experience. Yue Chi managed to single-handedly use a 20-centimeter-long stone knife to dissect the 2 sheep. 8 legs of lamb, 2 pieces of lamb loin, and some miscellaneous parts were all stored in his backpack space. Fortunately, today the backpack space was empty. with only an alloy crossbow and 20 crossbow bolts taking up 2 slots, leaving him with 18 slots, just enough to carry everything from the 2 sheep. Otherwise, some things would have gone to waste. These were good items for trading with others. Useful items would be kept for himself. Useless or difficult to process items could be sold. After all, there was a trading market, so what was there to fear? As for his current food situation, just the lamb meat, big bones, and some lamb tripe that he liked and were easy to clean would be enough for him to eat for half a month. As for the sheep's intestines, heart, lungs, and liver, he didn't like eating those. They were troublesome to clean and had a strange smell. As for the sheepskin, Yue Chi planned to keep it in his backpack space for now. He couldn't process it yet, but there would definitely be opportunities in the future. The rest would purely serve as a way to help others, while also allowing him to exchange for some necessary supplies. Capital must be accumulated from the ground up. Extinguishing the flame on one of the torches, which he strapped on his heavy backpack, held a stone axe in his right hand, and raised the torch in his left, making a circle around the area nearby. Yes, this is the place. Looking at the mark he had made over an hour ago, Yue Chi quickly picked up his pace and headed forward. Soon, he could see his little house. To be honest, it looked quite good. Looking at the fruits of his labor, Yue Chi was very satisfied. The stone walls were at least half a meter thick. Although the roof was a bit thin, it was made from tough blood marrow stone. Hearing is believing, seeing is knowing. This time, with the light of the torch, he finally saw the condition of his house. And the tension in his heart was finally eased. Even if the hail was as big as eggs, he wouldn't be afraid at all. Looking at the little house in front of him, Yue Chi felt proud. Stepping heavily, he walked into the house. He turned around to close the door, secured the bolt on the stone door, took out the stone axe from his backpack, and hung it on the south wall. Then he tossed his backpack into the corner of the south wall. It was just too heavy. With the other hand, he held the torch and slowly walked to the north wall opposite. He then placed the torch there. He still had to wait 2 more hours for the hail to fall. Staring at the time displayed on the system panel, Yue Chi muttered to himself. Looking at the empty room before him, he decided to add some furniture to the space. Let us get started. 30 minutes later, using the remaining wood with the system's help, Yue Chi successfully crafted a simple wooden bed. According to the system, it was sturdy enough to withstand any shaking or tossing. After some thought, Yue Chi placed the bed next to the west wall. He then upgraded the other 2 walls to stone walls using stone resources, and on the east wall, he crafted and placed his first stove in life. Of course, this stove was also made through the system, to be honest. The system had prepared these basic living tools quite thoroughly, but how could something as fundamental as fire not be included? Thinking of this, Yue Chi suddenly recalled the arduous process he had gone through that night to create fire. Looking at the seemingly simple stove in front of him, which was actually even simpler, Yue Chi felt a bit worried. Although the system's introduction to this stove seemed reliable, he still had a nagging feeling that it would be unstable once he placed the iron pot on it. Stone stove, improved by the system, does not require any kindling. Simply add a fuel unit and fire source for continuous high-temperature output, while also providing some heat to the outside world. Smokeless stove, safe to use. Can this really be used to cook with an iron pot? Should I give it a try? The thought of being able to drink hot soup with shredded meat excited Yue Chi a bit. But it was already night, and after checking the hail situation, he planned to sleep, so he didn't have much time to stew soup. It would take at least 2 to 3 hours to cook a meat soup. Moreover, it would waste water. Although he had enough to drink for a few days, he couldn't waste it like this, especially since the hail would last for 2 days. How about a barbecue? This thought instantly filled his northern-style brain. Recalling the delicious barbecues he had enjoyed before, Yue Chi's mouth watered. Barbecue is quick. If he started now, he might even get to enjoy the hail outside while eating roasted meat. Just thinking about it made him feel great. Let us do it. Yue Chi removed the iron pot from the stove and set it aside. Then he took a unit of wood and added it to the stove. Fuel added successfully. Can burn for 60 minutes. A unit of wood could actually burn for 60 minutes, which was 1 hour. For the first time, Yue Chi felt that the system was so reliable. After taking the torch hanging on the north wall, a bright flame instantly blazed in the stove, starting to burn. Watching the burning countdown decrease, with time running out, Yue Chi quickly placed piece after piece of freshly cut lamb meat directly onto the stone slab of the stove. Sizzle! Sizzle! Watching the lamb meat sizzling and oozing oil, Yue Chi couldn't help but swallow repeatedly. Finally, it was time to dig in. Using the small knife, he picked the lamb meat off the stone slab, blew away the residual heat on top, and popped it into his mouth. Closing his eyes, Yue Chi began to chew slowly. Good food is meant to be savored. Not to mention, even without cumin, it tasted amazing. After eating 7 or 8 pieces of lamb, Yue Chi realized he was starting to feel full. Gulp. Picking up a bottle of real mineral water beside him, he gulped it down, patting his now rounded belly. Yue Chi felt very satisfied. Disaster was about to come, and the pervasive sense of crisis made it hard for Yue Chi to sleep, lying on the wooden bed. The slight movement of air caused the flame on the torch to flicker alluringly. Looking at the countdown on the system panel, Yue Chi silently prayed. 17 minutes and 30 seconds until hail falls, 17 minutes and 29 seconds until hail falls, 17 minutes and 28 seconds until hail falls, 3 seconds until hail falls, 2 seconds until hail falls, 1 second until hail falls, finally. Is it here? Chapter 13. This hail is a bit large. The disaster has quietly arrived. However, under the system's control, a different storm is brewing in the sky. Give them a little more fuel. At this moment, everyone who received the system prompt tried their best to hide in what they thought was a safe place. Some had their own wooden cabins, some dug underground pits, and others thought they were clever enough to find a cave, with some even treating it as a home. There is nothing they can't do. The bright moon hanging high in the sky began to retreat, and dark clouds gradually drifted in the high sky. Swish, swish. In the wilderness, animals seemed to have made an agreement and hurried towards the nearby valley in groups. Meanwhile, in the scattered bases across the wilderness, people all unanimously placed stone pots on their heads, carefully listening to the sounds coming from their houses now and in the future. 10 seconds passed, and the disaster had not yet arrived. A minute passed, and the disaster still hadn't arrived. This is a scam. How could there be any disaster? It's been almost 2 minutes. The disaster probably won't come, right? Stay calm, stay calm. At this moment, the comment section was filled with arguments due to the disaster, and in an instant, every chat channel was in chaos. Suddenly, a different message appeared in the chat channel. Stop arguing and listen carefully. Upon seeing this message, everyone, including the onlooker Yue Chi, quickly exited the system panel. Taking a deep breath, he slowly calmed his heart while quickly perking up his ears. Bang, bang, bang. The hail is here. Listening to the chaotic sounds of impacts on the roof, Yue Chi knew this was the legendary newbie disaster. Since it's a newbie disaster, it shouldn't eliminate too many people, right? Oh no. Opening the regional chat, the 1,000 people online had now dwindled to less than 800. Losing 200 people at the start is genuinely a bit frightening. It's over, it's over. I shouldn't have been so complacent and not fixed the roof. I'm now surrounded by a mess. What the hell is going on? Why can't this wooden roof withstand the hail? Oh my gosh. Friends, guess how big this hail is? It's the size of a fist. Image. Large hail. Aw, help. Dad, save me. My arm has been broken by the hail. I'm bleeding. Please, is there anyone to save me? Who said the underground is definitely safe? This hail has collapsed the ground. I'm going to be buried alive. As more and more fearful comments flooded the 4 chat channels, the aura of doom and the fear of natural disaster instantly rose in people's hearts. The old roof was shattered by the hail, and one by one, the hailstones had broken the house to pieces. The repaired wooden cabin had no resistance against these massive hailstones. The moment they made contact, they were smashed apart by the hail, and a large number of hailstones rushed into the house through the broken holes. If the people on the ground were enduring physical pain, then those underground had to suffer physiological torment. The air was thin, and they didn't dare to open the door for fresh air. They were also continuously struck by hail, causing them to see stars and foam at the mouth. Those on the hillside were even more miserable, with hail raining down from above and hail striking fiercely from below. This is not a game. People can really die. At this moment, people truly understood what the apocalypse was, what a natural disaster was. Bang, bang. Listening to the violent sounds of impact, Yue Chi, lying in bed, felt a chill in his heart. But thanks to the light of the torch, the roof wasn't as terrifying as they said. His house didn't even tremble. Thinking of this, Yue Chi felt reassured and boldly went to sleep. But whether he could fall asleep was uncertain. Damn it, this noise is really annoying. Although the roof had some soundproofing due to the blood marrow stone, it couldn't withstand the hail's size and the sharpness of the sound. Lying on the small wooden bed, Yue Chi simply turned over and threw the pajamas he was wearing over his head. Hopefully it helps. Bang, bang, whoosh, bang, whoosh. Just as the hail struck the wall and Yue Chi's continuous shouting, it was already daytime. So soon, it's already 8 in the morning. Looking at the time on the system interface, Yue Chi tossed the pajamas off his head. With the continuous sounds of impact, he began to wake up. As the saying goes, to be clever and agile, one must wake up and stop to adjust the body. and waking up is to completely connect one's nerves and body. Indeed, those who had fully woken up had exceptional agility. With a flip, Yue Chi rolled out of bed and put on the pajamas he had spent the night under. He wasn't sure how the situation outside was. Listening to the sounds of impact outside, which showed no signs of weakening, Yue Chi decided to check the situation outside. The pictures he saw in the channel couldn't compared to seeing it with his own eyes. With 2 dark circles under his eyes, Yue Chi cautiously opened the stone door, standing inside the house, not intending to step out, even a little. This hail must be the size of a fist. Looking at the hailstones falling madly from the sky, Yue Chi was shocked. He originally thought they would be the size of eggs, and that his roof would definitely be able to withstand them, but these were fist-sized. Hiss, it's really cold. Watching the hailstorm outside the door, Yue Chi felt a chill all over and instinctively took a step back. Bang! Just as he took a step back, an explosive sound suddenly erupted at his feet. Damn it! Damn it! Divine justice has descended. Looking at the large hail that just slid down from the sky in front of him, Yue Chi was startled and quickly closed the stone door tightly. He leaned against the stone door. Phew, 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 that was really scary. It almost scared me to death. If I had been a moment slower with this hail, it would have dented the pot. Reflecting on what had just happened, Yue Chi still felt a bit of fear. If he hadn't retreated in time, or if the hail had tilted just a little, he might really have been struck by divine justice. Is this really a newbie disaster? This is on the level of an apocalypse, right? Listening to the thumping sounds on the roof, Yue Chi couldn't help but complain. He didn't know if his house could last 2 days and 2 nights. He had to quickly get a bowl of thick soup to calm his nerves. Shifting his gaze away from the large hail on the ground, Yue Chi glanced at the stove. Chapter 14. Drink a bowl of thick soup to calm down. Wooden spoon. Wood 1. Evaluation. Trust in the system's power. The wooden spoon is very smooth. Wooden bowl. Wood 1. Evaluation. Under the system's divine might, even a small piece of wood can become a bowl, providing some degree of anti-drop protection. In the crafting page, Yue Chi only found these 2 living items. Unfortunately, he didn't find the chopsticks he had been longing for. As a Chinese person, chopsticks are essential. Eating without chopsticks always feels like something is missing. As for the spoon, it's just for drinking soup. It seems he would have to stay on the barbaric path for a while before he got chopsticks. After the hail passes, I will have to chop a tree and make my own chopsticks. Luckily, I'm drinking meat soup, so it's okay if I don't have chopsticks. However, the resources for the spoon and bowl are indeed a bit much. That's 2 units of wood. My wood resources are already running low, and I still need to use them for cooking and heating, which is really a headache. But in order to enjoy a warm bowl of soup in this gradually cold weather, I'm determined to go for it. It's just 2 units of wood, right? At worst, I can chop a few more trees once the hail is over. With this determination, I started my operation. Since the pot isn't big and holds little water, I only poured in 2 bottles of 500 milliliters mineral water. It seems a bit too little. Looking at the water in the pot, I poured out about another 500 milliliters from those 2 bottles of drinking water. I felt it was about enough and quickly took out a piece of mutton from my backpack. Plop. As the mutton went into the pot, I also took out a bit of my long-stored berries and added them in. The outside is almost covered with hail, and these berries probably won't escape misfortune. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but worry about my future fruit supply. Besides food, fruits are also very important. Following the procedure, I covered the pot and then added a unit of wood to the stove as fuel. Now, I just need to wait. As the stove lit up, I felt the whole room instantly warm up a lot, and the cold air coming in from outside was immediately pushed out. Bang, bang, bang. Listening to the omnipresent sounds of collisions, I felt quite irritated. I must get myself moving. First, I spent 2 units of wood. One to make a spoon and the other to make a bowl. I didn't expect to be able to create so many spoons. For spoons and 2 bowls, this was really beyond my expectations. I placed the spoons and bowls next to the stove. Closing my eyes, I wanted to take a short nap. But the incessant rumbling sounds made it impossible for me to sleep. Suddenly, I remembered something important. Zombies will appear in 3 days. I definitely don't want to have close contact with them, but I can't let them gather. I must take the initiative to eliminate them. Zombies have a strong infection ability, and I don't want to become their companion. Right now, my only weapons are a stone axe and an alloy crossbow. The stone axe has high damage, but I'm really scared of fighting zombies up close. It seems I can only rely on my crossbow. Looking at the alloy crossbow in my backpack, I felt a bit excited. What man doesn't have a dream of playing with weapons? Unfortunately, in my world, crossbows are prohibited. I was fortunate enough to study abroad, And for my safety, I practiced at a shooting range for a while. I can fire basic firearms and crossbows. Of course, I don't know how accurate I am, as I couldn't afford to go there many times. This crossbow is simple, but it still requires some training. Otherwise, what would I do if I encounter danger in the future and can't use it? Looking at the alloy hunting crossbow in my hand, I suddenly felt worried. This crossbow can only fire one bolt at a time, and reloading seems a bit laborious. After firing one bolt, I need to manually attach another one. And I also need to recock the crossbow. Fortunately, there is a gear that makes it much easier. However, according to my estimation, it might take me at least 2 minutes to fire a bolt. This means I can only kill those lone zombies. But that's fine. Safety first. Standing on the wooden floor, I used the gear to cock the bowstring. 1 minute and 25 seconds. It seems to be much faster than I expected. Then, I moved a bolt from my backpack to my hand and placed it on the bowstring, suppressing my hunger. I put the big hail that almost caused my demise into the corner of the north wall, while I stood at the south wall, aiming at the hail. Whoosh! Bang! The fast bolt flew out from the alloy crossbow in an instant. The speed was really fast, but it missed. It hit the north wall directly. On my wall. Fortunately, the north wall is made of pure stone and is about half a meter thick, so the bolt only lodged itself in. Otherwise, it would have pierced through the wall. Looking at the damage to the north wall, I felt both happy and pained. Happy because the bolt's power is really strong, even comparable to some handguns, and pained because my skills are too poor. I fear I might need to rebuild this wall. Let's try again. I won't believe it. I know very well that no matter how powerful the bolt is, if I can't aim accurately, it's as useless as a fart. Shooting with a crossbow relies on steadiness. I must stabilize to aim accurately. Only when I aim well can the bolt's power be unleashed. If there is even a slight shake during the shot, it will result in a significant deviation from my target. Fortunately, bolts are not one-time consumables. Even though they keep hitting the stone wall, a single bolt can be used at least 10 times. Even if it gets used often, it will only produce slight bends. The only problem is that I only have 20 bolts, and I currently have no way to make more, which is quite a dilemma. The walls and roof can be repaired, but can bolts be repaired? I quickly used my mind to click on the bolt in front of me. Bolt, a must-have for the crossbow, not very useful when used alone. Cannot be upgraded, needs repair. Repair conditions. Wood 01, iron 01. Wow, it can actually be repaired. Looking at the system panel that appeared in front of me, I was very pleasantly surprised. The only unfortunate thing is that these bolts cannot be upgraded, and repairing them requires iron ore. Wood is easy to find, but iron ore is not. Where can I find iron ore in this wilderness? Unless I exchange it in the system store. Suddenly, a rich aroma wafted into my nose. Chapter 15. Rich soup for resources, not a loss. It smells amazing. I used a small spoon to gradually put the meat soup into my wooden bowl, and after filling it, I used a new small spoon to bring the meat soup with shredded meat to my mouth. I must say, even though there were no seasonings added, how can it taste so delicious? Soon, under my strong assault, all the meat in the soup was devoured by me. But now my stomach is completely full. Well, I can't say full. It feels like I'm going to burst. I not only drank 2/3 of the pot of soup, but also devoured a large piece of meat weighing at least a pound, which is quite impressive. Sitting on my bed, listening to the sounds of hail and walls colliding outside, I looked at the remaining pot of soup in front of me and suddenly had an idea. Can this soup be sold? Or should I give it a try? Let's give it a try. But first, let's see what the market is like. While thinking, I opened the system trading platform. Merchant. Sumo. Product. 200 milliliters of water. Product price. Any food worth 500 system coins. Product note. Just dug underground mineral water. Food only. First come first served. Merchant. Li Hao. Product. An iron pot. Product price. Pure water worth 50 system coins. Product note. If you don't want to be smashed by hail, hurry up and bring water to exchange. Merchant. Qingchun. Product. A unit of iron ore. Product price. Any food worth 100 system coins. Product note. Something I picked up before. Hoping a big shot can save this little brother's life. Merchant. Li Chi. Product. A small wild chicken. Product price. Any clothing worth 100 system coins. Product note. This is chicken meat. Fragrant chicken meat. All you need to pay is just a set of clothes. Looking at the various trading items in the exchange, Yue Chi has come to understand the prices in the exchange a bit. Especially after having an exchange assistant, it's been as easy as a fish in water. First of all, there's that thing that has always puzzled Yue Chi. What is system currency? Is it possible that in order to survive, the system can also use system currency to buy things? After looking at the assistant's answer, Yue Chi has understood a bit more about it. It's actually quite similar to what he thought. System currency is not a currency unit, but a value judgment used by the system to measure the value of goods in the exchange. As for what to exchange for with one's own items, it's still up to the merchants, just like those exchanges for food, water, and warm clothing mentioned above. Among the crowd that hasn't been killed by hail, there are still some impressive individuals. They are actually building wooden houses and transforming them barehanded. It's truly incredible. Of course, up to now, Yue Chi hasn't seen anyone in the channel who can turn a small wooden house into a stone house at this time. The reason their houses haven't been destroyed by hail is quite simple. They have increased the thickness. There are many experts explaining things in the chat channel. This wilderness novice also took a look. To be honest, it's still useful to have his cheat. However, there are many people in this world who have collected a lot of resources and killed some mutated beasts to obtain some basic equipment and supplies. But overall, everyone is still short on water. After all, not everyone has a river next to them. However, there are some people who do have a river nearby and trade water for supplies. But now, with justice descending from the heavens, going to the river to fetch water is not simple. But getting some water by the river is also not easy, and Yue Chi deeply understands this. If it weren't for his stone axe, he would have been knocked out by that mutated fighting sheep long ago. Under various circumstances, their financial resources have been cut off. And water is still the most scarce resource right now. Almost no one dares to put water up for trade. As soon as it goes up, it gets snatched away instantly. There's no alternative. Water resources are in urgent need. Thinking of this, Yue Chi quietly glanced at the hail beside him. I wonder what would happen if I turned this hail into water. Turning hail into water is not simple. After all, not everyone has a pot on hand. After exiting the exchange, Yue Chi took a wooden bowl and directly scooped some soup into it from the small pot, placing it in front of him. Then he opened the exchange and entered the My section of the exchange interface. First, he estimated the value of the item he wanted to sell. Loose meat soup in a wooden bowl, worth 1,000 system coins. Seeing this, Yue Chi was pleasantly surprised. This small half bowl of meat soup is only about 100 milliliters. Yet it's worth more than 200 milliliters of water. Thinking of this, Yue Chi immediately prepared to buy that 200 milliliters of water, but unfortunately, it was snatched away. So Yue Chi could only put this bowl of meat soup up for trade. Merchant. Yue Chi product. 100 milliliters of meat soup, product price. Any food worth 1,000 system coins, product note. Blind box meat soup. There might be meat inside. Absolutely worth the price. In this cold weather, what could be more comforting than a bowl of steaming hot meat soup? As soon as Yue Chi put the meat soup up, almost all 4 channels of the system exploded. Wow, someone actually sold meat soup without drinking it. Meat soup? The merchant must have meat to eat. Otherwise, where would the meat soup come from? Others are eating meat, and we're still here gnawing on dry bread. Dry bread? Can you give me some? I don't even have dry bread now, just gnawing on hail. Only food? Shouldn't the big shots have enough food? Why do they still want to exchange food? You don't understand. The big shot must be tired of eating meat and wants to change up the flavors. The big shot is already preparing dietary fiber, while I'm still eating dirt. Add one. In an instant, the whole screen was filled with ads. Indeed. The nature of the human replicator couldn't be hidden. Exiting the all channel, Yue Chi entered his regional channel. He wasn't there to show off. He simply wanted to clear the red dots. That's right, he came to clear the red dots. Just clear them and leave. Looking at the crazy people in the regional chat channel, Yue Chi was speechless. What kind of worldview is this? To this, Yue Chi directly ignored them. Who would pay attention to the behavior of sycophants? Would you? Anyway, Yue Chi 1T. Covering the iron pot with a lid. Yue Chi prepared to try to enter Dreamland. Suddenly, ding, your item has been successfully sold. Please verify the information. Happy New Year's Eve, everyone. I wish all book friends a prosperous year of the tiger. Good luck in the new year. May all your wishes come true. May you have great fortune and auspiciousness in the new spring and new century. Wishing you good health and smooth work. Take a break from reading novels for a moment. It's New Year's, so spend some time with your family. There are only a few days in a year, and novels can be read every day. So it doesn't matter for this one day. This book will be updated normally, don't worry. If there are rewards, an extra chapter will be added for every 10,000 rewards. Finally, I wish everyone a happy new year. The hardworking author is off to write. Happy New Year's Eve, everyone. Chapter 16. Getting rich, seeking recommendation votes, and a look. Your product has been successfully sold. Please check. Looking at the sudden prompt from the system. Yue Chi immediately realized that the meat soup he had put in not long ago had actually sold so quickly. 108 milliliters of meat soup successfully sold. Gained 1 meat floss bread. Gained 2 small bags of Wei long spicy strips. Gained 1 apple, with the completion of the sale. The supplies that Yue Chi had just locked in the system space had disappeared at some unknown time, replaced by those few food items. This little bit of stuff is actually worth 1,000 system coins. It seems food and water sources are still in high demand. Thinking of this, Yue Chi quietly packed these foods into his first box. Now Yue Chi has a total of 2 boxes. The first box is filled with food and various supplies. After all, those supplies are just small square blocks of different colors and pose no danger. The second box contains some miscellaneous items. Various little gadgets and small parts have been placed in there by Yue Chi. Looking at the 2 bags of small Wei long spicy strips, Yue Chi swallowed hard. How about having a bag? As the thought expanded infinitely in Yue Chi's mind, he directly ripped open a pack, taking one big bite after another. So delicious. The sweet and spicy flavor perfectly combines the spiciness and sweetness together. Looking at the pot which still had a few bowls of soup base left, Yue Chi decided to save some for himself to drink at night and use the rest to trade for supplies. While everyone is currently stuck, he should take the opportunity to gather as many resources as possible. Anyway, he won't be losing anything. As for that lamb, Kiki, with more resources, he is not afraid of not being able to handle those things. For a moment, Yue Chi felt a bit blindly confident about his own strength. Let's give it a shot. A bicycle can turn into a motorcycle. Looking at the few units of wood left in his box, Yue Chi smiled slightly. In the chat channel, as he continuously put up 3 bowls of meat soup for sale, everyone was shocked. For the first bowl, he exchanged it for, or worth 1,000 system coins. For the second bowl, he exchanged it for basic resources worth 1,000 system coins. The third bowl was put up for auction at the trading post. Highest bidder wins. Wow, have you seen the latest supplies at the trading post? Big guy US put up meat soup again. What? You put up meat soup again? Let me see if I can buy a bowl. This bark is really too hard to eat. Is this meat soup from Big U? Is this what you're talking about? Image. Meat soup, my goodness. This is not meat soup at all. This is clearly meat soup. This meat soup even comes with a spoon and a wooden bowl, which is quite a bargain. There are only 2 bowls left now, first come, first served. Not to mention, this meat soup tastes really good. Wow. This bowl of meat soup actually fetched such a high price. Is this guy named Yue Chi bidding on himself? Well, that is quite possible. This Yue Chi has bad intentions. His soup must be poisonous. At a glance, you guys are just rookies. Why call it daytime? I think it's better to call it by Xiaochun. The auction house prohibits merchants from bidding on their own items. You're nothing. Seeing the chat in the channel, Yue Chi was momentarily speechless. What kind of people are these? They even slandered him. Indeed. This world has a group of people who want to destroy what they can't have. However, he also had some true fans, stepping up for him. Not bad. Not bad. It seems his reputation should be established. Yue Chi's products are guaranteed to be high quality. He noted down the names of a few people. He could help them out in the future. Zhang Xiaofan, Chu Yunfei. Looking at these names, Yue Chi recognized them. There are not many sincere people like this anymore. As Yue Chi kept checking the results of his meat soup in various channels, he discovered some useful knowledge about the trading post. Merchants are not allowed to bid on their own items in the auction house. Moreover, items put up for auction must stay in the auction house for at least 6 hours, during which time merchants cannot retrieve them. Additionally, all items auctioned must have a 10% tax paid by the seller to the auction house after the auction ends. For these merchants, this tax isn't a bad thing. In fact, it's quite beneficial, because the tax will be automatically converted into contribution points at a 10-to-1 ratio. And these contribution points, as these guys mentioned, seem to be exchangeable for some magical items. However, he couldn't find out exactly what they were. Those who know probably wouldn't say it in a place like this. Thinking of this, Yue Chi decided to test the system with this bowl of meat soup. As for the small pieces of meat and the accompanying wooden bowl and spoon, these were all carefully planned out by him. Giving up a few small pieces of meat and less than 1 unit of wood, he gained the goodwill of the entire world. This is the packaging effect, especially the packaging of necessities. Ding, ding. Seeing the 2 consecutive system notifications, Yue Chi was very satisfied. As for the auction house, it would still take a few hours. Yue Chi didn't mind waiting. What if someone bids higher? Just consider it a trial. 10 units of wood, 10 units of stone, and 5 units of iron. Ha 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 ha. This wave is definitely a profitable home run. Sitting at home, wealth comes from the sky. Now that he had stones for repairing walls and iron for fixing crossbow bolts, he wouldn't be afraid of practicing archery because of a lack of bolts. He needed to practice more. This thing is related to his life. Close combat with zombies is truly terrifying. 1 or 2 is fine. He could rely on this little villa and his flashy movements to take them out, but encountering several zombies at once would be really bad. Thinking of this, Yue Chi could even visualize himself being bitten to death by zombies. Imagining blood splattering everywhere and being eaten, Yue Chi felt goosebumps all over. He was not one of those superheroes in movies who can kill gods and Buddhas. One person can fight a group of zombies, but he was just a little useless. Better to focus on leveling up his little house. When the time comes, no matter how many there are, as long as they can't break in, he can still live happily. With this thought, Yue Chi roughly determined his future path. Chapter 17. Exercising to welcome the zombies sitting on the bed. Yue Chi looked at the hail in front of him that hadn't melted yet, quietly calculating in his heart. Just now, Yue Chi roughly estimated all the resources he had on hand, just in terms of food. It was enough for him to survive for about 15 days in this apocalyptic world. However, the water issue was a bit tricky. The tricky part was not that water was hard to find or inconvenient. The problem was whether this water would still be drinkable after the zombies arrived. If it wasn't drinkable, then not only he but the entire world would face extreme water shortages. After all, no one wants to drink their fill of water only to suddenly become a zombie. Thinking of this, Yue Chi became serious. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. He then turned his gaze to the wooden plank beneath his feet, smashing the plank open to dig for underground water. Thinking of this, Yue Chi shook his head. To find water underground, he would have to dig at least 5 or 6 meters deep, and that's if he was near a river. If there was no river nearby, it would take at least 10 meters to see a drop of water. Not only is it time-consuming and labor-intensive, but the water may not even be safe. Underground water flows through hidden rivers and is interconnected with surface water. If the surface water is contaminated, is the underground water really safe? With the time spent digging a well and drinking that potentially unsafe water, he might as well create a water purifier. Then he could upgrade it with his modules, which would surely solve the problem. As for other people, he couldn't care less, at most. He could be magnanimous and put some water in the trading post, making a good profit. But that's a matter for the future. For now, he'd better practice his archery, or rather, it should be called crossbow skills. Continuing to use the hail as his target, there was plenty of hail. If this one broke, he could just scoop another one back with a pickaxe from the door. Now that he had 5 units of iron, he no longer had to worry about not having enough crossbow bolts. Each bolt could be shot at least 10 times before it would break. And repairing a broken one only requires 0.1 units of iron ore. In other words, 1 unit of iron ore plus 1 unit of wood is enough for him to squander 100 times. The only uncertainty now was the wall. He didn't know if it could withstand 100 shots. If the wall leaked, that would be disastrous. Forget about wind. If the hail penetrated through, he would be done for. Thinking of this, Yue Chi quickly checked if there was still a chance to save his wall. North stone wall status temporarily cannot be upgraded. Awaiting repair, damage level 10, evaluation, although it is made of stone. It has been damaged due to your superb crossbow skills in the external hail, repair conditions, 2 stones, 10%. Looking at the data in front of him, Yue Chi pondered slightly. 10% means that the wall is only slightly damaged, and once the damage level reaches 20%, the wall will have significant damage. If it reaches 30%, holes will start to appear in the wall. In that case, he still has 10% room for practice. Thinking of this, Yue Chi softly said to himself, knowing that reaching 20% damage means he must repair the wall. After confirming his goal, Yue Chi took out the alloy crossbow again. He stepped back a few paces to the corner of the southern wall, leaving himself a step of space to stretch his body. He drew the bowstring and loaded the crossbow bolt. This time, Yue Chi learned from yesterday's experience and lessons. First, he stabilized his breathing to prevent fluctuations in archery due to his breathing rhythm, and then he positioned his lower body well. Although he didn't know how to stance properly, he understood from television dramas that squatting down with legs apart was a thing. Although he couldn't replicate it exactly, he could still imitate it. He was quite talented in this area. Aim, shoot. Whoosh. With a burst of the bowstring, the crossbow bolt shot towards the large hailstone below the north wall at high speed. Wow, this power is so frightening. Seeing the hail explode upon contact with the bolt startled Yue Chi. Yesterday, the crossbow bolt had only knocked off a piece of stone from the north wall. It seemed that the hardness of his north wall was quite nice, but this was a bit too hard to deal with. Looking at the ground covered in hail fragments, Yue Chi felt that hail was no longer suitable as a training target. So what else could he use as a target besides hail? The wall. That wouldn't he do. Although he was prepared for missing the wall, if he actually had to repair it, it would be an endless task. He still didn't have a specific resource point to obtain stones, so he needed to be frugal. After putting away the alloy crossbow and bolts, Yue Chi sat on the bed, looking at the wooden planks under his feet. A bold idea suddenly struck him. How about taking down this wooden plank? Let us give it a try. If it breaks, it can be repaired. Luckily, he had forgotten about the floor. With a trial-and-error attitude, Yue Chi picked up his stone axe. Hee-ho, bang, hee-ho, bang. As the axe struck the wooden plank repeatedly, a square wooden plank gradually became visible. Hee-ho, bang. With the final strike, the wooden plank, which had been used as a floor, instantly lost contact with its surroundings. The plank wasn't too large. Only about 12 inches, but its thickness exceeded Yue Chi's expectations. It was a full 20 centimeters thick. It seemed that this target would work well. He quickly scraped off the dirt sticking to the plank with the stone axe and then placed the plank against the north wall. Since the north wall had already been damaged by him, he should try not to mess with the other walls. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After shooting 3 consecutive times with the alloy crossbow, Yue Chi noticed a significant improvement in his accuracy. Not seeking speed, not seeking power, only seeking accuracy. Although he couldn't hit the target every time, he could generally control it now. He moved the second box, which contained miscellaneous items, over to elevate the wooden plank since hitting at this angle might not guarantee accuracy at other angles. After adjusting, Yue Chi continued to draw the string, pull the trigger, and the series of actions for shooting flowed smoothly. Aside from the stringing being a bit laborious, everything else was quite simple. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With each shot, Yue Chi became increasingly proficient with the crossbow, but he still had a long way to go before he could hit exactly where he aimed. Chapter 18. I seem to be doing quite well. My little body is still too weak. After putting the alloy crossbow back into his backpack, Yue Chi shook his already sore and weak arms. He had only shot over 40 times, and his arms were filled with lactic acid, causing his hands, especially the right one responsible for the critical action, to feel particularly sore and weak. It seemed he needed to eat more meat to replenish himself. Sitting on the wooden bed, Yue Chi looked at his drooping arms and instantly understood why historical records noted that crossbowmen throughout the ages were all strong individuals. Without being strong, one couldn't shoot very many arrows. In fact, the weight of the alloy crossbow was one factor contributing to his tired and weak arms, as it weighed at least 8 to 9 pounds. Holding it with both hands, aiming, and stabilizing it was manageable for a short time, but it became really tiring over a longer duration. The most important factor was the stringing of the crossbow. Although stringing this crossbow was simple, requiring only continual turning of the adjacent gears, he was still human, and human capacity is limited. For the first 5 arrows, Yue Chi could control himself to complete the 3 actions of stringing, aiming, and shooting within a minute, but as time passed, his speed of stringing slowed down more and more. In the end, he trembled while stringing the last bolt, taking a full 5 minutes from stringing to aiming to shooting. The key was that he still hadn't hit anything. Looking at the arrow's marks on the second box, Yue Chi felt embarrassed. He started off reasonably well, hitting the target within the 8-ring range, but then he could hardly hit the target at all. This was still at a distance of over 20 meters. If it were any farther, he would likely miss even more wildly. Any slight deviation in his shooting angle would lead to a significant difference once the bolt was fired. After spending most of the day practicing, Yue Chi gained a better understanding of himself. He estimated that his effective shooting count should be within 10 shots, where he could ensure hitting a target within 20 meters. But once he exceeded 10 shots or went beyond 20 meters, his accuracy would drop rapidly. However, at this distance of 20 meters, if he failed to kill the target with a single arrow, he would likely be drawn into hand-to-hand combat. It's worth noting that it took him at least a minute to shoot a single bolt, but in that minute, an enemy 20 meters away could kill him several times over. Anyone could walk 20 meters in under a minute. Therefore, getting a second shot off was nearly impossible unless he had a repeating crossbow. Thinking of this, Yue Chi quickly used his mental energy to click on the alloy crossbow in his backpack. Alloy crossbow, status, upgradable, evaluation, long-range killing weapon, range 60 to 120 meters. The crossbow bolts have a slow loading speed, but they deliver immense power and are relatively easy to operate, making them the best choice for beginners. Of course, without crossbow bolts, they are less useful than an axe. Upgrade option 1. Upgrade crossbow materials to increase the draw weight of the bowstring, slightly enhancing its range and power. Upgrade requirements: 10 iron, 3 high-strength cow tendons, 2 wood. Upgrade option 2. Change the material of the crossbow, add a quiver. Modify the telescoping mechanism and implant an automatic rapid-fire mode, allowing the crossbow to fire 3 bolts in succession. Slightly reducing range but increasing power and firing speed. Upgrade requirements: 30 iron or 5 iron blocks, 5 high-strength cow tendons, 5 copper, 2 silver. Looking at the 2 upgrade directions for the alloy crossbow, Yue Chi became excited. Although the required materials were plentiful, most were basic resources. And as long as he was willing to put in the effort, success and upgrading was assured. For a moment, Yue Chi couldn't help but fall into a daydream. With a repeating crossbow in hand, he would slaughter his way through hordes of zombies. Just then, a hailstone came crashing down from the sky, jolting Yue Chi awake from his grand dream. Success still required effort. Listening to the continuous crashing sounds outside, Yue Chi sighed. For others, hail might be a cold weapon. But for him, it was an ear-splitting one. If it weren't for the soundproofing effect of the blood marrow stone on the roof, he might have already burst his eardrums. This was just the beginner stage of the disaster. There was still the threat of a zombie apocalypse to come, which was truly overwhelming. Gurgle, gurgle. Feeling his already noisy stomach, Yue Chi glanced at the time. It had passed so quickly, it was already past 5 o'clock. Looking at the time on the system, Yue Chi knew it was time to eat. But what should he eat? Bread with spicy strips. However, that wouldn't replenish the energy he lost due to intense training. Yue Chi considered this to be intense training. It seemed he would have to settle for meat soup again tonight. Following his usual method, Yue Chi took a piece of mutated goat meat out and combined it with the sour berries into the pot. He then added the little what he had left, which had not been replenished for a while. There was no choice. Due to the disaster hail, the entire world's temperature was rapidly dropping, and some people were even going without enough food to maintain sufficient heat in their homes. The source of heat, aside from a few chosen ones who stumbled upon outdoor coal mines, was wood for everyone else. In this situation, the importance of wood even surpassed that of iron ore. Looking at his last 6 units of wood, Yue Chi decided he would need to use it sparingly from now on. Hoo. Listening to the cold wind outside the wall, Yue Chi quickly wrapped himself tighter in his pajamas and sat down next to the stove with box number 2. It was surprisingly warm by the stove. While waiting for the food to cook, Yue Chi started browsing the chat channel, preparing to relax in the group. After a busy day, it was time for him to unwind. Work and rest combined would double his efficiency. All channels. What the hell is this disaster? Hail is bad enough, but why is it getting colder? I only have a pair of shorts, and I'm still bare above. I'm freezing to death. This is still a beginner disaster. In our area, there were originally 1,000 people, and now there are less than 500 left. This isn't survival. It's clearly a death wish. Is there a kind-hearted guy who can give me something to eat? I'll trade it for my private items. Haha. Is this God's punishment for us? I'm going to die. This is my last message. Seeing various desperate comments in the all channels, Yue Chi was momentarily stunned into silence. Chapter 19. Fleeting moments looking at what people were saying in the chat channel. Yue Chi exited the all channels and opened the regional channel. 109. This morning, there were still 700 or 800 avatars in the chat. Just a few hours later, 3/4 of them had permanently remained in this land. The remaining 100 or so people were likely facing dire situations as well. Those who chose underground bases were somewhat better off. At most, they were just feeling a bit stuffy, noisy, and low on oxygen. However, those like him who chose to build bases above ground faced not only the harsh cold but also the constant threat of hail that could destroy their homes at any moment. Once hail damaged a house, without immediate repairs, the sheer number of hailstones falling could cause it to collapse in an instant. On this night of falling hail, one could never know which hailstone would strike. As for those who fainted from lack of oxygen in underground bases or suffered carbon monoxide poisoning, they were likely to remain there forever. The apocalypse and natural disasters were truly terrifying. After watching for a while, Yue Chi left the chat interface and looked at the base options. Mountain Sea Base, base size, slightly abandoned. Base leader, Yue Chi. Base facilities, 150 square meter stone wood hybrid building. Integrity, 85. Damage details. Click to view details. Description. Although your base construction has been reinforced to resist wind, fire, and hail, under the continuous assault of hail, the only building in your base is severely damaged, and integrity is rapidly decreasing. It is recommended to prioritize repairing the roof and walls, especially the load-bearing wall that is under attack from both inside and outside. Upon seeing this, Yue Chi instantly realized that he wasn't completely safe either. Fortunately, He had traded for a lot of stones through meat soup, or else it would be awkward to have no resources to repair the walls. Yue Chi quickly checked the integrity of the surrounding walls and roof in the base options list. Fortunately, aside from the north wall, which had suffered from his half-day of archery and external hail impacts, its damage level had reached 17. The south wall, facing the wind, had reached a damage level of 15, second only to the north wall, which was being attacked by both himself and the hail. It should be noted that the north wall was in a leeward area, so the damage caused by hail was relatively small. This shows how accurate Yue Chi's shots were. The relatively sheltered east and west walls had damage levels of only 7 and 3, 5, respectively. As for the roof's damage level, due to the addition of blood marrow stones, it was now only at a mere 1. There was almost no damage at all. It seemed that as a base without any cover, having every wall relatively intact was quite good. Many in the chat channel had already started frantically gathering wood. Unlike him, their upgrades depended solely on their efforts, while his upgrades could be chosen as long as the resources were sufficient. Yue Chi estimated that with the nearly 30 units of stone resources he had, he could likely weather this first wave of disasters without too much trouble. However, the initial accumulation of resources was truly troublesome. Thinking of this, Yue Chi glanced at his iron pot. There should still be 1 bowl left, right? Looking at the steaming soup, Yue Chi felt he could manage. Ding, your item has been successfully sold. Please verify the information. Just as Yue Chi scooped the hot soup from the pot into a new wooden bowl, before he could even put the spoon in, the system prompt suddenly appeared in his ear. So soon, 6 hours had already passed. While marveling at how quickly time flew by, Yue Chi opened the trading platform and entered the auction house. Unlike directly trading on the exchange, items placed in the auction house for bidding will not automatically be extracted into one's backpack. You need to go to the auction house's warehouse to collect your auction earnings and also choose what to offer as the auction house's commission. When Yue Chi saw this in the morning, he couldn't help but comment on the user-friendly operation of the auction house. If the system randomly selected items for commission, it would be very frustrating if it took away something you needed the most. As he kept clicking with his mind, Yue Chi had already arrived at the auction house's warehouse. The once luxurious meat soup had disappeared, leaving only 10 units of stone, 5 units of iron, and 1 unit of copper. The total value was 5,000 system coins. The tax to be paid was 10% of the total value, which amounted to 500 system coins. Looking at the items in the warehouse, Yue Chi decided without hesitation to submit 1 unit of iron as tax. The base value of stone is 100 system coins, iron is 500 system coins, and copper is 1,500 system coins. 500 in tax could be settled with just 1 unit of iron, while using stone would require at least 5 units. Now, being in the plains wilderness, besides the small stream area which is a fixed point to gather stones, it is almost impossible to find stones elsewhere. Although iron is far more valuable than stone, he currently had less demand for iron and a greater need for stone. First of all, repairing the walls and the roof of his house is a significant resource drain. There are pros and cons, although he has the upgrade system and can choose a direction for upgrading as long as resources are sufficient. The condition for upgrading is that the building must be intact. Other people wanting to upgrade their buildings need to operate manually, but as long as they dismantle the house, reuse the existing resources, and build a new one, they can do so. As for the time they spend, Yue Chi couldn't care less. Besides needing stone to repair the house, Yue Chi also planned to reinforce his walls and increase his resource storage. So he chose stone over the more precious iron. Sometimes, it's not about the quality of the item being better. Its value depends on how useful it is to you. A piece of iron, no matter how precious, is less valuable than a stone if it has no use. This is the apocalypse. In the apocalypse, what matters is resources. Only useful things can be called resources. Today's hailstorm has shown Yue Chi an even more terrifying aspect of natural disasters. Even if you can block the natural disaster with a strong barrier, the derivative disasters it causes are hard to prevent. This is just the beginner disaster, and it's already so terrifying. If he is not fully prepared for future disasters, he might become one of those gray avatars. He casually placed the meat soup back on the exchange, set the exchange items, and exited the system panel. Lying in bed, listening to the rhythmic banging outside, Yue Chi fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 20. The disaster ends, a new era begins. Bang. As a large hailstone violently slammed against Yue Chi's roof, he was immediately awakened from his deep sleep. His left hand quickly grabbed the backpack beside him, and the crossbow was instantly in his hand. Who? Looking at the darkness in front of him, Yue Chi was slightly stunned. Am I still dreaming? His house, while not very bright, at least at basic lighting. The torch was hanging on the north wall. Thinking of this, Yue Chi hurriedly looked down at his feet. He saw a few points of light flickering slowly in the darkness. Seeing this, Yue Chi quickly understood what was happening. He slapped his head. Using his memory, he felt around for the number 1 box near his bedside. Fortunately, these resource blocks were glowing, although faintly. It was enough for Yue Chi to distinguish the small squares emitting different colored lights in the dark. He reached out toward the glowing green block. Picking up 1 unit of wood, Yue Chi quickly entered the system panel, clicked on the crafting options, and immediately made a simple torch. This simple torch, like the one he had hung on the wall before, only required 1 unit of wood to craft. As for the torch that needed oil to make, although it was valuable and could burn for half a month, Yue Chi definitely wouldn't go for it. Holding the torch, Yue Chi groped along the wall and moved quickly. The small bed was tightly pressed against the west wall, while the torch was on the north wall near the east stove. Watching the dying embers, Yue Chi felt uneasy. He had expended so much effort and even contributed one of his 3 rolls of toilet paper. It absolutely cannot go out. Yue Chi took a few big strides and finally reached the torch that was about to go out. Watching his only 2 rolls of toilet paper slip away, the remaining embers on the torch could no longer ignite the simple torch. The simple torch was great in every way, except for this point. It needed visible flame to ignite. He tore the toilet paper into 3 layers, leaving some air for burning for the dying ember. His right hand cautiously brought the toilet paper close to the embers, while his left hand held the torch ready to ignite. Poof! As the ember touched the toilet paper, a flame suddenly erupted. And Yue Chi, who had been in darkness, was momentarily blinded by the dazzling flame. A sharp pain shot from his eyes straight to his brain. Enduring the stinging pain, Yue Chi quickly placed the torch on the burning toilet paper with his long-practiced left hand. Poof! It worked. Under the torch's light, Yue Chi's vision gradually recovered. Looking at the torch in front of him, he remembered. This torch could only burn for a maximum of 24 hours. Once it exceeded that time, the flame would rapidly diminish. After 30 hours, the torch would be completely extinguished. Luckily, he woke up just in time today. Otherwise, he would have had to go through the hellish difficulty of friction fire. The weather was not only cold and damp, but he couldn't even find dry firewood to start a fire. Trying to light a fire by friction would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. Thankfully, he woke up in time. For a moment, even someone like Yue Chi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, it lit. Gurgle, gurgle. After so much work, his stomach began to growl. No choice, he had to calm its fury. Today, he would make more soup, trying to trade for more items. After all, he could go to the river tomorrow to gather water. As for whether others would follow his lead, Yue Chi couldn't care less. Even if they did, they probably wouldn't do the same. After all, not everyone was as lucky as him to have directly obtained 2 mutated sheep weighing over 200 pounds. Their meat soup might not even be enough for themselves, let alone trade with others. Yue Chi glanced at the time. 6:05 a.m. Through the faint crack under the stone door, Yue Chi knew it was already bright outside. With swift movements, Yue Chi, whose cooking skills had become increasingly refined, prepared the meat soup faster than ever. Now it just needed to be cooked through, and he could start his meal. It just takes a little longer to stew the soup, at least about an hour. With this in mind, Yue Chi prepared to grab something to ease his palate. After drinking meat soup all day, he definitely didn't want to drink more, but thinking about how his meat soup could be exchanged for many things, he decided that breakfast today would be meat soup with biscuits. After all, he hadn't touched much of that box of compressed biscuits, and with 1 bag a day, it was enough for him to eat for 2 months. He took a handful of berries from the first box by the bed and placed them in a wooden bowl. He then randomly pulled out a bag from the compressed biscuit box under his wooden bed. While nibbling on the berries, Yue Chi began to check his backpack space. He was slightly stunned to see the meat soup still inside. What is going on? The meat soup he put in yesterday hadn't been sold yet. Could it be that his pricing was too high? It couldn't be. The pricing was set automatically by the system. Just as Yue Chi was about to enter the trading post, a system notification suddenly appeared. Your item has been successfully sold. Please verify the information. Hearing this, Yue Chi quickly looked back at his backpack space. Unlike before, when it had only a handful of crossbow bolts and 20 crossbow arrows along with a bowl of steaming meat soup, it now contained 3 new items: 1 unit of iron, 1 unit of stone, and 3 units of wood. Exactly what he needed. Coming out of the backpack space, Yue Chi was hit by a wave of enticing meat aroma. He lifted the pot lid, and a cloud of steam wafted out. It smelled so good. Sniffing gently, Yue Chi sighed. Although he was somewhat tired of it, it really did smell delicious. Looking at the large pot of meat soup, Yue Chi didn't think twice and used 1 unit of wood to make 10 wooden bowls. He filled 6 bowls with soup, keeping 1 for himself and selling the other 5. Taking advantage of this last day, he aimed to earn as much as possible. Now that he had crossbow arrows, hunting a few goats for meat wouldn't be a problem. In just 2 days, Yue Chi was busy eating, selling soup, practicing archery, exercising, and, most challenging of all, trying to sleep. Night fell, and it was already 11:30 p.m. To prevent running out of supplies in the morning, Yue Chi replaced his torch with a new one. Sitting on his small wooden bed, he watched the constantly changing system time, knowing that the first disaster was about to pass. As the sounds of impacts on the roof grew less frequent, the time changed from 11:59 p.m. to midnight. Ding, Chapter 21, Treaty Changes. World Transformation, New Book Seeks Collection and Comments. Ding, the first disaster has ended, and over 50 million survivors remain. The countdown to the second disaster has begun. And endless snowstorms will arrive in 30 days. Please prepare accordingly. Regional channels are open, allowing movement between different areas. Due to a significant decrease in regional population, the regional chat channel will be closed, and speaking restrictions in the area chat channel will be lifted. Manufacturing options can obtain blueprints through various channels to update manufacturing tools. The system will drop 30 million black iron treasure chests in the wilderness, containing mysterious gifts. All novice introduction black books must be submitted, and the system will compensate with 500 milliliters of water and 2 bags of bread. The system has opened a base rating leaderboard, which will change every 7 days. A comprehensive base rating above 100 will receive a black iron treasure chest. A rating above 200 will receive 2 black iron treasure chests. The top 1,000 on the leaderboard will receive 1 black iron treasure chest. The top 100 will receive 2. The top 10 will receive 3. The 5th on the leaderboard will receive 1 brass treasure chest. The 4th will receive 2. The 3rd will receive 2 brass treasure chests and 1 silver treasure chest. The 2nd will receive 2 brass and 2 silver treasure chests. The 1st will receive 2 silver treasure chests, 1 gold treasure chest, plus the title of Survival Master. The title is limited to 1 and rotates every 7 days. Zombies will descend in 1 day. The number of zombies is currently set to 10 within a 10-kilometer radius of the base. The descent location will be a random spot 100 meters outside the base. For detailed activity information, please pay attention to the system notifications on that day. Wishing everyone a good time. At the moment the system notification appeared, over 50 million survivors erupted in chaos, flocking to the chat channel to express their opinions. Only a server with such a miraculous system could withstand such madness. Otherwise, it would crash in minutes. The day of judgment has come. We will soon meet our God. What is this endless snowstorm? The system knows I have no clothes and wants to freeze me to death. I'm not starving. Oh no, it's all over. The zombies will descend tomorrow. What should I do? Dad, I miss you so much. Ha ha ha. I am the child of destiny. I will kill the zombies. It's not too late to cling to my leg. Just send me some good stuff, and I guarantee you'll live in luxury in your next life. Just after the hail, a blizzard is coming. This must be the Nordic gods. Ha 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 ha. My base rating exceeded 200. And the system rewarded me with 2 black iron treasure chests, and I opened a bunch of food. Well, I'm so incredible that I scored over 100 and opened a Desert Eagle. But why are there so few bullets? This system is really good. Otherwise, if I had to recycle the little black book, I might starve to death. Thank you, System Daddy. Wow, I'm just 1 point away. Just 1 point from getting a black iron treasure chest. Looking at the system prompt before him, Yue Chi knew that the real disaster was probably about to arrive. He carefully read each system notification. On the surface, there didn't seem to be any major issues. But looking deeper, there were crises everywhere. First, the number of survivors. When he first arrived in this world, Yue Chi had noted that there were a full 2 billion. But now there were only over 50 million. That's nearly a 40-to-1 ratio. Secondly, the name of the next disaster, endless snowstorm. With the addition of the word endless, it was likely that this disaster would be very difficult to survive. Snowstorms and cold, both are deadly weapons. As for the zombies that would appear tomorrow, that goes without saying. While ordinary people can kill zombies with weapons in hand, who would have the courage to do so at first? And it's necessary to kill zombies. If they linger within a kilometer of the base, they will subconsciously move toward the base. And when they are a few hundred meters away, they will attack the base. Therefore, it's essential to venture out and actively seek to kill these zombies. Fortunately, the frequency of zombie spawns isn't too high, updating only once every 7 days. If they updated every day, even a warrior wouldn't be able to withstand the grind. And the System S requirement for everyone to exchange the starting little black book for resources is also a free newbie gift from the system. These items could help people survive for a day or two. However, his meat soup might be unsold for a while. The system's biggest support for them is the base rating system. As long as the base is well built, high ratings can be earned. And these ratings can yield treasure chests. These treasure chests should be the System S opportunity for humanity to develop rapidly. Thinking of this, Yue Chi has also made some plans for the upcoming base construction steps. This must really be a system benefit. Looking at the chat channel, everyone is showing off their scores, and Yue Chi finds that almost all the survivors have base construction scores around 100. Of course, there are still a few unlucky ones with only around 90 points, but after the next update, they will likely receive black iron treasure chests. Seeing everyone flaunting in the chat channel, most people have already obtained 1 or 2 black iron treasure chests. At this point, Yue Chi can't help but be curious about how many points his base has. Following the system prompt, Yue Chi enters the base option. Sure enough, next to his Shanghai base, there is a scoring device. It seems that he needs to click it to get a score. Seeing this, Yue Chi decisively used his divine sense to press it. Evaluating. Please wait patiently. Looking at the familiar text in front of him, Yue Chi glanced at the blue exclamation mark at the top center of the panel. As Yue Chi focused his divine sense here, the meaning of the blue exclamation mark immediately appeared. There are 29 days until the endless wind and snow will last 96 hours. There is 1 day until the zombie apocalypse, damn, it will last for 4 days. This big hailstorm lasting 2 days is enough to take lives, and the even more terrifying wind and snow will last for 4 days. Thinking of this, Yue Chi could feel the pervasive chill in the air. It's too scary. For a moment, Yue Chi lost interest in how many points he could get. Now, his mind is filled with how to keep himself in the base as warm as possible in the next 30 days. He doesn't want to be wandering around in his pajamas when the day of wind and snow arrives. Just as Yue Chi was planning his tasks, the system prompt suddenly sounded. Ding, your base evaluation is complete. Please check it as soon as possible. Chapter 22, I am first. System chat interface, all channels damn, look. The first ranked base has been refreshed again. I told you, little Fuji is trash, just over 300 points and still wants to stand in the latrine without shitting. Starfall base, 472 points? Not much, just over 200 points higher than me. Really, what's there to be excited about? I have so many points already. And I'm not even a bit excited. How vulgar. It's refreshed again. This time Starfall base dropped to second place. The first is Holy Light base. 508 points. My god, how is this done? My wooden house has been repaired, though it was hit by hail once. But it was still quite complete, and it only got over 300 evaluation points. How did these big shots do it? Hugging the 300-point big shot's thick legs. A 300-point big shot is already impressive. Absolutely in the top 1,000. The big shots must have already upgraded their buildings, while we are still just wooden houses. They probably all have stone houses by now. I can't keep up. I will never grind like this in my life. Grinding resources is so tiring. Now Starfall base has been pushed down. In the second place is Flame Dragon base. 499 points. Ha. My Flame Clan is just awesome. Starfall base has been pushed down again. Now in third place is Eagle base, 485 points. 1 minute left. Just one last minute. All bases evaluations will be automatically updated in 1 minute. Damn. The first place has been taken. The first place has changed hands. Damn. The first place has been stolen. Let these red-haired monsters be arrogant. It's still our Flame Clan that's awesome. Just this base name. Definitely a handsome guy from the Flame Clan. Ding, your base evaluation is complete. Please check it as soon as possible. Just as the chat channel erupted into chaos, Yue Chi was just called out of his thoughts by the system. Although he only had a few minutes to think, Yue Chi had a clearer goal for his next actions. However, before that, he still needed to satisfy his curiosity. As for who just didn't care about the evaluation score, that definitely wasn't him. With the completion of the scoring, the previously blank interface was filled with data. Shanghai base, total evaluation score, 701. Current period ranking. First, score breakdown. Bloodstone roof 205 points, stone door 42 points. North stone wall 120 points, south stone wall 99 points, west stone wall 95 points, east stone wall 115 points. Wooden floor 25 points. Evaluation. Having an almost complete set of stone houses in such a short time deserves a thumbs up. You now have an early advantage. Keep it up. Perhaps you could be first next week as well. Indeed, I am first. Looking at the data in front of him, Yue Chi muttered quietly. When he checked his score, Yue Chi felt that he was first. After all, no matter how impressive the big shots are at gathering resources, they can't possibly have built stone houses in just 3 days. But not to mention the effort it takes to gather resources. Just transporting these resources back to their base is a significant problem. Unlike him, for them, wood is wood and stone is stone. And it won't turn into resource blocks like it does for him. So the resources they need to find are larger and more convenient to use. While he is fearless and will pick up any resource that comes his way, in the same space of the backpack that can only fit 1 unit of resources. While he can fit 10 units of the same type of resource block, and the weight is about the same as the weight of 1 unit of resources they carry. So when he returns fully loaded once, it's equivalent to them making 10 trips with great effort, besides the hassle of transporting resources. They also face a significant issue when it comes to upgrading their houses. Now, even he, who has a cheat, doesn't have a full set of stone houses. How could they not have them? Even some resource gatherers have only turned their roofs into stone. After all, everyone knows that hail definitely falls from above. And how does Yue Chi know this information? Of course, he saw it in the chat interface while idly browsing. Before checking his score, Yue Chi was still a bit uneasy. What if a dark horse appeared out of nowhere? That would be scary. After all, there are people who have obtained powerful weapons from an ordinary silver treasure chest. That's a Terminator robot. Thanks to his cheat that allows him to upgrade directly without needing to rebuild. Otherwise, who knows what the final result would have been. Fortunately, everything turned out fine. He is still first. Just as Yue Chi envied others' robots, the system prompt voice instantly pulled his mind back. Congratulations. You have obtained 2 black iron treasure chests, 2 silver treasure chests, and 1 gold treasure chest. Congratulations. You have obtained the title Survival Master. What if he could also open a robot? Thinking of this, Yue Chi looked at the 5 treasure chests in front of him, his eyes sparkling with golden light. Forget it. What is a blessing is not a curse, and what is a curse cannot be avoided, if it is truly his. It will ultimately still be his. Thinking of this, Yue Chi decided to check what kind of bonus this title gave him first. If he opened the treasure chests early only to find that the title gave him a luck value, that would really be heartbreaking. With this in mind, Yue Chi couldn't care about sleeping or opening treasure chests, and quickly checked this system-given title. Title, Survival Master. Description, this title can only be obtained by standing out among numerous survival players. It has unique attributes. Wearing this title, you will be the most dazzling one in the crowd. Effects. 1. Indestructible Talisman. A person wearing this title can negate 1 instance of damage when receiving harm, with only 1 opportunity per day, refreshing at midnight. 2. Luck Overflow. Obtaining this title among many survival players proves that you not only have strong abilities but also top-notch luck. Wearing this title will slightly enhance your luck. 3. Identity Verification. A person wearing this title will reduce their consumption when using analysis abilities, while increasing the level of analysis. That right. Looking at the luxurious effects in front of him, not to mention the damage negation and consumption reduction, just seeing those words about slightly enhancing luck made Yue Chi's eyes light up. Without saying a word, he quickly equipped the title. To be honest, wearing this thing indeed seemed to grant him a mysterious boost in luck. Chapter 23, Opening the Box Moment. New book-seeking collection and comments. Once the title of Master of Generation was equipped, Yue Chi wasn't sure if it was his imagination or if the slight luck enhancement really worked. He felt an inexplicable luck continuously enhancing him. Following this feeling, it surged directly into his body. Open, if not now, then when? Feeling luckier than the luckiest person, Yue Chi decided to open a black iron chest to test the waters. After all, luck is bound to accumulate, and the more you have, the better your chances later. To be honest, after being a non-lucky person for so many years, it was Yue Chi's first experience of what it felt like to be lucky. Previously, he had always been a bit apprehensive about opening blind boxes. After all, with the same silver chest, others opened pistols, rifles, light machine guns, and even Terminator robots, while he ended up with just a metal crossbow. However, now with the title's boost, transitioning from non-lucky to lucky was just around the corner. Thinking of this, Yue Chi wasted no time and took out the 2 black iron chests from his backpack space. Which one should he open first? Looking at the 2 black iron chests in front of him, Yue Chi had a moment of choice paralysis. The one on the left felt good. He thought he might get something nice, but then glancing at the one on the right also seemed like it could yield something decent. Forget it. Since he had to open them anyway, black iron from left to right, silver from right to left, decision made happily. After saying that, Yue Chi quickly opened the black iron chest. Suddenly, a golden light burst forth from the black iron chest. Congratulations, Base Commander, the black iron chest has been successfully opened. Congratulations, you have obtained a bottle of 500 milliliters drinking water. Congratulations, you have obtained a rabbit brand toothpick. What the hell? Looking at the supplies inside the black iron chest, Yue Chi was completely stunned. Is my luck fed to a dog? Looking at the two items he opened, Yue Chi began to self-doubt. This bottle of water was almost a system subsidy if there weren't any good items in the chest. It would use water to cool down the survivors. Yue Chi had heard this from others, and he originally thought he would get something decent from the black iron chest. But this was too shocking. Lucky people are always lucky, and non-lucky ones just can't get lucky. Sighing silently, Yue Chi took out the bottle of water and the toothpick from the black iron chest. As the first, with plenty of chests, any normal person would be disappointed. At least there's a bottle of water. Looking at the toothpick in his hand, Yue Chi didn't know how to comfort himself for a moment. Although getting something stuck in your teeth is uncomfortable, there are always ways to solve it. Now with this black iron chest, besides that bottle of water, he surprisingly only got a toothpick, not even a box of toothpicks, which was a bit excessive. After putting the toothpick into his backpack space and taking a big gulp of water, Yue Chi silently set the black iron chest aside, although the system doesn't recycle it. He also didn't dare to put anything inside. What if the system suddenly recycles them and gives him some compensation? Who would he ask for compensation for the losses? He placed this black iron chest along with a previously opened silver chest and another black iron chest in the corner of the north wall. Heavenly spirits and earth spirits. Ancestors, please show your power. Looking at the next black iron chest, Yue Chi's heart was racing. Open. As Yue Chi's words fell, another golden light flashed in the room. Yue Chi was already used to this. However, when the golden light dissipated and he leaned in to look at the chest, he found he had opened something good. Congratulations. Base Commander, the black iron chest has been successfully opened. Congratulations, you have obtained 10 crossbow bolts. Congratulations, you have obtained a pair of flint. Now that's more like it. Listening to the system prompt and looking at the items in front of him, a smile spread across Yue Chi's face. Although he already had 20 crossbow bolts, it was always better to have more consumable items, especially since he didn't have the blueprint for making crossbow bolts. Repairing and using them was limited to training at home. Once he went out, if he encountered an enemy, once the crossbow bolts were fired, they were gone. The enemy wouldn't be foolish enough to wait for him to finish shooting the crossbow bolts before going to retrieve and repair them to shoot again. After putting the crossbow bolts into his backpack space, Yue Chi carefully examined the pair of flint he took from the chest. Crack! Crack! With the two stones clashing violently in Yue Chi's hands, sparks suddenly flew out after several strikes. This is way better than starting a fire by rubbing sticks. Seeing this, Yue Chi no longer had to worry about the burning time of the torch running out every day. As long as he had flint on him, he could have a little barbecue 3 times a day. Indeed, without comparison, there's no harm. The output of the flint and crossbow bolts wasn't that amazing, but it couldn't be helped after only having a toothpick before. This was truly impressive. It should be noted that the previous black iron chest had yielded a unit of blood marrow ore in the iron pot he was currently using. All were good items. After putting the flint and the black iron chest away, Yue Chi casually took out the 2 silver chests. Yue Chi realized he couldn't hold too high hopes for himself. As long as he kept his expectations low, even the crappiest items would be a pleasant surprise. Following the just open method of black iron on the left and silver on the right, Yue Chi thought for a moment and opened the left silver chest without thinking. System, you thought I would open the right chest just to give me something bad? Sorry, I changed my mind midway. I'm opening this one on the left. And it seemed that reality was not far from Yue Chi's expectations. Congratulations, Base Commander. The silver chest has been successfully opened. Congratulations. You have obtained a wooden house construction blueprint. Congratulations, you have obtained a wooden fence blueprint. Congratulations, you have obtained a broadsword. Congratulations. You have obtained a bag of 500 grams of 5-spice beef jerky. Listening to the continuous prompts from the system, Yue Chi's smile was about to stretch to his eyes. These are construction blueprints. And he got 2 at once. Plus a broadsword. A melee weapon. Most importantly, there was even a pound of 5-spice beef jerky. This happiness came too suddenly. Looking at the items in the silver treasure chest, Yue Chi was worried that it was an oversight by the system. So he immediately placed the broadsword under his bed and even put the beef jerky directly into his number 1 wooden box. As for the 2 blueprints, Yue Chi didn't even take a careful look and used them directly. Ding! Congratulations to the base commander for successfully using the wooden house building blueprint. Chapter 24. Continuous surprises. Ding. Congratulations to the base commander for successfully using the wooden house building blueprint. Congratulations to the base commander for successfully using the wooden fence construction blueprint. Hearing the two prompt sounds from the system, Yue Chi's nervous heart calmed down temporarily. Open. Keep opening. Looking at the silver treasure chest beside him, Yue Chi didn't think twice and instantly opened it. With such luck. If he didn't hurry to open the remaining silver treasure chest and the golden treasure chest, he would be letting his luck slip away. Congratulations, base commander. The silver treasure chest has been successfully opened. Congratulations, you have received a bag of 500 grams of salt. Congratulations. You have received a small bag of 5 kilograms of rice. Congratulations, you have received a small bag of 5 kilograms of flour. Congratulations. You have received a 3-kilogram ham. Congratulations, you have received 1 tier of the moon goddess. Looking at the full box of items, Yue Chi felt excited. Not to mention the unknown use of the moon goddess's tear, just the salt was a great item. Since coming here, he had barely tasted anything. If it weren't for those sour and unbearable berries, he might have been forcing himself to eat. This was also the reason why Yue Chi only had 2 meals a day. If he were full, it would be difficult to swallow these purely natural foods. He even missed the food he had wasted in the past. It was truly sinful. At the thought of this, Yue Chi's taste buds began to go wild. Gulping down his saliva, Yue Chi thought that after opening the treasure chest he should sleep, or else he would really starve. But being hungry is indeed true. Anything would taste good. Now that he had salt, it would definitely taste even better. Thinking of this, the saliva he had just suppressed surged back again. There was no way around it. He hadn't had salt for 6 days, and it was really hard to resist the temptation. Looking at the salt in the box, Yue Chi, following the idea of out of sight, out of mind, stuffed the salt into the number 1 box. This silver treasure chest really gave a big gift. Salt is second only to food and water in the human body. You can go 3 days without food, but you can't go 3 days without water. A person can only last up to 15 days without salt. If you don't get enough salt in time, your limbs will become weak and powerless. If you lack salt for more than 10 days, you will experience loss of appetite, nausea, vomiting, and blurred vision. Once it exceeds 15 days, that person is likely to head towards the afterlife. Moreover, this is still in a post-apocalyptic wilderness. You already need strength to gather supplies and fend off disasters. Plus, zombies will appear tomorrow. Once you become weak and powerless, not having the strength is a small matter. Being able to endure and confront zombies is already impressive. The more likely situation is that you could die from lack of salt. As for why the human body has such a demand for salt, and what happens without it, he didn't know. He was just an ordinary person who usually paid attention to health. Yue Chi only knew one thing. Although the process is important for some things, knowing the result is enough. Just like before, he threw the 5 kilograms of rice and 5 kilograms of flour into the corner of the north wall, while the moon goddess's tear was placed into the number 2 box. Although the number 2 box had already been messed up from his practice with the crossbow, it was still okay to put some items in it. Taking advantage of his good luck now, Yue Chi decided to act decisively and quickly opened the remaining golden treasure chest. If left too long, it might lead to more dreams. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits. I exchanged my college roommate's 10 years of peach blossom luck for a boost in my fortune. As soon as Yue Chi finished speaking, he immediately opened the golden treasure chest in front of him. Congratulations, base commander. The golden treasure chest has been successfully opened, already prepared in advance. Yue Chi closed his eyes and turned his body away the moment the treasure chest opened, although he really wanted to see what was inside and even touch it. The golden light emanating from the chest was too dazzling. Even with mental preparation, it still hurt his eyes. Anyway, with the system's prompts, he could still know what he received with his eyes closed. Just as Yue Chi turned around and closed his eyes, an even brighter golden light suddenly appeared. Phew. That was scary. He almost went blind. Opening the treasure chest was a challenging task. A moment of carelessness could lead to blindness. Although he had his back to the treasure chest and his eyes closed, he still had some degree of perception of the light. Feeling the more dazzling light behind him, Yue Chi breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was clever enough. Congratulations, base commander. The golden treasure chest has been successfully opened. Congratulations. You have received a set of thermal underwear. Congratulations, you have received a set of fleece clothing. Congratulations, you have received a pair of size 46 snow boots. Congratulations, you have received an Imperial Winter Cotton Coat. Congratulations, you have received an Imperial Soldier Summoning Order Batch 1. Congratulations, you have received a diesel generator. Congratulations, you have received a box of 20 fruit cans. Congratulations, you have received a set of quilts. Listening to the system's prompts, Yue Chi felt whether this was good luck or bad luck. Not necessarily. In just 30 days, winter would arrive with endless snowstorms. And he had received so many warming tools, it was incredibly thoughtful. At least while others were risking their lives to prepare against the cold, against the wind, and scrambling for food, he wouldn't have to worry about freezing to death or starving. But to say he was a lucky person? That was pure nonsense. Others could open guns, cannons, and robots from the silver treasure chest. Yet, his golden treasure chest yielded a bunch of warming gear. Plus, there was an Imperial soldier summoning order and a diesel generator, and a box of fruit cans. But this was a golden treasure chest. The only one in the world currently. Although the next golden treasure chest would likely be his again, and he might have another chance to open a golden treasure chest. He truly felt that his luck was a bit off. Could it be that his college roommate's peach blossom luck was too little? It seems that next time, he could only aim for the happiness of his high school roommates. Opening his eyes and turning back, Yue Chi leaned over the golden treasure chest, only to find that there was only a talisman-like item and a pair of shoes inside. As for the other items, there were none at all. What is going on? He didn't need to guess what that talisman was. It was definitely the summoning order badge. But where did his warming gear and generator go? Could it be that someone stole them while he turned around? No way, there was only him in this room. How could there be anyone else? Could it be a ghost? What a joke. Suddenly, Yue Chi seemed to sense something. Chapter 25, Ninefold, let's sleep together tonight. Nothing at all. Feeling the chill behind him, Yue Chi felt the hairs on his body stand on end. He quickly grabbed the broadsword he had just tossed aside and looked back quickly. The house only upgraded its walls and roof doors, so the interior structure still had no obstructions. Plus, the house wasn't very big. With just a glance, Yue Chi could scan the entire room. However, he found nothing. Analysis. Yue Chi was never a timid person, otherwise. How could he have killed 2 fighting sheep with only a stone axe before? Of course, hunger and meat were also important reasons for his bravery. Analyzing. No abnormal conditions detected in the surroundings. Listening to the system's constant prompts, Yue Chi didn't let his guard down for a second. This analysis skill was very rigorous for area scanning. Even small area checks could have errors. The system's built-in ability was particularly accurate only when probing a single item or life form. Thus, holding his sword tightly, Yue Chi stared intently at everything in front of him. He didn't believe that anything could hide for so long right under his nose. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, just as Yue Chi was about to give up. A black shadow suddenly appeared below the southern wall. Following the shadow, Yue Chi looked up. He saw a creature with 8 claws baring its teeth, staring at him. What the heck? Looking at the giant in front of him, Yue Chi didn't think much. His life was at stake. Analysis. Analysis failed. Attempting to analyze again, analysis successful. Bone-eater demon, a species from the abyss due to world mutation, feeds on human brain marrow, commonly found in grasslands, highly aggressive. Extremely fast, its sharp 8 limbs can cause immense harm to humans, uses death scythes, very strong in combat. Its only weakness is fear of killing intent, not edible. Power level, 18, damn. Yue Chi cursed softly. The fighting sheep he encountered before was already unlucky for him, with a power level of only 2. But this thing in front of him had a power level of 18. He was finished, completely doomed. Looking at this giant, it was a lie to say he was scared. Feeling the bone-eater demon's gaze on him, Yue Chi forced himself to turn his eyes away. He absolutely couldn't let this terrifying creature know that he had discovered it. His calves trembled, and his palms were sweating profusely. What to do? What should he do? Just as Yue Chi took a step back, preparing to use the wall for some sense of security, he accidentally kicked a golden treasure chest. Seeing the golden chest, Yue Chi's mouth curved slightly. This monster was afraid of killing intent. However, the noise alerted the highly tense Yue Chi. And the bone-eater demon was now closely watching every move he made. But it seemed that the bone-eater demon still hadn't realized that he had discovered its presence. He had to go for it. Fight for it. Turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Looking at the golden treasure chest at his feet, Yue Chi quickly bent down and firmly grasped the summoning token in his hand. Whether he lived or died depended on this Imperial soldier today. Use. As Yue Chi used the summoning token, it suddenly floated in midair. Yue Chi pretended to focus on the token floating in the air while actually keeping a close watch on that giant. Phew. Seeing that the giant had also shifted its gaze from him to the summoning token, Yue Chi felt that things were going south. Hiss. Under Yue Chi's watch, the Bone-Eater demon suddenly jumped in his direction. Damn, this is cheating. Watching the Bone-Eater demon attack while he hadn't summoned help yet, Yue Chi panicked for a moment. He raised his sword and swung it at the Bone-Eater demon. Although martial arts had gradually declined in the contemporary world, there were always a group of people who held on. Yue Chi was certainly not one of those who held on. He didn't have that kind of leisure. However, he had spent 300 coins to learn a few moves from those who upheld their beliefs. This was not the fake stuff on the market. These were real moves. It was said to be the Chicha knife technique. He originally thought that learning this would help him become a hero and win the heart of a beauty, reaching the pinnacle of life. Little did he know, he wasn't saving any beauty, but rather fighting for his own life. Damn, the Bone-Eater demon was really strong. Feeling the pressure from his sword, Yue Chi kept complaining. He had to hold off this creature until the summoned soldiers appeared and were ready. Otherwise, any slight mishap would mean his death. He was still young. He hadn't even had a chance to flirt with girls yet. He was still a fledgling eagle. Thinking of this, Yue Chi gathered his strength and continued to withstand the Bone-Eater demon's assault. The 1st Imperial Guard Infantry Battalion, 3rd Company, 2nd Platoon, 1st Squad Leader. Li Jiuchong reporting. Just as Yue Chi gritted his teeth and fought desperately, the Imperial soldier he summoned finally appeared, weapon in hand. Bold demon. As soon as Li Jiuchong emerged, he saw his superior being suppressed by a Bone-Eater demon. As a subordinate, how could he stand by and watch his superior being bullied? Moreover, that was a demon. Man and demon could not coexist. Quickly attaching the bayonet to his rifle, Li Jiuchong gripped the gun and charged forward. Move aside, Commander. Hearing the commotion behind him, Yue Chi quickly dodged to the side, making way. This is bloodlust. Looking at the bayonet, for some reason, Yue Chi felt it was no different from the sword in his hand. But the Bone-Eater demon's sturdy body seemed like tofu in front of the bayonet, instantly torn apart. Seeing the scene before him, Yue Chi doubted whether he had crossed over again. This was not science fiction at all. Too fantastical. Under Li Jiuchong's chaotic stabbing, the Bone-Eater demon he had been so afraid of was defeated. With the death of the Bone-Eater demon, its body turned into a cloud of black mist. Looking at the tidy room, if it weren't for the golden treasure chest appearing before Yue Chi after the mist dissipated, he wouldn't have been able to confirm whether this was a dream. At this moment, Yue Chi had no thoughts of opening the treasure chest. He just wanted to sleep well. Jiuchong, let us sleep here together tonight. Chapter 26. Winter 4-Piece Set New Book Seeking Collection and Comments. Listening to his superior's words, even the loyal Li Jiuchong was shocked. Could it be that his superior had some sort of special interest in him? Should he submit? Just as Li Jiuchong was torn about whether to offer his body, Yue Chi had specially made a wooden bed for his bodyguard Li Jiuchong with the few pieces of wood he had. As for the location, it was against the northern wall. Seeing this scene, Li Jiuchong, who had just been killing fiercely, felt his heart drop. Jiuchong, here is a piece of smoked meat and a bottle of water. I don't know if you're hungry, but take this first. I'm going to lie down for a bit. If you're hungry, eat. If you're tired, sleep. Under Li Jiuchong's shocked gaze, Yue Chi lay down on the bed. Remembering everything that had just happened, Yue Chi couldn't help but feel scared. It was terrifying. How could there be demons? This world was truly frightening. Looking at Li Jiuchong sitting against the northern wall, chewing on jerky and drinking water, Yue Chi no longer felt afraid. However, he felt like he had forgotten something. Forget it. No need to think so much. Sleep, sleep. After waking up, he felt refreshed. Although yesterday's events had greatly shocked Yue Chi, after a good night's sleep, he felt almost fine. If he wasn't, it didn't matter. Another nap would surely help. Commander! Yue Chi pushed aside his pajamas, ready to get up and wake himself. Li Jiuchong, who was cleaning the room beside him, quickly stood up respectfully upon seeing his commander awake. Hearing the sound, Yue Chi felt a bit dazed, even wondering if he was dreaming. After all, he was all alone. Where did this subordinate come from? Suddenly, Yue Chi snapped awake as he remembered using the summoning token to call forth a warrior capable of single-handedly defeating the bloodthirsty demon. Realizing this, Yue Chi hurriedly rubbed his eyes and looked at the man standing in front of him. Name, Li Jiuchong. Age, 23. Evaluation, a loyal warrior, well-trained by the Empire's military, who has fought his way out of the sea of corpses with immense courage. Seeing the system's evaluation of Li Jiuchong, Yue Chi felt he had struck gold. A soldier loyal to him. Not bad at all. Yue Chi was quite satisfied with this. However, he didn't plan to give him any hard tasks. Instead, he would treat him well. After all, everyone has feelings. Moreover, Li Jiucheng had received good military training from the Empire, so his shooting skills should be quite good. No wonder he could single-handedly take down an enemy of level 18 last night. He clearly had strong backing. This killing intent and bloodlust were definitely extraordinary. At 6:50 a.m., Yue Chi stretched in the house after checking the system time. Without the sound of hail disturbing him, he had slept quite soundly. After stretching, Yue Chi sighed. He wondered how things were outside and hoped it wasn't a frozen wasteland. Putting on his foot pads, Yue Chi ignored Li Jiucheng, who was cleaning the room, and pushed open the door. Outside, the scene was somewhat different from the hail-covered ground he had imagined. Most of the hail had melted into water, flowing directly into the creek. However, calling it a creek might be a bit misleading now. It must be several meters wide. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew over the remaining hail on the ground and rushed toward the ragged Yue Chi. Oh wow, that's cold. Yue Chi quickly closed the door after being hit by the cold wind. Sitting down next to Li Jiucheng, he used the nearby torch to warm himself. Wow. They had blankets and cushions. Sitting on the luxurious wooden bed that Li Jiucheng had modified, which he felt as if his backside had been elevated. Yes, elevated. He suddenly remembered something while looking at the decent pile of blankets at the head of the bed. Damn it, he had felt like he was forgetting something last night. Slapping his forehead, Yue Chi felt speechless. He had forgotten about this. It seemed that not eating salt had indeed worsened his memory. Last night, besides the cotton shoes and the already used summoning token for Imperial soldiers, he had no idea where the rest of the items from his golden treasure chest were. Those were essential cold-resistant tools. There were also canned fruits and a generator, valuable items. If he lost them, he would be in trouble for a long time. Looking around, Yue Chi found no place to store so many items. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on the backpack at the foot of his bed. Could it be there? Stretching his arms and legs, Yue Chi walked over to the backpack. Indeed, it was there. Picking it up, he knew that everything must be inside. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so heavy. Sitting on his cold wooden bed, as soon as he opened the backpack, he saw the flint, moon goddess's tears, the crossbow, and the crossbow bolts he had put inside. Besides those, the fleece pants, fleece jacket, military coat, and the cotton quilt set, along with the canned food and generator, were all neatly stored inside. Seeing this, Yue Chi let out a sigh of relief. These items couldn't be replaced in 30 days, even with upgrades or crafting. He wouldn't need to make major preparations for warmth during this period. As for Li Jiucheng beside him, it was even less of a concern. He had been summoned with his winter gear. That whole set of cotton clothes made Yue Chi drool. Fortunately, he also had a set, and it was the complete kind. Jiucheng, get dressed and let's go check the situation outside. Spreading the quilt on the wooden bed, Yue Chi said to Li Jiucheng, who was maintaining his rifle. Yes, Commander. Li Jiucheng quickly changed into his winter outfit. Meanwhile, Yue Chi bundled himself up tightly, cotton shoes, cotton pants, cotton hat, and draped in a military coat. Creak. As the stone door opened, feeling the cool breeze blowing past him, Yue Chi scoffed. Is that it? With Yue Chi in front and Jiucheng behind, both gripping their weapons, they arrived at a relatively dry patch of ground. Standing on the only small hill for miles around, Yue Chi surveyed the area. He could finally take a good look at the changes in the world after the disaster. Tap, tap, tap. Tap, 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 tap. Hearing the rapid sounds, Yue Chi quickly turned to the south. Chapter 27. The brave prevail in narrow paths. Listening to the tremors in the ground, Yue Chi quickly spotted 8 colossal creatures. Oh crap. Seeing this, Yue Chi felt like he was about to explode. He recognized these massive beasts without needing to analyze them. Weren't they the mutated fighting sheep he had killed a couple of days ago? Were they here for revenge? Thinking of this, Yue Chi glanced at his stone house, then looked back at the fighting sheep, which had gradually stopped about 20 meters away. There was no way to defend. It wasn't even a question of whether he could defend. It was simply impossible. If his stone house had a window for counterattacks, he wouldn't be in this situation. But unfortunately, it was completely sealed. Once they entered the stone house, they could only quietly await their demise. However, if they stayed outside, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Jiucheng, load your bullets. Be ready to shoot at any moment, Yue Chi quickly said to Li Jiucheng beside him. Li Jiucheng, being a well-trained Imperial soldier, quickly affixed the bayonet to his rifle and loaded the bullets. However, Yue Chi had no weapon at all. Fortunately, they hadn't walked too far. And taking advantage of the fact that the fighting sheep hadn't attacked yet, Yue Chi hurried back into the stone house. Meanwhile, Li Jiucheng held his gun and maintained a standoff with the mutated fighting sheep from a distance. Oh no. Gripping the alloy crossbow. With the backpack on his back and the broadsword at his side, Yue Chi had just stepped out of the stone house when Li Jiucheng, lying in wait, noticed that the fighting sheep seemed to have gone mad, running around nearby, only to return shortly after. Several of the fighting sheep were staring directly at their commander. Li Jiucheng had no time to think. He quickly aimed his rifle at one of the fighting sheep. If they made any sudden moves, he would pull the trigger without hesitation. Under the gaze of Yue Chi and Li Jiucheng, a relatively small fighting sheep struggled to squeeze out from the crowd of fighting sheep. It first glanced at Li Jiucheng, who was lying ahead, then shook its head and turned its head towards the north, which was exactly where Yue Chi was located. At that moment, Yue Chi felt a hint of familiarity as he looked at the fighting sheep that was gazing at him. Could it be? Bah! Bah! Hearing the commotion from the mutated flock of fighting sheep, Yue Chi quickly and skillfully pulled back the string of his alloy crossbow and placed a bolt in the correct position. Listening to the restless mutated flock in front of him, both Li Jiucheng and Yue Chi felt their hearts tense up. Although Yue Chi had full confidence in Li Jiucheng, this was not a mere bloodsucker. Li Jiucheng could easily take down a bloodsucker because of its weakness. But this fighting sheep was the real deal. Even if Li Jiucheng could eliminate an enemy with a single bullet, there wouldn't be enough time. They were less than 20 meters away from each other. That sharp sheep horn and sturdy hoof made Yue Chi swallow hard. He had previously managed to take down one with a stone axe, thanks to his knowledge, thus getting a big advantage. Now, there was no swamp nearby, and he had no other cover. This time, he could only rely on strength. Yue Chi took a few deep breaths, then aimed the crossbow at the largest and strongest mutated fighting sheep opposite him. Maybe with a bigger body, he could shoot more accurately. Bah! Bah! Hearing the alternating sounds from the flock, Yue Chi was puzzled as to why they hadn't attacked yet. Just as Yue Chi was filled with confusion, 8 mutated fighting sheep charged towards him in a line. Whoosh! With no time to think, Yue Chi instantly fired the bolt at the flock of sheep. Without checking the results, Yue Chi activated his potential and quickly cranked the bowstring with the small gear. Bang! When the flock moved, Li Jiucheng fired a bullet. Then, he reloaded, aimed, and shot again in one smooth motion, leaving Yue Chi, who was still frantically cranking, stunned. Was this really an ordinary infantryman? As the gunfire rang out, one of the fighting sheep that was about to run suddenly fell, tipping over to the sides. Before it could fully collapse, another bullet pierced through the head of a neighboring fighting sheep. In just a few seconds, 2 mutated fighting sheep fell dead, causing a moment of panic among the remaining mutated flock. They were momentarily thrown into disarray. Beautiful! Watching Li Jiucheng take down one mutated fighting sheep after another, Yue Chi immediately got motivated. With the bowstring ready, he quickly placed another bolt. Whoosh! Seizing this brief moment, Yue Chi raised the alloy crossbow and pulled the trigger again at the mutated fighting sheep charging towards him. Unlike last time, although he had hit the sheep before, the bolt had merely bounced off its horn. But this time, after witnessing Li Jiucheng's power, Yue Chi wanted to prove his own strength. Sure enough, after adjusting his breath, the bolt flew quickly with high accuracy. Although it didn't hit the mutated fighting sheep as he imagined, hitting the neighboring mutated fighting sheep was already pretty good. In the short distance of 20 meters, Yue Chi fired 2 bolts, while Li Jiucheng fired 7 shots. Yet, there were still 5 mutated fighting sheep corpses lying on the ground. The remaining 3 mutated sheep, initially frightened and wanting to escape, found themselves right in front of Yue Chi. These 3 sheep decided that they must kill the man in front of them at all costs. If it weren't for his presence, their flock would not have ended up like this. The 3 mutated fighting sheep glared at the 2 men with furious eyes. Seeing this scene, Yue Chi knew that he had to fight for his life. Whoosh! He put the alloy crossbow into his backpack and tightly gripped the horizontal knife in his hand. Meanwhile, Li Jiucheng also held his rifle firmly. Bah! Charge! As the fighting sheep rapidly charged at him with its horns, Yue Chi dodged to the side to avoid the attack from one mutated fighting sheep. However, another sheep took advantage of his moment of distraction and charged right at his waist. Damn! You hateful creature, trying to end my future happiness. Seeing this situation, Yue Chi's eyes widened in fear. He quickly used both hands to brace against the horizontal knife, barely managing to block the charge of the mutated fighting sheep. Thud! But he was still knocked against the stone wall, feeling a sweetness in his throat as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 28. No worries about grain after the disaster. Bang! With the sound of gunfire, the mutated fighting sheep opposite Li Jiucheng instantly fell. The violent crash nearby stimulated Li Jiucheng. Commander! Seeing his commander being knocked out by the mutated fighting sheep, Li Jiucheng felt furious. He raised his rifle, chambered around, aimed, and shot in one fluid motion, without any hesitation. Bang! As the bullet spun out of the barrel, the mutated fighting sheep that had just knocked Yue Chi into the wall was instantly torn open by the bullet. Unfortunately, the bullet did not hit the head of the mutated sheep. It only severely injured its body. Quick, Jiuzhong, they're going to run. We can't let them escape. Yue Chi leaned against the wall, slowly getting back on his feet, watching the smaller mutated fighting sheep seem ready to flee. Having suffered before, Yue Chi could not let it succeed this time. He quickly shouted to Li Jiuzhong, hurry, as he heard his commander's urgent call. He quickly chambered another bullet and aimed at the smaller mutated fighting sheep. Bang! The bullet instantly shot out from the barrel. But it didn't take down the smaller mutated fighting sheep with one shot as Li Jiuzhong had hoped. Another larger, already injured mutated fighting sheep had charged over and blocked the shot. The bullet fortuitously passed through its head, causing it to drop instantly. The smaller mutated fighting sheep saw the situation was dire and, with someone helping to block its death blow, turned and ran north. Seeing this, Yue Chi absolutely could not let this mutated fighting sheep escape. If it ran away and called more mutated sheep, both he and Li Jiuzhong would surely meet disaster. Yue Chi quickly took out the alloy crossbow from his backpack, rapidly cranked the gears, and raised the bowstring. Meanwhile, Li Jiuzhong continued firing at the mutated fighting sheep with his rifle. Bang, 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 as the 10 bullets in the magazine were exhausted. Li Jiuzhong had to place his hopes on his commander. He still had 40 rounds left, but he needed to go back to fetch more. By the time he made that trip, the mutated fighting sheep had long since vanished. Yue Chi gradually calmed his breath, then slowly aimed his alloy crossbow at the fleeing sheep. No, it's not the right time yet. The effective range of the alloy crossbow is 0 to 120. This range refers to its effective shooting distance. And as long as the angle is right, even creatures beyond 120 can still be hit. But clearly, Yue Chi did not possess such strength at this moment. Whoosh! In just a few seconds, the mutated fighting sheep had already dashed out at least 20 meters. Yue Chi knew that once it exceeded 20, his already poor accuracy would become even worse. He slightly raised the elevation of the alloy crossbow and anticipated the trajectory of the mutated sheep 1 or 2 seconds in advance. Without hesitation, Yue Chi pulled the trigger on his crossbow. As he did, the bowstring quickly propelled the bolt out of the magazine and fired it from the crossbow's mouth. The bolt flew in a straight line at super-fast speed, while the wooden shaft of the arrow slightly bobbed up and down. Just as the bolt was about to miss its target, the mutated sheep, for some unknown reason, suddenly crashed into it head-on. As the saying goes, a good catch is better than a good shot. The mutated sheep perfectly intercepted the bolt in pursuit and was instantly knocked to the ground. Standing in front of his home, Yue Chi felt a rush of excitement as he saw the mutated sheep he had hit fall instantaneously. This was the first time he had hit a target from such a distance. On the other side, Li Jiuzhong had already prepared for failure. But seeing that his commander had actually hit the target was still somewhat unbelievable. They were all aware that most of the commanders they followed were frail scholars. However, he did not expect his seemingly weak commander to possess such formidable strength. In an instant, he felt an unconscious loyalty and respect for Yue Chi grow within him. People in the world often hold a respectful attitude towards the strong, let alone those who are loyal to them. Li Jiuzhong saw that all 8 mutated sheep had been completely eliminated by the 2 of them. He hurriedly helped his commander, Yue Chi, who had slumped to the ground after firing a shot. I'm fine. Looking at Li Jiuzhong's anxious expression, Yue Chi slowly said these 2 sentences. Hearing his commander's voice, Li Jiuzhong carefully checked his commander. Upon discovering that there were no obvious injuries, he let out a faint sigh of relief. Others might not know, but he was very clear about the situation. His purpose for coming here was to protect his commander and ensure he suffered no harm. Jiuzhong, go inside and reload your bullets. In a moment, accompany me to drag these 8 carcasses back. Looking at the 8 corpses of the mutated sheep in front of him, Yue Chi's eyes sparkled. Since they dared to attack him, they should be prepared to be eaten. Each mutated sheep must weigh at least 200 pounds. After removing unnecessary parts, there would still be at least 120 or 30 pounds of meat. One weighing 120 pounds means that 8 would yield nearly 900 pounds of meat. Therefore, storage would likely be quite challenging. And Yue Chi could only place them all in his backpack space. He only had a certain level of understanding of his backpack space, so food stored inside would still spoil. But the time for spoilage would be significantly extended. As long as he could find a solution within 5 days, preserving this food wouldn't be a major issue. Commander, wait a few seconds. Hearing Commander Yue Chi's words, Li Jiuzhong returned to the house and quickly reloaded his gun. As a soldier, he had to ensure that his weapon was fully loaded, which would give him more confidence in protecting his commander. After quickly loading the bullets, He slung his rifle over his shoulder and stepped outside. At this moment, Yue Chi had already collected all the treasure chests that had burst forth from the mutated sheep's bodies into his backpack. Perhaps his luck wasn't that great this time. Unlike last time, when every mutated sheep had dropped a treasure chest, only one black iron chest had appeared from the 2 mutated sheep killed at his doorstep. Last time, he had at least received a silver chest. However, something was better than nothing. Let's go drag those guys in the distance back. Seeing that Li Jiuzhong was ready, Yue Chi looked towards the 5 or 6 mutated sheep. He hoped they would provide him with something good. Chapter 29. A Twist of Fate and Rising Luck. Got it. As Yue Chi and Li Jiuzhong collected one mutated sheep carcass after another into their backpacks, Yue Chi became increasingly excited. Now, apart from the last mutated sheep he had killed with his alloy crossbow, he hadn't checked it yet, but the 5 mutated sheep had all been collected. What satisfied Yue Chi the most wasn't the 2 black iron chests and 1 silver chest he obtained from these 5 mutated sheep. What truly pleased him was that he and Li Jiuzhong wouldn't need to worry about food shortages in the short or even medium term. They would have a massive amount of meat. When he first saw the enormous bodies of these mutated sheep, Yue Chi was shocked. It turned out that the mutated sheep he had killed a few days ago was a small one. The ones in front of him were the adult mutated sheep. Looking at their massive bodies, Yue Chi estimated that each mutated sheep weighed at least 500 or 600 pounds. That was a full 300 pounds more than his initial estimate of 200 pounds. Although he was no longer alone and had a subordinate who could eat more than him, how much could the 2 of them really eat in a day? Probably just this 1 mutated sheep would be enough for them to eat for half a month. The 8 mutated sheep, as long as he stored them properly, would be sufficient for the 2 of them to get through this relatively long period smoothly. As for how to store them properly, Yue Chi had an idea in mind. Keeping all this meat in his backpack space would not only maintain its quality for about 5 days, but also hinder the transportation of resources later on. Therefore, Yue Chi decided to use a simple method. This method was quite common in ancient times, and even in modern times, he had seen this storage method for food and meat, which was to build a simple underground cold storage. As for how to build it, it was actually quite simple. All he needed was to collect enough ice and place it in a deep pit, ensuring the pit was airtight. This underground cold storage was essentially a cold storage cellar. Right now, the most challenging part of the cold storage, the ice, was the easiest to solve. After 2 days of heavy hail, a lot of ice had accumulated on the ground outside, with sizes as big as fists and some even as big as heads. However, for some unknown reason, even though it was so cold outside, the ice was quickly melting. Initially, Yue Chi thought he might not even be able to open the door. Considering that such large hail had fallen for 2 days and 2 nights, most likely his stone door would be blocked. However, that wasn't the case. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone outside in his pajamas to see the scenery on such a cold day. Given the current situation, Yue Chi estimated that by this afternoon, the hail would likely be completely melted. Once it melted, the cold storage would lose its coldness. Without the freezing help to preserve the meat, it would spoil easily, and his food advantage would vanish. Realizing this, Yue Chi decided to quickly bring all the mutated sheep back and divide the tasks with Li Jiuzhong. He would be responsible for cleaning and dissecting the sheep meat, as well as collecting some important items from the mutated sheep, while he would gather the remaining hail. However, before collecting the hail, he would first check the treasure chests, just in case he got something good. However, my current task is to put the corpse of the mutated fighting sheep that I shot into my backpack space. Due to the rising temperature, the already muddy road near the swamp has become even more marshy. Fortunately, the quality of my cotton shoes is reliable, so I don't have to worry about the biting cold water getting into my feet. The silver treasure chest may be small, but it still offers some good rewards. I casually retrieved the crossbow bolt that was stuck in the corpse and stored it in my backpack space. Yue Chi was quite satisfied with the silver treasure chest floating above the corpse. Just yesterday, I had opened a batch of treasure chests, and today I have to open another batch. So tiring. Although I said this, deep down, Yue Chi was feeling quite pleased. I hope I can get some good items. After putting the last mutated sheep's corpse into the backpack space, Yue Chi felt as if his shoulders were bearing dozens of pounds of weight. He was sweating profusely. Seeing this, Li Jiuzhong wanted to take over the officer's backpack, but Yue Chi did not agree. It wasn't that he wanted to save face and stubbornly hold on, but rather that this backpack could only be used by him. Others couldn't take it. If someone else could take this backpack, it would only prove one thing. The original owner of the backpack had already kicked the bucket. Looking at Officer Yue Chi's exhausted face, with sweat pouring down his body as if it were free, Li Jiuzhong thought it was pure nonsense to say he wasn't in a hurry. However, Some things can't be rushed. Fortunately, the distance wasn't far. They had only walked a little over 100 meters back and forth. When Yue Chi saw his small stone house, Li Jiucheng wisely opened the stone door. Bang! As the backpack hit the ground, Yue Chi felt he was finally relieved. Gurgle, gurgle, hearing the sounds from his stomach. Yue Chi glanced at Li Jiucheng, who was standing beside him. Officer, I'm hungry too. Looking at the officer, Li Jiucheng awkwardly scratched his head. Let's just make do with what we have for breakfast, and we'll have something better for dinner. While speaking, Yue Chi took out a few bags of bread and compressed biscuits from a nearby box and tossed them to Li Jiucheng. Here's a bowl, if you're thirsty. Pour some water here. Saying this, Yue Chi fished out 2 bowls from somewhere, handed one to Li Jiucheng, and took the other to a water bucket in the corner of the southern wall, twisting the lid open and pouring into the bowl. Aha, perfect. After drinking half a bowl of water, Yue Chi felt that most of the sweat he had just lost had been replenished. He then carried the backpack to his bed. Of course, he had to put the backpack on the ground. If he put it on the bed would definitely collapse. Li Jiucheng, looking at the officer, also poured himself a bowl of water and then sat back down on his bed with his food. Hope we get something good. After taking off his cotton shoes, Yue Chi sat cross-legged on the bed, looking at the several treasure chests he had taken out from the backpack space, rubbing his hands together, hoping that his luck would return quickly. 3 black iron treasure chests, 1 silver treasure chest, and a golden treasure chest dropped by that flesh-eating monster he killed last night. Following the principle of 1 shot, 1 kill, Yue Chi chose to open the golden treasure chest first. Ha 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 ha. I've hit the jackpot. I've hit the jackpot. Heaven has not deceived me. I, Yue Chi, am finally turning my luck around. Hearing the officer's crazy laughter, Li Jiucheng couldn't help but turn his head away. Chapter 30. The Luck of the Emperor. Congratulations to the base commander. The golden treasure chest has been successfully opened. Congratulations. You have obtained the blueprint for a wooden arrow tower X1. Congratulations. You have obtained the blueprint for a basement X1. Congratulations. You have obtained a water purifier X1. Congratulations. You have obtained a barrel of diesel fuel. Congratulations. You have obtained a 50-meter-long electric wire X1. Congratulations. You have obtained an electric ice maker X1. Congratulations. You have obtained a chainsaw X1. Hearing the system's prompts, Yue Chi immediately went into his backpack space to check. Aside from the 2 construction blueprints, all the other items were placed in the slots of the backpack space, and these materials just happened to fill all the remaining slots in the backpack space. Opening the golden treasure chest in front of him, the 2 blueprints were prominently placed inside. Seeing this, Yue Chi realized that he had gained some understanding about where the items from treasure chests were placed. Once the space inside the treasure chest was insufficient, these materials would automatically transfer to the backpack space. But now, all the slots in the backpack space were already occupied by different items. Where would the next large item go? Could it be next to me? Taking advantage of his good luck, Yue Chi decided to open a black iron treasure chest to test the waters. Congratulations to the base commander. The black iron treasure chest has been successfully opened. Congratulations. You have obtained an electric shaver X1. Congratulations. You have obtained a box of vegetable canned food. 20 cans. Congratulations. You have obtained a lamp X1. Looking at the suddenly appeared canned food beside him, Yue Chi had completely clarified the distribution location of the treasure chest materials. He then opened the other 2 black iron treasure chests, obtaining some basic supplies. Although they weren't as lucky as the previous black iron treasure chest, they were still quite good, including 5 buckets of 5-liter mineral water, 2 boxes of sandwich biscuits, and a music playing 3, which were all solid good items. Yue Chi didn't bother to look closely at how to use the blueprints and instruments, but instead opened the remaining silver treasure chest. Not to mention, his luck was quite good. He not only got a few rolls of toilet paper that could solve physiological problems, but also obtained a technological ring with a cubic meter of space. These were all good items. Although he didn't get food and water, he wasn't really lacking in those things. Compared to water, he needed toilet paper more. Suddenly, Yue Chi realized that he hadn't gone to the bathroom in several days. What is going on? He still had to urinate regularly because he had been controlling his water intake. After all, water resources were a bit scarce even now, so he only went once a day at most. But not having done that for several days felt quite strange. Thinking of this, Yue Chi was also puzzled. He planned to check the chat channel to see if he could find some answers. However, before that, he had a few things to do. Jiucheng, come out with me. Seeing Li Jiucheng, who was helping tidy up things, Yue Chi called out to him, then picked up the heavy backpack and stepped outside. Jiucheng, I have a task for you. A task? Hearing the officer's words, Li Jiucheng perked up. As being an imperial soldier, they were best at following orders. In a moment, you and I will go to the riverside. I'll give you the corpses of these mutated sheep, and you'll need to dismember them. Just simply separate the meat and bones. Any hard-to-clean organs can be set aside for now. Don't throw away the wool. It will all be useful. As for the sheep's blood, just let it flow wherever it wants. While speaking, Yue Chi gestured for Li Jiucheng to go back inside and get his weapon. Although the small river was only about 100 meters away in a straight line from his small house, there were still dangers present. One must be careful, right now. He only had this subordinate, so he had to take good care of him. Understood, officer. Hearing Officer Yue Chi's words, Li Jiucheng quickly brought over what he needed. He carried a fully loaded rifle with the safety on, a sharp bayonet, a box of leftover fruit canned food from the morning, and a box of compressed biscuits. Finally, he snagged an empty bottle from Officer Yue Chi's pile of bottles to quench his thirst. Officer, I'm ready. This is a stone knife. Let us use this later. There is only one bayonet right now, and it would be bad if it rusts. Looking at Li Jiucheng in front of him, Yue Chi knew without thinking that Li Jiucheng wanted to use the bayonet to dissect these pieces of meat. If the bayonet encounters blood, it will rust if not properly stored. However, there is nothing to be done. It's not like he has drawn a kitchen knife yet. As for making one himself, Yue Chi wouldn't be willing to use a unit of iron to make a kitchen knife. This is iron. It takes 10 units of iron or to smelt into 1 unit of iron. Yue Chi wouldn't waste so many scarce resources just for a kitchen knife. These daily necessities can wait until he has developed further. After receiving the stone knife from the officer, Li Jiucheng began to ponder how to use a small knife to dismember these 8 big guys. Yue Chi, ignoring Li Jiucheng who was deep in thought, went into the room and dumped all the things he didn't need from his backpack inside. After putting a few empty bottles into his backpack space, Yue Chi led Li Jiucheng towards the small river. In less than 2 minutes, Yue Chi found a good spot for Li Jiucheng. It was only 2 or 3 meters from the small river, and there were a few pieces of blue stone that could be used to handle the corpses. After dealing with these corpses, he could also reclaim them as resources, truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. After throwing down the 8 mutated fighting sheep corpses, Li Jiucheng began his work. Yue Chi stood by the river for a while, found a good spot, and started filling water. Looking at the rushing river in front of him, Yue Chi was once again puzzled by the temperature of this world. On such a cold day, how can such a small river not freeze? Although he was very confused, he still liked the river that hadn't frozen. That way, he wouldn't have to worry about a lack of water resources. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. As bubbles continuously burst on the water's surface, Yue Chi filled bottle after bottle with real mineral water. After filling all the bottles, he greeted Li Jiucheng and returned to the small house alone. He wasn't slacking off. Yue Chi, the officer, was a man with important tasks to accomplish. Lying on the bed, Chapter 31, The Trouble of Safe Water. Lying on the bed, Yue Chi did not just lie down to rest as he had initially thought when he returned to the house. Instead, he first placed the few bottles of water in the water area and packed the large items he had just taken out of his backpack back in. His house wasn't big, and they really took up space. Even though he had just experienced a fierce battle and expended a lot of energy transporting the mutated fighting sheep corpses, Yue Chi knew he didn't have time for a thorough rest. The unknown zombies were about to descend. How could he not prepare more? First, Yue Chi checked some special materials he had recently obtained. The first thing he looked at was the 2 blueprints obtained from the golden treasure chests. One was the construction blueprint for a wooden arrow tower, and the other was for a basement. However, these blueprints needed to be used before they could be viewed in the system panel. Congratulations, the wooden arrow tower blueprint has been used successfully. Congratulations. The basement construction blueprint has been used successfully. As the 2 pieces of parchment disappeared from Yue Chi's sight, the sounds of the system notifications echoed in his ears. Hearing the sounds, Yue Chi quickly entered the system panel to check. Sure enough, he found the 2 manufacturing options on the first page under manufacturing projects. Wooden arrow tower, built from wood, radiation range, 1 kilometer radius, can shoot at non-allied creatures within the radiation range. Shooting frequency is 2 arrows per minute. Damage is weak. Construction requirements: 20 wood, 10 iron ore. Basement can create a space beneath the building. Size of the space is determined by the size of the building above. Construction requirements: 20 stone. When Li Jiucheng killed the marrow-eating demon last night and opened the treasure chest, Yue Chi initially thought it was not this type of building blueprint. He thought it was just a traditional system building. But then he realized that this building blueprint was much better than any system building. With this type of system construction blueprint, as long as he has enough resources, he can build as many as he wants. If it were a fixed type of building, there could only be one. Besides these two construction blueprints, Yue Chi also carefully examined the previously obtained wooden fence construction blueprint and wooden house construction blueprint. Since they were just sitting there, he decided to put them into his manufacturing options. So he used them directly. Once he built the wooden fence, it would provide some resistance against those zombies. Although these buildings are all basic, their attack and defense capabilities are not as high as he imagined, but they are better than having none at all. With the upgrade system given to him by Blue Star upon his arrival in this world, as long as he has sufficient resources, he can upgrade these basic structures to a higher level. After using all the blueprints, Yue Chi was ready to take a good look at what good items this treasure chest had given him. First, he looked at the device he was most concerned about. The water purifier. Water purifier, evaluation, can slightly purify 500 milliliters of water impurities, requires a time of 1 day. Because the equipment is too rudimentary, it cannot achieve 100 processing of the water source needing purification. Only surface treatment is possible. Upgradable. Upgrade direction 1. Increase the capacity and purification speed of the water purifier, allowing it to process 1 liter of water per day. Upgrade requirements: 5 iron ore, 10 wood, 5 stone, 1 plastic. Upgrade direction 2. Strengthen the water purifier, allowing it to achieve maximum purification of external water, countering multiple virus threats, including but not limited to mutated viruses and zombie viruses. Upgrade requirements: 2 iron, 2 high molecular composite materials for plastic films. Looking at the upgrade prompts in front of him, Yue Chi was completely stunned. What is going on? Why is the water unhealthy now? The mutated virus made Yue Chi tremble all over. Looking at the water he had just fetched from the small river, Yue Chi quickly used his analysis ability. Bottled water. Water resources obtained from nature, all natural, rich in minerals, contain slight mutated viruses, cannot be eliminated by high temperatures, not too harmful to the human body. It is recommended not to drink long-term. After seeing the system's analysis of the water, Yue Chi decided that starting today, unless he was about to die of thirst, he absolutely would not drink this water before upgrading the water purifier. After making this vow, Yue Chi hurriedly put on his shoes and separated the safe water he obtained from the treasure chest from the water he had privately collected from the wild. While separating the water, Yue Chi deeply reflected on his carelessness. If he hadn't obtained the water purifier from the treasure chest but something else, he would never have used his limited analytical system ability to check each bottle of water. Just thinking about how close he came to disappearing because he drank this water made Yue Chi feel nervous. Fortunately, he hadn't drunk much yet, so he had mutated. Just thinking about the appearance of those mutated fighting sheep and the marrow-eating demon made Yue Chi shiver. Using analytical skills to distribute this water. I can't think of using this ability again today. According to my estimation, if I use it 2 or 3 more times, I'll have to deal with that stimulating headache again. I currently have 3 500 milliliters bottles and 5 5-liter buckets of safe water, and there are only 2 of us. For daily washing, we can just use outside water. As long as I don't drink it, it shouldn't be a big deal. If it's just for drinking and cooking, this water is only enough for me and Li Jiucheng for a week. It seems I need to quickly find materials to upgrade the water purifier within this week. Iron is easy to obtain. As long as I'm willing to spend a lot of money, someone will definitely manufacture it. If all else fails, I can always smelt iron myself. But what is this polymer composite material? Back in college, I only heard of the major polymer materials, but I have no idea what polymer composite materials are. As for that plastic film, I believe it's definitely not the kind of plastic film I have in mind. It should be some advanced stuff similar to polymer composite materials. Where am I supposed to get such advanced materials? I definitely can't manufacture them. I haven't even developed a civilization based on iron tools yet. How could I possibly make something that belongs to modern civilization? Even if I had an upgrade cheat, it wouldn't help. It seems I can only hunt. And what should I hunt? Of course, it's the mutated beasts. Mutated beasts can drop treasure chests. And if I get lucky, that would be great. Chapter 32. Yue Chi's plan. After looking at the water purifier, Yue Chi turned his attention to an item in his backpack space. Looking at the small stone in his palm, Yue Chi found it hard to imagine what use such a small thing could have. But upon seeing the system introduction, he was startled. The item may not be very eye-catching, but its effect is quite astonishing. Moon Goddess's tear. Tears shed by the moon goddess when she is happy. It can be infused into water to change its quality, or it can be swallowed directly. What will happen is unknown. Change the water quality. Upon reading this, A magical idea popped into Yue Chi's mind. I can create a moon well from Warcraft. The water will be purified from the upgraded water purifier. Then I'll throw the moon goddess's tear in there. Thinking of this, Yue Chi became excited. But when he thought of the polymer composite materials and plastic film, he sighed. There's no way. These two things are too high-tech for me to obtain in a short time. After putting the moon goddess's tear back in his backpack, Yue Chi looked at the large diesel generator in his backpack. Like a normal diesel generator, it can generate electricity as long as diesel is poured into it. However, the power generation speed may not be very stable. So Yue Chi decided to stash it away. Also temporarily stashed away were the light bulbs and wires. Now, I have torches that provide light and heat. The key is that they don't waste diesel. As for diesel, I'll only use it when I really need it. As for where to put it, Yue Chi had also thought it through. It definitely can't be kept in my house. If something happens inside and it explodes, I would either be killed by the situation or blown up by this thing. Either way, I'd be dead. However, I don't have any other place to put it. So I'll have to keep it in my backpack space for now. After checking the diesel generator, Yue Chi turned his attention to the ice maker he had been thinking about. This thing is a perfect match for the basement. Once switched on, the basement will become an underground ice storage, where I can store meat, vegetables, and possibly fruits for long-term preservation. But I wonder if the ice maker requires electricity. If it really does need some, I'll have to invest everything I have to build the cold storage. Ice maker uses electricity as the main energy source to convert water inside the machine into ice cubes. Can convert 1 liter of water into ice cubes daily. Conversion efficiency is relatively slow. Upgradable. Upgrade direction 1. Increase the size of the ice maker. Speed up the daily ice making rate, but significantly increase the demand for electricity. Upgrade condition. Iron 2. Upgrade direction 2. Increase the precision of the ice making equipment. Improve ice quality, but will greatly increase the equipment's demand for electricity. Upgrade condition. Polymer composite material 1. Looking at the ice maker, it indeed requires electricity to operate, but the efficiency is indeed low. How much ice can be made from 1 liter of water? It seems I still have to collect some hail outside. With this in mind, Yue Chi began to plan how to proceed. Although he had already clarified his goal of building a base, he still hadn't thought through every step in detail. He has only one goal, but there are many things to do. After some contemplation, Yue Chi figured out what to do. Although Rome wasn't built in a day, building a simplified version of a base in 1 day isn't a dream. As long as resources are sufficient, it can be done. As for where the resources come from, it certainly can't be from my own collection. I don't have that much time and energy. Moreover, most of the places nearby where I could collect materials have already been exhausted, and I can't find anything to collect. So there is only one way left. Getting out of bed, Yue Chi emptied his backpack space again. Of course, I kept the alloy crossbow bolts, and stone axe with me. These are all life-saving items. As for the beloved horizontal knife, it was broken by the sharp horns of a mutated fighting sheep in the morning. Now, Yue Chi's close defense can only rely on the stone axe again. In addition, Yue Chi also wore the tech ring with a cubic meter of space on his hand. Exiting the house, Yue Chi walked towards Li Jiucheng's direction. Wow. Looking at how Li Jiucheng managed to dismember 3 mutated fighting sheep in such a short time, Yue Chi was a bit shocked. Back when he dealt with those 2 smaller mutated fighting sheep, it took him about half a night to finish them. While Li Jiucheng managed to solve 3 in less than half an hour, he really is fast. Jiucheng, keep it up. Seeing Jiucheng working hard, Yue Chi patted Li Jiucheng's shoulder. Then Yue Chi went to the spot where Li Jiucheng had placed the parts of the mutated fighting sheep that he didn't want. Collect. With Yue Chi's command, these items were instantly stuffed into the tech ring. In fact, the tech ring doesn't require any words to collect these items. Just scanning the items with the ring is enough. But what man doesn't want to feel like a kid? A man remains a boy until death. Yue Chi couldn't help but say it out loud. Looking back at Li Jiucheng, who was focused on dismembering the corpses, Yue Chi decided to surprise him later. Without going anywhere, he stood there and immediately clicked to enter the trading post, putting up all the unwanted items that were hard to deal with. Things like sheep heads, sheep kidneys, sheep lungs, and some hard-to-clean sheep intestines were all put up for sale. Luckily, there were 10 trading stalls, enough for Yue Chi to sell. The conditions for purchase are basic materials. Any kind of basic materials will do. For Yue Chi, who is currently very eager for infrastructure, even would make him quite satisfied. However, the price seems a bit low. There's no way around it. Everyone has managed to acquire some food, albeit not much. But the price of food in the trading post will definitely drop somewhat. On the bright side, The quantity is large. After temporarily listing these items in the trading post, Yue Chi exited the system panel. Looking at the few remaining hailstones on the ground, Yue Chi began a frenzied sweep. Although the number of hailstones had rapidly decreased after melting for most of the day, the total number was still immense, even if most had melted. The small portion that remained was enough for Yue Chi. Hearing the system's continuous notifications of successful transactions, Yue Chi paid little attention. He was racing against time. Chapter 33. Base construction in progress. Thanks to Yue Chi's efforts, the hailstones that could be seen with the naked eye nearby had all been packed into his technological ring. The quantity wasn't large, only a few hundred, but the size of these hailstones was significant. Just these few hundred large hailstones nearly filled a cubic meter of space. The cold storage's collection phase was almost complete. Now, all that was left was the construction of the cold storage. However, deciding where to build it was indeed a big problem. The construction site would definitely be underground, especially since he had a blueprint for a basement. But this basement blueprint needed to be built beneath a structure. Currently, Yue Chi's base only consisted of this small house, unless something unexpected happened. He could only build the cold storage right under his feet. However, Yue Chi did not want to place the cold storage beneath his stone house at all. His base would definitely need to develop, and this stone house would become an important structure in the future of his base. After all, he wouldn't need to rebuild. He could just keep adding bricks and upgrading it. Therefore, the cold storage was not suitable to be built here. If the cold storage couldn't be built here, it would have to find a new home. Yue Chi surveyed the land where his stone house was located. The location was quite good, aside from the nearby resources being limited. Everything else was decent. This area could be considered the highest point around. With this, the view was clear, and safety was somewhat guaranteed. The area was also quite flat, making it a good choice to build several wooden houses in a regular pattern nearby. As for their purpose, they certainly wouldn't be for living. They would mainly be used for storage. It was impractical for him to keep everything in his backpack space, technological ring, or even in his stone house. As for where his subordinate Li Jiuzhong would live, it was obvious. He would sleep with him, until he figured out how that food-sucking monster managed to enter his house, which had been covered by hail for 2 days. Yue Chi would not allow Li Jiuzhong to have his own little room. As for individual rooms, he could consider that later. After all, he didn't want to appear too unkempt in front of his subordinates. That would be so awkward. After wandering around his stone house, Yue Chi decided to build a new structure to the south of it. He had his own little thoughts about building here. The wind direction was from the south, which meant that when the endless snowstorms came, the cold wind would invade from that direction. One reason was for safety, after all. The door of his small house was on the southern wall, and opening it wouldn't alert other life forms. Everything about him would be almost unknown to them. The second reason was for warmth. Having a building to block the winter cold wind would greatly reduce the heat loss from his stone house. Reducing heat loss could also be seen as a form of insulation. The natural disasters the system mentioned should not be taken lightly. Previously, during the hailstorm, people thought the largest hailstones would only be about the size of a ping-pong ball or maybe a little larger, about the size of a fist. But when people discovered that real hail was falling, it was clear that they were not the size of a fist. They were more like a bunch of soccer balls or basketballs, and they came crashing down directly towards them. Such a scale of natural disaster was only a benefit available during the beginner phase, so most rational people, including Yue Chi, were extremely wary of the impending endless snowstorm disaster. For them, this month was a time to prepare, which might allow them to endure a bit longer. Although they didn't know what the next disaster would be, they had to get through the immediate difficulties first. People shouldn't aim too high. They should stay grounded and take one step at a time to avoid unexpected issues. In addition to the cold storage to be built in the above-ground warehouse, Yue Chi also planned to build a simple wooden fence around his small slope. Inside this wooden fence, he would also construct a few arrow towers. Although the wooden fence and arrow towers might not have much effect against enemies, Yue Chi believed that with proper placement, they would certainly serve as a warning system. This way, he wouldn't be caught off guard by mutant beasts or unknown enemies. After experiencing the fright of one night and the morning of the next day, Yue Chi became increasingly cautious in his actions. If there were any extra resources today, Yue Chi wouldn't mind upgrading these buildings. After all, he couldn't be sure how many zombies would spawn around it tomorrow. These things were random, and he couldn't predict them. If he happened to be the unfortunate one, it would be better to have more resistance. After all, there were only 2 people here, and the weapons available were just 1 Imperial rifle with 20 rounds left and 1 alloy crossbow with 40 arrows. These weapons would hardly hold up against a significant number of zombies, so it was better to make more preparations. With this in mind, Yue Chi entered his backpack space. Since he didn't use the auction house and directly traded in the trading post, the exchanged materials would be sent directly to his backpack. If his backpack were full, Yue Chi guessed that, like the treasure chest, the materials would probably be delivered to his side. 150 units of wood, 60 units of stone, and 20 units of iron ore. Seeing this, Yue Chi felt the weight of his backpack and surprisingly found it wasn't as heavy as when he was transporting resources before. No wonder he hadn't felt too tired while collecting the hailstones. Wow, this is truly capital accumulation. With just a little bit of stuff, which was mostly useless to him, he managed to exchange for so many basic materials. It seems the ancient saying is true, fortune favors the bold. Looking at the abundance of materials in his backpack, Yue Chi was completely shocked. After a few seconds of daze, he shifted his gaze to the things he didn't want next to Li Jiuzhong, who was dismembering a mutated fighting sheep. It seemed his accumulation of basic materials could continue. Once again approaching Li Jiuzhong, he listed the items he didn't want on the trading post, and then returned to the spot he had just chosen. There was no choice. This piece of land was just too flat. First, build the small wooden house, then the cold storage, and finally construct the defensive wooden fence and wooden arrow towers. Chapter 34. The shadow of Li Jiuzhong entering the system space, Yue Chi used his mind to click on the manufacturing option. On the first page of the manufacturing interface was the item Yue Chi intended to build. Wooden house. A pure wooden house of 40 square meters. With a certain degree of cold resistance, but weak in defense and has no resistance to flames. Construction requirement. 100 units of wood. Looking at the construction requirement for this small wooden house, even the resource-rich Yue Chi was greatly shocked at this moment. It actually costs 100 units of wood to build a 40 square meter wooden house, although Yue Chi could accept this price. After all, when he built that leaky wooden house, he used nearly 40 units of wood. Building this new wooden house requiring only 100 units of wood is considered quite reasonable. However, he was feeling a bit sad about having to spend his freshly acquired 150 units of wood. Sad or not, life must go on. In order to store resources, Yue Chi gritted his teeth, made up his mind, and clicked the construction button under the wooden house. As soon as Yue Chi used his mental power to click the construction button, he suddenly entered a mysterious space. In this space, everything was blue and filled with grids. Seeing this, Yue Chi, who often played various management-style virtual games, immediately realized that he had arrived at a god's perspective. Sure enough, there was a phantom of a small wooden house in front of him. This small wooden house was different from the one he initially received. The one he got was a fully enclosed house with no windows at all. This new small wooden house had 2 windows on the wall opposite the door, and there was also 1 window on each of the other 2 side walls. Seeing this, Yue Chi even thought about using his original house as a warehouse. But that was just a thought. He recalled that a food demon could enter his tightly sealed house, and with so many windows here, even Li Jiuzhong might not be able to ensure his safety. With that thought, Yue Chi gave up on the idea. However, using this house as a dining area was also a good choice. Turning left and right, Yue Chi looked around at the layout of the house, satisfying his curiosity and gaining some knowledge while carefully observing the structure of the house. After satisfying his curiosity and understanding the layout, Yue Chi began to prepare to place the small wooden house in a suitable position, facing south and north. Even after arriving in this world, Yue Chi still liked this layout. But to save time and effort, he placed the small wooden house 10 meters south of the stone house. The entrance of the small wooden house was located at the north side, but was not directly opposite the stone house's door. The two were at an angle. The stone house's door was on the east side, while the wooden house's door was on the west side. The 2 windows were located on the south side, which compensated for his line of sight. As Yue Chi confirmed the placement with his mental power, a small wooden house suddenly appeared before him. Wow, this is great. Looking at the small wooden house, Yue Chi walked inside. Pushing open the wooden door, he found a living room and 2 small rooms. The living room was in the middle, with the small rooms on either side. The 2 windows on the south wall were all in the living room, while the small rooms had only 1 window each. Looking at those 2 small rooms, Yue Chi felt like drooling, but thinking about his safety, he forced himself to reconsider. Then, he prepared to find a spot inside the house for the basement entrance. After turning around a few times, Yue Chi arranged the uses of the 3 rooms. The living room was for storing supplies, the left room was for dining, and the right room would be for the basement entrance. Fortunately, building the basement didn't require wood, just 20 units of stone, and he had over 60 units of stone. Following the previous operation, Yue Chi placed the entrance to the basement in the right room. After placing it, Yue Chi quickly walked from the living room into the right room. The small room was big, only about 7 or 8 square meters. Near the window side of the room was a wooden door embedded in the floor. But this door was at a certain angle to the ground. There was empty space around the wooden door. Seeing this, Yue Chi knew he could place some things there. He opened the wooden door and took a look. Inside the wooden door, he found steps made of dirt. Opening the door wide, Yue Chi carefully descended the steps, silently counting the steps while observing his surroundings. When he reached 20, Yue Chi discovered an open space in front of him. Using the dim light coming from the ground window and the wooden door, Yue Chi squinted to see the situation inside. The 4 walls, including the floor, were reinforced with rocks. And even the ceiling had some reinforcement with stones. The basement was very large. In Yue Chi's view, it was completely smaller than the wooden house above. According to Yue Chi's estimation, the basement was about 20 square meters, with a height of around 5 meters. And since he currently had 1 cubic meter of hail, he definitely couldn't fill the entire basement. Yue Chi decided to first spread all the hail in one corner to ensure that the hail wouldn't melt into water due to temperature reasons. Looking around, he neatly placed all the hail from his tech ring in one corner on the west side. Then he quickly ran back up. At this point, at least an hour had passed, and according to Li Jiuzhong's speed, he must have almost finished dismembering all the mutated fighting sheep. These items could not be left outside for too long. Even though the temperature was rapidly decreasing due to the melting hail, they couldn't be left outside. Food without ice to preserve it could easily be overtaken by microorganisms, and Yue Chi didn't want to waste the meat he had worked hard to obtain. Sure enough, when Yue Chi arrived beside Li Jiuzhong, he saw him shirtless, drinking water he had taken from the house in the morning. Commander, just after drinking water, Li Jiuzhong saw Yue Chi running over and quickly said, "Is everything done?" Yue Chi asked, looking at the pile of meat, bones, and other items on the ground, smiling. "All done. Commander, I placed all the meat over here, the bones over there, and the other items are sorted the same way." Well done. Why is your upper body wet?" Yue Chi asked knowingly. Reporting, "Commander, I just went to wash my upper body." Seeing the commander staring at him, Li Jiuzhong hurriedly explained. Chapter 35. Now it looks like a base. "Oh, I see." Seeing Li Jiuzhong's awkward expression, Yue Chi joked. Then, Yue Chi waved his hand over the ground, instantly collecting all the items Li Jiuzhong had just dismembered. So light, carrying the backpack filled with items. Yue Chi felt that its weight was much lighter than when he brought it over. After thinking for a moment, he immediately understood the reason. The items he intended to trade with others for resource accumulation had been placed in his tech ring. Plus, some unnecessary items had been discarded by Li Jiuzhong. So how could the weight not be lighter? The reason for putting these unwanted items into the tech ring was that their variety was too numerous. They couldn't fit in the backpack's compartments and were just taking up space. It was much better to put them in the tech ring, stacking them all in one go. As for taking them out according to one's own needs, it is extremely convenient. As long as one's consciousness sweeps through the technological ring, a string of data will immediately appear before one's eyes. One only needs to extract what they need from this string of numbers. The meat, bones, and some preferred parts that were specifically cut from the mutated battle sheep's body by Li Jiuzhong are stored in Yue Chi's backpack space. In fact, when Yue Chi obtained this technological ring, he didn't want to continue using it. After all, there are limitations on the compartments, making it difficult to store many small items. Moreover, if larger items are stored, it would increase his burden. Although there is some degree of relief, to be honest, if it weren't for necessity. Yue Chi and even all others are not very fond of using this backpack space. This backpack space is like a useless appendage, tasteless to eat and discarded like chaff. Its function is neither big nor small. Unfortunately, the space of this technological ring is only one, and the items it can hold are still too few. Otherwise, Yue Chi would definitely treat this backpack space simply as a backpack, putting some food inside, a bottle of water on each side, and storing other items in his technological ring. Just thinking about it makes Yue Chi feel how wonderful such a life would be. The advantages of this technological ring in terms of storage are also very obvious. Aside from having limited storage, everything else is perfect. Not only are there no restrictions on what can be stored, but the weight of these items is also managed by the ring using technological means. Accompanied by Li Jiuzhong, Yue Chi arrived at his newly built small wooden house. Seeing Li Jiuzhong's shocked expression, Yue Chi smiled slightly. Is this a miracle? Looking at the wooden house that appeared before him, Li Jiuzhong was very suspicious. This morning, there was no such building outside the stone house. How could there suddenly be a building after he finished dissecting 8 mutated battle sheep? Indeed, the commander is not an ordinary person. At this moment, Li Jiucheng also realized his loss of composure and quickly calmed himself down. However, the heat in his eyes completely betrayed him. At this moment, the already loyal Li Jiucheng's loyalty to his commander Yue Chi would reach new heights. Look at the new buildings in our base. Seeing that Li Jiucheng had mostly regained his composure, Yue Chi said to him, "What? Do I still have to open the door for you as your commander?" Yue Chi teased Li Jiucheng, who still looked a bit dazed. Hearing Commander Yue Chi's words, Li Jiucheng hurriedly walked in front of Yue Chi and opened the wooden door. Then he stood outside the door, indicating for Yue Chi to go in first. After Yue Chi entered, he gestured for Li Jiucheng to take a look around this 40 square meter wooden house. Yue Chi then carried his backpack into the small room on the right. Pulling open the 45-degree wooden door, Yue Chi slowly walked down the earthen stairs. Upon entering the basement, Yue Chi couldn't help but feel clever about his earlier decision. When he left to find Li Jiucheng to get things, he had intentionally left a small gap to ensure that there was a certain amount of oxygen in the basement while minimizing the outflow of cold air. This time, it was indeed not as stuffy as last time, but it was even colder than before. Feeling this, Yue Chi was very satisfied. It seemed that his earthen cold storage method was quite successful. Using the light from the door, Yue Chi made his way to the deepest part of the basement. Although the lighting here was poor, making it hard to see much, Yue Chi believed that placing the ice formed from hail here was the right solution. If they were placed too close to the wooden door, the cold air might escape, and he would have wasted all those ice hailstones the size of human heads. Standing in this corner, Yue Chi sent his consciousness deep into his backpack. Looking at the 12 compartments occupied in the backpack, Yue Chi decided to store the 5 compartments of perishable scattered meat and bones here. He didn't pour everything out here. That wouldn't be realistic. And he couldn't rely solely on this storage method. He left 2 compartments of scattered meat as rations for himself and Li Jiucheng for the next few days, while he planned to make some smoked meat from the larger chunks of meat, such as the thighs of the mutated battle sheep, after he finished his work at the base. As for the method of making smoked meat, it was completely not a challenge for him. After all, in the real world, he was a food enthusiast. As a food lover, how could he not know some signature dishes? Smoked meat, which is quite delicious and has a long shelf life, happens to be one of Yue Chi's specialties. Moreover, smoked meat could make his currently scarce food supply more colorful. After placing all the meat in his cold storage, Yue Chi looked at the cooling source of his cold storage. Everything was satisfactorily melting. It seemed that his idea was indeed correct. After all, the methods of the ancestors are brilliant. Reflecting on the rich experiences and lessons left by his ancestors, Yue Chi felt very confident. Coming out of the basement, Yue Chi saw Li Jiucheng standing guard at the door of the small room. No doubt, the soldiers of this empire are different. If it were an ordinary person standing here with a rifle, they probably couldn't reach this level. Jiucheng, come with me. There are some things I still need your help with. After saying this, Yue Chi walked out of the room with a much lighter backpack and Li Jiucheng. Chapter 36. The Arrival of Zombies, the Arrow Tower's Might. Commander, is there anything you need me to do? After leaving the house, Li Jiucheng asked his commander Yue Chi, "You are a soldier and have received good military training in the Empire. So I want to establish some defensive works around our base to avoid waking up and encountering the same situation as this morning just after stepping out the door." Looking at the utterly loyal Li Jiucheng, Yue Chi directly expressed his thoughts. After all, he was just an outsider and certainly couldn't do as well as those who were originally engaged in this work, so Yue Chi decided to delegate power to Li Jiucheng. My idea is to build a circle of wooden fences around these 2 small houses and to construct 2 small arrow towers inside the wooden fence. Listening to Commander Yue Chi's words, Li Jiucheng fell into deep thought. "Commander, can I go take a look at the surrounding environment?" Li Jiucheng asked. Of course. Hearing Li Jiucheng's words, Yue Chi felt a bit excited. It seemed that Li Jiucheng was thinking along the same lines as him. Truly worthy of the good military training from the Empire. After walking around the area about 100 meters outside the 2 small houses with Li Jiucheng, he suddenly stopped. "Commander, the location of our base's buildings is quite reasonable. It is relatively high compared to the surroundings." Hearing Li Jiucheng's affirmation, Yue Chi was very excited. "If we follow your idea, Commander, and build a wooden fence outside, I believe it would be best to maintain a certain distance from the current buildings." Listening to Li Jiucheng's words, Yue Chi nodded in agreement. The wooden fence, indeed, needs to be kept at a certain distance from the current buildings. And this distance has many uses. After Li Jiucheng's suggestion, Yue Chi felt that he suddenly understood. How much space should we leave? Yue Chi asked. Commander, according to what you said, what is the range of the arrow tower you want to build? Li Jiucheng did not directly answer Yue Chi's question, but instead asked again. The range can cover a radius of 1 kilometer, Yue Chi replied. Commander, if that's the case, I think we can build within 200 meters of these two buildings. 200 meters? Upon hearing Li Jiucheng's words, Yue Chi hesitated a bit. 200 meters might be manageable in other directions, but what about the eastern side near the river? Commander, if the city wall is close to the river, we don't need 200 meters. We could even build just 10 meters away from the river. Li Jiucheng, looking at the commander, quickly guessed the commander's concerns. To save face for the commander, he immediately added, fearing the commander might misunderstand him. All right, Jiucheng, let us do it as you said. Yue Chi looked at Li Jiucheng approvingly. Then, under Li Jiucheng's lead, Yue Chi began constructing defensive fortifications for his two-building mountain sea base. Zombies are coming. Watching the time on the system panel, with the entire base securely wrapped up, Yue Chi stood quietly outside the house. Holding a bowl of steaming meat soup in his left hand and leaning against the wooden door with his right, time changed from 23:59 to 00:00. The system prompts quickly flashed before Yue Chi's eyes. Zombies are about to arrive. The initial number of arrivals is 10, based on the number of bases in the area. If there are fewer than 50 bases, it will be calculated as 50. The arrival point is a random location 100 meters outside the base. Zombies will arrive every 3 days. All personnel, please kill the zombies within the base as soon as possible. Once zombies gather to a certain number, they will actively attack human bases. For each base breached, the number of zombies arriving in this area will be 10 times the last count. When the number of zombies reaches a certain level, a small portion will mutate at a certain ratio. Each ordinary zombie killed will earn 1 point. Points for killing mutated zombies will be calculated based on their energy levels. At the end of each month, points can be exchanged for needed supplies. Zombies will roam and move around. Once they detect humans, they will actively attack. There are 10 minutes left until the zombies refresh. Please prepare all personnel. This is not a drill. Repeat, this is not a drill. The real apocalypse is coming. Watching the system prompts flood his vision. Everyone quietly awaited the moment. Some were excited, some terrified, some indifferent, and some had already fallen asleep. However, most people had already flooded into the chat channel, especially in the all-channel chat, which had completely exploded. But as the 10-minute countdown continued to decrease, every person, including Yue Chi, felt their hearts tighten. Turning to close the door and inserting the stone slab, Yue Chi sat quietly on his bed, deep in thought. Since the regional channels merged, they had no idea how many people were left in their area. Moreover, no one knew just how large their area was. Looking at the 530 people displayed on the regional channel, Yue Chi guessed that at least 100 people had survived in this area. Before the regional channel merged, he had seen a number of over 120. Each area included 10 regions, and at that time, the total population was about 800. As the regions merged, even some regions with insufficient numbers were directly consolidated into this one, resulting in a final population count of 850 in this area. Thus, he wasn't entirely sure about the current population in his area, but one thing was certain. There would be at least 1,000 zombies in this area. If he thought negatively, Yue Chi could even imagine the zombies from the neighboring area wandering into his. Just as Yue Chi was lost in thought, the time reached 0:10. Ding. All zombies have arrived. We hope you can survive until the end. Seeing the system prompt, Yue Chi knew that tonight, the regional population would decrease once again. For some, tonight would be a sleepless night. But for him, Yue Chi, tonight was a good opportunity to catch up on sleep. Sitting on his bed, he took a sip of hot soup, listening to the still, quiet night. Yue Chi turned his head to look at Li Jiucheng, who was maintaining his weapon. Jiucheng, get a good rest tonight. We have important things to do tomorrow. By the way, if you hear any sounds outside later, don't go out. Trust our defensive arrow tower. Hearing Commander Yue Chi's words, Li Jiucheng nodded seriously under Yue Chi's gaze. He believed in the defenses he had set up himself, but the necessary vigilance was still required. He kept his gun close and his knife in hand. Seeing this, Yue Chi felt reassured. Although Li Jiucheng had only been in this world for a day, Yue Chi had already figured him out. Yue Chi directly covered himself with a quilt. To be honest, having a quilt was quite nice. Chapter 37. My European Emperor-like Constitution all-channel chat as the zombies suddenly descended upon this world. The chat channel erupted once again. However, this time it wasn't because of Yue Chi, the great god, but because of the zombies. Holy crap, brothers. Did you see the system prompt? It looks like we each have to kill at least 10 zombies. What are we going to do? Ha ha ha, it's just zombies. Watch me take my axe and chop them all down. The points are mine. I want to be the top brother. Come and hug my thigh. I'm the protagonist of this world. Following me is definitely the right choice. Is that upstairs? I see you're just a punk kid. Why would I follow you? It's a joke. Following you, I don't know how badly I'll die. Help! Help! I have a lot of zombies outside my wooden house. Oh no, they must be starting to attack. I only have a stone axe. I can't fight them off. Is there anyone who can save me? What the heck? Zombies are so weak. I shot one dead with a single bullet. Did you see? 1 point, rank 23. Just that awesome. Holy crap, why are there so many zombies surrounding me? Ancestor, I was wrong. I shouldn't have acted tough. Don't bite me. Everyone, be a bit more cautious. These zombies aren't as easy to deal with as in the movies. Oh my god, why are there so many zombies here? Oh my god, my god. How can there be such terrifying beings in this world? Lord, save your believer. Zombies? Where are the zombies? I've run several laps here and haven't encountered a single one. I even wanted to kill one for some points. Thick crab. What the hell did I do in my last life? I'm surrounded by densely packed zombies. I'm sorry, family. I'm going to add to your burden. Holy crap, you scared me. Looking at what all the bosses are saying. I thought I was surrounded by zombies too, but then I realized I'm underground. What can they do to me? Hee, zombies can dig. Don't ask me how I know. I need to fill this hole now. Hey, I just killed a zombie. It was so easy. Help. How did these zombies find my location from the ground? I'm underground. This is the experience I've bought with my life. Experience means let us all die together. That son of a turtle tricked me into choosing an underground base, and now the zombies have directly broken through. Tell me, if bitten by a zombie, how long can one survive? I'm so damn unlucky. I finally managed to kill that zombie, and then I got bitten at the last moment. My mindset is completely. In the chat channel, the atmosphere of the apocalypse fills every corner. Aside from a few lucky people's calls, the rest are either about the horror of zombies or the indulgence of surviving a disaster. Various situations are being complained about by those who have experienced them. Most people's bases have a few zombies around, and from the initial surprise and fear, most have adapted quickly. Many even took axes and directly took down the zombies. After all, those who couldn't adapt have already been dealt with by the hail and mutated beasts before. They can't afford not to adapt quickly now. However, there are exceptions. Some have been killed by zombies, while others, after killing a zombie, were still scratched by them. As for whether getting scratched by a zombie will turn someone into one, no one can say for sure. After all, these days, zombies gather in groups to attack and even dig into the ground. Who knows if being scratched will lead to becoming a zombie? But everyone thinks it's highly likely. Besides these usual situations, some very special circumstances exist, commonly referred to as lucky and unlucky individuals in this world. Some want to kill zombies. But there isn't a single zombie around. The author isn't sure if zombies have hair. While others just want to survive, but find themselves surrounded by a sea of zombies. Who can they complain to about this? It's all just luck. Of course. Some people may have bad luck, but enough strength to take down all the zombies surrounding them, directly becoming second on the zombie leaderboard. As for the first place, it's obviously Yue Chi, who is sleeping. Yue is truly a legend. Just half an hour has passed, and he has already killed so many zombies. What a god. How can you be so brave? Is he a king among special forces? He can't be a special forces soldier. They have it the worst. Here I am, Hu Ingjun, wise and mighty, being chased by a dozen zombies like a dog. Not to mention anything else, Yue is simply invincible. He casually ranks first in building scores and now also casually ranks first in points. I barely made it into the top 100 with my life on the line. Sigh. I was a bit envious before, maybe even jealous, but now I can only feel endless admiration. For a moment, whether in the main channel or the other two channels, the screens were almost filled with zombies and Yue. If zombies represent the apocalypse, then Yue is the hope and hero they have established for themselves. A hero is not self-proclaimed. It's a title imposed by others when they dare not stand up in times of need. Is this the voice the commander spoke of? Lying on a wooden bed, covered with a quilt, Li Jiozhong also noticed the abnormal sounds outside. Roar. Roar. Clearly, this sound could be heard by Yue Chi, who was sleeping soundly. However, Yue didn't pay much attention. He believed in the arrangements he made during the day. Besides, there shouldn't be that many zombies around him. His luck is still pretty good. So, he hugged his quilt, turned over, and fell asleep again. Watching such a carefree commander, Li Jiuzhong recalled what you had said to him before, so he decided not to think too much about it. But after checking the weapons by his side, his nervousness betrayed him. Amid the omnipresent roars, Li Jiuzhong also drifted off to a shallow sleep. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, a day has passed. Waking up after a nap, Yue Chi stretched lazily. Rubbing his blurry eyes, he groggily looked at the system panel. Oh no. Seeing the notifications on the system panel, you felt like he was cracking open. Could it be that my luck has been drained away? Notification. Tonight's update. Sorry everyone. Tonight's update is cancelled. The old issue has recurred. I just wrote over 1,000 words and suddenly felt something was off. So I'm going to the hospital for a checkup. Notification. Tonight's update chapter 38. Almost killed. Congratulations. You have successfully killed a zombie. Gaining 1 point. Congratulations. You have successfully killed a zombie. Gaining 1 point. Wooden fence is under attack. Please clear the outer enemies as soon as possible. Congratulations. You have successfully killed a zombie. Gaining 1 point. Wooden fence is under attack, showing damage. Please repair it as soon as possible. Congratulations. You have successfully killed a zombie. Gaining 1 point. Wooden fence is under attack, showing obvious damage. Please repair it as soon as possible. Congratulations. You have successfully killed a zombie. Gaining 1 point. Congratulations. You have successfully killed a zombie. Gaining 1 point. Wooden fence has been damaged. Defense arrow tower is under attack. Please clear the enemies as soon as possible. Congratulations. You have successfully killed a zombie. Gaining 1 point. Defense arrow tower has been damaged. Your house is under attack. Please pay attention to safety. Looking at the series of notifications on the system panel, you felt a headache coming on. Not to mention anything else. Just the wooden fence that he painstakingly built with resources he didn't even need being smashed by zombies made him feel like he was cut with a knife. That was his precious creation. As for the last 4 precious arrow towers, 3 of them were forcibly pushed down by zombies. Seeing this made you jump in shock. As for the number of zombies killed, you didn't look closely. His mind was completely blank. If he had failed to implement even a small part of his defensive arrangements yesterday, he might already be dead. After all, if the house was attacked by zombies, one can imagine what the situation was like that night. Recovering from the shock, you found that Li Jiuzhong had somehow fully armed himself and was standing by the wall. Seeing this, you felt warmth in his heart. Jiuzhong, you've worked hard, you said instinctively. Commander, there is currently no sound outside. But I can't be too sure about the specific situation, Li Jiuzhong said hurriedly as he saw his commander Yue Chi get out of bed, put on his clothes, and seemed to want to open the door after being tormented by zombie roars. It's okay, Jiuzhong, the zombies outside should have been eliminated, you said, shouldering his backpack while picking up the axe hanging nearby. As for whether there are still zombies outside, you can now be sure that there aren't any. The reason is simple. The system notification definitely won't lie. He had a total of 4 wooden arrow towers, and 3 of them were destroyed by zombies. After the last zombie was killed, there were no further system alerts. If there were still zombies around, they would definitely be attacking his buildings. However, after that, he hadn't received any notifications about buildings being attacked. As for whether there were zombies outside the range of the arrow towers, that was impossible, because the wooden arrow towers have a range of a full kilometer, and his territory is currently less than 200 meters in radius. This isn't even counting the area of the buildings, but rather a large piece of land surrounded by wooden fences. If there were still zombies within this range, they would definitely be attacked by the wooden arrow towers. As for whether there might be zombies appearing outside the range of the wooden arrow towers, what does that have to do with you? Currently, there are 20 units of iron ore and 100 units of wood in the tech ring. Yue Chi's idea is to see if he can properly restore his devastated territory that has been attacked by zombies. As for his luck, Yue Chi no longer believes in it himself. After all, who gets beaten up by a group of zombies at night? If he goes out late or takes too long to repair, it's possible that another wave of zombies could attack. First, let's fill our stomachs. Once we're done, we can eat meat. Yue Chi casually pulled out a few packs of compressed biscuits and a bottle of water from under the bed and tossed them to Li Jiuzhong. Soon, the two quickly finished their meal. Jiuzhong, are you ready? Yue Chi asked, looking at Li Jiuzhong, who had already donned his helmet, attached the bayonet to his rifle, and loaded 10 rounds into the belt behind him. I'm ready, my lord, Li Jiuzhong replied confidently. Although Yue Chi couldn't say he was full, his basic stamina had been restored by the food, allowing him to exert all his strength. Even though the officer believed there were no zombies outside, who could really ensure that there were none? Safety first, stay alert. Seeing his officer, Yue Chi also gripped his stone axe tightly in his hand, knowing that the officer was on guard too. With this thought, Li Jiucheng felt a bit relieved, fearing that his officer might recklessly go out without any vigilance. Yue Chi felt similarly. Although he could be certain that there weren't any zombies outside his base, after all, the system data couldn't lie. Who wouldn't be scared? What if a zombie was hiding in the blind spot of the arrow tower and suddenly attacked when he and Li Jiucheng came out? Even if he didn't die, the damage caused would make him regret it. Rather than facing that situation, it would be better to prepare in advance so they could respond quickly to any emergencies. Holding the stone axe in front of him, he could effectively keep zombies at bay if they attacked. As for letting Li Jiucheng take the lead, Yue Chi wasn't at ease. He didn't want to lose a combat power. Personally going into battle was partly to challenge his own courage. After all, there probably weren't any zombies outside. Yue Chi exhaled softly, then with a snap, he opened the door. Looking at the smooth door, Yue Chi tried to steady himself. Crack! With the push of the stone door, Yue Chi and Li Jiucheng quickly stepped out of the house. Grass. This is a magical green plant that people really like. Looking at the damage on the wall of the granary opposite, Yue Chi couldn't help but express his thoughts again. Jiucheng, keep an eye on the surroundings, Yue Chi said to Li Jiucheng behind him. As for other matters, he trusted that Li Jiucheng would make his own decisions. After a thorough search, the two inspected the entire base from north to south, and then from east to west, while observing the surroundings. They also repaired the wooden arrow tower that had been damaged by zombies. After much effort, due to insufficient iron, ore, and wood, they could only rebuild 2 wooden arrow towers and repair the one that was left with just a sliver of health. Yue Chi confirmed his suspicions. Indeed, there were no zombies left in the entire base, just piles of debris and the corpses of zombies with arrows sticking out of them. Chapter 39. Eating is for the elite. Looking at the arrows on the zombie corpses, Yue Chi rolled his eyes, and a strange idea popped into his head. He casually walked over to a zombie that had several arrows sticking out of it. He bent down and reached for the arrows. Just as Yue Chi pulled the arrows out of the zombie's body, it seemed like the arrows, the zombie, and even the surrounding zombies were triggered simultaneously, instantly transforming into a phantom and disappearing quickly before their eyes. Sir. Seeing this scene, Li Jiucheng hurriedly looked at his officer Yue Chi as a rookie soldier. He had never witnessed such a spectacle. Just moments ago, they were all lying corpses, but with a gentle touch from the officer, they instantly vanished. Seeing this, Yue Chi was also quite shocked. Before coming here, he had specifically checked the chat channel, where people said that zombies had to be personally moved. Why did they suddenly turn to ashes here? Just as Yue Chi scratched his head and looked up, he suddenly saw the reason. The phantoms that had just disappeared were all gathering on his rooftop, and the roof was continuously drawing in the phantom clouds. Analyze. Yue Chi quickly used the system's function on that group of phantom clouds. Blood chi cloud, formed by the condensation of the blood chi of corpses. When a corpse is left unattended for more than 5 hours, it will gradually be absorbed into the air, forming a cloud of blood chi. This blood chi will enhance the quality of blood marrow ore. Looking at the system description, Yue Chi suddenly realized that it was all due to those blood marrow stones on his rooftop. He then opened the system panel and looked at the base options. Unfortunately, the rooftop was still in an undetectable state, so it seemed he had to wait until the rooftop absorbed all the blood chi clouds before he could check. However, why were these blood chi clouds black? Although he had some doubts in his heart, there was no way to get any answers, so Yue Chi put this matter aside. Leaning against the granary, Yue Chi told Li Jiucheng to stay vigilant while he entered the system panel. It had been over half a day. Why hadn't anyone bought anything yet? Although he had exchanged a lot of resources with these items yesterday, most of the exchanges were for basic resources like wood and stone, while rare minerals like iron, ore, and copper were hardly exchanged. After Yue Chi's construction, most of the basic materials and iron ore had been used up. The repairs this morning consumed the already limited reserves. However, the repair work was still incomplete. There was still 1 wooden arrow tower left to rebuild, and the wooden fence surrounding the entire base had not yet begun to be repaired, all requiring a large amount of basic resources. The only way to quickly obtain a large amount of basic resources in a short time was through trading. However, it seemed that his trading strategies were somewhat ineffective now. Could it be that someone was competing with him? If that were the case, it would be troublesome. With this thought, Yue Chi quickly clicked on the trading post. After flipping through more than 10 pages, he found that there was nothing to compete with him. Not even any wild vegetables, after all. No one had a stable source of food yet, and whatever food was gathered was naturally kept for themselves. As for someone as unlucky as Yue Chi, who couldn't be called lucky either, there probably was only one case like him. Moreover, his item prices were always set by the system, which were nearly the lowest market prices. It couldn't even be called a fair deal. It was practically a loss-making clearance sale. Nevertheless, even with that, none of the items in his tin stalls could be sold, indicating that something was amiss. With this in mind, Yue Chi decided to search for the reason in the chat again. If he couldn't find the reason, it seemed he and Li Jiucheng would have to chop wood. He opened the chat section and directly entered the all-channel chat. Although the refresh rate of the all-channel chat was very fast, the information here was the most active. As long as 2 or 3 hours had passed, unless there was major news, it would definitely get lost in the chatter. Looking at the rapidly scrolling chat messages in front of him, Yue Chi strained all his strength to carefully read the words above. Unfortunately, most of it was nonsense. There were comments about how terrifying zombies are, how being scratched by a zombie could lead to mutation, how drinking water could also cause mutation, and how zombies would actively attack houses. These were all common knowledge. So, Yue Chi immediately switched to a province-level channel with a lower frequency. Previously, he had been observing either the all-channel, regional channels, or the band area channels. Now that he was here, Yue Chi felt that there might be information he needed. As the system interface changed, a large amount of information quickly flashed before Yue Chi's eyes. However, having mingled in the all-channel, Yue Chi had developed an extremely high speed. Almost all the information that flew past him could be captured by him. Similar to the all-channel, it was mostly basic knowledge that Yue Chi already had, consisting of experiential issues. However, there were 2 points that caught Yue Chi's attention. First, he unexpectedly became the top of both leaderboards. He had been reading about zombies, the experiences and lessons summarized by kind people, and hadn't noticed this before. To his surprise, he was at the top of the score leaderboard as well. Seeing this, Yue Chi clicked on the leaderboard base. Next to his Shanghai base, there was a leaderboard item. Here, he could check the score of his construction and the leaderboard. After opening the score leaderboard, his name and base proudly hung at the top. Scoreboard: Yue Chi, 65 points Shanghai base. Looking at the number, Yue Chi was somewhat surprised. No wonder such a large blood marrow cloud appeared. It turns out this was thanks to his arrow tower. Thinking of this, Yue Chi decided he must upgrade his arrow tower. Arrow tower, the considerate existence that allows you to sleep soundly all night. After checking his score, Yue Chi looked at the blood marrow cloud that had almost been absorbed by the blood marrow stone. Jiucheng, let's go have a good meal. We have some hard work to do later. With that, Yue Chi took Li Jiucheng back into the house. There was no helping it. The drastic reduction in the world base officials in such a short time led to a shortage of food. Those who could survive until now were not ordinary people. He feared his food wouldn't sell for a while. Since that was the case, he could only do it himself. But before that, he had to eat. Food is the foundation of everything. For a foodie, nothing is more important than eating. Chapter 40. This is fate. Heat the pot. Pour in the oil. Hearing Commander Yue Chi's words, Li Jiucheng immediately poured the soybean oil from his hand into the pot. Sizzle. As the soybean oil contacted the hot iron pot, it instantly ignited into a plume of oil vapor. Splash. Yue Chi watched as the oil in the pot quickly heated up and hurriedly threw in the pre-chopped meat slices from his backpack. Sizzle. As the blood-streaked meat slices fell into the hot oil, a cracking sound erupted. A visible cloud of smoke wafted from the pot. Delicious. Smelling the aroma of the meat, Yue Chi's throat surged. Jiucheng, you're really a great addition, ha 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 ha. Yue Chi laughed. While speaking, he poured a bit of soy sauce into the pot and then sprinkled some salt. If he had pulled Li Jiucheng out earlier, they would have only been able to drink meat soup and gnaw on bread together. But now, he had salt, soy sauce, MSG, Sichuan pepper, star anise, and various seasonings. This was truly a feast. Although it couldn't compare to the extensive array of seasonings from before the world changed, it was already quite good in this apocalyptic disaster. Yue Chi speculated, or rather was certain, that aside from his incredible luck, who else would find so many ingredients in the silver and gold treasure chests? Others were equipped with weapons and rare resources. Those capable people were constantly clearing out zombies around their bases. If it weren't for his luck, he might not even reach 10 points by now. As for how he knew this, it was simple. In just over an hour, although his first throne was built, it was already precarious. However, Yue Chi did not plan to search for zombies to kill. After all, yesterday, he had already wiped out all the surrounding zombies. If he really went looking, it could waste a lot of time. Moreover, in this world, killing zombies wasn't the most important thing. The priority was to build a good base to ensure better survival. While contemplating what he needed to do next, Yue Chi took out his last 3 bowls. The first bowl contained the freshly cooked goat meat, while the other 2 were filled with meat soup. However, this time the soup would be even tastier, as he had added some important ingredients. In this cold weather, what could be more comforting than a bowl of warm meat soup? Ever since Yue Chi acquired those nearly endless discarded food items, he decided to keep the high-quality meat soup for himself. After all, meat soup required a lot of water, and he didn't have much clean water left. Conserving it was essential. Currently, the water was only enough for him and his subordinate Li Jiucheng to last about 3 days. After both of them had their fill, Yue Chi once again strapped on his backpack. Inside, he packed a few bags of compressed biscuits, 2 bottles of 500 milliliters mineral water, and 4 pieces of his own smoked jerky. In his technology ring, Yue Chi also placed a stone pickaxe and 2 stone axes. Besides the stone axe he used himself, he also crafted a stone axe for Li Jiucheng using his limited basic resources. Although the 2 of them wouldn't gather wood as quickly or in as large quantities as they would trading at the exchange, it was still quite good compared to doing it alone. Meanwhile, under the commander's signal, Li Jiucheng, who already knew the purpose of this outing, also bundled himself up tightly. He also strapped a military ammunition belt across himself. The belt contained a full 40 rounds of ammunition. In Li Jiucheng's view, if he only carried part of the ammo, he would regret it if he faced a situation like yesterday when they ran out of bullets. Just thinking about the battle with the mutated goat yesterday morning made Li Jiucheng tense all over. He had to remain vigilant at all times, especially when leaving the house. He needed to ensure he had enough consumables like bullets. Unfortunately, he only had 40 rounds of ammunition now. Otherwise, considering his physical condition, carrying 100 rounds would be no problem. After sheathing his bayonet back into the scabbard at his waist, he looked at his commander. "Are you ready?" Yue Chi turned and asked. "Commander, I'm ready," Li Jiucheng replied. "Then let's set off." Looking at Li Jiucheng, who had dressed and organized his things, Yue Chi opened the door. After unlocking the stone door, the 2 quickly stepped outside. He glanced at the time displayed on the system panel. It was 9:35 a.m. Given that it would be dark by 6 p.m., that meant they had 8 hours and 25 minutes left to gather resources. Wood would be relatively easy to obtain. He had used a nearby small forest for some time. However, iron, ore, and stones wouldn't be so easily acquired. However, there was nothing to be done. He found himself in such a wilderness at the start, where dense trees and slightly accessible stones were relatively easy to obtain. But to gather a large amount of stone and various mineral resources, it was all down to luck in the wilderness. Today's goal was to collect as much wood as possible, and if time permitted, he could pick up some stones along the creek. As for iron, ore, and other minerals, it was all up to fate. After determining today's objective, Yue Chi led the cautious Li Jiucheng eastward toward the base. Yue Chi was quite familiar with this area, having spent most of his time here before and even found his first food, berries, here. After the 2 of them passed through a muddy area, Yue Chi was stunned. The trees in front of him seemed to have been broken by hail, many of them lying flat on the ground. Looking at the scattered wood and a small portion of hail that had not yet melted, Yue Chi became excited. Now, he could really play the role of a cleaner. Unlike others, who found the broken and battered trees almost useless, he was different. No matter what kind of tree it was, as long as it could be used, he could convert them into the basic materials he needed. Others could only have resources that met specific standards recognized by the system, and they couldn't transform them into glowing resource blocks. Chapter 41. The Mine. "Jiucheng, keep watch nearby. I'll go collect the materials," Yue Chi said to Li Jiucheng beside him. "Understood, sir." Li Jiucheng quickly responded upon hearing Yue Chi's voice. "Sir, please wait a few minutes. I'll check if there is any danger ahead." Turning around, Li Jiucheng saluted Yue Chi and then walked toward the pile of wood and hail. Watching Li Jiucheng in front of him, Yue Chi smiled slightly. He was a good soldier. Upon arrival, Li Jiucheng immediately began scouting the area. Standing at a height, Yue Chi remained vigilant, constantly aware of his surroundings, not daring to be careless. If he became negligent and lost something, it would truly be a case of losing more than he gained. Looking at the materials waiting to be collected, Yue Chi felt that the hail wasn't such a disaster after all. At least it provided him with ample ice sources and so much wood. Holding a well-strung crossbow and arrows, Yue Chi moved around the elevated area. The range wasn't large. He just wandered around on both sides of his path. Soon, Li Jiucheng ran out from the small woods. "Sir, I didn't find any danger inside. You can go in personally, but there might be unexpected events, so please be extra careful." Seeing his laid-back superior, Li Jiucheng felt the need to remind him again. "Well, I still have you," Yue Chi responded. After saying that, he stowed his alloy crossbow and quickly walked toward the fallen trees. Behind Yue Chi, Li Jiucheng didn't follow but began observing the environment around him. Ha 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 ha. It's all mine. The base lacked these basic resources, and this time it was truly effortless. Saying this, Yue Chi was also in motion. He was well aware of the unexpected events that could arise from talking too much, so he decided to quickly put all the wood into his backpack space. That's right. In the backpack space, these basic materials could only be stored after being transformed into resource blocks. If he wanted to store them in his tech ring, that was also possible, but the 1 cubic meter of space couldn't hold much. Although putting materials into his backpack space would incur a certain weight penalty for Yue Chi, obtaining so many basic materials and enduring a bit of hardship was nothing. Building up his base defenses was the most critical factor. As for what others were up to, Yue Chi had no idea. In his view, it was best not to reveal the differences he had compared to others. Too much attention could lead to trouble. He still didn't have enough strength to protect himself adequately. With this thought, Yue Chi quickened his movements. As Yue Chi continued to place wood into his backpack space, one system notification after another refreshed rapidly on his system panel. He had long turned off the basic information notifications according to the method taught by the Master Sanha in the channel. So now only important information would reach his ears immediately. Time passed quickly, and Yue Chi had cleared nearly half of the fallen trees in front of him. At 11:50 a.m., he glanced at the time on his system panel and wiped the sweat from his hands. This was exhausting. He had never felt so tired from gathering resources before. Wasn't this just like counting money until he was tired? Gurgle, gurgle. Feeling his stomach growl, Yue Chi knew he really needed to eat something. Otherwise, his little body would be in trouble. Jiucheng, come over and eat something. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Yue Chi called out to Li Jiucheng, who was on guard nearby. Understood, sir. Upon hearing his superior's words, Li Jiucheng quickly approached, receiving a bottle of water, 2 bags of compressed biscuits, and a piece of smoked meat from Yue Chi. After drinking, he distanced himself from Yue Chi again. He casually placed the water in his backpack, put 1 bag of compressed biscuits in his pocket, and tore open the other bag, eating the biscuits while walking around, occasionally biting into the smoked meat if the taste felt bland, or drinking water if he felt thirsty. He continued his patrol. On the other side, seeing his subordinate working so diligently, Yue Chi also wanted to continue. But people were different. Given his physique, he might really collapse if he kept working into the afternoon. And this was something only he could do. The thought of needing to work day and night to upgrade the base made Yue Chi dizzy. Looking at his backpack, a peculiar idea popped into his mind. Could this backpack be upgraded? Space backpack, a place to store various materials, but storage is limited, and it will impose 1% of the stored material's weight on the user. When used by someone other than the backpack owner, the backpack space is prohibited from use. Upgradable. Upgrade option 1. Increase backpack capacity from 20 slots to 40 slots. Each slot can hold double the number of items. Upgrade conditions. 3 black technology films, 10 high-tech carbohydrate molecule materials, 2 space power combinations. Upgrade option 2. Slightly increase backpack capacity from 20 slots to 30 slots. Cancel the weight of items in space. Upgrade conditions. 3 black technology films, 5 high-tech carbohydrate molecule materials, 1 space power combination device, 1 anti-gravity device. Looking at the text on the system panel, Yue Chi's mind almost crashed. He could recognize each word, but he couldn't understand them when combined. It seemed that he would have to use this backpack for a long time. Jiucheng, what happened? Just finished eating. Yue Chi packed up the plastic bags and the mineral water bottles. As he was about to get up, he saw Li Jiucheng running over. Sir, I found a mountain to the east of the forest, Li Jiucheng said with great certainty. What? Say that again. Hearing Li Jiucheng's words, Yue Chi felt a bit incredulous. Is this thing really just appearing out of nowhere? I'm sure, sir. You and I are standing here, and you can see the mountain on the east side. Chapter 42. One step at a time, oh my god. Standing on a high ground, Yue Chi clearly saw a mountain under Li Jiucheng's guidance. He had walked here before, but at that time, all he could see was a sea of green forest, and there was not a trace of the mountain to be seen. Even if there was a mountain, it was completely shrouded in green, making it impossible to notice. After all, the mountain was a bit low, only about tens of meters high. Calling it a mountain was really just a small hill that was about 40 to 50 meters higher than the position of their base. In the dense forest, due to the principle of nearby tall and distant short, Yue Chi, who was immersed in chopping wood and building wooden houses, simply did not notice it. However, even if he had noticed, it would not have been of much use, as he didn't have time to go there. Now, with a large area of forest shattered by hail, that small mountain was particularly noticeable in the entire blank space. As for how tall that mountain was, Yue Chi couldn't be sure, but one thing he could confirm was that it definitely did not exceed 100 meters. Another point was that the distance between this mountain and their base was probably not very far. But how far exactly, Yue Chi had no idea. Looking at Li Jiuchong beside him, an idea suddenly popped into Yue Chi's mind. Doesn't the rifle have a built-in rangefinder? However, Li Jiuchong's next words struck Yue Chi like a bolt from the blue. Sir, the range of my rifle is 800 meters. And the distance to that mountain has clearly exceeded the range of the rifle. Also, the rifle's rangefinder can only measure within 200 meters. Beyond that, we cannot aim with the naked eye. Seeing the puzzled look on the commander's face, Li Jiuchong had no choice but to continue explaining. Sir, I can't determine the exact number, but based on my intuition, that mountain is not too far from us. Li Jiuchong reiterated. Listening to Li Jiuchong's words, Yue Chi was speechless. Do I not know that? A mountain that big, and I can see the foot of the mountain from here. It definitely isn't too far. What a waste of words. Jiuchong continued to patrol the surroundings. I'll first put these resources I've gathered into our own pockets. After glancing at the wood in the hollow below, Yue Chi decided to take what he could first and leave the rest for later. Yes, sir. Hearing Commander Yue Chi's words, Li Jiuchong continued his uninterrupted patrol, but this time he focused his attention on the nearby mountain. He knew his commander would definitely head to that mountain next. He had to observe carefully. Between the forest and the base, Li Jiuchong roamed and patrolled, ready to alert to any disturbance and pay extra attention during subsequent patrols. On the other side, Yue Chi was still laboriously collecting supplies. Although the work was light, the sheer volume made Yue Chi feel the hardships of life. So this is how tiring work is. Sitting on the ground, Yue Chi suddenly thought of his adoptive father. He grew up thanks to his adoptive father's hard work. He had never experienced any hardship since childhood. Unfortunately, just when he thought he could take good care of his adoptive father after becoming successful, he unfortunately passed away. Since then, he became the child who, according to the neighbors, was not doing anything productive. But was he really not doing anything productive? Indeed, to the older generation, being an adventure streamer and wandering between mountains and rivers certainly seemed unproductive. But who let him have so much money? His adoptive father had no wife or children, no parents, no siblings, so all the millions he accumulated in his life eventually ended up in his hands. These millions were deposited in the bank, and the daily interest was enough for him to live on. However, as time went on, he felt increasingly empty inside. Finally, on the advice of a psychologist, he began to travel, enjoying the beautiful scenery of his country. He shared his experiences and feelings online and eventually became a moderately popular outdoor streamer. In fact, he didn't particularly enjoy outdoor adventures, but it was the only option to alleviate his inner worries. Plus, with so many fans cheering him on, he went outdoors for a live stream once a month and tried to update some videos every week. He came to this world just after returning from outdoors, having rested for a few days and still sleeping in bed when he found himself here. Thinking of this, Yue Chi couldn't help but sigh. However, upon reflecting, since coming here, he had no longer felt that kind of sorrow. It seemed that being too idle really led to overthinking. After a short rest, Yue Chi got up and started to get busy again. Time passed quickly, and before he knew it, it was already afternoon. Looking at the results of his labor, Yue Chi felt somewhat unsatisfied. There was no way. His backpack was full. He could only return these things to the base and come back to collect the rest of this fortune. A full 20 compartments, each capable of stacking 100 units of resources. With 20 compartments completely filled, that's a total of 2,000 units of wood. This is a huge sum. And this amount of wood is only 1/3 of the forest that was devastated by the hail. There are still 2/3 left that he hasn't fully scoured. If he could get all of it, 6,000 units of wood would mean he wouldn't have to worry about lacking wood resources for months. Jiuchong, let's go. After adjusting his backpack, which didn't feel so heavy, Yue Chi called out to Li Jiuchong, who was patrolling nearby. But when Yue Chi actually put on his small backpack, he realized what it meant to not judge by appearances. Not only can people not be judged by appearances, but even this small backpack cannot be judged by appearances. Initially, when he swung this small backpack, he didn't feel much weight before it was on his back, as Yue Chi's carrying capacity had greatly improved after multiple trainings. But as the backpack settled on his spine, Yue Chi instantly stumbled and nearly fell flat in front of Li Jiuchong. Fortunately, his feet were steady enough to stabilize himself. Otherwise, it would have been quite embarrassing. Jiucheng, we're heading back to the base, Yue Chi said with the little strength he had left. Then gritted his teeth to try to get back to the base faster. With every step, footprints appeared in the moist soil. Watching the commander leave clear footprints, Li Jiucheng stayed close to Yue Chi, fearing any accidents. Chapter 43, Resource Warehouse. Finally, home. Looking at the stone house within reach, Yue Chi, who was completely exhausted from the heavy backpack, felt a sudden surge of energy from somewhere. In just a few steps, he opened the door to his stone house. Yue Chi had never felt secure about leaving the door unguarded when he was out of the area. If I weren't home and someone stole from my house, all those good things would be given away for nothing. As for the 3 arrow towers, although they have a certain attack power, with the constant changes over time, who knows if others have any special abilities to evade attacks. But what can I do about it? Li Jiucheng pushed open the stone door, and Yue Chi quickly walked in. He threw his backpack down, stretched his arms and legs, and checked the supplies inside according to his usual habit every time he returned. Nothing is missing. Nothing is less. It's highly likely that no one has come. After throwing the backpack on the ground, Yue Chi didn't rush to take out all the resource blocks inside, but sat down directly on the bed. He really had no strength left. He didn't expect that this short distance of over 400 meters would nearly cost him his life. One that even the marrow demon couldn't end. Although those wooden resources were really important, if he didn't take a break, he might not even make it back. Sitting on the bed, Yue Chi squeezed his stiff legs, then opened a bottle of mineral water and drank it down. There was no other choice. Li Jiucheng was actually the one who had it the easiest on this journey. Yue Chi had been sweating almost nonstop, tirelessly flowing along the way. If Li Jiucheng hadn't pulled out his water bottle to give him some water, he was really afraid he would have died of thirst halfway. After drinking most of the bottle, Yue Chi felt that his body was almost recovered. Looking at the backpack on the ground, Yue Chi began to think about where to put the 2,000 units of wooden resources. Just leaving them in the supplies would be too careless. But if he didn't put them in the house, the number 1 and number 2 boxes probably wouldn't be able to hold these 2,000 units of wood. For a moment, Yue Chi was troubled by the massive amount of resources in front of him. What to do? Yue Chi decided he couldn't just sit and wait for death. He still had a lot to do. He opened the system's manufacturing options to see if there was anything useful inside. As soon as he flipped to the first page, a thought suddenly popped into his mind. If he could build a house specifically for the cold storage, then couldn't he build another house, a basement, for such a huge resource storage problem? It could also increase the evaluation score of his base and help disperse the attacks during a zombie siege. The key point was that the small wooden house only needed wood, and he was currently not short of wood at all. However, the stones for the basement might be a bit tricky, but that's okay. He could gather stones that were reserved for building other things. Thinking of this, Yue Chi felt like a genius, but he didn't take action immediately. After all, there were still 3 pages he hadn't looked at carefully yet. What if there were better options? He definitely wouldn't waste his effort like that. As he flipped through the pages one by one, Yue Chi felt that he was really overthinking. The things on the following pages were either stone knives, wooden axes, wooden picks, various torches, utensils, or cabinets that couldn't hold much. Seeing this, Yue Chi decided to go ahead with his original idea. Since he had done it once before, Yue Chi was quite familiar with the process. First, he chose a location, this time selecting a spot 20 meters north of his stone house. If he expanded the stone house in the future, it would also provide an expansion area. If it really wasn't enough, he could only move the building. That's right. All buildings within the base could be moved, but it required paying some basic resources. If it were before, Yue Chi might not have chosen to pay. But now it was different. Yue Chi was feeling generous. After choosing the location, he instructed Li Jiucheng to guard nearby to prevent any accidents. Yue Chi had deeply understood the saying that a cautious sailor can sail for 1,000 years. Following the previous operation, the small wooden house instantly appeared at the location Yue Chi had designated, and as for the entrance to the basement, Yue Chi felt that he might not remember well. So he decided to place it all in the right small room. Under Yue Chi's operation, it was completed at least 10 times faster than last time. As for Li Jiucheng, he had already become accustomed to his commander's abilities. After all, when you first see it, you would be shocked. The second time, it would be amazing, but as you gained more experience, these things became more ordinary. Yue Chi also lost interest in the building that looked exactly like the food warehouse. Now, his mind was only focused on quickly putting the resource blocks into the basement and rushing to retrieve the remaining ones. How could he not be proactive with such a windfall? In Yue Chi's excitement, the heavy backpack suddenly felt a bit lighter. It wasn't just in Yue Chi's mind. There were actually 100 units less wood in the backpack. How could it not feel a bit lighter? Looking at the green blocks piled up like a small mountain, Yue Chi felt quite gratified. He then hung the now light backpack on his back and led Li Jiuzhong once again to the eastern forest. With a pile of trees waiting for Yue Chi to collect, his walking speed was much faster than when he first arrived. Even Li Jiuzhong, who had trained for many years, couldn't keep up with Yue Chi's pace for a moment. There was no way, after such a tough experience, anyone's physical condition would rapidly improve. For him, it was a double-edged sword. Although he was a bit tired, his physical condition had genuinely improved. Even Yue Chi noticed this. In the past, hiking just restored his stamina to normal, but after coming to this world, it was a breakthrough in his physical condition, as the sun's position continuously changed. The two of them shuttled back and forth between the base and the forest. When the sun was about to set, Yue Chi, fully loaded, looked at the 300+ units of wood resources in front of him and smiled foolishly. Meanwhile, Li Jiuzhong stood guard beside him. Chapter 44. The Barefoot Person. This was over 8,000 units of wood. It was more than he had imagined. He thought there would be at most 6,000 units. But it exceeded 2,000. Don't underestimate those extra 2,000 units of wood. Just those alone would be enough for him to completely renovate the entire territory. Of course, it could only be wooden products because to upgrade, other than thickening, if he wanted to change the quality, he could only replace it with stone. But obviously, he was currently extremely short on stone resources. He couldn't even say he was just extremely short on stone. Apart from wood, he was also extremely lacking in other resources. Looking at the small mountain of green blocks in front of him, his initially excited mood slowly calmed down and began to feel a bit frustrated. Wood was certainly good, but its insulation effect was not very good. In the chat channel, many people died due to being hit by hail because they only had a layer of wood. Of course, this situation was mostly an exception. After all, that layer of wood should be enough to block the invasion of hail. Their deaths were purely due to various strange and bizarre reasons. Unlike hail, as long as proper protection was taken, there shouldn't be any major problems under normal circumstances. However, during the first round, nearly 70% of the people died purely because they didn't take this natural disaster seriously. Most of them couldn't even repair the foundation of their houses in 3 days, although they were different from themselves and relied entirely on their hands to restore buildings. Some slight modifications to the existing framework were still possible. As for those who chose underground bases, it was even less of a concern. As long as they reinforced their wooden doors leading underground, there generally wouldn't be major problems. However, for those like themselves who chose above ground, they had to face the threat of repairing their houses. But hail, that was a beginner's difficulty. It was terrifying. Although normally staying inside their house could protect their safety, people have urgent needs, and some couldn't stand the unpleasant odors, pushing themselves to extreme challenges and ultimately dying outside. Hail the size of a ball could kill someone in an instant. Fortunately, one probably wouldn't feel much pain and could leave this world instantly. However, the endless wind and snow sounded terrifying. Just the heavy hail made being outside feel hot in pajamas turn into a chill even when wrapped in winter clothes. How horrifying the endless wind and snow would be. When the time came, whether it was strong winds or heavy snow, the temperature would drop rapidly. Yue Chi guessed that the world's temperature could reach -50 or 60 degrees. In the original modern society, it would be easy to resist such conditions, thanks to heating, warm treasures, and warming patches. But here, they only had a barely windproof house, and as for warmth, it truly offered none. Outside it was -7 or 8 degrees. And inside it was only about -1 degree, plus the lack of sunlight made the house a bit damp. The only source of fire in the house was a stove for cooking and a torch for lighting. Although they now had blankets and winter clothes, it wasn't a long-term solution. If they froze to death, the food outside would just be wasted for others. As for the month leading up to the endless wind and snow, Yue Chi had already prepared ample supplies. However, besides that, Yue Chi still felt the preparations were not sufficient, because the system actually gave them 30 days of preparation time. That's right, these 30 days filled with zombies, in Yue Chi's eyes, were meant for preparing to survive the next natural disaster. Although zombies posed a certain level of threat, Yue Chi saw them as transport captains, delivering points to him, especially since he already had ample confidence in his defenses, even though he had relied entirely on defense towers to eliminate so many zombies. He didn't believe his lucky body would once again incur the jealousy of zombies. However, for safety reasons, Yue Chi planned to enhance the defenses of his territory. For example, a stone wall, even if it was only 2 meters high and several centimeters thick, could buy some shooting time for the 5-meter-high arrow towers. By then, if he reinforced the arrow towers, Facing these zombies wouldn't be as solid as a rock, but it would be at least on the level of the Maginot Line. As long as he didn't act recklessly, he would absolutely not die. However, he needed to add a big door to his base first. After killing the zombies, he could go outside to look for mutated beasts and get treasure chests from monsters, walking toward the pinnacle of life. But Yue Chi was just thinking about it. Right now, besides being able to fight mutated fighting sheep, he really couldn't handle other mutated beasts. Although he was brave, he wasn't reckless. He was still very clear about when to charge and when to run away. The immediate priority was to find enough stones. The entire base was lacking stone resources everywhere. Whether it was to thicken his house to retain heat, upgrade wooden fences and wooden arrow towers to stone walls and stone bases, or lay stones between several buildings in his base for easier walking, all required stones, and a large amount of them. Yue Chi once again thought of the small hill he saw with Li Jiucheng in the eastern forest in the morning. Although that small hill was not high, it should still be a hill, and as long as it was a hill, there would definitely be stones. If luck was on their side, they might even find some iron ore. By then, building several more arrow towers and luring a wave of zombies would result in a continuous influx of points. Once his points were sufficient, he could exchange them for some excellent cold-resistant tools. Just as Yue Chi was standing in front of a pile of wood blocks enjoying life, a system notification suddenly startled him awake. Your goods have been successfully sold. Please check in time. Your goods have been successfully sold. Please check in time. Your goods have been successfully sold. Please check in time. With 10 system notifications consecutively ringing in his ears, Yue Chi, who had just displayed a troubled expression, instantly changed. Among his 10 items, 5 were materials he requested to exchange for, and the other 5 were for water. Although drinking from the creek for a short time wasn't a major problem, and the system said it wouldn't turn into mutated beasts or zombies, Yue Chi still didn't want to take the risk. He was now someone with wealth. He wasn't a barefoot person who feared nothing. Chapter 45. Marching to the mine. 50 units of wood, 30 units of stone, and 20 units of iron. 5 packs of 300 milliliters of mineral water. Looking at the supplies in his backpack, Yue Chi muttered to himself. To be honest, even though Yue Chi now had nearly 10,000 units of wood, he still longed for those 50 units of wood. Who wouldn't want their resources to keep increasing? As for those 30 units of stone and 20 units of iron, he didn't need to mention them. He was already lacking stones and iron or to build wooden arrow towers again, and now they had come at the right time. Taking out a piece of meat weighing over a pound from the technology ring, Yue Chi handed it to Li Jiucheng, asking him to handle dinner for the day. While he grabbed 100 units of wood and placed them in his backpack space, then quickly ran towards the warehouse exit with his backpack. Seeing that the commander had left, Li Jiucheng didn't think much and turned back to leave a small gap for ventilation in the basement, closed the wooden house door tightly, and headed towards the stone house where he lived with the lamb. Returning to Yue Chi's perspective, he had now rebuilt the wooden arrow tower here once again. As for building elsewhere, Yue Chi didn't consider it. After all, this was a good spot chosen for him by Li Jiucheng. Raising his head, looking at the towering arrow tower in front of him, a surge of ambition suddenly filled his heart. However, Yue Chi knew that this was just the beginning. Coming to a new world, everyone's starting point was about the same. In the original world, all opportunities had been seized, but in this world, whoever could survive to the end was the real winner. Not only surviving to the end, but also living life to the fullest. That is the ultimate winner in life. Looking at the arrow tower in front of him, Yue Chi suddenly felt a sharp desire to compete with others. Shifting his gaze from the arrow tower, Yue Chi looked at the damaged wooden fence. At this moment, although the wooden fence still had a lot of debris, it could no longer be used again. However, building wooden fences in place was still not a problem. Yue Chi stood next to the arrow tower, trying to make himself safer, and entered the creation space. Practice makes perfect. After repeatedly entering, Yue Chi had already mastered his skills in building construction. Soon, the wooden fence that looked exactly like the one from last night would be built again. Looking at the sparse fence standing only 2 meters high in front of him, Yue Chi felt a sense of security. Perhaps, providing a person with a sense of security is actually that simple. This time, unlike the last wooden fence he built, Yue Chi made a large 5-meter gate for each section of the fence. After all, he needed to go out too. The key point is, which family's base fence doesn't have a gate? Looking at the wooden fence in front of him, Yue Chi placed half of his consciousness in the system panel. Clicking on the base project, Yue Chi smoothly began to check the current buildings of the base. He had already checked the small wooden house in the basement when he built them, so this time he went straight to the wooden fence. Wooden fence has certain defensive capabilities, can withstand several attacks, but cannot completely conceal the internal situation of the base from the outside world, and is highly vulnerable to fire, water, and lightning. Besides being able to slightly resist physical attacks, it cannot block other actions. Upgradable. Upgrade Direction 1. Increase the wood content of the wooden fence. Slightly enhance its defensive capabilities and improve its concealment effect for the base. Upgrade Conditions. 1100 wood. Defensive capabilities and concealment effects are determined by the amount of wood added. Upgrade Direction 2. Change the material of the wooden fence, slightly enhance its defensive capabilities, and slightly increase the height of the fence defense from the original 2 meters to 3 meters. Upgrade Conditions. 50 wood. Upgrade Direction 3. Change the fence material to stone, greatly increase wall defense, completely prevent the outside from seeing the internal situation of the base, and slightly improve fire, water, and ventilation resistance. Upgrade Conditions. 50 stone. Looking at the situation of the fence on the system panel, Yue Chi felt that this design was quite user-friendly. It could be upgraded according to the amount of resources he currently had. However, even if he added more wood, it probably wouldn't provide as much peace of mind as a stone wall. With this thought, Yue Chi turned back and glanced at the arrow tower, which also needed stone to upgrade, and made a decision. He must explore that mountain. If there were a lot of stones there, it would provide a strong impetus for the development of his base. But it was definitely not the day to go. It was already close to evening, and night was about to fall. Once it got dark, it would be a disadvantageous environment for him, and he absolutely wouldn't go out under such circumstances. The night of the new moon with a high wind was not something he wanted to encounter. At night, it was often the time when mutated beasts and zombies were highly excited. If he appeared within their range, they would track him relentlessly. Rather than that, it would be better to rest well in the base and set off with Li Jiucheng in the morning when the sun was shining, to check the situation there. Just as Yue Chi was thinking about what items to bring tomorrow, Li Jiucheng's voice came from behind him. "Officer, dinner is ready. Come and eat." Turning around, he saw Li Jiucheng, who had lowered his guard, standing behind him. He wasn't carrying a military backpack, and his rifle was thrown aside. His only weapon for combat was the bayonet strapped to his thigh. Let us see what delicious food we can have today," Yue Chi replied as he turned around. After that, the two of them made their way to the small wooden house on the north side. The small wooden houses on the south and north sides were given different meanings by Yue Chi. The small wooden house on the south side served two purposes. The first was to store supplies for himself, and the second was to rely on the basement built under the small wooden house on the south side, which mainly preserved meat products for refrigeration and preservation purposes. The small wooden house on the north side also had two functions. The first was to serve as his kitchen. The stove in the stone house had been dismantled, upgraded by Yue Chi, and placed in the left small room of the south wooden house. After the upgrade, the stove looked very different from its original state. The original stove was quite rough, made of several stones stacked together as a burning platform. However, after the upgrade, its surface became smoother, and the structure was no longer entirely made of stones and slabs. The numerous gaps in the original stove were filled, turning it into a sealed stove. The advantage was that it allowed the flames to burn more fully, speeding up the cooking process. The downside was that he could no longer roast meat on the stove. Chapter 46. Majin Bu, only one chapter today. Need to plan the outline and prepare to accumulate manuscripts for explosive updates. As the two quickly finished dinner, Yue Chi, with Li Jiucheng's help, began some basic training. There were important tasks to be done tomorrow, so he couldn't overexert himself today. As for everything else, Yue Chi didn't think too much and completely followed Li Jiucheng's suggestions. After all, Li Jiucheng was somewhat of a formally trained squad leader, and having him help lay a good foundation was a good idea. His body was really in poor condition, and in this apocalyptic disaster world, having a strong physique was extremely important. Whether fighting mutated beasts and zombies or surviving in natural disasters, it was essential. Without a strong body, in the end, everything could not be protected and would only benefit others. Time passed quickly, and after doing several sets of basic training in the house with Li Jiucheng, Yue Chi did not give up but continued to work hard until Li Jiucheng told him that today's training quota had been met. Looking at the sweat-soaked bodies of both him and Li Jiucheng, they entered the small wooden house on the north side. In the hall of the small wooden house, besides placing a table, chairs, and bowls and chopsticks, Yue Chi also set up a large wooden barrel filled with water. Of course, it was not the pure, uncontaminated water obtained from the system or treasure chests, but water from a creek. This water had two uses. One was for boiling water to cook, And although it contained some mutated toxins and zombie viruses, according to the system, as long as one wasn't foolish enough to soak in it every day, there wouldn't be too much of a problem. So, in the face of increasingly scarce pure water resources, this creek water was reluctantly brought to the table. But in Yue Chi's determination, drinking water could still only be pure water, besides being used as water for daily living, but not for direct consumption. This water had another use, bathing. Yue Chi could endure not bathing for more than 10 days, or even half a year. But the various bloody smells on his body were just too mixed and confusing. Perhaps it was these odors that brought him so much trouble. Thus, after scooping a ladle of water, Yue Chi went outside and poured it directly over himself. Refreshing. Feeling the pleasure from his body, Yue Chi returned once more. At night, the stars quietly streaked across the sky, the points of light flowing rapidly with the passage of time. Soon, a bright orb slowly rose from the east. At this moment, Yue Chi and Li Jiucheng were already fully armed, carrying the food and pure water needed for the day, standing outside the stone house. Sometimes, not taking risks really isn't an option, Yue Chi quietly said while looking at the just-risen sun. This was the first time he had woken up so early since coming to this world. The system time was 4:50 a.m. And he and Li Jiucheng had already quickly gotten up. They spent nearly half an hour preparing a rather lavish breakfast, which included meat soup, fried meat, fruit, and even the few beef cans were taken out by Yue Chi. According to Yue Chi, if these things are not eaten by oneself, and if they are left there and others come along and eat them, one would regret it immensely. Moreover, since the food he carried today was mainly dry instant food, breakfast was still quite important. After both of them were well prepared in all aspects, Yue Chi, with his backpack, and Li Jiucheng, carrying a rifle, quickly moved towards the east side of the stone house. They needed to ensure that they spent as little time as possible getting there, so they would have enough time for exploration and gathering, as well as returning to the base before dark. After securely closing the eastern gate of the base, the two continued to move quickly eastward. In less than 5 minutes, they arrived at the forest where they had gathered wood resources yesterday. Due to Yue Chi's hard work the whole day yesterday, the density of the forest had drastically decreased, and even without observing from a higher position, one could see the small hill on the other side from the edge of the forest. Since the forest was quite far from the creek this time, numerous small pits formed from the melting hail ice were scattered throughout the forest. Fortunately, the number of these small pits was sufficient, making their walk on the ground not as muddy as they had imagined. However, the short distance of only 1 kilometer still took Yue Chi and Li Jiucheng half an hour to cover. The path was just too difficult to walk on, and every step required a certain amount of effort. After crossing the forest, they officially arrived at the foot of the small hill. It truly was a small hill. By visual estimation, the entire hill was about 70 to 80 meters high. Looking around, Yue Chi thought that this small hill might be quite large. Otherwise, the foot of the hill wouldn't be so vast that it was hard to see the end. Suddenly, a creaking sound appeared in Yue Chi's ears, and both he and Li Jiucheng quickly became alert. Following the sound, they pinpointed the direction. At a 35-degree angle to the west, they tiptoed cautiously towards the source of the sound. They prepared to observe quietly. In case something happened, they would run away immediately, hiding behind a rock. Yue Chi discovered a small hole in the ground, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Peeking his head out from behind the rock and slightly tilting it up, Yue Chi's pupils dilated. Wow, this little peek was significant. He actually saw a massive creature wearing animal skin sitting on a rock chewing on something. Looking at the towering creature over 2 meters tall, Yue Chi decided to assess the situation carefully. He stealthily signaled to Li Jiucheng behind him to hide quickly. Then he used his analysis ability. As he activated his analysis ability, the creature suddenly turned its head and looked directly in Yue Chi's direction. Yue Chi was startled and quickly ducked into the small hole under the rock at Li Jiucheng's signal. Just as he got in, Yue Chi saw a pair of huge feet, at least 50 sizes, appear in front of him. He forced himself to hold his breath to avoid detection by this monster. At the same time, he discreetly winked at Li Jiucheng beside him. The two remained quietly stuck there. The monster that had instantly moved to the rock where Yue Chi had just been noticed that there was no one there. It didn't leave immediately, but scanned the area to ensure there was no trouble before jumping back onto its throne. Phew, that was terrifying. Reflecting on the heart-pounding moment, Yue Chi felt like his heart was about to jump out. If he had been just 1 second late in getting into the hole, he would have likely met a gruesome end. Just thinking about it made Yue Chi shudder. After calming his racing heart, Yue Chi opened the system panel to check the information on this monster. He had to find a way to deal with this monster. It was too close to his base. Majin Bu. Taking a day off. I think I have a serious fever, preparing to get a nucleic acid test, and then get an injection. Sorry, no update today. But there will definitely be one tomorrow. Taking a day off. I think I have a serious fever, preparing to get a nucleic acid test, and then get an injection. Chapter 47. Am I the chosen one? Majin Bu. Due to the world's mutation, the local world miner leader Bu inadvertently absorbed a large amount of magical energy. During a certain gathering, a mutation occurred, resulting in the massacre of many other miners, causing Bu to absorb a large amount of blood energy, completely succumbing to the demon. Becoming extremely fast, with high explosive power, high defense, and very strong attack power, being very bloodthirsty. The only weakness is his eyes, besides that. Due to a serious injury during his human period, the magical energy does not fully cover this area, and attacking here will greatly reduce Majin Bu's speed. Energy level, 21. Hiss. Looking at the evaluation on the system panel, Yue Chi couldn't help but take a deep breath. This is too scary. Although the energy level is not as high as that of the flesh-eating demon, its combat power and defense are far superior. As for speed and agility, that goes without saying. In the blink of an eye, it was 20 meters away, and in another breath, this demon was back in its original position. Just thinking about what had just happened sent shivers down Yue Chi's spine. How could his luck be so bad? If it were an energy level 8 mutated fighting goat, or even a group of mutated fighting goats, he wouldn't say much. After all, karma. He had let one go before, and soon he would face their revenge. But this was a flesh-eating demon and a Majin, both with energy levels exceeding 20. Wasn't he that asking for his life? Was he really going to die here today? Creak, creak. Hearing the grinding sound behind him, Yue Chi's legs began to tremble uncontrollably. It couldn't be that it's eating human bones, could it? Yue Chi thought in fear. Sneaking out from the rock crevice, Yue Chi once again lay on the rock, but this time he was more cautious. He felt that the reason he had almost been discovered by this giant was likely due to the system's analysis skill being detected. Thinking this way, Yue Chi believed as long as he lay here and observed, he would surely not attract the attention of this Majin. Wow, this barrel waist. Wow, this big face. Damn, those fists are bigger than a sandbag. Looking at the Majin Bu in front of him, Yue Chi felt helpless. He wanted to kill this Majin for both future developments and his own safety, but reality simply wouldn't allow it. With his small arms and legs, even with the addition of Li Jiuzhong, who was slightly stronger than him, they would probably just be delivering meat to it. Wiping the sweat off his forehead, Yue Chi decided to hurry back to his base. As for the stones he needed, weren't there plenty scattered all over this small hill? Collecting a few should be enough for him for a while. He couldn't afford to offend this Majin with just his current capabilities. As for the information he just analyzed about this Majin, it was rather useless. Although Majin Bu's energy level wasn't as high as the flesh-eating demon, its weaknesses didn't seem like real weaknesses. The flesh-eating demon's weakness was genuine, fearing killing intent. But what was the flaw of this Majin? For all monsters in the world, those eyes could be considered a weakness, and as for the hidden injury at its waist, it seemed to have long been mostly healed. What kind of weakness was that? Thinking of this, Yue Chi looked down on the answer obtained from the system's analysis. He directly threw the nearby stones into his tech ring and signaled to Li Jiuzhong below to retreat. Just as Li Jiuzhong was about to crawl out of the cave, Yue Chi's big feet suddenly stomped in from above. Before Li Jiuzhong could say anything, Yue Chi's large hands, which were no smaller than the previous pair of big feet, covered his mouth. Shoo! Yue Chi whispered close to Li Jiuzhong. At that moment, another pair of big feet landed right in front of them. Could it be that he and the commander had been discovered? Li Jiuzhong thought, but looking at the foul-smelling feet in front of him, which were even hairier than the last pair, he felt that things were not that simple. Bang! A loud crashing sound echoed in the ears of both Yue Chi and Li Jiuzhong, and a fierce battle began. Listening to the continuous sounds of collision and the thuds of fists hitting flesh outside the cave, Li Jiuzhong pressed his already close body even tighter against Commander Yue Chi, to the point where Yue Chi could feel a hint of ambiguity. If it were a girl, Yue Chi would be very agreeable. But the one in front of him was a genuine man. Just thinking about this made Yue Chi's throat feel a bit nauseous. Fortunately, Li Jiuzhong explained his intentions in time. Commander, what is happening outside? Although the battle drew the attention of those two creatures outside, for safety's sake, Li Jiuzhong still kept his voice as low as possible. What else could it be? Hearing Li Jiuzhong's question, Yue Chi immediately relaxed. Thankfully, it wasn't anything too serious. However, after the initial relief, Yue Chi felt a bit helpless. Just a moment ago, he had noticed that the demon had been focused on eating. So he hurriedly called Li Jiuchong below him to prepare to escape this place of misfortune, and then slyly collect some stone resources elsewhere to upgrade his base. That way, when the demon clashed with him, he could rely on the base to fight back. But just as he turned around, he saw a yellow dot moving rapidly towards him from a distance. Scared, Yue Chi quickly slipped down, and although he couldn't say exactly what happened, he was certain that those two guys had begun fighting, and it was quite intense. Thinking of this, Yue Chi wanted to use the system's analysis ability to check the opponent's information. But he hesitated, knowing that this would surely expose his position. He couldn't believe that these two would just stay there forever. Bang, 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 bang. Dong. Accompanied by sounds that pierced the mind, Yue Chi and Li Jiuchong were forced into spectator mode. There was no way around it. It was impossible for the two of them to leave now, as the area was filled with sounds of battle. If they showed their heads, they might be attacked. And it would be from those two guys. Rather than risk it, it was better to stay put for now, watching the constantly changing big feet outside. Yue Chi and Li Jiuchong took out their lunch. Chapter 48, The True Platinum Treasure Chest. Damn it, sitting for over an hour has made my legs numb. Leaning against the stone wall, Yue Chi couldn't help but complain as he listened to the continuous vibrations outside. Although the cave was not small and enough for the two of them to sit with their knees bent inside, there was hardly any extra space. Fortunately, the size was short enough that they could stand up and stretch when they got tired. Creaking, looking at the dust falling from above, Yue Chi sighed. When would this end? If he had known he would be stuck here, he might as well have collected some stones around the small hill and gone back. Who would have thought that such a terrifying presence would exist in such a small hill? Asking himself, Yue Chi thought that although he had witnessed the terrifying existence of this world, namely that marrow-eating demon, he was still quite confident he could handle a one-on-one fight with a sheep demon. However, he estimated that 10 of himself would likely be defeated by that marrow-eating demon. But when Yue Chi saw the demon view, he understood what it meant to be a small sorcerer meeting a great sorcerer. He even developed his own judgment regarding the energy levels within the analysis. High ability does not necessarily mean being powerful, and low energy levels do not necessarily mean being weak. Sitting here doing nothing was indeed very boring. Initially, Yue Chi wanted to enter the chat channel to engage in idle chatter. However, the place he was in was not very safe. If they were discovered, it would be the end. So he could only think about some things. Just when Yue Chi was contemplating when he could go out, the sounds of fighting outside began to gradually subside. Jiuchong, try to keep us quiet, Yue Chi said softly to Li Jiuchong. Li Jiuchong nodded upon hearing Commander Yue Chi's voice and hurriedly put his compressed biscuits and mineral water from his book into his backpack. No one could say for sure what the situation outside was, so the only thing they could do now was wait. Moreover, they had to keep quiet. If any monsters were outside, showing themselves would be like delivering their heads on a platter. As time passed, Yue Chi could no longer contain himself. Just as he was about to take action, a tremor rang in his ears. Just as Yue Chi was puzzled, a pair of big feet appeared at the cave entrance again. However, this time there was no pause, and they quickly vanished from their sight. Commander, should we wait a little longer? Li Jiuchong whispered. No more waiting. If we wait any longer, any unexpected event could happen. Yue Chi brushed off the dust from his clothes, stood up, and prepared to crawl out of the cave. Following closely behind, Li Jiuchong grabbed his weapon and military backpack and followed Yue Chi out. Crawling out of the cave, Yue Chi pressed against a huge rock once again. This smell feels a bit off. Just as he emerged from the cave, Yue Chi detected a pungent smell of blood. This place is not safe to linger. Thinking of this, Yue Chi prepared to leave this unfortunate place quickly. Home is the best. Leaning against the rock, Yue Chi watched as Li Jiuchong came out of the cave. Backpack on, ready to leave this ominous place. However, a white light suddenly caught Yue Chi's attention. What is that? Yue Chi squinted, looking at the white light not far away. Feeling puzzled. Should I go check it out? Upon thinking this, Yue Chi shook his head. Curiosity kills the cat. If it weren't for his curiosity, he wouldn't have been stuck here for almost half a day. With that half a day, he could have searched for supplies in another direction. Should he really give up? Looking at the white light in the distance, Yue Chi squinted his eyes to see clearly. But due to the obstruction of the white light, even though it was only a few dozen meters away, Yue Chi couldn't make out what it was. Could it be a treasure chest? Thinking of this, Yue Chi felt it was a possibility. After all, he had learned from the chat channel that treasure chests could be obtained not only by killing mutated beasts in outdoor adventures. One could also gain some resources, and treasure chests were precisely the most precious resources in the wild. Take a gamble and turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. After all, it was only a few dozen meters away, and it could be done in a matter of seconds. Opportunities are always reserved for those who dare to step forward. In this apocalyptic world, caution is indeed very important, but without courage, why live? When one must endure, they must endure. When it's time to fight, they fight. While thinking this, Yue Chi quickly moved his long legs towards that white spot. Beside him, Li Jiucheng held the rifle behind him in his hands, always on guard against the surroundings. On the other side, Yue Chi quickly tiptoed over to the light spot. Although it was called a light spot, it looked like a system treasure chest up close. It seemed that monsters not killed by oneself could also drop system treasure chests. Yue Chi silently noted this down. In his view, those unclaimed system treasure chests in the wild were likely the result of battles between mutated beasts or monsters. These treasure chests were invisible to anyone other than chosen lords like them. Even the subordinates of chosen lords could not see such treasure chests, which was why they were considered wild treasure chests. Beneath the light spot lay a massive corpse, which he focused his eyes and realized that this was the demon Beau that had almost scared him half to death earlier. How did it end up like this? Although the body was already in pieces, he still recognized it under the system's analytical ability as the formidable monster he had just encountered. Who would have thought that it had just been full of life, and now lay dead here? It seemed that weakness was indeed the original sin. Looking at the corpse that was missing a heart, Yue Chi felt a wave of nausea. It was too foul-smelling. This guy had just died not long ago. How could he smell so bad? Holding back the stench, Yue Chi gently tiptoed on top and quickly stored the treasure chest on the corpse into his technology ring. He hurriedly withdrew his feet. Li Jiucheng, let's go, Yue Chi said as he approached Li Jiucheng. My goodness, it's still so smelly. Smelling the foul odor from his shoes, Yue Chi decided that he would have to dig a hole somewhere downstream in the creek to get some water. After all, when his drinking water ran out, he would have to drink from the creek. He couldn't let that stench mix into the water, although mixing in wouldn't have too much of an impact. Just thinking about it was nauseating. He would need to find a good place to wash his shoes and feet later. Chapter 49. Opening the treasure chest sitting on a rock, Yue Chi placed his big feet into the cold creek water. There was no way. Although his shoes had blocked some of the stench, his feet were still more pungent than he had expected. Holding back the nausea in his stomach, he began to rub his feet with his hands. Soon, the previously clear creek water suddenly turned murky and black. That's quite powerful. Smelling the foul odor emanating from the water, Yue Chi quickly moved to another spot, putting the rock he had been sitting on into his technology ring, and then, wearing his slippers, he went to another pit. Luckily, he had prepared 2 spots. He guessed that one pit would definitely not be enough to wash his stinky feet. He needed at least 2 pits to resolve the situation. To that end, Yue Chi had specifically dug 4 pits with Li Jiucheng. Better safe than sorry. Who knew how dirty and smelly his feet would be, even to facilitate moving around. Yue Chi had taken out the slippers he had worn when he first arrived in this world. The sun was gradually tilting in the sky, slowly descending towards the west. After finishing up with 3 pits of clean water, Yue Chi's feet finally didn't smell as bad. Hiss, that's really cold. Pulling his feet out of the water, a breeze swept by, instantly freezing his feet. I can't walk yet. I still need to clean my shoes. Otherwise, I definitely won't be able to sleep tonight. Recalling his experiences from noon, Yue Chi felt a churn in his stomach. Wearing slippers and carrying his foul-smelling shoes, Yue Chi quickly tossed them into the water pit. As the shoes touched the water, the color of the creek water changed instantly. Damn. Seeing the water in the pit, Yue Chi quickly fished the shoes back out. They should be clean now. He couldn't let them be contaminated by that stinky water again. Bringing his nose close to the shoes. There's still a bit of smell, but it's much better than before. Li Jiucheng, we're going back. Yue Chi turned his head and shouted to Li Jiucheng, who was patrolling nearby. At your command. Li Jiucheng instinctively replied upon hearing Yue Chi's words. The creek was not far from the base, especially after the wooden fence was built. The distance between the creek and the base was reduced to just a few meters. To avoid the stench, Yue Chi deliberately walked a bit further, but it was still no more than 50 meters away. Soon, the two returned to the Shanghai base. After opening the wooden door on the west side of the base, the two immediately slipped inside. Li Jiucheng turned back to close the door, and Yue Chi stood in place, looking at the wooden fence surrounding him and the 4 wooden arrow towers. For a moment, he felt a surge of pride. But more than that, he felt a sense of security. In Yue Chi's view, his base was now quite safe. Even facing that demon, he had the strength to fight back. Gulyulu, Gulyulu. Just as Yue Chi was about to express his feelings and say something, his stomach interrupted him. Ha 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 ha. Yue Chi laughed at himself. Li Jiucheng, let's go cook. After saying that, Yue Chi slung his backpack and walked towards the small wooden house on the north side. Today he was going to make himself something delicious. Li Jiucheng followed closely behind Yue Chi. Soon, Yue Chi started to stew the meat. Today was also a day for meat soup. While the meat soup was simmering for a long time, Yue Chi prepared to take stock of the supplies he had obtained today. Pushing open the supply hut, Yue Chi casually found an empty space. The sky had started to darken. For better visibility, Yue Chi asked Li Jiucheng to hold a torch beside him. After determining the spot, Yue Chi dumped out all the stones from his technology ring. Earlier, to facilitate retreat, he hadn't converted the stones he collected directly into energy resource blocks to put into his backpack. If he had done that, it would have greatly delayed their movements. After all, those things didn't ignore weight like the technology ring did. So even though he could fit much less, Yue Chi had to store these stones in his technology ring. As a cubic meter of stone slowly poured out from the technology ring, a large area in front of Yue Chi was instantly covered by stones. It seemed that there were quite a few stones. Today wasn't a waste of effort. After putting all the stones into the backpack space, Yue Chi was satisfied with the number he got, 280 units of stones. He hadn't expected to come back with so much just from one trip. Although he couldn't fully upgrade his territory with stone, upgrading some important buildings was still quite simple. As for what those important buildings were, that went without saying. Of course, it was the wooden fence and arrow towers of the base. The wooden fence, as the only defensive building of the base, and the wooden arrow tower, as the only retaliatory building. Upgrading them was almost a given in Yue Chi's view. Although the weather was starting to get colder, relying on his current stone house, he could still hold out for a while. But Yue Chi was determined about these base buildings. They were there to protect his life. The last time a horde of zombies came near him, he had almost faced his first death in his sleep. There are only about 2 days left until the next zombie apocalypse, and who knows if their luck will strike again. For such a life and death matter, Yue Chi couldn't afford to be careless. Therefore, he first went to the nearby wooden fence with his backpack. Upgrade. Using his mind to access the system panel, Yue Chi resolutely clicked on the third upgrade option. For walls, stone is definitely more durable. With Yue Chi's choice, the stone resources in his backpack instantly transformed into a stream of light and flew into the wooden fence in front of him. Immediately, the wooden fence began to change at lightning speed, instantly becoming a tall and thick stone wall. Clapping his hands, Yue Chi forcefully slapped the stone wall in front of him. Listening to the heavy sound, Yue Chi was very satisfied. Then, he also upgraded the arrow tower to stone. Unfortunately, there wasn't enough iron ore, so he could only enhance its defenses. But this was still much stronger than before. After finishing everything, Yue Chi returned to his stone house, closed the door, and had Li Jiucheng guard by his side. He was ready to open the treasure chest. Thanks to bookfriend 201911211305154442 for the 100 coins reward. Chapter 50. The Platinum Treasure Chest is awesome. Congratulations, Base Commander. The Platinum Treasure Chest has been successfully opened. Not bad. He picked up a silver treasure chest for free. Hearing the system prompt, Yue Chi subconsciously nodded. Suddenly, he realized this wasn't just a silver treasure chest. It was clearly a platinum treasure chest, one level higher than the gold treasure chest. To make sure he wasn't mistaken, Yue Chi quickly brought up the system panel to check. Holy crap, he hit the jackpot. Seeing the word platinum on the system panel, Yue Chi became completely excited. He really was a lucky person. Then, Yue Chi hurriedly looked at his system prompts to see what good stuff he had opened this time. Congratulations. You have received a cold-proof warm suit X1. Congratulations. You have received a heated bed construction blueprint X1. Congratulations. You have received a house renovation regulation X1. Congratulations. You have received a pit toilet construction blueprint X1. Congratulations. You have received a plastic film X1. Congratulations. You have received a polymer composite material X1. Congratulations. You have received an energy conversion machine X1. Congratulations. You have received 300 rounds of 792mm bullets. Congratulations. You have received a Mauser rifle set X1. Looking at the constantly jumping system prompts in front of him, Yue Chi was thrilled. These were tailor-made for him. Opening the backpack space he placed at his feet, Yue Chi saw these 9 items. First, he opened the cold-proof warm suit. Although it was called a cold-proof warm suit, it actually consisted of a pair of cotton pants, a pair of cotton shoes, a cotton jacket, a cotton short-sleeve shirt, a cotton quilt, a cotton mattress, and even a stove. Looking at the items that came out of the cold-proof warm suit, Yue Chi was overjoyed. He originally thought it was just a few pieces of clothing, but he never expected it to be a complete cold-proof warm suit. Not only did it include clothes, but it also provided a mattress, quilt, and even a stove, truly worthy of a platinum treasure chest. In contrast, the gold treasure chest, which is one level lower than the platinum chest, only yielded some cotton clothes and pants, each occupying a separate item slot. Whereas all these items only took up one slot, truly worthy of a platinum treasure chest. Yue Chi then shifted his attention to the other items. He didn't check what the construction blueprints were, as he realized that just a glance would give him a rough idea of their contents. For example, the heated bed construction blueprint was certainly about how to construct a heated bed. The pit toilet was even simpler. It would teach him how to use resources to build a pit toilet. As for the functions of the heated bed and pit toilet, Yue Chi didn't need to think. The heated bed was obviously for warmth, and the pit toilet was for relieving oneself. Without a second thought, Yue Chi used these two building blueprints. He then focused on the house renovation regulation. Regarding this house renovation regulation, Yue Chi couldn't say he fully understood it, but he knew it was for renovating his house. However, he wasn't clear on how it would renovate his house or what it would change. So, Yue Chi quickly took the house renovation regulation from his backpack space into his hands. House renovation regulation, for base leader use only, can renovate any house within the base. This regulation can only be used once. Renovation Option 1. Small 2-story villa, establishes a wall within a 50-meter radius, slightly increases the house's defense, provides some fire and water resistance, and a small degree of cold resistance. Total area is 300 square meters. Renovation requirements: 300 wood, 100 stone, 100 iron ore. Renovation Option 2. Small 2-story fortress, greatly increases the house's defense, significantly improves fire and water resistance, prevents cold air leakage, and has some insulation function. Total area is 200 square meters, but there is an open platform on top of the fortress, about 100 square meters in size. Renovation requirements: 500 stone, 100 iron ore. Renovation Option 3. Ordinary 3-story house, slightly increases the house's defense, slightly improves fire and water resistance, prevents cold air leakage, and has great insulation function. Total area is 500 square meters. Renovation requirements: 100 stone, 50 wood. Looking at the 3 renovation options presented by the house renovation regulation for his stone house, Yue Chi considered them without hesitation and directly chose the second renovation option. For him, a highly defensive 2-story fortress would be an excellent core for his base. After selecting the direction he wanted to use, Yue Chi did not immediately use the house renovation regulation. Using this regulation had a condition. He needed to ensure there were no devices or items he wanted to keep inside the house. As for how long the renovation would take, he felt uncertain and needed to sleep in the house tonight. Thus, he decided to wait until tomorrow during the day to renovate. Once he understood the house renovation regulation, he continued to look at the remaining items. There was a plastic film and a polymer composite material. Upon seeing these 2 items, Yue Chi's eyes widened. These were great items. These were perfect for upgrading his water purifier. Once he upgraded the water purifier, he could achieve his dream of drinking water freely. No longer will I have to live in constant fear, worried that one day I might mutate due to the highly variable water I've been using to some extent. The Platinum Treasure Chest truly lives up to its name, providing only the best items, which cannot be found in the Golden Treasure Chest. Yue Chi thought with a smile. Next, he focused his gaze on an item named the Energy Conversion Machine. Energy Conversion Machine. Chapter 51. Energy Conversion Machine. Energy Conversion Machine. A future black technology tool that can be activated without any material, primarily relying on the energy generated from the collision of free ions in the air, and it will automatically recharge. It can be used to convert energy and also to perform corresponding conversions on basic resources. When converting energy, it can transform energy into storable items, such as converting electrical energy into power capsules, storing electricity in specific capacitors, and providing energy to electrical appliances using the capacitors. When converting resources, it can turn resources into more portable resource blocks, and it can also restore the converted resource blocks back to their original resources. Looking at the introduction on the system panel, Yue Chi had a pretty good understanding of what the energy conversion machine was and its functions. In summary, this space could compress energy and resources. Yue Chi understood that resource compression was similar to how he currently used his backpack space to compress resources, turning large volume and heavy resources into small cubes for easy storage, and these small cubes could be reverted back into resources for use. Seeing this, Yue Chi felt once again convinced by his own external aid. These small cubes seemed to be available to others as well, but while they could possess them, they could not directly use small cubes to construct a base. They would need to revert the small cubes back to their original large-volume resources before they could use them. However, for him, he could use these small cubes immediately for upgrading, repairing, or constructing buildings within the base. Moreover, he could upgrade directly without needing to lift a finger. They, on the other hand, had to follow the construction blueprints provided by the system step by step, though it was enough to just build a rough outline, after which the system would automatically transform it. But he didn't even need to build a rough outline himself. In this regard, he was much faster than them. As for reverting the small cubes back into their original resource forms, Yue Chi found it a bit unclear. Would it return to the exact form it was in when it first became a resource, or would it become a true unit of wood? To verify his guess, Yue Chi, disregarding his meal, had Li Jiucheng take some meat and salt, pepper, cooking wine, and spices to fry something, while he headed towards the material warehouse on the north side. With his spare torch in hand, Yue Chi entered the small wooden house. He slightly opened the basement door to let some oxygen in, and then quickly descended. Thanks to the entire basement being built of stone, Yue Chi felt no discomfort upon arriving. Looking at the green cubes stacked like a small mountain in front of him, Yue Chi casually picked up a few. He then stepped back 7 or 8 paces, creating an empty space to prepare for the energy conversion machine he was anticipating. So big. Looking at the massive machine that rivaled a diesel generator, Yue Chi was somewhat shocked. He never expected the energy conversion machine to be so large. But upon further thought, it made sense. After all, this thing had to modify the intrinsic properties of resources and energy. As for how to use this big guy, it was actually quite simple. It was designed for foolproof operation. Even a simpleton could operate it without any confusion. However, before that, Yue Chi needed to closely observe what the conversion machine actually looked like. Lowering the torch slowly, Yue Chi illuminated the entire energy conversion machine clearly. This machine bore some resemblance to a regular generator, but there were many differences as well. First, this machine had 2 openings located on the left and right sides, while the other 2 sides had slightly opened iron wings. Secondly, the entire machine was not as heavy as a generator, due to the black technology. The materials used were not only sturdy and durable but also extremely lightweight. Finally, the biggest difference from a generator was the small openings on the left and right sides. The left opening was smaller and square-shaped, while the right opening was larger and trapezoidal. Above the base's mouth was a plastic steel lid, and beneath this lid was a blue button. The left opening was for placing resource blocks or energy blocks, while the right opening was for inputting resources or energy. The command to start the machine was controlled by the small blue button at the top. Yue Chi decided to try this thing out first to see if it worked and to verify his previous guess. He placed a green block directly into the left slot, opened the transparent lid over the button, and pressed it without hesitation. There was no sound, no change, and nothing unusual occurred. Just when Yue Chi was starting to feel that he might have been tricked by the system, a faint ding suddenly sounded from the right slot. If it weren't for the quietness of the basement, he might not have heard it at all. The sound was too faint. Yue Chi complained slightly, then raised the torch and quickly focused on the right side. As soon as he shifted his gaze, he saw a straight and relatively thick piece of wood appear before him. Well, looking at this thick piece of wood, Yue Chi was very satisfied. It seemed that this machine did not revert these resource blocks back into the forms they had when they became resource blocks. In fact, Yue Chi had misunderstood. The resources collected by others had to be similar in shape and size to this thick piece of wood to be recognized by the system as one unit. Therefore, when the machine converted, it would also default to that condition. Who would have thought that Yue Chi managed to exploit this loophole with his external aid? After converting the wood back into a resource block once more, Yue Chi, to avoid any accidents, tried several more times, but the final answer was always the same. Yue Chi was very pleased with this outcome. In this wilderness, although he had Li Jiucheng accompanying him, humans are ultimately social creatures. And after being away from society for too long, one tends to feel a bit uncomfortable. These pieces of wood would be just right for him to relieve his loneliness and emptiness. Estimating the time, Li Jiucheng should have finished cooking dinner by now. Yue Chi placed the energy conversion machine into his backpack space and stood up, preparing to return to his stone house. As for leaving the energy conversion machine here, that was out of the question. Such an important item should definitely be kept in his stone house. Chapter 52 Opened my eyes after a few rounds of food and dishes. Yue Chi patted his round belly, very satisfied. To be honest, Li Jiucheng's cooking skills are really not bad. It took him 3 days to discover that Li Jiucheng had this ability, He thought he was just a powerful soldier. But it turned out he was not only powerful but also versatile. In a situation where there was hardly anything, he could still make dishes like sweet and sour pork and stir-fried meat with just meat and the limited seasonings available. Yue Chi has eaten guobao rou before. And although he is from the south, this northern delicacy has swept the world. It must be said that northern cuisine is indeed special. Unlike the spiciness of Sichuan, people in the north prefer the flavors of salty, sweet, and sour. It is these three flavors that give northern dishes their unique charm. Guobao rou and lu rou duan are representative works of northern cuisine. Although the guobao rou and lu rou duan Yue Chi had eaten before were delicious, he felt that the meal he had tonight was truly the most delicious he has ever had since he was born. They finished 2 large bowls of guobao rou and 2 large bowls of lu rou duan completely clean, with nothing left over, just the 2 of them. Although due to the current scarcity of resources, they did not have all the necessary ingredients for guobao rou and lu rou duan, the deliciousness still intoxicated Yue Chi. Rubbing his round belly, Yue Chi made up his mind that from now on, all meals would be entrusted to Li Jiuchong, letting him cook for himself. The things he could make were not very tasty, mostly just boiling some meat broth. After drinking, the 2 of them tidied up the table together and cleaned the bowls and pots with water from the creek. As for the concept of hierarchy, sorry. There are just the 2 of them now. What hierarchy? What concept is there? Sitting on a wooden chair made from a single unit of wood, Yue Chi looked at his backpack space. Most of the things inside he had already seen. Now there were only 300 rounds of 792 ammunition and a Mauser rifle set left. These 300 rounds of 792 ammunition, without a doubt, were for his Mauser rifle. He could also give some bullets to Li Jiuchong. After all, his shooting skills were definitely terrible. Who knows what situation might arise? Taking the Mauser rifle set out of the backpack space, a pile of items appeared before him. A complete rifle about 110 centimeters long, a nearly 40 centimeters bayonet, 2 triple containers, a small iron rod, and a rectangular iron box. The iron box is rectangular, about the size of a tobacco tin. Yue Chi knew what the rifle and bayonet were, but what about the small triple container, the small iron rod, and the iron box? He guessed that the triple container should be a bullet box, but he still didn't quite understand what it was. However, he didn't need to understand. After all, he had Li Jiuchong. Looking at Li Jiuchong, who was maintaining his rifle beside him, Yue Chi suddenly focused his eyes. The small box looked very much like the iron box in front of him. Jiuchong, can you help me see what these things are? Yue Chi asked. At your command, sir. Li Jiuchong began to pack the items in front of Yue Chi into the small box one by one, then immediately walked over. Jiuchong, can you help me see what these are? Yue Chi said, pointing to a small pile of items under his bed. Sir, this weapon is the Mauser 98 rifle, which fires 792 millimeters ammunition. Li Jiuchong did not introduce the other items first, but started with this large piece. Listening to Li Jiuchong's words, Yue Chi gained a deeper understanding of this weapon. Then it was time for the bayonet. This bayonet was somewhat short, but it had great power. Because the bayonet is short, it is sharper and its quality has greatly improved. When Li Jiuchong talked about the rod, Yue Chi listened attentively. This iron rod is called a cleaning rod, used for maintaining and cleaning the rifle barrel, but using this rod for cleaning can still be quite laborious. At this point, Li Jiuchong put the cleaning rod down on the ground and picked up the iron box that Yue Chi understood the least. This is a set of separate cleaning tools, sir. Look, it has hinged covers on both ends, which can be stored in the backpack or in the special pocket of the assault pack. Saying this, Li Jiuchong pointed to the backpack on his bed. Yue Chi then realized that this was an assault pack. If Li Jiuchong knew what Yue Chi was thinking, he would surely be speechless. This is his marching backpack, but inside there is a special bag for storing these supplies. Sir, one compartment of this box holds cleaning equipment, while another compartment holds a cleaning bucket chain, oil bottle, bore brush, chamber brush, and disassembly tools. After receiving Yue Chi's permission, Li Jiuchong opened the cleaning box lid and explained each item inside to his commander, Yue Chi. When we received training at the military base, we systematically learned how to use them. After learning these things, we no longer use the cleaning rod. However, the cleaning rod still has a significant function, which is to help us push blank rounds out of the barrel. While talking, Li Jiuchong demonstrated. Sir, this thing is a magazine pouch. Magazine pouch. What is that? As a non-expert in military matters, Yue Chi still did not understand these professional terms. Sir, a magazine pouch is where the bullets are stored. Saying this, Li Jiuchong opened the magazine pouch. Sir, your magazine pouch is very different from mine. My magazine pouch is of the 1887 type, which has honeycomb-shaped compartments inside, while your magazine pouch is of the 1909 model, which is quite different from other models. Its unique feature is that it has 3 independent loading boxes, which is what you referred to as a triple structure. Each box can hold 3 5-round magazines, meaning each box can hold 15 rounds of 762mm rifle ammunition, making the total loading capacity of the entire magazine pouch 45 rounds. Each box of this triple magazine pouch is equipped with its own individual lid, and the inner side of each lid has a downward tapering strap sewn into it, with a small opening at the end of each strap to hook onto the brass large-headed nails at the bottom of each box. In addition, there are 2 14cm belt loops on each side of the back of this magazine pouch, which are fixed at the top with rivets. Then, bypassing the end with the small opening down through the 2 horizontal belt loops, also fixed with rivets at the bottom sides of the magazine pouch. Extending to the bottom of the pouch and hooking it onto the outer 2 large-headed nails, this design is the quick-release system from the original 188788 type magazine pouch, making it convenient for equipment. At this point, Li Jiucheng turned the magazine pouch over. In the upper central position on the back, a belt loop was secured with both thread and rivets, through which a brass ring could hang the magazine pouch on a belt. Listening to Li Jiucheng's explanation, Yue Chi felt that this magazine pouch was quite nice. Not only is it convenient to carry, but it can also hold a lot of bullets. With one hanging on the left and another on the right, that would be 90 rounds of ammunition. Regarding this military knowledge, Yue Chi felt that he truly had his eyes opened. Chapter 53. The Troubles of Resource Shortage. After hearing Li Jiucheng's lengthy explanation, Yue Chi felt fortunate to have drawn a military figure. Otherwise, he really wouldn't know so many things regarding how to shoot, how to fire, and how to maintain firearms. Yue Chi did not intend to let Li Jiucheng do everything, but rather prepared to learn from Li Jiucheng. After all, some things, once mastered, can truly bring peace of mind. After putting everything into his technological ring, Yue Chi and Li Jiucheng checked each of the doors on the surrounding walls for any unexpected issues. No matter the circumstances, caution is the most important thing. After carefully checking the 4 doors, Yue Chi and Li Jiucheng locked the small wooden cabins on the north and south sides. Finally, they returned to the stone house located in the center. Lying on the bed, Yue Chi began to think about his upcoming activities. There was still a day until the next wave of zombies, and he had 2 things to do in that time. The first was to look for stone resources. He did not plan to go to the mountain on the east side in the short term. It was just too scary. Who knows if he might accidentally die there? As for the other directions, he did not intend to explore the north side anymore. He had come here to establish a base by walking through the grasslands to the north. There surely wouldn't be any resources nearby, or else he wouldn't have settled here. The reason he chose this place was that it had a water source and wood, so he wouldn't face a food or water crisis in the short term. But who would have thought that the first wave of disasters would start in winter? He had a huge need for stones as a basic resource. Although he had brought back over 200 units of stone today, it was nothing compared to the scale of his current base. It was merely a drop in the bucket. However, there was still plenty of time. It had only been 2 days, and he had 28 days left, which was enough for him to develop rapidly. The second thing was more immediate, upgrading his house. Although this small house had been repaired and upgraded from a shabby building to the current small stone house, he had developed feelings for it. But in front of a 2-story fortress, he couldn't blame himself for discarding the old for the new. Moreover, this wasn't really discarding the old. The house was still the same, only its form had changed. Yue Chi comforted himself. To use the house renovation regulations, he first needed to take everything out of the house. As for the consequences of not taking them out, Yue Chi knew without the system having to tell him, they would probably be torn apart. Secondly, the house renovation regulations also required resources. It wasn't like he could just transform the small stone house into a fortress out of thin air by using the regulations. Even with cheats, it wouldn't work. The law of conservation of energy was still being silently adhered to by the system. Without these basic resources, no matter how powerful he was, he couldn't upgrade. The materials needed to build the fortress were 500 units of stone and 200 units of iron ore. Right now, he only had a maximum of 300 units of stone and 100 units of iron ore. Iron ore was even scarcer than stone for him. There was nothing he could do. He had a rough start, landing in a wilderness where it was hard to find a good place to settle. For a moment, Yue Chi felt a bit emotional about himself. Was he lucky or unlucky? He was lucky because he had cheats that others didn't, but unlucky because he started in a vast wilderness with nothing. Forget about these unhappy things. Tomorrow, he should honestly explore the south or west. He was going to be a man living in a 2-story small fortress. Thinking of this, Yue Chi felt very excited, as if everything was already within reach. He looked at the time. It was already 11:30 p.m. He didn't expect time to pass so quickly. Turning his head, Yue Chi glanced at Li Jiucheng, who was already sound asleep. Not to mention anything else, Yue Chi was quite satisfied with the fact that he was snoring. It was simply delightful. In his inherent impression, most men snore, and he was no exception. He would have slight snoring every night. As for how he knew he snored, it was because he had nothing better to do and made a bet with someone, claiming he could never snore. So, he recorded himself while sleeping. In the end, he had to treat someone to a meal. Since then, he had known that he snored. But it didn't matter. After all, he had always been single. Except for a close relationship with a senior named by Luozhu during school. He was practically an isolated entity. He didn't look bad, but unfortunately, he had no money. And this Li Jiucheng was probably a good man among good men, which he had never heard him snore even once. That was truly a miracle. After extinguishing the torch that had recently been moved to above his head, Yue Chi wrapped himself tightly in the quilt and lay down. He had important things to do tomorrow and needed to be full of energy. A night passed without incident. Except for Yue Chi getting up in the middle of the night to relieve himself, everything seemed so peaceful. In the morning, the cold air forced Yue Chi, who was curled up in the quilt, to wake up. There was no choice. As time passed, it seemed like the temperature of the entire world was rapidly dropping. He exhaled in the room, and a puff of white smoke shot out of his mouth. Yue Chi knew it was below zero now. However, the temperatures during noon and evening were better, as they could rise above zero under the sunlight, giving his cold body a bit of relief. Sitting on the bed, he put on his clothes one by one, preparing to wake himself up. Looking at the various complaints about the cold in the chat channel, Yue Chi realized that many people probably wouldn't even survive this transitional period. However, while browsing their chat records, Yue Chi discovered some unusual things. Many base owners had actually abandoned their bases and gathered together in small groups. They were even calling for more people to join them, advocating for everyone to work together to get through this tough time. And it seemed like it was the official voice from Yin country. Seeing this, Yue Chi wasn't too surprised. Although he had been abroad for decades, he still had deep feelings for his homeland. However, what shocked Yue Chi the most was that the number of officials seemed quite significant. There were at least a dozen regions calling out. At that moment, it felt somewhat like a flood of messages. It seemed that no matter when, she would never abandon her children. Chapter 54, Collecting Stones. Commander, breakfast is ready. Just as Yue Chi was browsing the chat channel, Li Jiucheng's voice came through. So fast? Hearing Li Jiucheng's voice, Yue Chi was slightly taken aback. He had gotten up with Li Jiucheng, but he was still waking up, not expecting that Li Jiucheng had already prepared breakfast so quickly. Surprised as he was, Yue Chi got out of bed, tidied up the bedding a bit, and walked from the stone house to the small cabin on the south side. Pushing open the wooden door, Li Jiucheng had already set breakfast on the wooden table. On the table were 2 bowls of steaming meat soup, 2 pieces of bread the size of bricks, and a small bowl of stir-fried meat. Although everything looked very simple, yes, simple, the aroma filling the room made Yue Chi's throat feel like a spring was bubbling up. Let's eat. After Yue Chi sat down at the table, Li Jiucheng also sat down, and then they quickly devoured the food in front of them. Burp. After a satisfying burp, Yue Chi and Li Jiucheng began washing their bowls while quickly digesting their food. Once everything was cleaned up, Yue Chi and Li Jiucheng started preparing the items they needed to take with them for the day. As usual, the two didn't have much to carry, and soon they had gathered everything they needed. This time, for the sake of caution, Yue Chi decided to go back to the dangerous little hill on the east side to gather resources, since tomorrow would be the time when zombies would spawn again. And according to the system notification, the number of zombies would only increase in waves, becoming more terrifying each time. He needed to gather as many resources as possible to maximize the strengthening of his base. As long as he didn't go too deep, scavenging around the outside of the hill to collect a few hundred units of stone shouldn't be a problem. As for iron ore, he could shout in the chat channel and then sweep through the trading post and auction house, trading some high-calorie food at a loss for it. With his own resources added to the mix, he should be able to manage. As for the wishful thinking of finding iron ore right next to that little hill, how could that be possible? With everything ready, Yue Chi and his companion prepared to set off, aiming for the terrifying little hill from yesterday. Commander, we must be careful here and pay attention to safety. Looking at the nearby hill, Li Jiucheng turned back to Yue Chi, who was leading the way. Hearing Li Jiucheng's words, Yue Chi knew that the hill was still unknown territory for him, and he needed to be extra cautious. Yes, today we'll just collect some stones from the perimeter. If we're lucky, we'll find other resources as well. Listening to Li Jiuzhong, Yue Chi reaffirmed that his task today was to scavenge some items from the outside, resolutely not venturing deep into the mountain. The shadow from yesterday still lingered in his mind. That powerful mage in view had been killed by something inside the mountain. And with his little arms and legs, he could be done for with just a breath. There were many terrifying presences here, but he had no choice but to come. The development of his territory had reached a bottleneck, and he had to break through. For the time being, he could only come here to gather supplies. The stones in the small creek next to his home were simply too few. Collecting stones there was not only time-consuming, but also labor-intensive. Looking at the scattered stones at the foot of the hill, Yue Chi felt quite satisfied. Isn't this much better than the news said? High risk brings high reward. Opportunities and challenges often coexist. Li Jiuzhong remained vigilant, carefully patrolling the surroundings, ready to inform Yue Chi immediately if he noticed anything. Then the two would quickly withdraw from here. At the same time, he would also bring back the distant stones bit by bit to hand over to Yue Chi for conversion. Stone 1, Stone 1, Stone 1. As Yue Chi continuously tossed stones into his backpack space, system notifications kept appearing before his eyes. However, he had long subconsciously blocked them out. As long as he didn't want to see them, he couldn't see them at all. As the number of stones in his backpack space increased, Yue Chi felt the weight on his back growing heavier. Stones are definitely heavier than wood. It's a pity he couldn't fill all 20 slots of the backpack space at once. If he filled it up, he wouldn't be able to carry them. He could fit around 600 or 700 units of wood, but he could only fit about 500 units of stone at most. Thinking of this, Yue Chi suddenly focused on his tech ring. Since the items in the tech ring could ignore gravity, could he throw this heavy backpack space into the tech ring? With that thought, Yue Chi decided to put the idea into action. As he concentrated, he immediately felt a wave of relief on his back. Damn, I'm such an idiot. I've been carrying this thing for so many days. Yue Chi stretched and moved his body, constantly regretting. How could he not have thought of this sooner? But it's not too late now. He could now fill this backpack space without worry. He could finally fill that 4,000 unit space. With that thought, a smile appeared on Yue Chi's face. He threw the space backpack on the ground. He wouldn't carry it anymore, but would use the tech ring to move it with him. Wherever there were stones, there would be his shadow. Just as Yue Chi was pleased with his discovery, Li Jiuzhong's voice suddenly came through his ear. Commander, I think I found iron ore. Since the environment here was still very dangerous, Li Jiuzhong's voice was low, and he was not far from him. However, even in a faint tone, the words iron ore were still picked up by Yue Chi's keen ears. Hearing Li Jiuzhong's words, Yue Chi felt rejuvenated. This was simply killing two birds with one stone. He quickly put the nearby stones into his backpack space, then placed the backpack he had on the ground into his tech ring and ran towards Li Jiuzhong. Where's the iron ore? When he reached Li Jiuzhong's side, Yue Chi hurriedly asked, Commander, follow me. Saying this, Li Jiuzhong quickly walked in a certain direction, and Yue Chi followed closely behind. Chapter 55. Striking it rich, the two moved one after the other, ignoring the scattered stones on the ground. But Yue Chi still silently noted them in his mind to pack them all up later. The two were very careful, with no verbal communication along the way. One in front and one behind, they quickly moved along the foot of the mountain. Soon, Li Jiuzhong's pace began to slow down, and Yue Chi knew they were nearing their destination. He began to look around. Left and right, after scanning the area, Yue Chi found nothing unusual. Where was the thing Li Jiuzhong said resembled iron ore? Suddenly, Yue Chi realized he didn't even know what iron ore looked like. Wood and stone were easy to identify at a glance, but for something like iron ore, he wasn't an expert in that area. How could he possibly recognize it just by sight? Fortunately, the system had an analysis ability, so he could check out what Li Jiuzhong was referring to as something like iron ore. Compared to stones, iron ore was a rare item. Stones were almost everywhere around this little hill, but Yue Chi felt that he would probably have to excavate the entire mountain to find some. Nevertheless, he still held some hope for exposed iron, or what if he was that lucky one? With that thought, Yue Chi knew that all of this was nearly impossible. But one must have dreams. What if they came true? Commander, look. As he spoke, Li Jiuzhong led Yue Chi to an area that looked a bit different in color from the others. Yue Chi quickly looked in the direction Li Jiuzhong was pointing. Looking at the base of the mountain that Li Jiuzhong pointed to, Yue Chi was stunned for a few seconds. Not seeing it would be fine, but seeing it was shocking. Just by looking at the color, Yue Chi knew this couldn't be ordinary stone. With that thought, Yue Chi instructed Li Jiuzhong to stay alert around them. Ever since being ambushed by that goat, His vigilance had intensified. After all, with life intact, everything else could develop. As the saying goes, while the green hills remain, one need not worry about firewood. As he used his analysis skill, Yue Chi's heart raced. Hope it really was iron ore. Analyzing. Please wait. Looking at the prompt on the system panel, Yue Chi's heart was extremely anxious. He hoped this analysis could be faster, staying here. He didn't know why he always felt an ominous sensation. Yue Chi turned his head to look around. Li Jiuzhong was still nearby keeping watch. Although he was at the foot of the mountain, he still had a wide field of vision. After circling several times, Yue Chi still couldn't find what was making him feel uneasy. It seemed the system didn't want Yue Chi to continue digging deeper. The analysis result was directly dropped onto Yue Chi's big face, exaggerating a bit. Small iron ore vein. A metallic mineral cluster exposed on the surface containing a large amount of iron elements. By mining, iron ore can be obtained. After processes like crushing, grinding, magnetic separation, flotation, and reselection, iron can gradually be extracted, but only in small particle form. Large chunks of iron require special smelting in a furnace. Haha. Today is truly my lucky day. Looking at the large reddish rock in front of him, Yue Chi knew he had hit the jackpot. Along with the iron ore, there would definitely be plenty of stones inside. With this, his 2-story small fortress was just around the corner. Thinking of this, Yue Chi quickly took out the pickaxe he had prepared in his backpack space. He had been picking up the large stones visible to the naked eye on the way. So this stone pickaxe had been kept hidden in his backpack space. By the way, this seemed to be its first use. Previously, his stone resources were either obtained from the trading post or picked up in small woods or streams, so even though he had crafted this pickaxe long ago, it had only now found its purpose. For some reason, Yue Chi still felt an extremely dangerous aura observing him, but in the face of so much temptation, he was not prepared to give up. Li Jiuzhong, keep an eye on the surroundings, and call me immediately if anything happens, Yue Chi said to Li Jiuzhong, who was holding a gun and looking around. Understood, sir. Hearing Yue Chi's words, Li Jiuzhong responded seriously. Seeing Li Jiuzhong's response, Yue Chi felt relieved. He was ready to mine these ores himself. It wasn't that he was particularly diligent or foolishly wanting to tire himself out, but because Li Jiuzhong was still doing his job as a guard, Yue Chi always felt something was strange about the situation here, but he couldn't pinpoint what was strange. Clang. Clang. As the pickaxe struck the rock wall, a series of harsh sounds spread out. Although the noise was jarring, the results were fruitful. In just a few strikes, Yue Chi forcibly chipped off large chunks of iron ore from the rock wall, mixed with some ordinary stones. Yue Chi didn't need to sort them out. He just stuffed them all into his backpack space, and the system would automatically help him identify these resources and package them into a unit resource block. Iron ore 3, stone 1. Iron ore 1, stone 3. Iron ore 1, stone 1. Looking at the system notifications floating in front of him, Yue Chi was very satisfied. In just a few minutes, he had harvested over 20 units of iron ore and even 50 units of stone. This was just Yue Chi's rough calculation. He couldn't count how many resources he had gained in these few minutes, but now his mind was focused on one thing. Mining. Mining. Crazy mining. Yue Chi forgot about his fatigue, swinging the pickaxe like a strong man. When he got tired, he would take a short break, and when he was hungry, he would take out the compressed biscuits from his tech ring, quickly swallowing them with mineral water. Not to mention, these compressed biscuits were hardly fit for human consumption. But they really could sweep away hunger and let him be himself. Leaning against the wall, Yue Chi took a slight break. The labor just now had made him even more exhausted. Just as Yue Chi was about to pick up the pickaxe again to crazily mine and collect resources, he heard someone shouting behind him. Although he was immersed in joy, Yue Chi's tense nerves had not relaxed much. The moment he heard the voice, all the resources were collected into his tech ring. Chapter 56. The Ape Demon Tribe. Yue Chi packed everything up in less than 10 seconds. Then quickly turned around to see what was happening. He saw Li Jiuzhong running towards him with his Mauser rifle on his back, his mouth moving rapidly. However, due to the prolonged harsh noise, Yue Chi's ears were somewhat impaired. Moreover, since he and Li Jiuzhong had agreed to keep their voices down, they were over 30 meters apart, making it hard to hear each other. Watching Li Jiuzhong's mouth move, he was getting anxious. Luckily, Li Jiuzhong was fast and reached Yue Chi's side. Sir, this place is indeed as dangerous as you predicted. There are many oversized monkeys on this mountain watching us, Li Jiuzhong said seriously. Hearing Li Jiuzhong's words, Yue Chi knew it must be true, but looking back at the treasure mine behind him, he felt a slight reluctance. Looking at the valuable mine behind him, Yue Chi decided to check what was happening outside. If the opponents were weak, he would continue mining. If they were strong, he would flee. At this moment, the foot of the mountain had become a small mine due to Yue Chi's efforts. The mine was not large, but it completely blocked Yue Chi's upward view. Stepping out of the mine, Yue Chi looked up and exclaimed. On the mountainside, several creatures resembling gorillas were also looking in his direction. What on earth are these creatures? Yue Chi was ready to use analysis to check them out. No, wait. Just as Yue Chi was about to use it, the movements of that bull from yesterday suddenly flashed in his mind, causing Yue Chi to hesitate. What if these creatures got angry? They looked like they could be just as deadly as the fighting sheep, and the key was that there were just too many of them. If something went wrong, it would be the end for him. However, naturally, Yue Chi wasn't going to give up such a lucrative mine so easily. He decided to fight it out. Jiuzhou, stay back. Yue Chi decided to take a gamble, turning a bike into a motorcycle. Analysis. Prepared to run. Yue Chi immediately used the system ability on the gorillas on the mountainside. This time, the system ability was very effective with no waiting time at all. Ape Demon, a social animal that has mutated due to demonic energy invasion. Each tribe must have a king, and each ape demon king is extremely powerful. These ordinary ape demons have low combat power, high speed, and poor defense, but they never act alone, preferring to attack enemies with numerical superiority. It is advisable to avoid in weak situations. It's unsolvable. If strong enough, you can kill all of them. Energy level 9. Looking at this system introduction, Yue Chi wasn't too afraid. After all, there were only a few in front of him. He didn't know when. But suddenly more than 10 ape demons appeared in front of him. Yue Chi even noticed a larger one among them compared to the others. Is this the ape demon king? It seems I've stumbled into their lair. Upon seeing this, Yue Chi couldn't help but tremble. This is just too scary. Why does he always encounter such unfortunate events? Fortunately, these ape demons haven't attacked him yet. It's time to retreat. It looks like we need to leave here quickly. And as for the things here, we'll come back when we have the chance. Right now, saving our lives is the most important thing. Yue Chi quickly said to Li Jiuchong beside him. Li Jiuchong, follow me, and don't turn your back on them. Having learned plenty of outdoor survival skills from the internet by following Bade and his companions, Yue Chi knew that when facing dangerous beasts, one must never show their back. They must face them head on. So, Yue Chi and Li Jiuchong faced the group of ape demons while slowly backing away from them. As they gradually distanced themselves from the small hill, Yue Chi was amazed to find that this tactic actually worked. The internet does not deceive me. Author. This plot is purely exaggerated. Please do not imitate. Just as the two were about to disappear from the sight of the group of ape demons, a loud ape howl suddenly reached Yue Chi and Li Jiuchong's ears. Hearing this sound, the two didn't care about anything else and ran straight towards the base. As they got further away, Yue Chi's previously chaotic mind quickly stabilized. On the other side, the ape demons, seeing that the two hairless monkeys had been scared away by them, breathed a sigh of relief. Their boss had previously fought a big fool, and although he had killed that big fool, he had also sustained serious injuries. Although their boss had a strong constitution, recovery would still take a long time. Without their boss's protection, they were just a bunch of weaklings. Thankfully, the lingering power of their boss kept the nearby wild boars and sheep from provoking them. However, those two hairless monkeys almost ruined everything today. Luckily, they managed to scare them away. They must go find their boss to take credit. Oh ho 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 ho. Roar 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 roar. In an instant, the ape demons that had just scared Yue Chi half to death returned to their jungle. Deep in the jungle, a massive ape demon lay flat on the ground enjoying the service of the smaller ape demons. If Yue Chi were here, he would definitely recognize that this was the ape demon king, and he would also recognize that this guy was the one who had battled Bu for dozens of rounds, ultimately becoming the master of that demon's big foot, because they share the same big foot, both covered in long red hair. The key point is, they even have the same stench. On the other side, Yue Chi, who had been driven away by the small ape demons, felt that something about the earlier events was a bit off. With such a favorable position, why didn't they try to kill him? Thinking this, Yue Chi still couldn't make sense of it. However, it was good that he didn't dwell on things he couldn't understand. He would simply let it go. Yue Chi led the way, with Li Jiuchong following slightly behind. The two did not return to the base, but instead took a detour, preparing to explore northward. Compared to the eastern path he had been exploring and the southern route he had taken, Yue Chi was now more inclined to check out the northern situation. After all, there was still plenty of time. Early risers get to mine, having set off early, even after having passed through a mining area. It was only around 11 in the morning. They still had plenty of wonderful time left to waste in the afternoon. Chapter 57, Primitive Mountain Range, Expanding Forward Outpost. Continuing north, without the restriction of backpack space, their speed increased significantly. Thus, the two moved quickly. As they continually advanced, the landscape around them also changed. Initially, it was a prairie completely covered by dense green vegetation, but as they moved forward, Yue Chi noticed that the terrain began to rise slightly beneath their feet. Realizing this, Yue Chi became excited. An increase in terrain means there are mountains nearby. This further strengthened Yue Chi's confidence in moving northward. Sure enough, after another half hour of walking, a series of rolling highlands appeared before Yue Chi's eyes. Unlike the small hill near their base, which was covered in dense forest, making it impossible to see what was inside, the mountains before them were different. Their vegetation was sparse, and one could easily see that there were many stones here. Normal creatures would definitely not live here. This place could be said to have nothing but stones. However, Yue Chi was mentally prepared, just in case the situation here was worse, or if some powerful and strange creatures lived here. He would sneak back to the ape demons to mine. At the foot of the mountain, there was a small-scale forest growing here. Looking at the thick, towering trunks, it's easy to guess that most of these trees are at least 100 years old, perhaps because no one had ventured here for years or ever. The leaves had accumulated to at least half a meter deep. Stepping down would lead to a large pit. Fortunately, the density of trees here isn't too high. There is almost a few meters of space between each tree. When they first entered this forest, the spacing was less than 1 meter. But now the density began to disperse. Soon, the two of them traversed the entire forest and reached the base of the mountain. Unlike the mountain on the east side of the base, this mountain was somewhat gentler, but its height was at least several hundred meters. Because the slope of the mountain was relatively gentle, when Yue Chi and Li Jiuchong looked up from the foot of the mountain, it was difficult to see the entire mountain's profile. However, from a distance, they could see the general shape of the mountain clearly. Looking at the mountain before him, Yue Chi was certain of one thing. This mountain must have more stones than the one on the east side of the base, and a lot more. The mountain on the east side of the base had relatively few stones visible on the surface, most of which were buried beneath the soil and hard to find. While this mountain had stones all over the mountain base, the only question was whether this mountain would have the rare iron ore he needed. Having had the experience of being intimidated by the ape demons in the morning, Yue Chi and Li Jiuchong prepared to climb the mountain to investigate, so as not to be in a passive situation. From the foot of the mountain to the halfway point, the mountain was covered with some sparse trees. These trees were even sparser and much shorter compared to the ones at the foot of the mountain. Yue Chi speculated that it might be due to the lack of soil on the mountain, leading to insufficient nutrient absorption for these trees. However, this was better, as it indirectly proved that there were many stone resources on this mountain. And having abundant stone resources represents what? It represents various metal minerals and even some rarer resources, which might have a higher probability of occurrence. From the foot of the mountain to the halfway point, because the terrain was relatively gentle, their speed of advancement was very fast, and the two of them reached the mountain's waist in less than 5 minutes. Standing at the waist of the mountain and looking down, there wasn't any special feeling. After all, this mountain was several hundred meters high, and the waist was only about 70 to 80 meters high. This mountain was large, and its gentle slope made the overall outline of the mountain body much wider. Two people spent about 20 minutes observing the area and found no visible dangers. Just as Yue Chi and Li Jiuchong were about to find a suitable place to mine, a sudden roar came from behind them. What the hell? Hearing that roar, Yue Chi immediately knew what it was. That sound could only come from a zombie. The fact that there was only 1 or 2 roars indicated that there were at most 3 zombies. As the two turned around, a zombie was quickly running toward them, less than 10 meters away. At that moment, Yue Chi took out a fully loaded alloy crossbow from his tech ring. With a pull of the trigger, a sharp arrow flew from the magazine toward the zombie in front of them. Yue Chi didn't let Li Jiuchong shoot because the sound of a gunshot was too loud, and he was worried it would attract unwanted attention, so he took action himself. Not to mention, Yue Chi's archery skills had been improving, and his reloading speed had significantly increased. He could now reload a crossbow in a minute. After taking down the suddenly appearing zombie, Yue Chi remained vigilant. Although there might not be any strange, mutated monsters in the area, zombies that spawn randomly could still exist. At this point, Yue Chi decided that he would mine here today and even in the near future. If he were to mine here in the future, he had to establish a forward outpost. With that in mind, Yue Chi and Li Jiuchong descended the mountain and entered the woods at the foot of the mountain. With no risks on the mountain, they wondered if there might be any dangers below. Although they hadn't encountered any danger during their journey, there could still be something inside. Time was not to be wasted. It was better to be cautious. Although the trees were tall and thick, the entire forest wasn't large. Walking from south to north, they reached the edge of the woods in less than 5 minutes. For safety's sake, Yue Chi and Li Jiucheng walked from east to west, thoroughly exploring the entire forest again. The woods were similar to those in Yue Chi's world, just with slightly taller and thicker trees. Everything else was quite normal. There were no other dangerous creatures, not even snakes. After spending nearly half an hour, Yue Chi and Li Jiucheng were sure that the woods posed no danger. They soon felt relieved. Before long, they found a relatively open area. Chapter 58. Collecting resources. Having left the base, Yue Chi could not use the system's abilities to construct buildings elsewhere. The construction options in the system interface had only a few items available for manufacture. However, this did not mean he couldn't build at all. After all, there were still many tall trees nearby that Yue Chi could chop down. He could then use the method commonly employed by mountain dwellers in his former world to assemble them, forming a small wooden house. With this in mind, Yue Chi and Li Jiucheng immediately got to work. They didn't venture to other parts of the woods to chop down trees, but directly cut wood near this open area. This way, they could provide ample building materials for the upcoming little wooden house while also increasing the open space around it, allowing for the construction of additional buildings later. At this moment, Yue Chi was increasingly determined to build a forward base here, because there were many mountains nearby, although they were some distance apart. The safety around this area was relatively high. Moreover, he could store supplies here, making everything much more convenient later on. As the two continued to swing their iron axes, with the enhancement of iron ore, Yue Chi had upgraded his axe to a durable iron axe. Tree after tree fell. They used the iron axe to strip the trees down to bare poles, selecting sturdier branches from the remaining bits and stacking them aside. After 2 hours, Yue Chi and Li Jiucheng had chopped down more than 50 trees. Instead of converting all the trees into resource blocks in their backpack space, they placed them one by one on the nearby ground. The thicker and sturdier branches were set aside. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Yue Chi felt they had gathered enough wood. The size of the wood was far greater than what he had previously collected in the eastern forest of the base, 4 to 5 times larger. It should be enough for the two of them to build a reasonably sized wooden house. They first used the thicker branches to create a frame on the ground. Then used the vines they had collected in the forest to convert into ropes via the system interface, tightly binding everything together. Soon, a small wooden house frame of about 10 square meters appeared before Yue Chi's eyes. Next, they began to cut the wood, carving grooves into each piece at both ends using the iron axe and pickaxe. They then placed the wood directly on the wooden base made of thick branches. With their joint efforts, they quickly completed 3 walls of the small wooden house. Although it looked a bit rough on the outside, the sturdy wood clearly demonstrated its high defensive capability. As for the direction of the small house, Yue Chi chose to face south, so he could enter the house directly when he came back later. Unlike the other 3 walls, the front wall not only required cutting the excessively long wood, but also needed to create a reasonably sized wooden door. Currently, the two only had an axe and a pickaxe, and they had no other precision cutting tools. Finally, Li Jiucheng recalled a vine-wrapping method he had taught during his military service, gradually binding the thicker wood pieces together and filling the gaps with moss-like plants. Given the circumstances, this was the best method available, and the thicker wood branches and moss were common here, especially the moss. The dampness made it ideal for growth, and the abundance of stones meant the amount of moss far exceeded that of the trees. Through the combined efforts of Yue Chi and Li Jiucheng, the small wooden house was built in about 3 hours. Pushing open the door and looking at the less than 10 square meter space, Yue Chi was quite satisfied. It seemed that even without heavily relying on the system, he could construct some basic buildings in this world. However, if he had the system and didn't use it, wouldn't that be foolish, especially since it was a version 20 system enhanced by an external tool? After converting the remaining dozen or so pieces of wood from the rough wooden house into resource blocks through his backpack space, Yue Chi spent a few more seconds creating some basic items: 10 wooden bowls, 2 wooden boxes, 2 small wooden beds, and several warning gadgets. After using his tech ring to place the indoor items in the house, Yue Chi and Li Jiucheng took their iron pickaxes and the warning gadgets and headed toward a small hill a few dozen meters away. They checked the current system time. At 3:20 p.m., there were still 2 hours and 40 minutes until dark. Considering the return journey, I could at least roll up my sleeves and work hard for a full 2 hours here. The key was that warning devices had been set up around, specifically a hemp rope tied to a tree, which also had some alert and reminder functions relying on the jumping device nearby. 2 people, 2 picks, 1 time, 2 strengths. Although there were only 2 hours of time now, it was practically equivalent to 4 hours of effort for one person. To improve efficiency for the two of us, Yue Chi directly took out the energy converter from the backpack space. Li Jiuchong placed all the stones he collected on one side of the energy converter, while Yue Chi placed a wooden box with an open top tightly against one side of the converter. Eventually, the resource cubes would be directly converted by the converter and fall into the box. On Yue Chi's side, it was simpler. Every stone he mined would ultimately be directly stored in the backpack space he had thrown at his feet. Looking at the dust clinging to the backpack, Yue Chi felt a deep sense of regret. Unfortunately, this dust could not be collected as resources in the system's backpack space. With the two of us working hard, a stone cave accommodating 2 people quickly appeared on the smooth rock surface. Since Yue Chi had already mined a lot of stone resources on the eastern side of the base, the two of us soon reached the limit of what Yue Chi could carry, mainly because both the backpack space and his tech ring were completely full. It was time to return to the base. However, before that, I still had one more thing to do. Chapter 59, Covering Traps. Returning to the base descending from the mountain, Yue Chi looked at the small wooden house hidden in the woods and felt he had to be cautious. If someone occupied his house, all his hard work over the past several hours would be in vain. He needed to take some precautions. With this thought, Yue Chi immediately entered his system space. Using his mind to click on manufacturing, options appeared before him page by page. Looking at the numerous options, Yue Chi ultimately chose a rather disgusting trap, the infamous wooden animal trap. Because it was wooden, its power was limited and not as ferocious as the iron traps. However, while it couldn't break legs, it could easily hinder movement and cause a certain amount of damage. After all, this was the real world, not a game where people were digitized. Here, if someone got hurt, it was real. If caught by such a wooden trap on both legs, the experience would not be pleasant. Yue Chi also considered that these wooden traps could be destroyed by zombies that randomly appeared at night, but there weren't many other options, right? Only if he set enough traps would no one come to his little wooden house out of boredom. There were no small animals nearby, even if there were. They might have been killed by hail. As for those large mutated beasts with unique survival skills that could withstand any natural disaster in this world, they would definitely not be interested in such a small forest. If anyone came by, he would quickly know that there were enemies nearby. Although this information might not provide any useful insights, as long as he stayed alert, the chances of being ambushed would be significantly reduced. With this in mind, Yue Chi quickly systematized a dozen units of wood from the pile near the wooden house. Then, using 1 unit of wood, he exchanged for 10 wooden traps, making a total of 100 wooden traps. As for how to arrange these wooden traps and the details involved, setting traps was generally quite difficult and usually required 2 people working together. However, since these were wooden traps, Yue Chi could set them up alone. As for Li Jiuchong, Yue Chi was afraid that he would dig a pit and end up burying himself. Therefore, it was better for him to personally manage such a critical matter. Moreover, Li Jiuchong was by Yue Chi's side, and the layout of the traps shouldn't be known only to him. His subordinate also needed to know so that unexpected events wouldn't lead to self-inflicted losses. Soon, Yue Chi placed a total of 10 wooden traps in some overlooked areas around the edge of the small woods. Don't underestimate these 10 wooden traps. If used properly, they could cause significant damage to enemies. After all, in such situations, wounding the enemy is always much easier than killing them. As long as the enemy was injured, the chances of their death would be much higher. In this world, apart from a few extremely lucky people who could acquire some medical supplies, others couldn't even find a single herb. After all, this world doesn't produce herbs. Without the help of medicine, even if someone were attacked by these wooden traps, the outcome would likely be grim. Realizing this, Yue Chi suddenly remembered that he was also one of those unlucky people without any medicine. With this in mind, Yue Chi became much more cautious about setting the wooden traps. After placing the traps around the forest and the perimeter in front of Li Jiuchong, Yue Chi was left with fewer than 20 traps. Although the internal area of the small forest wasn't very large, having only 20 traps would certainly lead to significant omissions. Therefore, Yue Chi's plan was to set traps around his little wooden house, even inside it. Although this might result in great losses, so what? In a peaceful world, he would definitely behave and be a good boy, but in this apocalyptic world, only by being ruthless would he have a greater chance of survival. After placing several traps around the small wooden house, Yue Chi also set 3 traps at the entrance of the house. And they were of the kind that would trigger a chain reaction. If one was triggered, the other 2 would drop from above and crush the intruder's head. If it were their own people, he would inform them in advance to avoid any danger. Once all the traps were laid out in what he deemed suitable positions, Yue Chi checked the system time. There were only 40 minutes left until dark. The two of them decided to hurry back to the base. Once it got dark, without any landmarks, they could easily get lost. It was quite terrifying to get lost or wander around during the night right before the zombies were about to spawn. No one knew if a bloodied zombie would suddenly appear and bite into their neck. Thinking of this terrifying scenario, Yue Chi quickly quickened his pace. And Li Jiucheng followed closely behind, also increasing his speed. 15 minutes later, panting heavily, Yue Chi stood within the walls of his base, feeling quite relieved. While catching his breath, Yue Chi was amazed at his speed. Although he and Li Jiucheng had walked north from the small mountain on the eastern side of the base, it didn't actually take long to return from the forest to the base. 25 minutes should have been enough, but they had only taken less than 15 minutes. They had really moved quickly. After taking a short break to calm himself down, Yue Chi took advantage of the remaining daylight to construct his two-story fortress. He first took all the resources from the resource blocks in his technology ring and stored them in the resource warehouse. Then, he immediately used his technology ring to move everything out of the stone house. Since he had previously moved items into the small wooden houses on the north and south sides, Yue Chi quickly cleared out the remaining items from the stone house. The moment of witnessing a miracle had arrived. Chapter 60. What the hell? As Yue Chi clicked on the usage option in the system panel with his mind, a golden light suddenly flew from Li Jiucheng's eyes into the stone house in front of the two of them. The light completely enveloped the entire stone house. Through the dense light curtain, Yue Chi vaguely felt, not knowing whether it was real or not, that he actually saw the two-story fortress he had been looking forward to. Standing beside Yue Chi, Li Jiucheng looked at his base commander as if he were a deity, gazing at the brilliant light in front of the two of them. 1 minute later, the light quickly dissipated in front of Yue Chi and Li Jiucheng. As the light faded, a much larger building than the stone house appeared before them. Like the Western two-story fortresses, the entire fortress was tightly covered in stone. Unlike the traditional Chinese city walls in Yue Chi's mind, the fortress was not square but had a slightly round shape. Both the lower and upper levels of the fortress were slightly round, with almost no significant angles on the walls. Unlike the sharp Gothic architecture, it resembled a small fortress from the Eastern Roman Empire. Upon closer inspection, Yue Chi could still distinguish the 4 cardinal directions of the two-story fortress. Unlike his stone house, the entire two-story small fortress had 2 doors. The first door was on the south side, a large iron door. Yue Chi felt that about 80 of his contribution of 100 units of iron ore was used here. Walking around the two-story fortress, he found the second door directly behind the first one, on the north side. Unlike the first large door, the second door was a small door. According to Yue Chi's estimation, the large door could easily accommodate an armored vehicle, but the small door was designed for a single person. In addition to the doors, Yue Chi suddenly noticed that there were 4 windows on the first floor of the building. On the second floor, the number of windows doubled. Li Jiucheng, let's go inside and take a look at our future home, Yue Chi said, nudging the dazed Li Jiucheng with his arm. Ah, yes, Commander. Upon feeling Commander Yue Chi's arm, Li Jiucheng instantly reacted. This was all real. Excitedly, Li Jiucheng followed Commander Yue Chi inside. He was witnessing a miracle. After touring the first floor of the two-story fortress, Yue Chi was shocked. This was not 300 square meters, it was 600 square meters. The layout of the first floor seemed to resemble a living room. Upon entering through the large south door, there was a living room of at least 100 square meters. On each side, there were 3 small rooms. And Yue Chi felt that each small room was equivalent to the space of his original 2 small stone houses. At the corners between the living room and the rooms, there were stairs leading to the second floor on both the left, east, and right, west sides. The stairs were not made of wood, as Yue Chi had imagined, since that material was cheap, but he never expected that the stairs were actually made of iron ore. And both staircases were made of iron ore. As for how Yue Chi knew this, it was naturally through his analysis ability. Although he had already exceeded 10 times today, facing such a strange stone staircase, he gave up on the headache that might appear later for the sake of his own life. However, after the analysis was over, Yue Chi felt no headache at all, but instead had immense excitement. This staircase was so amazing. Not only was it protective against evil, but it was also lightweight, and the quality was exceptionally good. Yue Chi bounced on it without any issues, knowing that in his past life, even walking on poorly constructed stairs would cause slight vibrations. He finally realized his dream of jumping on stairs. Moving from the first floor to the second floor, this space was completely different from the first floor. If the first floor was an open area, then the second floor was a private paradise. The stairs leading up from the first floor to the second floor, you read that correctly. This small two-story fortress even had a three-layer corridor, allowed access to the second floor from both the east and west staircases. However, at the junction of the corridor and the second floor, there were two heavy iron doors. Thud, thud, listening to the heavy echoes coming from inside the doors. Yue Chi knew these doors were definitely not thin, since both doors were made of iron or, although the content was very low. Yue Chi still named them Ironstone Door Number 1 and Ironstone Door Number 2. Pushing open Ironstone Door Number 1, the one on the right. What appeared before Yue Chi was a super luxurious suite. In reality, it wasn't that luxurious. It just had a small living room with a stone table and 4 stone stools of equal height surrounding it. To the right of the living room was a side room, a 30-square-meter bathroom, a study, and a balcony. To the left of the living room was a master bedroom, another side room, and a wooden door leading to another area. Passing through this wooden door, Yue Chi and Li Jiucheng arrived at the room where Ironstone Door No. 2 was located on the left side. Unlike the other side, the living room here was quite small, only a little over 30 square meters. However, the number of rooms far exceeded the neighboring side. On the left side, there were 4 rooms, a bathroom for multiple users, a water room, a dining hall, and a kitchen. On the right side, there were 6 rooms, including a balcony covered entirely in stone with only a few holes for rooms and a storage area. Exiting from here, pushing open Ironstone Door Number 2, Yue Chi and Li Jiucheng followed the stairs to the 3rd floor. Although it was called the 3rd floor, it was actually just the top of the 2-story fortress. Unlike traditional Chinese buildings where access to the roof was nearly impossible, the roof here was a pleasant scenic spot. Moreover, there was a low wall about 1 meter high surrounding it, creating a very comfortable atmosphere. Suddenly, a loud roar pulled Yue Chi from his joy. Looking at the perimeter of the base, Yue Chi's expression changed instantly. What was happening? He hurriedly entered the system panel to check the time. Seeing the glaring time of 8:10 p.m., Yue Chi felt a wave of despair. It had only been an hour. It was far from the zombie respawn time. Looking outside the stone walls of the base, a horde of zombies was approaching, and Yue Chi's mind was filled with a flurry of curses. Chapter 61. I might have been a gunslinger in my past life. 1, 2, 3, 4, 35, 36, 42. Using the light emitted by the 2 moons in the sky, Yue Chi began counting the heads of the zombies that appeared from nowhere. Because he had completely upgraded the wooden fence surrounding the base to stone walls, these zombies couldn't pose any immediate threat. Unless there were some mutated zombies like in movies and TV shows. But even if such zombies existed in this world, Yue Chi didn't believe they would appear here anytime soon. After all, even in movies, terrifying mutated zombies only showed up in the 3rd or even 4th installment. As Yue Chi was counting, 4.5-meter-long wooden arrows shot out from the arrow tower several meters high. Since the arrow tower had been upgraded, the power of the arrows shot from it had greatly increased. One wooden arrow, with its strong penetrating power, easily pierced through several zombies' bodies. But unfortunately, due to the zombies' abnormal resilience, they wouldn't die as long as their heads weren't destroyed. His points hadn't increased much for now. But under the powerful penetrating ability of the wooden arrows, more than a dozen zombies had already lost their basic mobility. Li Jiucheng, teach me how to shoot. Looking at the barely visible zombies outside, a thought suddenly appeared in Yue Chi's mind. He wanted to learn how to shoot. Shooting was actually quite simple. Pull the bolt, load the bullet, push it in, and pull the trigger to shoot. However, what Yue Chi wanted wasn't just to shoot, but to aim accurately. What does aiming mean? It means hitting the target accurately, not to mention eliminating an enemy with 1 bullet. At least 10 bullets should be able to take down 1 enemy. Taking out his 98-style Mauser rifle from his tech ring, Yue Chi looked at Li Jiucheng beside him. Sir, are you sure? Li Jiucheng looked at his seemingly serious commander. Unsure if he was being serious. Learning to shoot required a lot of practice and enduring arm strength. Once one slacked off, all previous efforts would be wasted. Don't worry. Just teach me. Upon hearing Li Jiucheng's words, Yue Chi thought for a moment and quickly put aside his hesitation. In this world, although he could use a crossbow, its range was too short, and he often missed many targets. More importantly, the loading speed of the crossbow, even with his years of single-handed experience, was difficult to improve. Learning to use a rifle would greatly increase his chances of survival in this world. All right, Li Jiucheng responded. He quickly grabbed the rifle from his back into his hands. Watching Li Jiucheng's skilled technique, Yue Chi became increasingly excited. Bang! A 7.92 mm bullet instantly shot out from the muzzle of the gun in Yue Chi's hands. In the face of high-speed kinetic energy, the bullet's lethality was greatly amplified. Rubbing his sore shoulders, Yue Chi looked at his training results with satisfaction. Outside the entire western wall, more than a dozen zombies had been hit by Yue Chi, and he had only used 30 bullets. This 30 bullets naturally included the 10 consumed during the initial training. In the first 10 shots, Yue Chi had hardly hit any zombies, instead facing their mocking roars. After that, it seemed like he had unlocked some hidden ability as his shooting skills continuously improved, especially in the last 5 shots, where he truly eliminated one enemy with one bullet. Li Jiuzhong was completely shocked. Could it be that his commander really couldn't shoot? This was even better than him. He was the squad leader of the Imperial Army, purely a direct descendant of the Imperial troops. Yue Chi's shooting skills might be unmatched even in his own division. Watching his commander's impressive demeanor, Li Jiuzhong fell deeper into admiration for Yue Chi. Indeed, as a male citizen of the Yin country, he had an unparalleled talent for guns. Yue Chi didn't expect to be so good. He even felt that in his past life, he might have been a gun god. Otherwise, how could he be this impressive? Unfortunately, he only had 270 bullets left. Otherwise, he could have taken down all the zombies outside the walls by himself without needing the arrow tower. But bullets were truly a consumable. Every shot taken meant one less bullet. Who knew when he would get more bullets? Bullets were indeed a significant consumable. Standing on the roof, Yue Chi looked at the zombies outside the 3 walls besides the western wall, feeling quite regretful. Fortunately, the 4 arrow towers that could shoot large arrows were still quite effective. After upgrading, the arrow towers had not only greatly improved the quality of the arrows but also their speed. From originally 1 shot per minute, it had now upgraded to 3 shots per minute. With 4 arrow towers, that meant 12 arrows per minute. Even if 4 arrows could only kill 1 zombie, they could eliminate 3 zombies in a minute. With the remaining dozens of zombies, they could probably be dealt with in a few more minutes. With this in mind, Yue Chi and Li Jiuzhong walked down from the top of the second-floor fortress. It was time for dinner. They needed to prepare in advance. If too many zombies refreshed around them, he would really have to use the rifle to support Li Jiuzhong. Arriving at the small house on the south side, Yue Chi and Li Jiuzhong prepared to quickly solve the dinner problem. Li Jiuzhong was responsible for cooking, while Yue Chi was in charge of relocating. Relocating meant taking some cooking materials that Li Jiuzhong wouldn't use for cooking back to the kitchen on the second floor of their fortress. Compared to the kitchen inside the fortress, this makeshift kitchen was quite shabby. As for the basic kitchen supplies in the small wooden house on the south side, Yue Chi would keep them there. After all, their base couldn't always just have the 2 of them. They would need a girl. As the saying goes, men and women working together makes work less tiring. Soon, with Li Jiuzhong's efforts, dinner was ready. It was still the usual meat soup, but there were only 4 bags of compressed biscuits for food. Although these compressed biscuits looked small in quantity, they were quite filling. They were not like the fake compressed biscuits sold in his previous life, but a type of military fast food. According to the portions from the past couple of days, Yue Chi could only eat 1 bag and a bowl of meat soup to feel full, but after days of hard labor, Yue Chi's appetite had grown to be almost the same as Li Jiuzhong's. Chapter 62. Mutated zombies appear after dinner. Yue Chi and Li Jiuzhong also returned the iron pot to the kitchen on the second floor of their fortress. Although it was called a kitchen, many items were still missing. It was just a space for now. However, the kitchen's gas was connected to the bathroom using a kind of black technology. So Yue Chi didn't have to worry much about cooking. He didn't know what the principle behind it was, but Yue Chi knew that as long as the indoor bathroom was used, it could produce biogas. Then, the system would automatically convert the biogas into a special energy gas, which could be ignited with flames for cooking. However, now, due to the lack of something, the biogas couldn't gather yet. And as for where that something was discharged to, it was obviously stored in a special space. Although the current biogas pit only contained a small amount, it was because Yue Chi had taken some time to address his physiological needs while working. But it was all right. As long as Yue Chi was given a little time, there would definitely be biogas. However, Yue Chi was not very clear about the method of igniting the biogas. Now that he didn't have an electric ignition, did that mean he had to use a torch or flint to ignite it himself? Thinking of this, Yue Chi felt it was a feasible idea. After all, when he was a child living in the countryside, if there was no electricity, adults would use lighters to ignite fires manually. Arriving at the master bedroom located at number 1 Ironstone Gate, Yue Chi placed his wooden bed and one wooden box inside. In the living room, he also placed 2 wooden boxes that he had made not long ago. There was no other choice. There was plenty of wood resources now, so he was feeling extravagant. In the guest room, Yue Chi also set up a bed, which he planned to have his personal bodyguard. Li Jiuzhong, sleep on. This would give him peace of mind. After neatly putting away Li Jiuzhong's belongings and his own in their respective places, the time had already reached 11:40 p.m. In another 20 minutes, the zombies would descend upon this world. At this stage, Yue Chi prepared to increase the defensive power of his base. That meant increasing the number of wooden arrow towers placed around his territory. Since 4 were difficult to stop the arrival of zombies, what about 8 or 12? Looking at his courtyard, apart from some reserved spots for building, he could only place 8 more arrow towers at most. After taking some wooden resource blocks from the small wooden house on the south side into his technology ring, Yue Chi began his dream project. As one 4-meter-high wooden arrow tower after another was erected in the base, looking down from the sky. The entire mountain and sea base resembled a hedgehog, with tall arrow towers everywhere. 12 arrow towers, with 3 at each corner, 1 stone arrow tower in the center, and the other 2 wooden arrow towers located on either side of the stone arrow tower. Under the tight protection of these 12 arrow towers, Yue Chi believed that even if he encountered the legendary mutated zombies, he would still have a fighting chance. Lying in the rocking chair he placed on top of the 2-story fortress, Yue Chi quietly gazed at the starry sky, which was completely different from that of his own world. Feeling quite emotional for a moment, Li Jiuzhong stood quietly beside Yue Chi with his Mauser rifle, along with the remaining 10 bullets and the 50 bullets given by Commander Yue Chi. Time passed second by second, and the stars in the sky and the 2 huge moons continued to twinkle. The second batch of zombies is starting to descend. The number of destroyed bases in this area is 15. The number of zombies descending has increased by 150. With a ding from the system prompt, Yue Chi instantly stood up from the rocking chair, holding the loaded alloy crossbow in his left hand and the chambered 98-style Mauser rifle in his right. Li Jiuzhong beside him also quickly pressed the bullets into the gun barrel. It seemed that in just 3 short days, as many as 15 bases in this area had been destroyed. It was truly difficult. The number of zombies had actually increased by 150 compared to the last time. And this time it would not be easy. Knowing the seriousness of the situation, Yue Chi did not look at the system's chat channel, but instead focused on the black shadows that were suddenly appearing outside his stone wall. Roar! Roar! Watching the black shadows moving quickly outside the wall and hearing the uneven roars, Yue Chi knew that he had hit the jackpot again. Looking around, Yue Chi realized that this time he had not only hit the jackpot but had hit it badly. Just on the north side, there were at least over 300 zombies, and the numbers on the north and east sides were so many that he couldn't count them. He estimated there were at least 500, and on the south side, seeing the dense and continuous zombies, Yue Chi felt his scalp go numb. What on earth was going on? He hadn't done anything. How could there be so many zombies? Looking at the sheer number of zombies outside, Yue Chi suddenly lost a lot of confidence in his stone wall. Could he really hold them off? Your stone wall is under attack. Please defend quickly. Hearing message after message, Yue Chi felt like his scalp was about to be torn apart. But now there was no way out, as arrows continuously flew from the arrow towers. Zombies kept falling down. However, Yue Chi noticed that there seemed to be no obvious decrease in the number of zombies surrounding him. The situation was becoming urgent. If any part of the wall broke, he would truly be finished. Although his stone house had evolved into a 2-story small fortress, Yue Chi really did not want to engage in a scorched earth war unique to his base. Li Jiuzhong, we are ready to take the field. Looking at the densely packed zombies around, Yue Chi had made up his mind that he had to make an effort. Li Jiuzhong, you take out the 50 bullets and try to shoot at the heads of these zombies. You are responsible for the zombies outside the north stone wall. I will handle the zombies outside the south stone wall. After saying this, Yue Chi put his alloy crossbow aside, walked to the south side of the 2-story fortress, and crouched on the roof, using his shoulder to brace the 98-style rifle while aiming at the zombies outside the city. On the other side, following Yue Chi's command, Li Jiuzhong also began to take aim at the zombies outside the north stone wall with his weapon. Bang, bang, bang. As bullet after bullet erupted from the muzzle towards the zombies' heads, the number of zombies started to noticeably decrease. Suddenly, a roar caught the ears of both Li Jiuzhong and Yue Chi. Not good. Hearing this distinctly different roar, Li Jiuzhong, who had been through many battles and had strong military training, instantly realized that the situation was not good. Oh no. Looking at the quickly moving shadow in front of him, Yue Chi instantly left his position. Chapter 63. Out of the blue, 1 crossbow headshot, cold weapon. Commander, be careful. Seeing the figure of the mutated beast, Li Jiuzhong quickly shouted to Commander Yue Chi, who was located to his south. Li Jiuzhong was quite familiar with the mutated types among the zombies. As a squad leader of the Empire's Class C combat division, he was very familiar with the information in the zombie encyclopedia released by the Empire's library. The roar of ordinary zombies is a slow, hoarse sound with some trailing notes, while the roar of mutated zombies is completely different. The roar of mutated zombies is very urgent and has a commanding tone, and these roars clearly indicated that it was a mutated zombie. Although there are many types of mutated zombies, such as giant strength zombies, agile zombies, big-headed zombies, flying zombies, magma zombies, thunder magma zombies, and so on, there are almost no mutations that one can imagine. However, most high-tier mutated zombies only appear on high-level battlefields. As for Li Jiuzhong, although he was a combat soldier, his level was only Class C. While there are combat soldiers in the Empire's Class C combat division, they actually serve as garrison and patrol troops in strategic bases slightly in the front line, due to his defensive and patrolling role. Even after being a soldier for 5 full years, Li Jiuzhong had not been promoted due to a lack of military achievements. He ultimately chose this path, hoping to fulfill his dreams. In his 5 years of experience, Li Jiuzhong had only seen 2 types of mutated zombies. These 2 types were quite common in that world. They were the giant strength zombie and the agile zombie. As the name suggests, the giant strength zombie is much stronger than a normal zombie. It is known that the strength of an ordinary zombie is comparable to that of 2 adult men. So one can imagine how terrifying the strength of a giant strength zombie is. This is not the worst part. The worst part is that the giant strength zombies can use some crude tools. Once a giant strength zombie gets a hold of a tool, its power will be greatly enhanced. To deal with giant strength zombies, which are the most basic type of mutated zombies, an A-class combat master could easily take them down with just 1 engineer. After all, they all have exoskeleton armor. A B-class combat master can take down a giant strength zombie with just a group of 3 or 4 people, given the power of their weapons, which are all automatic rifles. However, for a third-rate C-class combat master like them to deal with a giant strength zombie, they might need at least a platoon of soldiers. And even then, they might not be able to kill it. Giant strength zombies are relatively easier to deal with among mutated zombies. Li Jiuzhong encountered them a dozen times in 5 years, and they were all eliminated with the help of the military, which earned him an opportunity to study at the military training center as a big soldier. He then became the squad leader of the most elite guards infantry regiment of a C-class combat master. As for the agile zombies, Li Jiuzhong encountered one only once, and that was a memorable experience. At that time, he had already become a squad leader and was leading his squad in a patrol mission. They encountered an agile zombie midway, and half of his men were lost in the encounter. In the end, it was all thanks to the company commander, who was wearing an exoskeleton armor, that they managed to catch up with the agile zombie and ultimately kill it. The agile zombie has extremely low defense, to the point that fragile would be an apt description. However, the difficulty lies in its incredible speed, which can withstand even the fire from 4 light machine guns shooting in crossfire. Most of the reason is that in the wild, if it were a city defense situation, their company commander said they could easily wear down 7 or 8 agile zombies. But in the wild, there are vulnerabilities and crises everywhere. Li Jiuzhong still clearly remembers the sound made by the agile zombie. The sound he just heard was likely emitted by it. Looking at the base commander Yue Chi, who had already moved to a different position, Li Jiuzhong's heart was in chaos. He knew that with just himself and Commander Yue Chi, even with the base and arrow tower's defenses, they would probably die here. On the other side, Yue Chi was not a fool. After moving his position, he immediately rolled toward the stairs, dragging the dazed Li Jiuzhong down with him. The situation was looking grim, reflecting on his rapid shooting just now, which the mutated zombie managed to dodge. Yue Chi quickly realized he was facing a difficult problem. Suddenly, another roar came from the south side. The frequency of the sound was still from that fast-moving zombie, but something felt off. With a bold heart, Yue Chi and Li Jiuzhong, who had calmed down from their fear, cautiously poked their heads out from the staircase to look south. The moon tonight was incredibly round and bright. Plus, there were 2 of them. In an instant, the entire world was illuminated much more brightly. Yue Chi then witnessed an unbelievable scene. The agile zombie, moving at nearly 30 bolt-level speeds, had a wooden arrow embedded in its chest, which had pierced through it. This scene shocked not only Yue Chi, but also Li Jiuzhong. This is unscientific. While the 2 were stunned, the arrow tower on the south side unleashed its power again. A long arrow, carrying 2 smaller arrows, swiftly flew towards the agile zombie, which seemed oblivious, allowing the arrow to pass through its body with a low roar. Seeing this, an idea formed in Yue Chi's mind. Could it be that this mutated zombie couldn't move anymore? Yue Chi pulled out his 1-meter-long thick tube and fired instantly. The arrow pierced through the head of an ordinary zombie. What the hell? At the moment Yue Chi fired, the agile zombie instantly vanished, disappearing without a trace. Just then, the half-meter-long arrow flew out again from the stone arrow tower. Following the direction of the arrow, Yue Chi once again found the position of the agile zombie. Could it be that this zombie can sense heat sources? Thinking of this, Yue Chi took out his long-sealed alloy crossbow, which he hadn't used for almost half a day. Checking the bowstring and gears, he aimed at the mutated agile zombie over 200 meters away. As for whether he could hit it, Yue Chi was unsure. This was his first time firing a crossbow bolt at such a long distance. But with the instinct of firing a gun, Yue Chi felt that his crossbow skills had greatly improved. Whoosh! With the trigger pulled, the bolt from the alloy crossbow quickly flew towards the agile zombie's position. Roar! Roar! Roar, roar, roar. The agile zombie seemed unaware, standing there in a daze, constantly roaring to command. Just as the agile zombie was about to move, Yue Chi's bolt pierced through its head. Chapter 64. Obtaining the Golden Treasure Chest. Dead. Li Jiozhong, who stood beside Yue Chi, watched as the figure fell straight down, completely stunned. This agile zombie, capable of wiping out a platoon of soldiers, was surprisingly eliminated so easily by the base commander. Yue Chi also didn't expect that his simple test would actually succeed. Yue Chi's thought was quite simple. Although this agile zombie had high agility, it was more sensitive to the long-range strikes of hot weapons in a certain sense. In contrast, it was quite vulnerable to cold weapon attacks. Discovering this was largely thanks to his arrow tower. If he hadn't realized that the arrow tower had a restraining effect on the agile zombie's attacks, he wouldn't have thought to use the crossbow to attack. Yue Chi never imagined that this mutated zombie, which seemed difficult to kill both in sound and appearance, would be eliminated by him through this method. Perhaps even this zombie itself wouldn't dare to confirm such a situation. But it was killed, and that was an undeniable fact. Golden Treasure Chest. Originally, Yue Chi intended to pick up his rifle and join Li Jiozhong to support the stone wall again. But he discovered something golden and shiny at the position of the mutated zombie. Upon closer inspection, it was a treasure chest. Under the moonlight, the golden glow sparkled brightly. Thinking of treasure chests, Yue Chi's mind was filled with the summoning tokens for living soldiers, as these things were mostly die-hard loyalists. If it were robots, most would be in a cooperative relationship, and if mishandled, they could rebel and cause trouble. The lucky one who drew the Terminator robot was killed by the robot. But at least he had some conscience, as he managed to provide this crucial information before dying. As for how to confirm the truth of his message, it was that after delivering the message, his avatar instantly turned gray in the entire chat channel. And turning gray only had one possibility: he had already left the world. Dead. Because of this incident, various channels were frantically discussing it, becoming the topic center for 2 days. Squinting his eyes, Yue Chi felt that this time, his luck was really about to explode. However, he first needed to deal with all these zombies. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to pick up that golden treasure chest. The number of zombies nearby has significantly decreased under the dual efforts of 2 rifles and 12 arrow towers. However, due to the continuous gathering of zombies from other areas, it still appears that there are many zombies. Eyes can deceive, but points cannot be fake. My score has now risen to over 2,000 points, while previously it was only around 100. Looking at the current zombie leaderboard, Yue Chi discovers that the situation of being besieged by zombies is not unique to him. Almost all the bases ranked in the top 1,000 are surrounded by zombies to varying degrees. Yue Chi figured this out easily. He noticed that even the second-ranked player's score had increased from over 40 to over 500, and other bases showed similar trends. With this thought, Yue Chi felt quite satisfied. This broken system isn't just targeting him. The presence of so many zombies here is entirely due to his ranking. The higher the position, the greater the responsibility. While thinking this, Yue Chi quickly loaded bullets into the chamber. Aim, pull the bolt, pull the trigger. In a matter of seconds, Yue Chi, in coordination with the arrow towers, took down 5 zombies. To be honest, Yue Chi had to complain that while the arrow towers are powerful, they are genuinely ineffective against zombies. No wonder a few dozen zombies could dismantle his entire base that day. It turns out the arrow towers were not up to the task. Even when upgraded to stone towers, it's still hard for them to achieve a one-hit kill on zombies. If a one-hit kill happens, it's purely by coincidence. A bunch of zombies pushing against each other makes it easy to crush someone with a thrown stone, let alone hitting a specific zombie's head with an arrow among a horde. However, under the pressure of time, even an iron pestle can be ground into a needle. let alone using arrows to kill zombies. Faced with the temptation of a golden treasure chest, after leaving 20 bullets for himself and Li Jiucheng, Yue Chi prepared to use all the remaining bullets on the zombies surrounding his base. As one bullet after another was fired from the gun, Yue Chi's hand could no longer touch the barrel. It was too hot. He thought of a solution, which was to wash it with water to cool it down quickly. But one downside is that this could easily cause the barrel to explode. He only has this one rifle. Who knows when he might draw another such handy weapon? Moreover, once he gathers 10 high molecular composite materials, he can upgrade to a single soldier assault rifle. This would be much better than just pulling the bolt. If the barrel explodes, there would be nowhere for him to cry, as he would first have to repair the gun. This aspect of his external equipment isn't great. It must be a complete item with no significant damage to upgrade. Otherwise, it needs to be repaired first. Just like the little wooden house he started with. He must patch up those 4 holes. Otherwise, he would be prohibited from upgrading. But this also gives him a sense of relief. After all, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. As for why he could receive a blessing from a certain blue planet, Yue Chi knows a bit about the reasons. Li Jiucheng, how is your gun barrel? After emptying another magazine, Yue Chi didn't reload to shoot again, but turned to look at Li Jiucheng beside him. At this moment, Li Jiucheng was still firing non-stop, and his gun barrel didn't seem to have any significant damage. What is going on? Yue Chi carefully walked over to Li Jiucheng with the hot rifle and instantly understood the situation. It turns out that Li Jiucheng's shooting speed is quite slow but very accurate. His shooting skill is indeed somewhat evident compared to Yue Chi. There is no helping it. Yue Chi's talent is just too great. Li Jiucheng's shooting accuracy might still be lacking. Plus, due to his experience, he slowed his shooting speed. This way, not only can he improve his shooting accuracy, but he can also prolong the lifespan of the gun barrel, achieving 2 goals with one action. Unfortunately, Yue Chi now has 30 bullets but cannot shoot. Watching the few zombies outside makes him very anxious. He can't afford to be scratched by a zombie. That would likely be the end for him. Fortunately, his luck was decent. The last few waves of 12 arrows fired simultaneously quickly killed those wandering zombies. Golden treasure chest. Here I come. Notice, taking a day off today. I didn't expect this semester to be so tough. University life is really busy. I still have a report that isn't finished today. I am specially requesting a day off from all the readers. And I will update a chapter at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning on time. Starting tomorrow, the update time will return. 1 chapter at 6 in the morning. 1 chapter at 6 in the evening. After going on the shelves, it will turn into 2 chapters of 3,000 words or 3 chapters of 2,000 words. Definitely enough content. Rest assured to watch. Notice, taking a day off today. Chapter 65. I finally had a stroke of luck. Oh heavens. System. Blessing from the blue planet. I am willing to exchange 3 years of my college roommate's luck with women for this little stroke of luck. Just a tiny bit of luck. I beg you. On the bed of the main bedroom on the 2nd floor of the base fortress, Yue Chi sat cross-legged there, and in front of him, a golden treasure chest appeared. He squinted his eyes and kept mumbling something. This time, Yue Chi learned his lesson. He first used the system's analysis skill to check what kind of treasure chest this was. Previously, he mistook silver for platinum and platinum for silver, causing his emotions to fluctuate greatly. This time, Yue Chi didn't want to play any heart-pounding challenges. The golden treasure chest can yield various magical resources. Seeing the system panel in front of him, Yue Chi took a deep breath. Open the treasure chest. He tapped the floating words open on the golden treasure chest, preparing to start receiving rewards. Congratulations, the golden treasure chest has been successfully opened. Congratulations. You have obtained 1 Imperial Close Combat Infantry Summoning Talisman. Congratulations. You have obtained 1 Imperial Close Combat Infantry Summoning Talisman. Congratulations. You have obtained 1 Imperial Close Combat Infantry Summoning Talisman. Congratulations. You have obtained 1 Imperial Close Combat Infantry Summoning Talisman. Congratulations. You have obtained 500 792mm bullets. Congratulations. You have obtained 1 Type 98 Mauser rifle. Congratulations. You have obtained 3 high molecular composite materials. Congratulations. You have obtained 1 zombie illustrated book. Congratulations. You have obtained 1 blue steel alloy broadsword. Congratulations. You have obtained 3 boxes of compressed biscuits. Congratulations. You have obtained 2 rolls of toilet paper. Congratulations. You have obtained 4 plastic films. Congratulations. You have obtained 30 bottles of 500 milliliters drinking water. Looking at the lines of jumping text on his system panel, Yue Chi felt that he had finally turned the tide. Luck is off the charts. and Imperial Close Combat Infantry Summoning Talisman. Seeing this name completely different from Li Jiucheng's earlier, Yue Chi quickly used the analysis skill. Although it was just the beginning of the day, the loss of vitality could be resolved with a nap. At most, he would just wake up a bit later today. With the use of the analysis ability, the function of this summoning talisman appeared before Yue Chi's eyes. Imperial Close Combat Infantry Summoning Talisman can summon members of the otherworldly human Imperial Close Combat Army sealed within, with an initial loyalty of Die Hard. The specific weaponry depends on the luck of the base owner. Looking at this useless explanation that said as much as it didn't, Yue Chi decided to summon them all out tomorrow morning. Although it would waste food is something that can always be obtained. His own safety and resource extraction are the most important matters. Skipping over a series of 4 summoning talismans, Yue Chi looked at the 500 rounds of 792mm bullets below. It really is true that whatever he lacks comes to him. He was short on manpower and received 4 summoning orders. He was short on bullets and got 500 rounds. Now he wouldn't have to worry about ammunition shortages. Continuing to look down from the bullets, Yue Chi was even more satisfied to find a Type 98 Mauser rifle. It could serve as a substitute weapon. When the barrel overheats, others can change barrels. And he can change guns. His combat effectiveness would definitely be top-notch. When Yue Chi focused on the high molecular composite materials and plastic films, a heavy heart finally settled down. He no longer had to worry about clean water. Apart from 2 units of iron, he had successfully obtained a lot of the hardest to get high molecular composite materials and plastic films from various treasure chests, and even after upgrading the water purifier, there might be some leftovers, just in time for upgrading other things. As for iron, as long as he had enough iron ore, he could obtain it through smelting. However, regarding iron smelting, Yue Chi felt a bit of difficulty. How to smelt? Of course, he needed a furnace, but the furnace also required iron to make, leaving him in a deadlock. Thinking of this, Yue Chi, who had just been excited about having water to drink, instantly felt like a wilted eggplant, weak and listless. He couldn't help it. At such a young age, he didn't want to die early. Clean water, being a necessity, still needed attention. Better safe than sorry. If any problems arose, he wouldn't even have the chance to regret later. Fortunately, this small treasure chest had given him some safe drinking water, allowing him to hold on a bit longer. He would definitely be able to endure until then. Tease his not-so-good mood. Yue Chi quickly focused on the horizontal knife, made of blue steel. Using his analysis ability, Yue Chi suddenly felt a bit dizzy. But he still braced himself to take a look at this horizontal knife. Was it different from the one that had been broken by the ram's horn? Blue steel alloy horizontal knife, crafted by the master alchemist and iron smelter, Ashin. Using high-strength blue steel and extraterrestrial mysterious iron, it is heavy, sturdy, and extremely powerful after sharpening. Truly a world-class treasure. Please be careful when using it, so as not to injure yourself. Looking at the system prompt in front of him, Yue Chi suddenly felt that his head no longer hurt, and he wasn't dizzy anymore, aside from a bit of drowsiness. Everything felt so refreshing. Yue Chi quickly opened the space backpack in his technological ring and took out the treasure knife. With the faint light emitted by the torch hanging on his wall, Yue Chi began to examine the weapon closely. It didn't feel heavy in his hand. About 3 to 4 pounds. He casually performed a knife flourish and felt it was very smooth and easy to handle. He felt no resistance at all. The black blade, the brown handle, and the perfectly curved angle. He was truly in love. Gently scratching the few strands of hair on his head, Yue Chi instantly found 7 or 8 strands of hair in his hand. Sigh, starting to lose hair at such a young age. If things go on like this, he might become bald in a few years. Thinking of this, Yue Chi didn't even dare to imagine what would happen next. Placing the hair on the blade, as the strands floated down to the edge, they were instantly cut in half by the sharp blade. It was truly amazing. After putting the sharp horizontal knife into the technological ring, Yue Chi turned his attention to the zombie catalog. Analyze. Zombie catalog, a book that can be used to explore the types and attributes of zombies and related information. Chapter 66. The base guard team of only 4 people. Zombie catalog, a book that can be used to investigate zombie types and related information. Just open the catalog, and the system will automatically transmit the information of the zombies in front of you to the book. Seeing the label on the system panel, Yue Chi's eyes lit up. This is a good thing. Saying this, Yue Chi instantly flipped open the zombie catalog and began to check it out. Ordinary virus zombie, a being that appears after human mutation. Very common in the apocalypse. They move slowly, prefer to gather in groups, possess animal instincts, and remarkable biting power. Anyone or any animal bitten by them will be infected and turn into a similar creature, almost impossible to cure. Zombies search for and determine human movements based on emitted light, sound, and smell in order to attack humans and animals. They can be shot in the head with bullets or eliminated using explosives and other incendiary materials. Looking at the system panel, Yue Chi felt that this was almost completely in line with his understanding of zombies, even more profound than what he knew. He also understood why zombies continuously attacked humans. Because these viruses also want to survive. Ordinary virus zombies have a very rapid metabolism and need to constantly consume carbon-based life forms to maintain their strength. If they go without food for a long time, they will go into a dormant state, resembling corpses, yet will not truly die. Due to human mutation and virus invasion, they are completely remodeled, with the virus taking over the human nervous system, leading to brain death. When the host turns into a zombie, the host is already dead, no longer possessing emotions, unable to feel pain, and their vitality becomes extremely resilient. The only way to take down these zombies is to shoot them in the head. Alternatively, one can go against the grain and blow them to smithereens. In that case, the virus would also be sent along with the high temperature to the Western Bliss to play with the monk of many treasures. After reading about the ordinary virus zombie, Yue Chi deliberately approached the body of the mutated zombie. Agile zombie, a zombie that has absorbed magical energy or undergone mutation due to exclusivity. Its bodily tissues are extremely weakened, but the speed and intelligence of its legs have been significantly enhanced, moving very quickly, and is extremely sensitive to heat sources. The only flaw is its inability to effectively respond to attacks from cold weapons. Damn, if I had this catalog earlier, would I have been so embarrassed just now? Looking at the content written in the catalog, Yue Chi was astonished. This catalog is on paper. The first page is a random transformation page. As soon as he arrives there, he can quickly retrieve the information of any zombies he wants to identify from the back, which can be considered a piece of black technology. However, how its working principle operates, Yue Chi, being a liberal arts student, obviously couldn't understand. Yue Chi vowed that his base must have researchers. Just imagine how awesome it would be when they develop amazing things for him to use. Flipping through casually, he saw all kinds of zombies like the mighty zombie, lightning zombie, lava zombie, and even flying zombie. Various bizarre and strange zombies appeared before Yue Chi's eyes. For Yue Chi, this was truly an eye-opener. Unfortunately, it was already late at night, and he couldn't wake Li Jiucheng. Otherwise, he would have insisted on letting him come and see this with him. Thinking of this, Yue Chi sighed. However, it doesn't matter. I can see you in the morning. On the other side, Li Jiucheng, who should have been sound asleep, was still wide awake. He was thinking about the mutated zombies and the base's defenses while wiping his weapon. Weapons are like a beloved wife. You have to cherish them, so they will cooperate better when the time comes and help you shoot bullets. Just as he was cleaning his knife, he suddenly sneezed. Li Jiucheng didn't think much of it, rubbed his nose, and continued to wipe the knife. Yue Chi, unaware of this, thought Li Jiucheng had entered a deep sleep. Yue Chi lay down and soon called for breakfast. That night, the entire world's landscape had undergone significant changes. The borders of the world were constantly expanding, and one after another, beings resembling humans but belonging to entirely different species began to descend upon this continent. Everything seemed to become more interesting. When Yue Chi woke up, he could already smell the delicious aroma of food prepared by Li Jiucheng. Sure enough, when Yue Chi got dressed and came out, the stone table in the living room was already filled with food made by Li Jiucheng. There wasn't much, but it smelled quite good. However, the quantity was a bit small. After all, it wouldn't just be the two of them for long. Li Jiucheng, go prepare food for 4. We will have new members joining us soon. Upon hearing Yue Chi's words, Li Jiucheng's eyes widened instantly. The pace of development is this fast. It's only been a few days. There are already new members joining. Due to his background, Li Jiucheng had a good understanding of certain matters. Yes, Commander. Li Jiucheng concealed his shock and hurried to prepare the next meal. Meanwhile, Yue Chi walked to the first floor of the fortress. With a wave of his hand, 4 summoning talismans flew out from the technological ring and were used in quick succession at Yue Chi's finger's direction. Subordinate of the Empire's Close Combat Corps, Infantry 3rd Division. 74th Brigade, 9th Regiment, 3rd Battalion, 1st Company, 2nd Squad Leader, Wei Fuyo reporting for duty. Subordinate of the Empire's Close Combat Corps, Infantry 1st Division, 38th Brigade. 2nd Regiment, 4th Battalion, 7th Company, 2nd Squad, 1st Private, Hikun reporting for duty. Subordinate of the Empire's Close Combat Corps, Infantry 7th Division, 108th Mixed Brigade. Independent 3rd Regiment, Artillery Battalion, Guard Company, 2nd Squad, 1st Private, Zhang Dabiao reporting for duty. Subordinate of the Empire's Close Combat Corps, Independent 32nd Brigade, 5th Regiment. 3rd Battalion, 1st Squad, 3rd Private, Zhou Ba reporting for duty. As the four loud voices echoed in Yue Chi's ears, four rays of light instantly appeared in the hall on the 1st floor. For a moment, as the sun had not fully risen and due to the fortress's enclosed nature, the dimly lit hall was suddenly filled with light under the shallow illumination of 2 torches. When Yue Chi had previously summoned Li Jiucheng, he hadn't paid much attention. This time he could take a good look. In just a few seconds, the light had dissipated, and 4 soldiers in armor, with precious swords hanging at their waists and large round shields on their backs, appeared in front of Yue Chi. Looking at the soldiers who seemed to be armed to the teeth, Yue Chi was quite satisfied. They wore iron helmets, dawn plate armor, which seemed to have chainmail underneath, and their precious swords appeared to be no ordinary items. However, in terms of practicality, Yue Chi felt that basic soldiers like Li Jiucheng were stronger. After all, wearing so much armor isn't suitable for outdoor operations, nor is it appropriate for fighting zombies in the wild. Gunmen can shoot from a distance. If they can't win, they can run. But these soldiers are just there to offer their heads. Thus, Yue Chi roughly arranged their duties, which was to guard this somewhat dilapidated base. After all, in broad daylight, who knows if someone might sneak in and try to cause trouble. Chapter 67. The Loyal Four Guardians. Since Yue Chi had this thought, he certainly had to act on it. But not right now. After all, most of them might still be hungry. So it was best to understand the situation during the meal. If these close combat soldiers were indeed as he imagined, then they would only have one role. That is to guard his home. However, before that, Yue Chi still needed to assess the situation of these 4 soldiers. Name: Zhou Ba. Age: 32. Evaluation: a loyal warrior devoted to you. Received basic military training from the Empire's Infantry Corps. Experienced close combat with rebels once. Though he suffered some minor injuries, it does not hinder his actions. Rather, it enhances his combat experience. Name: Zhang Dabiao. Age: 35. Evaluation: a loyal warrior devoted to you. Received basic military training from the Empire, participated in multiple small-scale wars, has rich combat experience, and possesses some talent in artillery command. Name: He Kun. Age: 27. Evaluation: a loyal warrior devoted to you. Received basic military training from the Empire. Although he has not participated in any battles, he is very obedient to commands from superiors. Name: Wei Fuyo. Age: 34. Evaluation: a loyal warrior devoted to you. Received good military training from the Empire, experienced multiple internal conflicts, and temporarily served as a company commander, possesses high military command talent. With proper training, he could become a capable commander. While Yue Chi conversed with the 4, he used his analytical ability to understand their overall situations. Each person's panel was the same yet different, the same in that they all received military training from the Empire, whether basic or good training. What differed were their experiences and talents. Their talents and experiences became the first criteria for Yue Chi to select officers. There was no way around it. As the leader of this base, he certainly wouldn't command them himself, given his lack of knowledge on this matter. It was better to hand them over to capable individuals. As for who to hand them to, Yue Chi had 2 candidates. The first candidate was naturally Li Jiucheng, who had followed him for so long. After all, he had contributed significantly. The second candidate was Wei Fuyo, who had high intelligence and was more familiar with close combat infantry operations. Comparing the 2, Li Jiucheng seemed more like an outsider, but not giving Li Jiucheng a role made Yue Chi feel a bit uncomfortable. Considering he had been with him for so long, he certainly had to offer some benefits. After all, responsibility, rights, and benefits all needed to be sufficient for them to put in the effort for the base. As for choosing Wei Fuyo, Yue Chi had his own calculations. Besides the good military training he saw on the panel, the title of Empire Squad Leader made Yue Chi feel that this person might be impressive. Additionally, from the reports they had given previously, each person's voice was different, but only Wei Fuyo's voice conveyed confidence to him. Just as Yue Chi was deep in thought, Li Jiucheng's voice timely came from above. Hearing Li Jiucheng's voice, Yue Chi's mouth curved slightly upward. Although these soldiers had a natural loyalty to him, their future work efficiency might not be very high. Therefore, Yue Chi needed to exercise patience with these soldiers. After all, they were his powerful armed force. As breakfast commenced, the few of them slowly brought the food to their mouths. Completely different from what Yue Chi imagined, the scene was very quiet. So quiet that it was hard to know what to say at the beginning of the month. However, As the master of this base, Yue Chi still had to show his demeanor. After all, he needed these soldiers to trust him. As Yue Chi opened his mouth, all 8 people, including Li Jiucheng, put down their utensils and turned their attention to him. The base was still in a development phase, and I need everyone to do their best. At the same time, continue to showcase their strengths and shine in their own ways. Listening to Yue Chi's words, everyone's eyes were fixed on him, especially Li Jiucheng. Looking at Li Jiucheng in front of him, Yue Chi hesitated for a moment. Should he let him take on the role of the leader of the guard? After much deliberation, Yue Chi decided that the capable should rise to the occasion. Yue Chi still felt that the captain of the base's guard could not be entrusted to him for now. Perhaps giving it to Wei Fuyo would be the best decision. Li Jiucheng, you will continue to be responsible for my protection and serve as my bodyguard. As Yue Chi's words fell, the light in Li Jiucheng's eyes did not dim as Yue Chi had imagined. Instead, he relaxed, and the light in his eyes shone even brighter. Wei Fuyo, He Kun, Zhang Dabiao, Zhou Ba, you 4 will take on the base's defense work. I will inform you of the specifics later. Understood, Commander. Upon hearing Yue Chi's voice, the 4 recognized this decision. After all, they were close combat soldiers, and engaging in close quarters combat with zombies was tantamount to handing over their lives. But if they were to do hard labor, fight each other, or defend, one of them could match 3. Wei Fuyo, I now appoint you as the captain of the Shanghai base defense team, responsible for monitoring the surrounding situation and protecting the base. When Yue Chi's words fell, Wei Fuyo was shocked. He thought that even though he had once been a squad leader, coming to such a strange world meant starting from scratch. He never expected to become a captain all of a sudden. Since the base leader valued him so highly, he absolutely could not let down his trust. Understood. Base leader. Unlike his earlier calm voice, Wei Fuyo's declaration was full of confidence. Soon, the 5 of them finished their breakfast in less than 20 minutes and cleaned all the pots and pans. If it were just Yue Chi and Li Jiucheng, it would probably take at least half an hour. This is the charm of having more people. The ancients were not wrong. Many hands make light work. Meanwhile, Yue Chi had already arranged the guard's itinerary with Wei Fuyo. The guard was divided into 2 small teams, with 2 people in each group. One group, fully armed, would defend the base, patrol, and monitor the surroundings to ensure the base's safety. The other group would carry nothing, traveling light, to go mining and logging. Chapter 68. The Empire and the Church. After assigning the teams, Yue Chi used stone as the main material, supplemented by iron ore, to make 2 sturdy stone pickaxes. These 2 pickaxes were naturally for He Kun and Zhang Dabiao, who were following him today. On the first day, after taking a tour of the base with Wei Fuyo, he clarified the surrounding situation and enemy predictions. Seeing Wei Fuyo's serious expression, Yue Chi knew he had made the right choice. So, carrying a day's worth of food for the 4, they set off for the safe forward base under the leadership of Li Jiucheng. After Zhang Dabiao and He Kun took off their armor, their mature and handsome faces appeared before him. Yue Chi vowed that he would make his base famous for his face in the future. For safety's sake, Yue Chi still had He Kun and Zhang Dabiao carry their waist knives and shields with them. Under He Kun's introduction, Yue Chi also gained some understanding of these 2 weapons. The waist knife was not an ordinary alloy knife made of iron, but a weapon forged using a 10,000-ton press, made from high-quality iron and produced in batches by a master blacksmith. To be honest, when he first heard this, Yue Chi was completely confused. Even after He Kun and Zhang Dabiao explained, he still didn't fully understand. However, Yue Chi knew that this weapon must be extremely powerful. The shield was similar to the waist knife, with excellent defensive capabilities. Along the way, although the few chatted occasionally, they maintained basic vigilance. And soon they arrived at the location to prepare for mining. After Yue Chi left, Wei Fuyo did not delay at all and quickly took off his gear with Zhou Ba. This was not because Wei Fuyo wanted to be lazy, but because he planned to personally check the situation within a 10-mile radius. Only by taking off his armor could he avoid slowing down. Although the armor was made of blue steel and was particularly lightweight, it still had a basic weight. To speed up his pace, Wei Fuyo had to do this. He also had his own thoughts in getting Zhou Ba to take off his armor and set it aside. If something happened to him, Zhou Ba, unencumbered by armor, could return to the base faster. Then the 2 of them could quickly put on their armor and prepare for battle. Unlike Zhou Ba, who carried a shield on his back, Wei Fuyo only carried a waist knife. The reason for this was also to minimize his burden, making it easier for him to scout the surroundings. Upon arriving in this world, Wei Fuyo had keenly sensed the evil aura belonging to the Federation. Just as the world has both good and evil, the Empire also has its enemies, besides external zombies and zombie beasts. There are significant conflicts between the Federation and the Empire within humanity. Both sides often criticize each other in public opinion, and small-scale skirmishes even occur. This is still because the Empire has avoided direct conflict with this evil force to preserve the living strength of humanity. Initially, the Federation was not called the Federation but was a small organization with an obscure name. While the Empire was engaged in battles with external zombies, this organization rapidly expanded and even completely overthrew several kingdoms due to a momentary oversight. If this force had merely rebelled against those countries, the Empire would not have intervened too much, but the so-called Federation erred in actively provoking civil war and invading other countries and city-states, especially at a critical moment for humanity's survival. What angered the Empire, and even the democratic countries that had many opposing views against the Empire, was that this Federation imposed a brutal rule and an endless warlike tendency that no one could accept. From the high-ranking officials to the common people, it was as if they had been infected by a virus, all exhibiting a nearly mad inclination for warfare. The Empire conducted a very secret investigation and eventually discovered that they were actually people from another world, and they were from the Church, which they despised the most. It is known that hundreds of years ago, it was the involvement of the Church that led to the Tsangyun Great World being attacked by the zombie dimension. This nearly caused the deeply rooted Tsangyun human race to fall into the abyss. If not for the first emperor of the Empire, who is now the Grand Emperor Zhang Guangxi, stepping in to save the situation, the Tsangyun Great World would likely have fallen along with the few remaining small worlds. Therefore, the Empire has imposed various sanctions on the Federation for nearly 100 years, even contacting nearby allies to initiate some small-scale wars against the Federation. They continuously pressured their living space, and other allies acted in concert with the Empire. The existence of the Empire is to protect this world from oppression by other worlds. As a former soldier of the Empire, Wei Fuyo naturally harbors resentment, but now he is a member of the Shanghai base. From now on, he will be marked as part of the Shanghai base, so he doesn't want to concern himself with such matters. However, Wei Fuyo suddenly remembered something very important. The ability to summon soldiers like them from the box is, in some respects, not just luck, but bloodline. Since the leader of his base could summon him and a few others, it indicates that there is a sense of justice and belief in peace from the Empire within his bloodline. Conversely, those who can summon people from the Federation are likely arranged by that church. The church is definitely not a good thing. If their base is discovered by them first, then he will be in the open while the enemy is in the dark, and many things will become troublesome. So the immediate priority now is to quickly investigate the surrounding situation, preferably ensuring that they are the only faction. Otherwise, it might hinder the base's development speed. And all of this, Yue Chi is still unaware of, as Wei Fuyo doesn't want to put too much pressure on the base leader for the time being. After all, this concerns his future. If the base leader succeeds, he will at least be at the general level. So, since being summoned, Wei Fuyo has prepared to wholeheartedly serve the base leader. In the afternoon, Yue Chi returned with 3 others, loaded with various supplies. Due to the increased number of people, Yue Chi could no longer rely solely on his backpack space for material conversion, so he activated the energy conversion machine that had been hidden away for a long time. After 3 trips, he finally moved the stone's mine today and a lucky haul of 50 units of iron ore into the resource cabin in the south. After dinner, everyone returned to their respective rooms. Yue Chi and Li Jiuzhong stayed in the master bedroom, while Wei Fuyo and the other 4 were in the rooms on the first floor. However, the atmosphere in the master bedroom's living room suddenly became tense. Chapter 69. In a hurry for 2 days, I am still first let me think for a moment, Yue Chi said after listening to a string of words from Wei Fuyo, who had just come to the master bedroom and shared most of his thoughts and information with Yue Chi in an instant. Yue Chi's mind, which could not hold much, was filled to the brim. Just as he finished digesting the information, Wei Fuyo's next words made Yue Chi's demeanor turn serious. Base leader, this morning I conducted a general inspection of the area within a 10-kilometer radius. I discovered people from other factions to the north, east, south, and even west of the base. Did the church's forces find out? Yue Chi asked. Base leader, the church's forces have not yet discovered us, but I feel that they are somehow nearby. The church's forces are either to the west or to the south. The buildings established in these 2 places are very characteristic of the church's preference for spires. The north has a small base, and due to the presence of elven soldiers, their reconnaissance capabilities are very strong. I only took a quick look around. As for the east, there is a large group of mutated ape demons, at least of medium scale. We should avoid engaging them lightly. They hold grudges easily. Hearing Wei Fuyo's words, Yue Chi was quite surprised. How did elves come into this? Could they be mutated humans? Seeing the expression of base leader Yue Chi, Wei Fuyo and Li Jiuzhong instantly understood that they needed to quickly explain to their lord. This time, Li Jiuzhong was quicker to speak. Base leader. Regarding the issue of races, there may not only be humans in this world. Not just humans. Yue Chi was shocked to hear Li Jiuzhong's words. Could it be that the virtual and fabricated races from novels are real? How is that possible? Could there really be zombie elves? Speaking of which, if elves are beautiful, would zombie elves also be pretty? Shaking his head, Yue Chi set aside his chaotic thoughts and looked at Wei Fuyo next to Li Jiuzhong. Seeing Wei Fuyo nodding, Yue Chi realized that this might indeed be true. So, he urged Li Jiuzhong to continue. Humans are just the most populous race in this world. In addition, elves and dwarves also exist. However, they are very rare. I only learned about them and saw them during my military training in the Empire. At this point, Wei Fuyo also nodded quickly. I learned this information during military training in the Empire. Listening to Wei Fuyo and Li Jiuzhong, Yue Chi felt that this world seemed very interesting. They could even summon elven soldiers. He wondered if that guy summoned beautiful elf women or handsome elves. Once he became powerful, he must have a team of elven beauties as guards. It wouldn't be bad just for the eye candy. However, from Wei Fuyo's report and Li Jiuzhong's explanation, Yue Chi understood that he was not the only lucky one. Others also summoned their soldiers. Now it depends on whose base develops faster. As for taking risks and sending troops now, Yue Chi is not a gambler. He will only do things with complete certainty when conditions permit. Although the base has expanded significantly compared to before, it still cannot afford any losses. Wei Fuyo, be extra vigilant regarding the bases on the south and west sides. In the next few days, I will personally lead a team to collect resources, while leaving one person to guard the base. The reconnaissance of their details will be handed over to you, Yue Chi said with a serious expression. By the way, don't underestimate the base to the north. After all, there are also subordinates there. Hearing Yue Chi's words, Wei Fuyo nodded heavily. In a hurry, 2 days quickly passed. During these 2 days, almost everyone in Yue Chi's group was busy, except for the homebody Zhou Bai, who stayed at home. Naturally, hard work corresponds to appropriate rewards. In terms of resources, Yue Chi and his companions on the small mountain obtained about 5,000 units of stone, and even the wood resource reserve soared to 4,000 units. Even the lucky Zhang Dabiao found 4 or 5 iron ore gathering points, digging up about 1,000 units of iron ore alone. But the most important thing was not this. Zhang Dabiao even discovered a coal mine before leaving. This is a coal mine, the power source of the Industrial Revolution. If he has a coal mine, the base's development will enter a peak period. Unfortunately, they were all already loaded with various supplies, so Yue Chi could only leave a mark and trap that only his people knew about on the spot. He would come back to mine tomorrow morning. Aside from resources, the issue of food has become a significant problem. Although the current food is enough for these few people to eat for 2 months without any issues, who says that the base population won't expand? Taking advantage of the fact that natural disasters have not yet descended, increasing labor force and accelerating base development is the best choice. Therefore, having more food is better. As the saying goes, store grain widely and build high walls to become king. He also wants to make a name for himself in this world. Aside from collecting some berries, Yue Chi and the others had not encountered any other food, but Yue Chi was not very anxious. He believed that food would surely come to him. After all, he had a good item in hand. That was the tears of the moon goddess. Yue Chi had not felt it was particularly useful before. But after being attacked by mutated sheep in groups, he did some deep reflection. Ultimately, through multiple experiments using himself as bait, Yue Chi discovered that this treasure had almost infinite attraction for those basic mutated beasts. He even felt that if this thing were to be swallowed by a mutated beast, he might end up in a terrible situation. Plus, at that time, food was still abundant, so he hadn't used it. But now, what was there to be afraid of? If they dared to come, they were just asking for death. Sitting on the bed, Yue Chi immediately entered the system panel. Today was a special day. It was the base score evaluation. After clicking on the base scoring option, Yue Chi's view instantly transformed into a familiar sight. Integrating evaluation. Please wait. Looking at the system's countdown, with 23 days until the endless wind and snow descended, Yue Chi felt that time truly waits for no one. This time, perhaps due to the foundation laid last time, the base building scores came down quickly. Looking at the base option, seeing the shiny first place in the average ranking, Yue Chi was very satisfied. Chapter 70. Platinum explosion. Just as Yue Chi once again gained first place, in a relatively remote location, a man clenched his fist. He had actually been reborn in this time. What was going on? He had never heard of this name in his previous life. Skillfully opening the system. As the man was about to search for his future wives on the leaderboard, a name he had no impression of suddenly appeared before his eyes. Yue Chi. The man murmured. If it was the first place on the leaderboard, he should definitely have some impression. After all, this survival challenge was not just a simple survival challenge. Every person who could reach the top of the leaderboard was ultimately a giant in their own right, but he truly had no memory of this Yue Chi. Perhaps he died too early later on, so it wasn't impossible for him to have no impression. After all, at that time, he was still struggling for food. Who had time to think about these things? However, since he could become the first in the early stages, he must have some ability. And he would definitely help him out later. After all, this was the top combat power of humanity. It wouldn't be easy to deal with the church. Even if he couldn't become friends with him later, he would still be very willing to increase enemies for the church. Since he had been reborn this time, he must seize the opportunity. Upper Realm, Imperial Palace. Yue Chi's name entered here for the first time. But it was just entering here. The ministers and generals continued to debate whether to increase the number of zombies released. The pressure from the Upper Realm was growing. And the war with the outer demons and zombies was about to erupt again. The Upper Realm's human race, which had not yet recovered, urgently needed support from the heavenly Tao in the lower realm. As the Upper Realm was in turmoil, the entire chat channel was once again filled with the name Yue Chi. The beautiful name of the great god Yue Chi also began to spread widely among the human bases in the lower realm. Anyone who dared to speak ill of Yue Chi, the great god, in the chat channel would almost instantly be drowned in criticism. As for those who hated Yue Chi, there were some, but they had become a minority. In the face of strength, it usually only made them feel fear, worry, and even disgust. But when their strength had far surpassed them, the malicious thoughts in their hearts had been infinitely reduced, leaving only envy and jealousy. As for all these happenings in the chat channel and even in the upper realm, Yue Chi naturally knew nothing about it. After all, he rarely checked the chat channel now. His days were filled with mining, chopping wood, or upgrading the base. At that moment, Yue Chi had changed from lying down to sitting, and he had also added some clothing to cover himself. Lowering his gaze, Yue Chi clicked on his ranking to start checking his data. Mountain Sea Base. Total evaluation score, 1988. Current ranking. First, basic score situation. I 1T write it out. To avoid you saying I'm writing fluff, for related information, you can go check the initial base update chapter, which will be updated in real time. Evaluation. It seems that you not only have good luck, but also strong strength. Your Mountain Sea Base has taken shape, and the internal development has begun to progress slowly. This is your second time achieving first place, and you have accumulated quality advantages. Keep it up. I hope to see you again next time. Sure enough, this system comment was still so out of touch. Looking at the comment the system gave him, Yue Chi felt that this time his rewards might be a bit more plentiful than last time. Soon, Yue Chi didn't wait long before he heard the system prompt for rewards. Congratulations, you have received 5 black iron chests, 2 silver chests, 2 gold chests, and 1 platinum chest. Congratulations, you have obtained the title Survival Expert. Hearing the system prompt, Yue Chi felt that this system was too stingy. Aside from the platinum chest being within his ideal range, he was completely dissatisfied with the number of other chests. Although he had received a few more, he was already disappointed with his luck, and seeing so few chests, he knew without thinking that he wouldn't get anything good. Sigh. His score had increased by nearly several times. Yet the rewards didn't increase much, but this title had changed. Yue Chi did not immediately open the chests. He first clicked on this title to see how it differed from the previous title. Title, Survival Expert. Description, stands out among many base leaders. Can only be obtained by winning first place in base scoring twice in a row. Has a unique attribute. Wearing this title, you will be the coolest one among the crowd. Effects. 1. Indestructible. The wearer of this title can negate 1 instance of fatal damage when receiving it. Automatically triggered. Cooldown time 168 hours. 2. Basic attributes increased by 1. You can obtain this upgraded title among many survival base leaders, proving your considerable strength. After wearing this title, all attributes of the host will increase by 1. 3. Luck doubled. It can significantly increase the host's luck. Looking at the dense text on the system panel, Yue Chi did not feel anxious. Instead, he patiently read through each sentence. In a short amount of time, Yue Chi had read most of it. As expected of an upgraded version, almost all the effects had been upgraded. After choosing to wear this title, Yue Chi instantly felt that he had become much stronger. He felt more solid. Taking a few steps, he noticed his powerful thighs and his seemingly light but perfectly balanced movements. Yue Chi felt that this one increase was indeed somewhat noticeable. At least he could feel it. But in reality, all of this was just Yue Chi's imagination. A 1 increase was not that obvious. A 10 increase would be more reasonable. After feeling the powerful effects of the title, Yue Chi turned his gaze to the 10 chests on the ground. 5 black iron, 2 silver, 2 gold, 1 platinum. Totaling 10 chests. Heaven help me. I am willing to exchange 30 years of good luck from my classmate at Yue Chi University for a chance to double my luck this time. Please, oh heavens. Looking at the boxes in front of him, Yue Chi could only let out a howl towards the sky. There was no other choice. Seeing those non-lucky players in the chat channel, some of whom were even worse than him, finally opening a treasure chest and getting some good stuff. What a light machine gun. He was drooling, and even one player opened a luxurious treasure from a silver box. After witnessing so much luck, Yue Chi felt that he must have absorbed a part of it. Once again, Yue Chi felt that today, he might also be lucky. Open the treasure chest. If we're playing, let us go big. Open the platinum treasure chest. Chapter 71. Master of the Yellow Sky. What is going on? Hearing the voice of the base commander next door, Li Jiucheng was a bit confused. However, this voice was also a kind of alarm. The base commander was already up, and he had to prepare some breakfast for him. Li Jiucheng hurriedly tidied up his room and then ran to the kitchen in the next room. On the other side, Yue Chi was still deeply immersed in the endless echoes. Platinum treasure chest opened successfully. Congratulations, you have obtained Yellow Turban Warrior Summoning Token X1. Congratulations. You have obtained Yellow Turban Warrior Summoning Token X1. Congratulations, you have obtained Yellow Turban Warrior Summoning Token X1. Congratulations, you have obtained Yellow Turban Technician Summoning Token X1. Congratulations. You have obtained Yellow Messenger Summoning Token X1. Congratulations, you have obtained the title Master of the Yellow Sky X1. Congratulations, you have obtained Shelter Construction Blueprint X1. Congratulations. You have obtained Furnace X1. Congratulations, you have obtained Imperial Basic Infantry Summoning Token X1. Congratulations, you have obtained Imperial Basic Infantry Summoning Token X1. Congratulations. You have obtained Imperial Melee Infantry Summoning Talisman X1. Congratulations, you have obtained 10 days worth of individual rations. Congratulations. You have obtained 30 boxes of beef cans, 1 case. Congratulations, you have obtained Vegetable Plantation Construction Blueprint X1. Congratulations, you have obtained Grain Plantation Construction Blueprint X1. Congratulations. You have obtained 100 corn seeds. Congratulations, you have obtained 500 tomato seeds. Congratulations, you have obtained Heater Construction Blueprint X1. Damn, this is a huge windfall. Yue Chi knew without looking closely that this time he had exploded with a lot of things. And they were all good things. Taking advantage of his good luck, Yue Chi wasted no time and started the sky mode once again. Oh heavens. I am willing to exchange 5 years of good luck from my high school roommate for my ongoing luck. As another shout echoed from Yue Chi, Li Jiucheng, who was almost done making breakfast, was no longer surprised. Golden treasure chest opened successfully. Congratulations, you have obtained Imperial Melee Soldier Summoning Talisman X1. Congratulations. You have obtained Imperial Basic Soldier Summoning Token X1. Yue Chi did not pay attention to the system prompt and immediately opened the subsequent golden treasure chest, as well as the silver and black iron treasure chests. As for the bronze treasure chests, Yue Chi didn't have any. According to him, bronze treasure chests no longer showcased his prowess. Golden treasure chest opened successfully. Silver treasure chest opened successfully. Silver treasure chest opened successfully. Black iron treasure chest opened successfully. Black iron treasure chest opened successfully. With a series of successful treasure chest opening sounds ringing in his ears, Yue Chi hurriedly began to check. I hit the jackpot. I hit the jackpot. I hit the jackpot. Looking at the messages from his system prompt, Yue Chi felt like he had gone a bit crazy, as if he had eaten something. But this was not an act. He truly struck it rich. Although he had opened many chests before and obtained various supplies, the sheer quantity of good stuff he was getting now was beyond Yue Chi's imagination. He thought he might get 3 or 4 good items, but now almost everything was good stuff. However, it seemed there were too many items related to the yellow sky. With yellow turban warriors, yellow messengers, and even yellow turban followers and the yellow sky lord all mixed in. But other items were also present, though in lower proportions. Looking at the supplies that had filled his room, Yue Chi quickly began to organize them. Soon, he placed similar items into his backpack space and directly put some unique items into his technology ring. If the items were too large, Yue Chi temporarily transported them piece by piece to the reception room on the first floor through the technology ring and backpack space. Gurgle, seeing the last small pile of items, Yue Chi patted his already shrunken and growling stomach. He decided to finish organizing these things before having breakfast. But just as Yue Chi stepped out of his room, Li Jiuchong walked in with a plate of fish-flavored shredded pork. He didn't know how Li Jiuchong made it, but the sweet and sour aroma was something Yue Chi would never forget. In an instant, Yue Chi, who had just been thinking about eating after finishing his work, lost all thought of it. The world is big, but eating is the most important. Picking up his bowl, Yue Chi began to eat voraciously. Soon he filled his belly to the brim. After finishing some tasks, Yue Chi sat on the bed, ready to review today's gains. In terms of supplies, he obtained 10 days' worth of individual rations for 100 people, 10 boxes of compressed biscuits, 10 boxes of pork cans, 20 boxes of fish cans, as well as hundreds of pounds of vegetables and nearly 200 bottles of water. Except for some items that were easy to preserve, the rest, such as vegetables and fish cans, were all thrown into his earth cold storage. Not to mention, with the weather getting colder, the ice in the earth cold storage hardly melted at all. The insulation performance was simply outstanding. Besides these, Yue Chi also gained a lot in terms of construction blueprints and buildings. He had used the blueprints for the heater, shelter, vegetable plantation, grain plantation, as well as the base administrative center and cafeteria buildings. However, he hadn't used the basic buildings yet. After all, he still hadn't completely decided how the base would develop. Although he wanted to build a city, he still didn't have a clear idea of how to do it. After all, just a month ago, he was still an ordinary citizen, spending the entire day idling. He was simply a new era's slacker youth. A small checkpoint building 5 meters high and 20 meters wide. A 4-story small bunker 10 meters high covering 50 square meters, and an artillery open fortress with up to 4 gun positions. As for the cannons, they certainly wouldn't be provided. Aside from these, Yue Chi had a plethora of various summoning tokens in his hands. Just a moment ago, he was complaining about not having enough people, but now the numbers were likely to skyrocket. He had 4 Imperial Basic Infantry summoning tokens, 6 Imperial Melee Soldier summoning talismans. The most critical part was that he had 18 Yellow Turban Warrior summoning tokens. He even had 2 Yellow Messenger summoning tokens. Besides these Battle Soldier summoning tokens, Yue Chi also had 30 Yellow Turban Follower summoning tokens, 4 Yellow Turban Technician summoning tokens, and 20 Imperial Citizen summoning tokens. As for the Imperial summoning tokens, Yue Chi knew without thinking that they were still loyal. However, regarding the Yellow Turban individuals, based on the system introduction and his historical understanding, they probably wouldn't listen to his commands. They only obey the orders of the Yellow Sky. One by one, they were all Taoist fanatics. With this thought, Yue Chi felt a headache coming on. However, as Yue Chi's gaze shifted downwards, he instantly spotted something good. Title: Lord of the Yellow Sky, Chapter 72. Base Upgrade Regulations. Title: Lord of the Yellow Sky, Unique. Description: This is not luck, but the Yellow Sky aura deep within your bloodline has been activated. This title has a unique property. Only those with the Yellow Sky bloodline can wear this title. Effect: After wearing this title, you will experience the life of General Tiangong from a third-party perspective. In addition, all soldiers on the Yellow Sky side will obey the wearer, not only in a state of utmost loyalty, but also with a fervent will akin to that of zealots. However, it also indicates the wearer's inclination towards the Yellow Sky, naturally hostile to other races. Looking at this title resembling the totem of longevity, Yue Chi already understood the origin of this Yellow Sky. This Yellow Sky is not the same as that Yellow Sky. The heavens have died. The Yellow Sky must rise. The year is Jiazi, and the world is auspicious. Reflecting on the voices of countless common people, a flame burned fiercely in Yue Chi's heart. Although he was not a history major and certainly not a literature major, Yue Chi was very interested in the history of the late Han Dynasty. In an instant, he realized what this Yellow Sky and the Yellow Turban Warriors were. Moreover, if he wanted to develop faster now, he had to rely on the Yellow Turban. Although the Yellow Turban was not very reliable, he had innate talent. As the title was activated by Yue Chi, he felt that he had become much more grounded. But before Yue Chi could experience anything, a vortex suddenly sucked his spirit into a realm of illusion. As Yue Chi's consciousness cleared, he found himself in a deep mountain. In front of him, a man was receiving teachings from an old man. Watching everything before him, Yue Chi felt that this must be Zhang Jiao receiving guidance from Ji. As the two completed their exchange, Yue Chi was once again swept away. With dizziness hitting him repeatedly, Yue Chi steadied the center of his soul. allowing him to quickly observe his surroundings. Here, Zhang Jiao held a 9-section staff, providing free treatments to a crowd of impoverished people. Looking at the line of people flowing like a river, Yue Chi felt as if a string in his heart had been plucked. Feeling his own changes, Yue Chi smiled slightly. He instantly understood the purpose of this illusionary realm. It was to let him experience the lives of the people. As Zhang Jiao moved, Yue Chi felt himself being pulled into a vortex once more. Sure enough, he was instantly swallowed by a massive whirlpool. Coming out of the vortex, Yue Chi felt no dizziness this time. With the preparation from the previous 2 experiences, he knew how to handle it. This time, Yue Chi found himself not standing on the ground but floating in the air. Below him were men wearing yellow turbans and wielding steel knives, gathered together. Some were robust, clad in armor, while others were thin, holding wooden spears, yet their spirits were remarkably distinct. In front of them, Yue Chi saw a massive square platform. On the platform stood a dozen men. The sound of drums was deafening. The heavens have died, the yellow sky must rise, the year is Jiazi, and the world is auspicious. The heavens have died, the yellow sky must rise, the year is Jiazi, and the world is auspicious. Suddenly, a voice from a long-bearded man on the platform shouted down to the crowd. Immediately, several figures resembling generals beside him echoed him, and soon, a roar like mountains and seas erupted from the crowd. Watching everything before him, Yue Chi felt a sense of might. However, the scenes that followed showed him the brutality of war. People resorting to cannibalism, the exploitation of the common folk. The entire world was in chaos. Killing the innocent and oppressing the people. Whether it was the Yellow Turban or the Heavenly Army, both sides encountered various chaotic situations. Prosperity brings suffering to the people. Destruction brings suffering to the people. Yue Chi witnessed the cruelty of multiple battles afterward. Being a spiritual entity, he couldn't close his eyes or scream. He could only silently endure everything. Compared to these battles, killing zombies and mutated beasts felt like a game. This brutal and bloody battlefield was something Yue Chi had never seen before. Seeing this, a trace of killing intent unconsciously stained his spiritual body. Although he did not participate in the fierce slaughter, he witnessed the deaths and injuries of countless soldiers. This had a tremendous impact on Yue Chi, who had lived in a peaceful society for most of his life. In the end, watching Zhang Jiao, who dedicated his life to the people and the yellow sky, die of illness in Julu, it was impossible for Yue Chi not to feel sorrow. Under these conditions, Yue Chi knew that he was, to some extent, being forced to position himself within the forces of the Yellow Turban. Looking at Zhang Jiao's gaze directed at him, Yue Chi's heart stirred. Just when Yue Chi thought all of this was coincidence, a gaze suddenly turned towards him. Following this feeling, Yue Chi's attention focused on the already deceased Zhang Jiao. Oh my god! Is this really a sci-fi world? Why is it so mysterious? Offspring of the yellow sky, you are the last hope. Watching Zhang Jiao's lips move slightly, Yue Chi realized he was witnessing Zhang Jiao's final words. No mistake, no mistake. This is indeed seeing the sound. As soon as Zhang Jiao finished this sentence, his eyes instantly lost their intelligence, and Yue Chi was suddenly back in his own world. What is going on? Feeling everything he had just experienced, Yue Chi found it all so incredible. Would this broken thing have any influence on him? With this thought, Yue Chi began to recall his recent experiences, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that he had undergone some changes in cognition. Fortunately, these changes were still acceptable to him. After wearing the title, Yue Chi turned his attention to something similar to the house upgrade regulations. Base upgrade regulations, for use by the base leader only, can upgrade the base, expand the base area, enhance the quality of base buildings, and relocate buildings within the base once again. One base upgrade regulation can only be used once. Looking at the base upgrade regulations before him, Yue Chi decided to use it right away. With Yue Chi's click, he returned to his familiar space once more. Here, Yue Chi decided to build a solid base. His previous base was too shabby. It was nothing like the base he envisioned. Chapter 73, Mountain and Sea Base Upgrade completed, seeking monthly tickets, as Yue Chi's planning concluded. A large base was rapidly established under the sci-fi power of the system and Yue Chi's brain function. Meanwhile, Li Jiucheng, Zhang Daipio, Wei Fuyo, and a few others in the two-story fortress had not noticed any changes at all. However, Yue Chi was already fully aware of it. A base with a distinctly Chinese thought was thus first established in this world. The eastern side still had stone walls built near the river. The northern side was still close to the marsh, while the western and southern sides had expanded several times. As for the expansion of the city walls, Thanks to the advantages of the base upgrade regulations, there was no demand for any resources from him for the changes in the walls. Regarding this, Yue Chi really feels like he has gained something for nothing. If he had to invest resources to build the city walls, he would probably bleed a lot. Even some subsequent buildings might not be completed. However, fortunately, things are developing in a good direction. Around the city walls, Yue Chi left a wide area of 50 meters. In the future, everyone can set up stalls here for trading, and it will also become a buffer zone between the city walls and the living area. First, there's the position of the second-level fortress, which is located in the center. Around the second-level fortress, Yue Chi used his reserve resources to establish a series of small wooden houses. The entire base is divided into 5 areas by Yue Chi. Of course, each area is not very large, but the functions of each area are clearly defined by Yue Chi. Each area is separated by main roads, and each main road eventually converges to that piece of land outside the inner city. The first area is what Yue Chi calls the inner city of the base. The inner city is located in the center of the entire base. With only 3 buildings for now, they are the second-level fortress in the center of the inner city, a soil cold storage located 50 meters south of the second-level fortress, and a material warehouse located 50 meters east of the second-level fortress. As for the inner city, Yue Chi currently has no plans to build city walls. One reason is that there are plenty of resources he can gather in this area. And the second is that Yue Chi is not yet ready to separate the inner city from the 4 outer areas. This makes it easier for him to manage, as Yue Chi does not want to confine himself to such a small space in the future. To the east of the second-level fortress is the East Ping district of the Mountain Sea Base, which Yue Chi defines as an ordinary residential area. To the east of this residential area is the East City Gate of the base. Similar to East Ping, Yue Chi established the Nanning district to the south, the West Ping district to the west, and the Baining district to the north. In Yue Chi's vision, East Ping district and Baining district are residential areas. So a shelter was established in the intersecting area between these 2 districts. The shelter is not a construction blueprint, but a building granted by the system. Initially, this building had only one function. Resources had to be poured into it to gain population. Otherwise, it would be a useless building. And those resources are the most scarce for Yue Chi. He thought to himself, if he had those things, he wouldn't foolishly create people. If he could enjoy the fun of creating people, he might give it a try. But who is Yue Chi? He is someone who has awakened the upgrade system. For a more advanced upgrade, he definitely doesn't have the qualifications, and he doesn't have any resources to train. But can't he improve the current situation a bit? Yue Chi contributed all his excess plastic film, various high-tech items, and some technology-rich things to gain a much more reliable performance than before. That is, periodically refreshing the downtrodden citizens from various parallel worlds. As for the refresh rate, only 5 people can be refreshed in a week. However, this is much better than the previous way of spending money for suffering. At least these populations come for free. As for loyalty, it's all in his hands. How could they possibly run away? In the East Ping district and Baining district, Yue Chi used the wood from his resource warehouse to build a total of 50 small wooden houses. 5 small wooden houses make a row, and each district currently has 5 rows of 25 wooden houses. These small wooden houses, like those used as warehouses, have a living room in the middle and small rooms on both sides. In the middle of each row of wooden houses, Yue Chi built a toilet. Of course, the distance between the wooden houses and the toilet is a full 2 meters. Otherwise, the smell would be unbearable. To change the situation of the toilet, it can only be continuously upgraded. Each row of wooden houses is separated by a distance of 5 meters. The wooden houses in a row are less than half a meter apart. As for the 2 wooden houses in the middle, they are a full 6 meters apart. Because there is a toilet in between, in each district, there will be a political territory of the base, but since the base is still in its early development stage, Yue Chi placed a small wooden house at the edge of the middle row of wooden houses, close to the main road. Here, a soldier and a civilian will be assigned. However, for now, Yue Chi can only place 1 soldier, because he does not even have a real scholar under his command. In the Nanning district, Yue Chi also built 10 wooden houses, but these wooden houses are not important. What matters are the basements below these wooden houses. The distance between each wooden house is about 10 meters, and it is because of the base upgrade regulations that Yue Chi can satisfy his obsessive-compulsive disorder as much as possible. Each wooden house serves as a warehouse for Yue Chi's base. Once the base has enough stone materials, Yue Chi will definitely upgrade all of these to stone houses, because inside them, they will be filled to the brim by Yue Chi and his people, leaving no gaps. Here, Yue Chi's military deployment consists of just 2 people, and their task is to guard these 10 warehouses. As for the transport personnel for these 10 warehouses, Yue Chi will select from among the base citizens. This not only provides them with legitimate job opportunities, preventing them from eating for free, but also allows Yue Chi to pull some troops away from these tedious activities. In the West Ping district, Yue Chi defined this area as the technology district. Here, he did not build many buildings, only 3 small wooden houses. 2 without basements for living, and 1 with a basement for research and technology. As for whether anything can be developed, Yue Chi knows without thinking that there will definitely be no results in the short term. But Yue Chi just wants to rely on his 4 Huangtian technicians to establish a simple research system in the base to provide a foundation for future development. Now, he just needs to summon them all. However, before that, he needs to let Li Jiuchong and the others prepare well. Chapter 74. Summoning Soldiers, Request for Monthly Tickets. Let's start by summoning from the Empire. Standing on a piece of ground that has already been firmly trodden in front of the second-level fortress, Yue Chi said to himself while having 5 guards. Yue Chi took out the summoning order for 10 Imperial soldiers and the summoning talisman from his backpack space. For basic soldiers and 6 melee soldiers. Yue Chi has learned almost everything about this base through Li Jiuchong's introduction. The Imperial Army is divided into 3 levels according to their elite status, A, B, and C. Their basic army is classified as C-level, mainly responsible for city defense in dangerous areas, so they are equipped with firearms. The D-level army, which is the melee army, Li Jiuchong does not know much about, but Wei Fuyo provided a clearer answer. The ordinary melee army, which does not carry the word elite, is actually the lowest level gatekeeping army in the entire empire. Wei Fuyo was not embarrassed to call them gatekeeping soldiers. After all, this gatekeeping army is also an army. It is also an armed force. They have also undergone training with firearms, but their main training is still focused on melee abilities. According to Wei Fuyo, once they get close, even those B-level elite soldiers might not be able to defeat them. However, the premise is that they can get close. The melee troops are primarily responsible for the defense zones within the empire. But some of them are so formidable that they are directly deployed to the front lines to engage in one-on-one combat with zombies, demons, and mutated beasts. However, most melee troops are focused on city defense and suppressing rebellions. After all, using cold weapons for suppression is much more brutal than using firearms. And the death rate can be significantly reduced. With a click from Yue Chi, 10 summoning tokens and talismans instantly transformed into a flash of light, landing in front of them. The first squad of the 100th Division's newly established Imperial Guard reports to you. Private Yi Chengwang. The 3rd Company of the Sniper Battalion of the 100th Division reports to you. Private Wang Yanbing. The 6th Company of the 3rd Battalion of the Armored Brigade of the 100th Division reports to you. Private Li Erniu. The 1st Squad of the 1st Company of the 2nd Battalion of the 3rd Regiment of the 3rd Division reports to you. Private Li Chia. The 2nd Squad of the 1st Company of the 7th Brigade of the newly established melee troop reports to you. Assistant Squad Leader Hebai. As a series of voices echoed in Yue Chi's ears, his expression turned excited. However, having experienced such large-scale chaos in the Yellow Turban world, he quickly calmed down in the face of this small scene. After glancing at their relevant information and equipment, Yue Chi began to formulate some plans in his mind. The 4 basic soldiers were equipped similarly to Li Jiuchong, carrying a Mauser rifle, a bayonet at their waist, and also wearing a bullet belt. However, these 4 soldiers were just soldiers, with no squad leader among them. It seemed that drawing a squad leader level Li Jiuchong earlier was quite a stroke of luck. The other 6 melee soldiers had somewhat different equipment compared to Wei Fuyo. They didn't wear full armor, only a thin garment. They held only a waist knife, with even small round shields absent. Moreover, their eyes kept darting to the side. Observing this situation, Yue Chi couldn't help but smile slightly. It seemed they were indeed the D-class army that Wei Fuyo mentioned. While Yue Chi was observing them, these soldiers were also watching him. This base commander looked very impressive. So many elite soldiers so early on. They were fully armored, and those people next to them had guns. Only C-class troops are worthy of possessing and using firearms. Meanwhile, Yi Chengwang, Wang Yanbing, and the others were observing the Lord in front of them. Although they were absolutely loyal to Yue Chi, as this was their chance to fight for the Empire's minimum requirements, no one knew how much effort they would put in. When the leader was present, they worked hard. When the leader was gone, they slacked off. But if this leader was likable, everyone would benefit. Seeing their future base commander, their future officer, able to calm down so quickly, their hopes rose even higher. The previous thought of slacking off instantly disappeared. Li Jiuchong, I now appoint you as my guard squad leader. and you will command those for basic soldiers of the Empire. Understood, Base Commander. Hearing the voice of Base Commander Yue Chi next to him, Li Jiuzhong did not expect to be promoted so quickly. Although his squad only had 5 people, it had only been a few days. Li Jiuzhong slightly adjusted his mindset. He had experienced all kinds of storms before. Wei Fuyo. Yue Chi turned to Wei Fuyo beside him. Base Commander. Wei Fuyo quickly responded. He had just heard that Li Jiuzhong was appointed. So now that the base commander was calling him, it must be good news. I now appoint you as the leader of the base defense squad, which consists of 10 people, divided into 2 groups. As for who the group leaders are, you can decide for yourself. After speaking, Yue Chi turned back to look at the excited Li Jiuzhong. Understood, Base Commander. Hearing Base Commander Yue Chi's voice, Wei Fuyo quickly put on the same expression as Li Jiuzhong and walked over. Watching these two, Yue Chi found it quite interesting. As for loyalty, Yue Chi was not worried. These soldiers were absolutely loyal to him and would not betray him, because these basic soldiers of the Empire were absolutely loyal. They completely obeyed the words of the base commander in front of them. Soon, Li Jiuzhong and Wei Fuyo had fully organized their teams. Now, he had some trusted subordinates under him, which he was preparing to summon the Empire's civilians. Hopefully, they would all be capable individuals. The entire guard squad led by Li Jiuzhong was armed with guns and closely surrounded Yue Chi, while Wei Fuyo's defense squad had already begun to stand guard at the 4 main gates under Yue Chi's orders. As a vortex appeared out of nowhere, everyone was no longer surprised. Accompanied by the appearance of the vortex, a group of people surged out from inside. Upon closer inspection, wow, they were all men. Not a single woman in sight. However, how come most of these men looked somewhat sickly? Did they have illnesses? Thinking of this, Yue Chi quickly checked the basic information of these people. If they were sick, he certainly didn't want a single fly to spoil the whole broth. While Yue Chi was checking the information, a series of voices shouted from these men, startling Yue Chi, while Li Jiuzhong and the others looked indifferent. Greetings, Base Commander. Seeing the lean men among a group of armed individuals, everyone hurriedly bowed. Looking at these familiar faces, Yue Chi felt that the summoned people seemed to know something. Chapter 75. Anti-God View. It took Yue Chi a full 2 minutes to roughly check these men's information. Their weakness was due to having experienced severe hunger before arriving here. They hadn't eaten for a long time, so it was natural for them to be in a state of hunger and weakness. They did not carry any viruses. As for those strong men, they wanted to escape their impoverished fate, seeking to challenge and turn their lives around. Seeing this, Yue Chi looked at Li Jiuzhong and the others beside him. It seemed they were similar. With this in mind, Yue Chi did not find it strange, after all. Being able to come to his side and obey him unconditionally must come with some demands for benefits. This was a very normal phenomenon. However, after learning this information, Yue Chi felt the weight on his shoulders had increased. Previously, Yue Chi only wanted to rely on various means to survive better, but today, after experiencing the yellow sky world and the enjoyment of these military civilians under his command, Yue Chi felt his responsibilities had changed. He was no longer just concerned about feeding himself, but rather as the master of a base. In an instant, Yue Chi himself did not notice that his aura had changed. The people around him also noticed some changes. This was the base commander I remembered. Watching Yue Chi's transformation, Li Jiuzhong felt a paternal satisfaction. The recently arrived Wei Fuyo and the others were also somewhat shocked by the sudden change in the base commander, not paying attention to the slight daze of the people around him. After all, anyone could drift off at times. During his previous work, almost all morning meetings would lead him to battle with the gods. As for these Empire civilians, they were no longer related to the Empire, since they had come here. They were their own people. They were the subjects of a Shanghai base. Regarding their resettlement issue, Yue Chi already has his own plan in mind, which is to let them live separately with the Yellow Turban believers. Not allowing them to live together is to prevent the civilian area of his base from turning into various power zones. What he needs is a united territory, not one that is constantly in internal strife. Moreover, whether they are civilians from the Empire or these Yellow Turban believers, they are absolutely obedient to his orders. Having these Yellow Turban believers live with the civilians from the Empire might cause some issues initially, but later their sense of belonging to his Shanghai base will rapidly increase. If they are allowed to reside based on territorial divisions, then they will be grateful for their identity brought by their faction, rather than the identity of the civilians in his base. This is not what Yue Chi wants. Additionally, dividing the soldiers is also unavoidable, as there are only so many armed soldiers, and it is better to give weapons to those who can use them. As for the upcoming Yellow Turban soldiers, Yue Chi will not break them apart. as a bit of competition among the army is beneficial. Regarding the hierarchical military system mentioned by Li Jiucheng and Wei Fuyo, Yue Chi is not very optimistic. He had 2 soldiers from the guard squad follow Li Jiucheng to the fortress kitchen to prepare lunch, while another 2 soldiers brought all the civilians behind them. As for the quantity of lunch, Yue Chi estimated that enough for 100 people would suffice. Those thin ones should not eat too much this time. Just a bit of thin soup would do. Now it's time to summon the Yellow Turban Believers and Yellow Turban Technicians. As for why not summon the Yellow Turban Warriors and Yellow Heaven Envoys first, Yue Chi has a little thought in mind. However, all of this still depends on whether it can actually be successfully implemented. After Yue Chi clicked the summoning order, the same scene as before played out once again. 34 people walked out of the vortex. Unlike the previous group of men, this time there were both men and women among these 34 people, but seemingly no elderly. However, thinking about it, although it is unknown whether this yellow turban is the one he has in mind, it should likely be the case. If so, most of the yellow turbans are still young and strong, or relatively young women. When these people walked out of the vortex and appeared before Yue Chi, all their attention was drawn to him. It's not that they didn't want to pay attention to anything else, but the title of Lord of the Yellow Heaven on Yue Chi's head was too dazzling. Lord of the Yellow Heaven. It is indeed the Lord of the Yellow Heaven. Ah, we actually saw the Lord of the Yellow Heaven. For a moment, the scene became a bit chaotic, and the guards beside him and those civilians from the Empire were also drawn over. Sir Base Commander, should we go suppress them? Looking at these people who might not be quite normal, the guard named Wang Yambing said foolishly. The soldier named Yi Chengwang beside him also looked confused at the Yellow Turban Believers. They are all subjects of the Yellow Heaven. Hearing the guard's words, Yue Chi lightly shook his head. At this moment, Yue Chi finally understood how significant this title is for him. It seems that as long as he carries this title, everything in the Yellow Heaven camp inherently belongs to him, and once the title is removed, it cannot be taken off. Coupled with the unique property of this title, Yue Chi felt he could operate the Yellow Heaven. After all, he is the master of the Yellow Heaven, not some son of the Yellow Heaven. He can make the Yellow Heaven change in whatever direction he wants. As for the Yellow Turban Believers and ordinary civilians, in Yue Chi's view, there is no difference. Whether now or in the future, they are all his subjects. As for making all subjects believe in the so-called Yellow Heaven, Yue Chi does not agree. And he even thinks that after the base develops to a certain extent, even the Yellow Turban Army, which is a close combat army, needs to be reformed. For close combat cold weapons, it requires these illusory things to boost morale, but for technological weapons, morale is reflected through logistics. And logistics, even combat, are determined by technology. Although theology and modern science are interconnected to some extent, they fundamentally conflict. If one wants to develop modern science well, the mindset of theology must be separated from the human brain. Theology will ultimately hinder the development of science. Therefore, he must continuously abolish theology and extract it from people's minds. But how to implement this method? First, Yue Chi thought about why theology exists and what its basis is. Chapter 76. Absorption and the regrowth of base population. It is emptiness. It is spiritual emptiness. The main function of most theology is to fill the void in the human brain in some way. As for other claims, those people do not believe in theology. Reflecting on the time before he came to this world, the people of the Yin country where he was from had their emptiness well addressed. That is games. Solving the emptiness in people's minds through games. However, from a certain perspective, this is merely another form of mental bondage. Yet this mental bondage is completely different from theology. Theology is not a bondage, but directly cuts off the path to science, while the bondage of games, to some extent, provides opportunities for people's growth and the development of science. And it provides significant opportunities. How is this opportunity manifested? Those who play games have slightly fewer opportunities, but they are not entirely without, while those who have great self-control regarding games can gain even more opportunities. Yet in Yue Chi's view, this game can also be replaced by other things, which are various sciences and knowledge. He does not know what the future holds, but he can still roughly understand the current situation. To help people disengage from theology, several points must be achieved: satisfy their emptiness, meet their material needs, and keep them busy striving, progressing, and contributing to the development of the base. And all of this cannot be rushed. It must be gradual and steady. Step by step, steady and sure. In his mind, he roughly organized his thoughts, considering his title. Although it is powerful, it can only be utilized, and cannot be the foundation. Religion is ultimately not the best means to bind the hearts of people. Standing in front of everyone, Yue Chi constantly observed the information of these yellow turban believers, which is not significantly different from those of the Empire's civilians. They also voluntarily came here, after all. If they were not willing, they would likely have had their heads chopped off by those celestial beings, built into a city monument, and become walking points of merit. Being able to come here, they even once thought they had left the mortal world. These yellow turbans seem to be in a situation not much different from the exhausted bodies of the Empire's civilians. They are all thin, lacking much flesh. It seems that to get them to work for him, they need to recuperate for a while. But he is unsure if the little food he has saved will be enough. He hopes they can hold on a bit longer. Looking at these yellow turban believers before him, Yue Chi shivered. Why do they look at him with such strange eyes? Yue Chi decided to send a guard to take stock. Soon, Wang Yambing finished checking the situation of these yellow turban believers and yellow turban technicians. 20 young adults, 10 women, 2 male technicians, and 2 female technicians. Yue Chi nodded and instructed him and He Ching Wang to bring this group behind him. Next, Yue Chi prepared to summon the 2 yellow angels, first to see if there was any reaction. After summoning the yellow angels, he would finally summon the 18 yellow turban warriors. As the summoning tokens of the yellow angels were used by Yue Chi, 2 burly men in full armor appeared, wielding 9-ringed sabers, with yellow scarves subtly visible on their helmets, all confirming their identities. Yellow Angel Yuan Hua, greetings to the Lord. Yellow Angel Yuan Li, greetings to the Lord. When the 2 armored warriors appeared before Yue Chi, they immediately bowed to him. Unlike others who addressed him as base leader, these 2 completely referred to him as Lord. Although being called Lord felt quite gratifying, Yue Chi knew he had to cultivate technological talents to achieve his goals. In this technological era, not developing technology is foolish. If others have tanks and mechas while you rely on human wave tactics, isn't that just a joke? Don't treat war as a game. Just call me base leader for now. The title of Lord can be set aside for the moment. Yue Chi said kindly to the 2 yellow angels in front of him. Understood. Lord base leader. Yuan Hua and Yuan Li exchanged helpless glances. But there was nothing they could do. Perhaps the Lord preferred to be called base leader. You 2 come over first. I will summon some soldiers shortly. Yue Chi pointed to the space behind him as he looked at the 2 men. Understood. The 2 also noticed that behind the Lord, oh no, base leader, there were followers of the yellow heaven. It seemed they had indeed arrived in the heavenly realm. The base leader also needed divine warriors. Are those the weapons used by the gods? The 2 stared intently at the rifles behind Wang Yanbing and He Ching Wang. The followers looked around the environment, occasionally expressing their amazement, while the young adults from the Empire noticed the presence of women and began to show their charm, leading to a moment of camaraderie between the 2 sides. After all, they spoke the same language, had similar personalities, and shared similar fates, having come here together. They quickly considered each other as future partners. The commoners from the Empire did not harbor any discrimination against the Yellow Heaven followers. Instead, they openly shared what they understood. And soon both sides bonded quickly, completely surprising Yue Chi. It was inevitable, unlike those summoned from the upper realm of the Empire. The Yellow Turban world was still at a primitive level. Yue Chi was aware of this. After all, everything was in the introduction. Finally, it was time to summon the Yellow Turban warriors, and he wondered if this experiment would succeed. Yue Chi had the 2 yellow angels stand beside him, leaving a small gap behind them so that both sides could see each other. There was a reason for this arrangement. As the summoning token for the 18 yellow turban warriors was used, a group of spirited warriors appeared before Yue Chi, each wearing a yellow scarf, holding a waist knife, and dressed in armor. While none of them were particularly massive, the killing aura they exuded left everyone stunned. Even He Ching Wang and Wang Yanbing, who had been on the battlefield before, were impressed. How many people have they killed? That fierce gaze and instinctive movements. Especially when they noticed the presence of the Lord and the Yellow Heaven followers, their fighting spirit peaked and morale soared. The Yellow Angels and Yellow Heaven followers felt more at ease seeing the Yellow Turban warriors had arrived. Although the Yellow Angels were powerful, they could not match the impact the Yellow Turban warriors had on the followers. Yue Chi was very satisfied with these warriors. His experiment had succeeded. According to Yue Chi's speculation, when the high-level fighting force of the Yellow Turban warriors discovered that among the people they were protecting were their own followers, would their fighting spirit greatly increase? If so, then he could engage in some behind-the-scenes operations. If not, it wouldn't matter. In any case, Yue Chi had ways to maximize his profits. Looking at the soldiers before him, Yue Chi immediately prepared the distribution. Yuan Li and Yuan Hua would serve as squad leaders, each leading 10 Yellow Turban warriors. They would coordinate with the defense squad led by Wei Fu to implement a three-shift defense for the base. During non-defense and rest times, they would follow him to mine resources. Although they were all melee soldiers and couldn't engage in open-field combat, having them defend the city would be incredibly strong. Plus, with their powerful arms, each one would be a great candidate for mining and logging. They could fight and provide resources in a situation where technology was nearly non-existent. Their efficiency would soar. Once resources were sufficient, he would naturally begin developing technology. He just didn't know how impressive these Yellow Heaven technicians would be. Chapter 77. Communal dining or privatization. Yellow Heaven technicians were different from other Yellow Angels, Yellow Heaven followers, and Yellow Turban warriors. They came from a scientific version of the Yellow Turban world. However, Yue Chi truly did not know what this scientific version entailed, as the one he experienced was merely a slightly mysterious ancient version of the world. From the introduction of the technicians, Yue Chi learned they possessed powerful research and development skills. However, he made a rough estimate of how powerful they might be, with his network theory expertise backing him. The maximum they could reach was only the stage of the first industrial revolution. Advancing technology further would be quite challenging. It was impossible to rely solely on just a few people. He could only depend on his upgrade system. At that time, through his upgrade system, reverse reasoning could rapidly develop the technology of his Shanghai base within a certain period. Meanwhile, Li Jiuchong, Li Erniu, and Li Qiye were busy preparing lunch. The cooking skills of these three were extraordinary. Pot after pot of meat soup was continuously poured into 5 wooden barrels. Additionally, at Li Erniu's suggestion, they crushed all the compressed biscuits, added a bit of minced meat, and cooked them. Besides these, the three also prepared a unique meal for their lord and several squad leaders. The head chef was still Li Jiuchong, but this time he had a helper. Soon, a meal sufficient to feed 100 people was ready. It wasn't particularly complicated. The only challenge was the large quantity. This wasn't tea for 10 or 20 people. It was for 100. Li Jiuchong estimated the remaining food in the base and felt it could last at most another week. Erniu, tell the base leader that the food is ready. Li Jiuchong called out to Li Erniu, who was wiping sweat from his forehead. All right, squad leader. Hearing Li Jiuchong's voice, Li Erniu ran out bare-chested, feeling no chill at all. Qiye, lend a hand. Let us move this food downstairs. Due to the lack of a kitchen on the first floor, and the cooking equipment in the other wooden house not being very complete, all the food was processed in the small kitchen on the second floor. Fortunately, the kitchen is spacious. Otherwise, these 3 big men wouldn't even be able to turn around. On the other side, Yue Chi and the others learned that Li Jiuzhong and the others had prepared the food, but where to eat it was a big problem. The first floor of their fortress definitely couldn't accommodate so many people. However, they could let everyone act in batches. First, Yue Chi had all the citizens line up in a queue. If the citizens had a lot of luggage, they could leave it with him for safekeeping. If not, they could carry it themselves. In fact, what they called luggage was just a small package. As for the soldiers, they were so strong, so there was no rush. They could follow behind the citizens in line. Since they were all loyal followers, they executed Yue Chi's orders almost perfectly. Soon, a queue stretching dozens of meters appeared before Yue Chi's eyes. The first group of people were those who were physically weaker. Seeing this, Yue Chi knew that the citizens of the Empire and the Yellow Turban followers were slowly beginning to integrate. At the entrance of the fortress on the first floor, Yue Chi didn't plan to let them in but had Li Jiuzhong, Li Erniu, and Li Qini wait there with the food. He had prepared 200 wooden bowls, 100 wooden spoons, and 100 pairs of chopsticks in advance. These items would become the most basic living supplies for the citizens of this base. The first citizen to enter the fortress, upon crossing the threshold, was served a full bowl of meat soup by Li Jiuzhong, who encouraged him to drink a few sips while it's hot. Because the first few people were relatively weak, Li Erniu then took out a pack of compressed biscuits, which were the first day's rations provided by Yue Chi for these citizens. Don't underestimate this pack of compressed biscuits. There are 5 pieces in a pack, and according to Yue Chi's estimation, 1 piece can replace a meal. Li Erniu repeatedly emphasized the usage of the compressed biscuits to the man with the yellow headscarf, advising him not to eat too much at once, and then handed him the biscuits along with a pair of chopsticks and a spoon. The man placed the palm-sized compressed biscuit and other items into his package. Just when the man thought it was all over, Li Qini beside him produced a small bowl filled with a sticky substance made of compressed biscuits and fine meat. Although it looked a bit unappetizing, the aroma wafting from it proved its quality. Holding 2 servings of food, tears filled the eyes of the Yellow Turban follower. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Seeing his expression, Li Qinyi wasn't surprised. He patted the man's shoulder and pointed to Wei Fuyo, who was called back by Yue Chi to help, signaling the man to go over. Once the man walked over, he had already finished the meat soup in the bowl, which he naturally placed into his package. These were all good things. When 10 people gathered around Wei Fuyo, he told them to set off with him. Wei Fuyo was tasked by Yue Chi with distributing housing. Fortunately, Yue Chi had previously taken them on a tour of the new base. Otherwise, they wouldn't have known where the living area was. Following the orders of the base leader, Wei Fuyo didn't arrange for everyone to be in one area, but instead allocated 25 people to both the Dongping district and the Baining district. There were also some couples among these citizens, and Yue Chi didn't want to separate them, as the future population growth of the base depended on them. Therefore, although 50 people were settled in total, only about 40 houses were used. Regarding these houses, Yue Chi did not grant ownership to the citizens. They were only given the right to use them. Interests drive everything. Those who work for love are ultimately in the minority. The number of people wasn't large yet, but related governance had to be considered in advance. The key question was whether to privatize now. After all, as the population increases, it would be difficult to make changes later. Although this was his own domain, it was better to start small. While Yue Chi was pondering this, the long queue had already dispersed, and everyone was now enjoying hot meals. The number of people was small, and the base wasn't large. So soon all the citizens were settled properly. Even the soldiers had hot food to eat. Suddenly, Yue Chi remembered that his defense team was still isolated and struggling. So he quickly asked Li Jiuzhong to take Li Erniu and the other two to bring food to them. Chapter 78. Refugees. Just as Yue Chi and the others were having lunch, the deputy squad leader of the defense team, Yi Bai, rushed in from the east side. Knock. Knock. 2 urgent knocks quickly reached Yue Chi and the others who were eating in the living room. Yuan Hua opened the door. Looking at Yuan Hua, who was closest to the door, Yue Chi said, "At your command, base leader." Although Yue Chi had asked them to change how they referred to him, it was difficult for them to fully adjust at once. However, Yue Chi wasn't in a hurry about this matter. Gradual progress was fine. After all, there was plenty of time. Soon, Yuan Hua returned, and along with him was He Bai, who should have been guarding the city wall. Upon meeting, He Bai immediately bowed slightly to Yue Chi and said urgently, "Base leader, there are a group of people at the east gate." What? Hearing He Bai's words, Yue Chi was a bit confused. What do you mean, a group of people? What do they want? Are they here to fight? Base leader, someone wants to come and join us. It was only upon hearing this that Yue Chi suddenly understood. However, he felt a sense of caution. What if this was a trick? Who would have nothing to do and come here to follow him? Could it be that someone wanted to lure him in and then kill him to inherit everything he had? That was very possible. He had deeply remembered the insights given by the system when he came to this world. Although he was now at the top and had been first twice in a row, he was still a novice who didn't know much. There was no way. Even though his strength had increased significantly, his ability to kill and defend himself hadn't been trained. It's not that he hadn't practiced. It's just that those things couldn't be mastered in a short time. He had only been in this world for just over a month, and the time available for training was limited. Most of the time was spent looking for supplies or collecting them. As a result, now, without anyone to protect him, any professionally trained person could easily take his life with a single knife. Not to mention that he was just an ordinary person. Even without the sharp claws of mutated beasts, just a human bullet or, to exaggerate a bit, any sharp object could take his life. Yue Chi didn't want to become someone else's stepping stone. Strong foundations are not just about rapid development of strength. Caution is the key. However, if there really wasn't any danger, absorbing them would also allow the Shanghai base to develop to some extent. Yuan Li, lead the way. Let's go take a look. Li Jiuzhong had only just gone to the South City and wouldn't be back in a short time. So his security team could only take Wang Yanbing and Yi Chengwang with him. If it was just the two of them, they could still ensure his safety. After all, there would definitely still be people from the defense team there, but Yue Chi was thinking about how to take advantage of this opportunity while ensuring his safety. No matter what, just send the troops to investigate. No matter what strategy is used, it will be powerless in the face of strong military strength. Yes, Commander. Yuan Li quickly responded upon hearing the voice of Commander Yue Chi. He immediately put down his utensils and hurried downstairs to organize his squad of yellow turban warriors. The commander said that regardless of whether they are yellow turban soldiers or not, they are all good soldiers of the Shanghai base. From now on, he cannot refer to them as yellow turban soldiers, and he must cut off that designation from the source. Soon, under Yuan Li's leadership, A squad of melee soldiers had already donned their armor and strapped their combat knives to their waists. At first glance, their equipment was similar to that of Wei Fuyo and the others, but in reality, there were many differences. First of all, regarding the quantity of equipment, Wei Fuyo's group of 4 had more gear than these yellow turban warriors. For example, the configuration of the small round shields was still very useful. Whether for dealing damage to the enemy or for self-defense, it was a good thing. The most critical point was that it was very convenient to carry. Hanging it on the arm allowed for immediate use, and when carried on the back, it could also prevent enemies from shooting from behind while fleeing. It was truly an essential item for home and travel. However, the yellow turban warriors had only a waist knife and shockingly no shields at all, which left Yue Chi feeling helpless. It wasn't that they were not equipped, it was just that the yellow turban warriors he summoned were all melee fighters. Although there were some sword and shield soldiers among them, the shields had long been lost. If these were ordinary soldiers, Yue Chi felt that he might end up with a batch that had no weapons at all or used bamboo as weapons, serving as cannon fodder. Aside from the somewhat low-end weaponry of the yellow turban warriors, the equipment of the other 6 members of the defense squad was even more varied. They were not even as good as the yellow turban warriors, but there was one point Yue Chi still praised. They actually had crossbows. Although these crossbows looked a bit shabby, he could upgrade them. While they couldn't compare to the power of firearms like rifles, they could still easily outperform the original crossbow bolts. However, for now, he needed to handle the immediate tasks before upgrading them one by one. That said, this squad of yellow turban warriors still looked quite impressive. Their sturdy bodies clearly exuded great strength. When he developed or obtained throwable explosive weapons like grenades in the future, he would have them throw them. They would be perfect as human-shaped turrets. As for why he didn't take both squads of yellow turban warriors with him, Yue Chi had his own considerations. If it were a trap, wouldn't he be caught all at once? So he let Yuan Hua take one squad of yellow turban warriors to patrol the residential area. At the same time, he asked Tibai to go back and calm the people down while gathering further intelligence. After all, he was now the leader of 100 or so people, and some matters were inconvenient for him to handle directly. He would have to rely on them at this time. However, since his base was still quite small, he wouldn't act too grandly. He would immediately rush over after finishing the current tasks. After arranging everything, Yue Chi also prepared to head down. Commander. When Yue Chi walked out of the fortress, Yuan Li had already organized the troops. Let's go? With a command from Yue Chi, a squad of yellow turban warriors immediately followed him, starting to head east. Since the yellow turban troops had just been summoned, Yue Chi, as the commander, had to personally lead them. Although his base wasn't very large, it was equivalent to a very small human settlement. Without someone to lead them, there was a high chance they would go the wrong way. After bringing Yuan Li's squad and his 2 guards to the east city gate, Yue Chi heard a cacophony of voices. Turning around, he saw around 30 people scattered at the city gate, while only a few individuals with rifles and long knives were maintaining order. However, these people outside the city didn't make any excessive movements. They were just chattering away. Brother, do you think they'll take us in? Of course they will. Sister, will it be like the last commander who abused us? Oh, I really hope we can get a meal here. Although the last commander was so cruel, at least we had a home. As Yue Chi and his group got closer to the east city gate, the voices they heard grew louder, even mixed with the sounds of women and children crying. Commander! Just as Yue Chi was about to enter the sight of those people, Wei Fuyo suddenly jumped out from somewhere and stopped him. What's going on? Didn't they say they were seeking refuge? Why is it so chaotic? Yue Chi asked, puzzled. Commander, we will not let these people in without your command, Wei Fuyo said sternly. Although the person in front of him was his commander, some rules were rules. Yes, you did well on this point. Hearing Wei Fuyo's response, Yue Chi suddenly realized that he couldn't be too kind-hearted. If there was even one villain among them, he would regret it later. Wei Fuyo, have you gathered information about them? Where did they come from? Leaning against the wall, Yue Chi looked at the rough-clothed commoners outside the gate, asking curiously, Commander, based on snippets of their conversation, we roughly know they came from several bases to the east. They are not all together. They are likely refugees from 4 or 5 bases. According to what they said, their bases seem to have been breached by zombies and mutated beasts. And the commander and guards were all killed. They were lucky to have escaped. Following a step-by-step approach, they kept heading west. Originally, there were many of them, but most died along the way, and only they managed to reach here. Listening to Wei Fuyo's words, Yue Chi pondered for a moment. This information was gathered from his own people, and while he couldn't ensure its absolute accuracy, it was likely quite correct. Facing these 30 or so people, especially the able-bodied laborers, Yue Chi couldn't help but feel envious. If he had 20 more able-bodied laborers, his development speed could be much faster. Unlike others, who relied on blueprints for upgrades, he relied on cheats. In fact, his cheat-enabled buildings upgraded not only quickly, but also with quality. However, if he wanted to let them all into his base, Yue Chi still felt uneasy. After all, human hearts are hard to read. Who knows what they are thinking? He wasn't a god. How could he possibly know? But I am a god. I know. Suddenly, Yue Chi's mind clicked. He had the analysis skill. Now, with the addition of a title, he could use it at least 20 times a day. Under his analysis, everything would be revealed to him. Yellow Turban Camp, Squad 1. Alert. As soon as Yue Chi's voice fell, Yuan Li immediately guessed Yue Chi's intention. The entire squad was divided into 2 small groups, standing in 2 lines. And all soldiers drew their combat knives from their waists, quickly rushing from inside the city gate to the outside. The common people outside the city had never seen such a scene and were instantly shocked. Compared to the bloodless guns, the feeling brought by these cold weapons and battle knives was even more brutal. After forcing everyone to step back a few paces with the knives, the previously noisy crowd fell silent. The previously fearless expressions turned instantly to fear and dread. Seeing this scene, Li Jiucheng, Li Erniu, and Li Qiye, who had been maintaining order at the front, hurried over. Base leader. The 3 bowed to Yue Chi, who was among many soldiers. From now on, don't bow to me outside the city. Yue Chi recalled a scene from a movie he had seen in another world, where a salute to a commander led to the commander being shot by an enemy from afar. Thinking of this, Yue Chi decided that no soldiers, including himself, should salute their commanders during wartime or outside the base. Understood, base leader. Hearing the voice of base leader Yue Chi, the 3 were slightly taken aback. But the battle-hardened Li Jiucheng quickly reacted and pulled the 2 soldiers beside him, saying, Li Jiucheng, have the civilians outside line up, with at least 3 steps between every 2 people. Understood, base leader. Li Jiucheng turned and, along with his 2 guard members, began organizing the civilians outside to line up. Watching the people begin to move under Li Jiucheng's command, Yue Chi silently nodded. However, just as Yue Chi was about to turn around, he suddenly noticed a figure that seemed a bit out of place. He couldn't quite pinpoint what was different about it. Yue Chi trusted his instincts. This person must have a problem. A big problem. However, he didn't directly order Li Jiucheng and the others to capture him, but instead discreetly signaled to the yellow turban warriors beside him. Investigate. After the line was formed, Li Jiucheng began to announce the orders of base leader Yue Chi. Upon hearing Li Jiucheng's words, all the civilians beamed with smiles and happiness. Yue Chi then proceeded to methodically investigate each person. Zhang San, a life of wandering through storms, an ordinary citizen of the empire's Zhangping city, whose family fell into decline after the war. Chapter 79. Brothers, take action. Zhang San, a life of wandering through storms, an ordinary citizen of the empire's Zhangping city, whose family fell into decline after the war, came to this world for adventure to restore his ancestors' glory, but due to the despair of the base owner, he once again had to flee, possessing a certain talent, not available for inquiry due to being a non-affiliated citizen. Looking at the flawless personal information before him, Yue Chi waved his hand to the yellow turban warriors behind him, indicating that this person could be let in. Welcome, Zhang San. From now on you are a member of our Shanghai base. As Zhang San entered the city gate with his bundle, Yuan Li immediately rushed over and said, You haven't had lunch yet, right? Here is a pack of compressed biscuits and a bowl of meat paste. These are your utensils. Someone will take you to your place of residence shortly. At this point, Yuan Li gestured for him to follow Li Erniu. Since the base was just starting to develop and the clerics had not yet been recruited, Yue Chi assigned these miscellaneous tasks to his guard team. If they were too busy, they could ask Wei Fuyo and the others for help. As for the yellow turban warriors, they were the ones maintaining order. With them around, his safety was unlikely to be at significant risk. His name was Zhang San, originally a man with great ambitions, but after experiencing a series of devastating blows, he now only wanted to survive. Looking at the unfamiliar buildings around him, Zhang San felt a chill in his heart. Did these people want to eat him? They shouldn't tea, right? They didn't seem to be lacking in food. After all, they could provide him with so much food, they must have plenty of reserves. Moreover, was this really enough food for a day? Was he about to escape from a wolf's den only to enter a tiger's lair? Thinking of this, Zhang San shivered, nearly spilling the meat paste he was holding. What's wrong? Li Ernie asked. It's nothing. I just tripped over a stone accidentally. Zhang San casually found an excuse to brush it off. This is Baining District, the place where you'll be living in the future. Don't be afraid. Everyone here is an ordinary citizen. If you encounter any trouble, just find the guards near the residential area. Our base doesn't have too many restrictions. As long as you completely obey the orders of base leader, that's enough. As for other matters, base leader won't interfere too much. While walking towards Baining District, Li Erniu conveyed the words taught to him by the base leader. In less than 5 minutes, Li Erniu brought him to a small wooden house. This small wooden house had 2 rooms. The left one was already occupied, and the right one was for him to settle in for now. If you have any questions later, you can go to the administrative office of this district to ask. After saying this, Li Erniu prepared to return. Although not many people had joined the territory, the number of these part-time clerical guards was even scarcer. Returning early could ease the pressure on others. As for what others thought, Li Erniu didn't care. After investigating Zhang San, Yue Chi proceeded to analyze several more civilians. Most were unremarkable and similar to Zhang San's situation, and looking at these people's profiles, Yue Chi gained a better understanding of the circumstances of Li Jiucheng and the others. However, he still didn't know much about the Yellow Turban Army. While he could also see the profile information of the Yellow Turban Warriors and the Yellow Sky Messengers, Yue Chi felt they were different from those affiliated with the Empire. However, since they had already come under his wing, regardless of what they did before, they all had to belong to his Shanghai faction now. Glancing at the suspicious man who was about to line up beside him, Yue Chi's breathing began to grow heavier. Having used the analysis ability 7 or 8 times already, his head felt a bit heavy. If he were an ordinary person, he would likely have collapsed by now. Thinking of this, Yue Chi decided to test the other party. The analysis skill could be used by everyone, but the number of times it could be used varied greatly. Some people would feel dizzy and deaf after just one use, while others could use it 7 or 8 times without significant issues. Therefore, Yue Chi's only task now was to pretend as much as possible. After using the analysis skill once more, Yue Chi stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. This scene was witnessed by everyone outside the city, especially the suspicious person who seemed to be restless. Besides this one, Yue Chi also noticed that the people in front of and behind this suspicious person seemed a bit off. That person definitely had a problem. At this time, under Yue Chi's signal, the 2 Yellow Turban Warriors had already called back the defense team and the soldiers from Yuan Hua's unit. Moreover, under Yue Chi's hint, they subtly ambushed around. If this person turned out to be a good guy, whom he misjudged, it would be fine. He could just treat it as a practice run for precaution. However, if he was indeed right about this person, then once they made a move, Yue Chi could have a subordinate swiftly knock them out in a legitimate manner. Initially, Yue Chi planned to launch a direct attack since this was his base. He had no reason to be afraid, and he could just charge in. However, looking at the common people around him, Yue Chi didn't want to leave a bad impression in their minds. It is important to know that once a bad impression is formed, it is quite difficult to reverse it later. People can choose to ignore others' evaluations of them, but Yue Chi is different. He is the owner of this base and its core. He must ensure that only supportive and loyal voices exist within the base. Moreover, when he just showed signs of fatigue, several people were watching him and the soldiers around him, and Yue Chi even felt that they were subtly helping each other. Therefore, Yue Chi wanted to eliminate all these enemies right here. If they infiltrated the base, it wouldn't be a problem now, but what if, at a critical moment, he made a few moves? Everything would be ruined. To alleviate the fears of these rebellious elements, Yue Chi specifically withdrew Yuan Li and the entire class of Huangjin warriors. You can't catch wolves without letting go of the children. The base leader. Just as Yue Chi had analyzed another commoner, he suddenly felt weak and collapsed. He Chen Guang hurriedly caught this taller-than-him base leader, fearing something might happen to him. For now, this is it. The food you have here will be slightly provided by our Shanghai base. Today, the base leader needs to rest. According to the plan, Li Jiucheng commanded He Chen Guang to slowly and laboriously drag the base leader into the house while shouting to the common people lined up behind them. Upon hearing that they could not enter the city walls, all the commoners naturally became agitated. It could be called agitation, but in reality, it was just a dozen people with their bags trying to rush into the city. After all, there were only 4 soldiers at the city gate. They still had a great chance to rush in directly. Seeing the base leader faint, the rioters outside actually wanted to rush in, facing this situation. Wei Fuyu quickly ordered the soldiers inside to come out and suppress them. Brothers, take action. At the beginning, I want to thank all the readers for their continued support for Xiao Yuzi. I am really honored to have so many readers following my work. Since I started writing novels during college, the update speed has not been very satisfactory. By the way, let me complain, college is even more exhausting than high school. I have too many classes. I can only find time to type. Regarding the update issue, I must first apologize to all the readers who have been following the book. I am currently working hard to improve my writing efficiency and quality. I strive to achieve 3 updates a day and a small burst each week after it goes live. I have written a few novels before, but their performance has been quite average, or even considered a flop. To be honest, the scenes in my mind are really vivid. But once they hit the screen, they are hard to describe. Yue Chi sincerely hopes that readers who can subscribe will please support the author. The higher the subscriptions, the better the quality of the book will be. There may be occasional bursts of updates. Readers who want to support the book are best to enable automatic subscriptions. Subscriptions are really important for this book. Every recommendation ticket, every monthly ticket you cast, every new collection, every subscription, and every reward is the greatest encouragement and support for me. Yue Chi once again thanks all the readers for their strong support. Finally, I will say the important thing 3 times. It goes live at noon tomorrow. It goes live at noon tomorrow. It goes live at noon tomorrow. I will first release 3 chapters. If the initial subscriptions exceed 500, I will add 1 chapter. If they exceed 1,000, I will add 2 chapters. And then they will stack. Of course, I will also increase updates for those who provide rewards. Welcome everyone to the Reader Group, online urging updates. Chapter 80, Decapitation, first update, new book-seeking subscriptions. Brothers, take action. The man who had been under Yue Chi's watch saw that the situation had exceeded his expectations and immediately pulled out a long knife from his waist. Take a gamble. A bike can become a motorcycle. Fortune favors the bold. He was originally a master of the base, but due to the zombie crisis, he had to abandon his base and could only escape with a few subordinates. Over the past day, they had used various strategies to break through 2 bases. They even relied on some information to blend in with the refugees who were forced to leave because of their destruction. As for killing these refugees, he found it pointless, using these refugees as bait to find some bases that needed development and destroy them. The reason he thought this way was mainly that this group of refugees was too poor. Even human flesh did not appeal to him. It was all bones, with no meat at all. Fortunately, they were lucky. Although the process was not easy, seeing such a base, he couldn't help but have ulterior motives. Finding such a seemingly good base, setting up camp here in the future was also a nice idea. He knew that the appearance and strength of a base are complementary. But the 2 previous sneak attacks had been too smooth, leading them to be somewhat careless this time. However, he had his trump card, in case of an accident. His trump card would be the final help. Meanwhile, 4 or 5 seemingly weak men had gathered around the man, and they suddenly produced weapons from who knows where. One was holding a crossbow, unsure of who to aim at, while another 2 were advancing quickly with an ordinary knife and shield. With weapons in hand, they immediately transformed from the previous refugees into bandits. No mistake, in Yue Chi's eyes, they were bandits. Although they had weapons, their movements were very clumsy. Yue Chi felt he could take on 2 of them alone. However, that was just his feeling. He was still a weakling who had not completed basic training, and fighting them would only lead to his death. On the other side, Wei Fuyu was already engaged in close combat with 2 men, wielding a long knife. As the sound of metal clashing echoed into the city, the 2 squads of soldiers lying in ambush inside the city gate remained motionless. Yue Chi was using himself as bait. Yue Chi and his 2 companions were in front, while the long knife man and his 4 companions were behind. And both sides had reached the city gate of the base. Yue Chi could soon enter through the gate. He absolutely could not let them into the city. Seeing the few people in front about to escape into the city, the long knife man was furious. It seemed his trump card had to be brought out early. This was its first use. The long knife man's eyes turned cold as a revolver appeared in his hand. This time, there was no way for you to escape. The long knife man stopped and aimed the revolver at Yue Chi. Bang. Hearing the loud noise, everyone was stunned. Although the bullet did not hit anyone. It was a gun. Melee weapons could not get close at all. It was a blunder. Among them, the most shocked was Yue Chi. No matter how much he calculated, pretending to be unconscious on Li Jiuchang's back, he never anticipated that the long knife man not only had a long knife, he actually had a revolver. After firing 2 shots without hitting, it made Yue Chi realize that this man's target was him. If it were just this long knife man, Yue Chi wouldn't be afraid of anything. After all, he had 3 people. 3 people. Where did Yi Chengguang run off to? Yue Chi had been observing the battlefield, completely unaware of where his subordinate had gone. However, Yi Chengguang must have his own thoughts, so let him do as he pleases. Lying on Li Jiuchang's back, Yue Chi squinted his eyes to watch the situation. There were only 4 people on his side, while the enemy had at least 6. No, now it had turned into 8. 2 more men, who had been lagging behind, charged towards Wei Fuyo's position with machetes. As for the refugees, they had already hidden themselves since the start of the fight. Although they were not skilled at fighting, their ability to avoid danger was quite impressive, as they had survived until now. On Yue Chi's side, although there were still 2 squads of soldiers, they were all hiding in some secret spots inside the city gate due to Yue Chi's previous orders. The so-called secret spots were actually just the corners of the city gate. Yue Chi's initial plan was to block the gate as soon as they entered, relying on their numerical advantage and long-range firepower to wipe them all out. In this battle, Yue Chi did not want to lose a single soldier or have anyone get hurt, although such things were unavoidable during war, based on the current situation. This was at most a brawl. It had not yet reached the level of war. It could barely be considered a small-scale fight. Under such circumstances, as long as everything was reasonable, it was very likely that this situation could be achieved. At the same time, Yue Chi wanted to completely eliminate these guys. If he only wanted to avoid casualties, Yue Chi wouldn't have to think at all. He could simply close the gate since they couldn't break in any way. But if he did that, there would be endless troubles later. He certainly didn't want to be ambushed while gathering resources in the future. Lying on Li Jiucheng's back, Yue Chi decided to remember this tactical mistake well. He had thought they only had cold weapons, but unexpectedly, they even had revolvers, completely not like ordinary people. Yue Chi pretended to be weak, ready to force himself down from Li Jiucheng's back. But as soon as he looked back, he immediately decided to stop pretending. Those 4 guys behind were charging straight at him. They completely ignored Wei Fuyo, leaving 2 people to hold him back. A crossbow bolt flew past Yue Chi's head, and he felt a rush of excitement. But upon closer inspection, he couldn't believe how arrogant they were. However, indeed, they had the capital to be arrogant. With a revolver in hand, they felt invincible. Looking at the revolver that seemed to be aimed at his head, it was impossible for Yue Chi to say he wasn't scared. But now there was no other choice. He wanted to lure them into the city, but that was almost impossible now. It seemed he could only confront them head-on. Watching those guys rushing towards him, even a drunken fool would know that they intended to capture the leader first and execute a decapitation operation. With the situation being what it was, Yue Chi couldn't pretend anymore. He quickly summoned the people in the city to come out and deal with them. However, it seemed like it was a bit too late. Bang! Just as Yue Chi was getting down from Li Jiucheng's back, ready to let Yuan Hua and Yuan Li lead the 2 squads of soldiers to attack, a bullet instantly struck Yue Chi in the forehead. What the hell? Seeing the bullet that had reached his forehead, Yue Chi instinctively dodged, but how could he react in time? Was he really going to die? Just when everyone thought Yue Chi was done for, a pleasant voice echoed in his ears. The wearer has received fatal damage, meeting usage conditions. Indestructible Vajra used successfully. Wearer's damage this time cleared. Cooldown time 168 hours. Looking at the text that floated across the system panel, Yue Chi knew that he had truly saved his life this time. However, one thing surprised him. This time, he didn't feel any changes at all. Not even the light that the system loved to shine appeared. If he hadn't seen the system prompt, Yue Chi wouldn't have known that this title's ability had activated. If he didn't even realize it, then this ability was truly formidable. However, he still couldn't appear to be completely fine. He had to present an injured state. Yue Chi secretly patted Li Jiucheng's shoulder, signaling him to start the act. But before Li Jiucheng could begin, Wei Fuyo took the initiative to act first. Base leader. You guys. Damn it. He knew that with a bullet in his head, even a god couldn't save him. The base leader must be dead. With the base leader dead, his dreams were shattered. He couldn't get promoted. He couldn't bring glory back to the Wei family again. Thinking of this, Wei Fuyo was filled with rage. He drew his waist knife and charged in. Kill that bastard on the opposite side. All he wanted was a promotion. Why was it so difficult? Wei Fuyo rushed directly in front of the 2 skinny men, completely ignoring their machetes. He had armor anyway, so he wasn't afraid of getting hurt. At worst, he would suffer some internal injuries, and after resting for a couple of days, he would be fine. But what about his future? What was he supposed to do now? His base leader was dead, under Wei Fuyo's violent assault. He actually managed to overpower the 4 big men who had been pressing him down. Seeing this scene, Yue Chi had an idea. Since he was lying on Li Jiucheng's back, he could quietly speak into Li Jiucheng's ear, and no one else would notice anything in this chaotic battlefield. Wei Fuyo, quickly withdraw. There's a special medicine in the room. As long as the base leader drinks it, he will be fine. Yue Chi tugged at Li Jiucheng, and Li Jiucheng instantly understood what to say. Hearing Li Jiucheng's words, Yue Chi was quite satisfied. This kid was impressive. On the surface, Li Jiucheng's words seemed directed at Wei Fuyo, but in reality, they were meant for the men with the long knives. Squinting his eyes, Yue Chi noticed the expression of the long knife man. Upon hearing Li Jiucheng's voice, Wei Fuyo seemed to grab onto a lifeline, instantly leaving the few people behind him. Of course, he still didn't drop his weapon. After all, that was his livelihood. Clang. After blocking the attacks of the four with his waist knife, Wei Fuyo turned and ran towards the city gate. The base leader is still alive. There is still hope for his future. Meanwhile, seeing the three men sprinting towards the city gate, the long knife man gritted his teeth and commanded everyone to charge forward with him. Hearing the long knife man's order, everyone instinctively paused, wondering if this could be a trap. Their base leader had already been killed by the valiant me. They must be afraid of us now. You guys, don't worry. Today, I am being merciful. If you dare to charge in with me, you will become the citizens of my base. Under the long knife man's 2 or 3 sentences of encouragement, one man actually stepped forward, took a curved knife from the long knife man's hand, and stood behind him. Ha 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 ha, this is the one who knows how to be sensible. There's no one else. I'll leave the items here. If you come to your senses later and want to follow me, pick up these weapons. Then, food, base, population, and girls will all be ours. After speaking, the long knife man took the lead, bringing a few close companions into the city gate. To be able to build such a large-scale city wall, this base surely has some defensive power, but there probably aren't many people. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so interested in these 30-some refugees. He still needs to be cautious. The urgent task now is to occupy this city gate and then kill the leader of that base. From what that little soldier said, it seems this person has some backup. It appears that those who survived the first 2 natural disasters and the zombie attacks are not simple characters. He has to be more careful in the future. Just as the long knife man rushed into the city gate with everyone, 2 refugees scanned their surroundings and, seeing no one paying attention to them, ran over to grab the 2 machetes left behind by the long knife man. However, instead of picking up the knives to join them as the long knife man expected, they instead hoisted the knives and fled in another direction with their families. Inside the city gate, the long knife man was making relatively smooth progress. He had already broken through 2 small blockades at the city gate and was feeling a bit elated, because he had spotted the fleeing duo. As long as he kills them, this huge base, along with its food and supplies, will be his. He could even see the glorious moment of becoming the master of this base. He commanded thousands of soldiers with billions of subjects. But dreams are ultimately just dreams, filled with illusions. He wondered, how should he kill them for the best effect? Just then, a sound came, instantly shattering the long knife man's dream. How dare someone disturb him? Following the sound, the long knife man saw a guy who should have been shot dead by him standing right in front of him. You. How could you possibly not be dead? Chapter 81. On the brink of collapse. Second update. Everyone who comes to this world can kill each other. No one will manage it. This fits that saying, are you the granary, or is someone else the granary? The long knife man was on the verge of a breakdown as he looked at everything before him. How could this be possible? How could this be real? He should have killed him. He had already killed 2 base leaders with this revolver. This weapon must be real. But how could he not kill him here? The long knife man did not believe it and raised his revolver again, madly pulling the trigger to fire bullets at Yue Chi. Watching the long knife man's actions, Yue Chi did not move much. He knew that this long knife man was definitely out of bullets. But for safety's sake, he still hid behind a shield. He didn't know whether this iron shield could stop bullets. As for why Yue Chi was certain that the surrounded long knife man had no bullets, there were certain grounds for that. According to Yue Chi, if he had enough bullets, why wouldn't he keep shooting at the few of them? A few bullets could easily take them out. Moreover, just now he had to fool a few not-so-honest people outside to attack him together. All of this proved his lack of confidence. Click. Hearing the sound of the empty revolver, Yue Chi breathed a sigh of relief. He guessed correctly. This guess was not a wild guess, but a deduction made from a series of scenarios. Click, click, click. The furious long knife man repeatedly pulled the trigger. But it remained empty. Damn. A type of green plant, not a curse word, absolutely not. This time, he was really done for. Everyone run. The long knife man turned around and shouted to his subordinates. But when he saw that 5 men had already blocked the city gate, he knew that this time, he might really fall here. Bang! To prevent any prolonged issues, Yue Chi decided not to say anything and directly kill them. He pulled out his Mauser rifle and shot at the long knife man. Unfortunately, Yue Chi's shot was very rushed, with no preparation at all. and the bullet did not penetrate the long knife man's skull, but instead grazed his scalp, flying towards another man with a knife. Phew, as expected of a 7.92mm bullet. It took down a man with one shot. This opening fire also signaled the start of the battle and simultaneously its end. Hearing the gunfire from the other side, everyone, including the long knife man, flinched. How could they have guns? Did they really encounter some powerful character during this robbery? Feeling his trembling legs, the long knife man realized that this time he might truly be underestimating his opponent, feeling overwhelmed. But now the surrounding situation no longer allowed them to escape. They could only confront them head-on. Although the success rate was extremely low, it was still better than having no chance at all. Charge. Everyone, don't be afraid. Kill this person, take over his base, and we will have hope again. Seeing that they were completely surrounded by the enemy, it was impossible for the long knife man to say he wasn't nervous or scared, but now he had no choice but to fight with all his might. The two sides had no significant disparity. Yue Chi's side used their numerical advantage, with iron shields in front, continually compressing their living space. As for the refugees who later joined in, Yue Chi felt no pity. Since they made this decision, they had to take responsibility for it. Since you chose it, you must bear the consequences of failure. Surrounding them 2 or 3 at a time with iron shields, Yue Chi directly ordered the attack. Under Yue Chi's command, in no time at all, or rather, in an instant, they crushed those few people into meat paste with their shields. As for the long knife man, under Yue Chi's precise aim, he had long become a spirit under his gun. This was the first person he killed, but definitely not the last. Killing this long knife man who wanted to destroy his base was Yue Chi's own decision. In this world, if you don't want to be killed, you can only kill others. Having perfectly dealt with the long knife man's group and integrated them into this world, Yue Chi led his army to see if the refugees outside the city had been scared away. To Yue Chi's surprise, at the top of the city wall, he actually discovered 4 refugees. He referred to them as refugees rather than displaced persons for a reason. If they were refugees, they wouldn't have many belongings because they didn't have any. But for displaced persons, they might have some basic items, like bowls and chopsticks, or even some self-defense weapons. Refugees generally band together, while displaced persons typically operate as families. This 4-person group in front of him was clearly a family. The man was the husband, the woman his wife, and the 2 smaller ones were probably their children, Yue Chi guessed. This family had just been unable to approach the base due to the chaos caused by the long knife man. Using his analysis skill to take a quick look, Yue Chi understood their basic information. They were ordinary, normal people with no special circumstances. Under Yue Chi's warmth and the intimidation of the strong man beside him, this family of 4 joined the Shanghai base without a second thought. At first, they had some concerns, fearing that something bad might happen in this base. However, when they truly became a part of this base, they realized what the true fragrance theory really meant. This is better than what they had before coming to this world. And their living conditions are so much better. Not to mention, they had just recently gone through a tumultuous life. Now, with a place to settle, food to barely fill their stomachs, and people of the same kind, life is so beautiful. Everything seems to have hope. Meanwhile, Yue Chi, along with his security team and the Yellow Turban team, made a round around the base, bringing back several refugees who were still near his base. Of course, these people had been analyzed by Yue Chi and could be considered qualified citizens of the base. Yue Chi admired their courage. Despite the many sounds of fighting and cruelty within his base, they still dared to stay here. Reflecting on the few individuals who had been crushed into meat paste by his shield, Yue Chi felt not a shred of guilt. Not to mention how many people they had killed on the road. Just the fact that they had tried to kill him and had even acted on it, almost succeeding, made Yue Chi believe they were not worthy of forgiveness. As for labor, Yue Chi could not trust them. Chapter 82. Everyone goes to the mines after cleaning up the entire East City Gate. Yue Chi personally assigned living quarters to these refugees and drifters. Since then, a large population had moved into the cabins in the Baining district and Dongping district. The key point was that these people were almost entirely loyal to him. Even if there were a few outsiders, Yue Chi believed that under the influence of his base citizens, they would also offer their loyalty. The current Shanghai base had largely been completed. In terms of personnel, defense, and even the military, all had seen significant improvements. However, Yue Chi was still concerned about the base's counterattack capability. That's right, concerned. The area of the base had far exceeded that of the previous small cabins and wooden fences. From a distance, a vast area was filled with his wooden houses or stone walls. The current surrounding walls were no longer just walls. They had successfully upgraded to stone city walls. The height of the walls was at most 2 or 3 meters, while the height of the Shanghai base's city walls was a full 5 meters. As for thickness, while it could not support horse-drawn carriages like those large, ancient Chinese city walls, it was still more than enough to withstand a couple of strong men. As for the city gate, it was even more impressive, made with the addition of blood marrow or an iron ore. Its hardness far exceeding that of an ordinary wooden door. Now, the only challenge was how to place his 3 or 4 arrow towers. Since the upgrade of the base, Yue Chi discovered that arrow towers had become placement props. Wherever he placed them, the arrow tower would appear there. As for how Yue Chi knew this, just look at the wooden arrow tower next to his second-level fortress. From then on, Yue Chi decided that in the future, regardless of what it was, he would thoroughly investigate it with his analysis skill. The wooden arrow tower could stay where it was, as it also counted as an increase in his defensive power. However, the construction of the base's arrow towers could no longer be as rough as before. Previously, the small area of the base allowed the arrow towers to unleash maximum lethality, killing enemies from afar. But now, with the base's area expanding dramatically, these 12 arrow towers could no longer cover the entire base, and their numbers would definitely need to increase significantly. However, with the increase in numbers, their power also needed to be considered. A wooden tower was not something that could be made in excess, and Yue Chi understood this. After all, the interior area of the base still had many uses. Yue Chi hoped to exchange the least amount of land for the maximum power of the arrow towers. Currently, there were only 2 ways to increase the power of the only counterattack building in the base. Either increase the scale of the arrow towers or increase the number of arrows shot from the arrow towers. The scale of the arrow towers would definitely need to be increased, but Yue Chi wouldn't increase it too much, which meant the rest would have to rely on the upgrade system. There were actually various upgrade directions for the arrow towers, including increasing their defense by changing the materials of the towers, increasing the number of shooting holes, or replacing the arrow towers with crossbows. Almost every idea had been mentioned. However, Yue Chi simply did not have enough resources. At that time, he could only upgrade 4 important arrow towers to stone to increase their defense and some attack power. On the second level of the fortress, Yue Chi, Wei Fuyo, Li Jiucheng, Yuan Hua, and Yuan Li sat at the table. Regarding military issues, Yue Chi himself was a novice. It was better to hear their opinions. Wei Fuyo and Li Jiucheng had received good military training, while the Yuan brothers had previously researched this area quite a bit. However, it seemed that everyone had a different opinion about the wooden arrow towers. After a discussion, the group finally reached a decision. Base leader, we have come up with a method based on the current situation. This is the only way. Li Jiucheng said helplessly while looking at the people working. What method? 2 paths together. First, we will set up 3 arrow towers at key locations in the base. And for the remaining arrow towers, we will place one every 200 meters apart. Second, we will open up shooting holes for these arrow towers. Upon hearing this, Yue Chi roughly understood what these two were thinking. After integrating their ideas with his own, Yue Chi came up with a plan. First, upgrade all the arrow towers at key positions to stone and change the shooting holes to 3. The purpose of this was to provide a certain defensive capability during the blank period before upgrading the arrow towers later. Then, based on resource availability, give defensive upgrades to the arrow towers near the city walls, and then widen the shooting holes of these towers. As for whether to place the arrow towers outside or inside the city walls, Yue Chi also considered. After thinking about when his interests could be maximized, Yue Chi decisively chose the latter, which was to generally place the arrow towers behind the city walls. While this would not be beneficial for future upgrades and expansions of the arrow towers, it was still a good choice for Yue Chi at this stage. During a zombie attack, the arrow towers could be effectively protected. As long as the city walls held, the arrow towers could continuously shoot arrows. However, if all of this were to be implemented, it would likely require a large amount of resources. Constructing a wooden arrow tower required 20 units of wood and 10 units of iron ore. He needed to build at least 19 new wooden arrow towers, which meant 380 units of wood resources and 190 units of iron ore. Wood was not a problem. He still had over 1,000 in his warehouse, enough for a while. However, iron ore was not so easy to obtain. Apart from discovering a small vein in the area of the Yeren, he had not found any signs of iron, or even in the safe mountains. It seemed he could only go in batches, stealthily mining little by little over there, until he found a stable source of, or he could only proceed this way. This was just the basic establishment of the arrow towers. The subsequent upgrades of the arrow towers would also consume a lot of resources. Not to mention that widening the shooting holes would require countless resources. Just changing the materials of the wooden arrow towers alone would require 100 units of stone. 26 wooden arrow towers would mean 2,900 units of stone resources. Plus the additional resources needed for widening the shooting holes. Yue Chi suddenly felt overwhelmed. These are just issues related to military resource demands. On the civilian front, a harsh winter is approaching. And I need to upgrade the houses for the people in my base. Ordinary wooden houses definitely won't withstand such a crisis. Upgrading so many wooden houses will require a significant amount of resources. To obtain these resources quickly, we must exert all our efforts. Chapter 83. Problems come one after another. On the first day these civilians arrived at the base. They need to rest well. I should take this opportunity to outline the basic structure of the regulations for the base. Without rules, nothing can be accomplished. Now that we have 4 military squads and over 100 civilians, it's time to establish some rules. Unfortunately, there isn't anyone who can consult with me. Oh no. That's not true. Li Jiuchong has returned. As for Wei Fuyo and the Yuan brothers, I've asked them, but they have no intention of strategizing with me. Their exact words were, whatever the base leader instructs us to do, we will do. Moreover, Yue Chi also needs the 3 of them to patrol inside and outside the base and to scout locations for arrow towers, so I didn't bother them. As for the civilians, I want everyone to contribute ideas, but clearly, that's impossible. I've already looked at everyone's profiles, and most of them are quite ordinary. Even if there are 1 or 2 talented individuals, they are completely unrelated to politics. I can even imagine what would happen if I called them to a meeting to discuss this matter. As for what so-called elders say about the civilians electing representatives, I'm not that foolish. Furthermore, these civilians have just arrived at the base and have no communication among themselves. They wouldn't be able to come up with anything interesting even if they were asked to vote. Jiuchong, share your thoughts. Sitting in the chair, Yue Chi said to Li Jiuchong, who was sitting across from him, deep in thought. Base leader, I didn't know you wanted me to think about this. Li Jiuchong stammered, looking at Yue Chi's grim expression. Previously, when the base leader summoned him, he mentioned something about Wei Fuyo and the others coming along. At that time, he was busy moving things and didn't hear clearly, so he agreed without hesitation. But who would have thought that when he arrived at the 2nd floor of the inner city fortress, he would find himself all alone? And from what the base leader indicated, the others had matters to attend to and couldn't come for the time being. When he asked the base leader a question, he received an even more shocking message. He was to help the leader establish a basic set of standard rules for the base. How could he manage such a task? Isn't that asking too much? Just say anything to inspire me. Seeing Li Jiuchong, who was his last hope, Yue Chi knew that he would mostly have to rely on himself now. Base leader, I feel that there definitely need to be rules for the base. But they can't be too detailed. As a rough guy like me, what can I come up with? After some thought, Li Jiuchong said sincerely. That was a well-spoken sentiment. It was as if he hadn't said anything at all. Continue. Yue Chi suppressed his anger and said to Li Jiuchong. Seeing the base leader's increasingly grim expression, Li Jiuchong felt a tension stronger than being on the battlefield. Base leader, I feel that under normal circumstances, there definitely shouldn't be any fighting incidents in our base. As he struggled to recall the rules he learned in the Imperial Military City, Li Jiuchong continued, Yes, this can be adopted. In our base, whether now or in the future, there should be no armed conflicts during peacetime. Upon hearing this, Yue Chi felt that Li Jiuchong had some political acumen. However, what Li Jiuchong said next made Yue Chi view him in a new light. Base leader, our base currently has too few personnel and no established rules. The regulations can be simple, such as prohibiting group fights in the city and banning certain activities. It doesn't need to be too detailed, just a broad framework is sufficient. As the population of the base increases, we can then establish corresponding departments to handle these matters. After saying this in one breath, Li Jiuchong felt as if his brain cells had died out. That makes sense. Listening to Li Jiuchong, Yue Chi realized that he had indeed taken too big of a leap. In an instant, he had summoned 4 squads of soldiers and over 100 civilians, and he felt somewhat inflated. This inflation cannot happen. In this apocalyptic world, where everything is uncertain, caution is key. Keep talking. After hearing Li Jiuchong's words, Yue Chi felt he had gained a lot. Li Jiuchong, upon hearing that the base leader wanted him to continue, nearly spat blood in despair. What to do? Li Jiuchong felt like he was dancing on the tip of a knife. Base leader, how about we first establish a few basic departments? This way, we can stabilize order while allowing for rapid development in the early stages of the base. Reflecting on what he learned in military theory class, Li Jiucheng organized his thoughts and said casually, "Basic departments?" Yue Chi murmured. Hearing the base leader's confusion, Li Jiucheng quickly played up to him. "Base leader, these basic departments are like arranging us soldiers in the military department, grouping similar individuals together." Listening to Li Jiucheng's rambling, Yue Chi felt he had gained a faint understanding, but just a faint one. However, he understood that faint meaning. "That makes sense." Yue Chi nodded. "Go summon Wei Fuyo, Yuan Hua, Yuan Li. Oh, and also your comrades He Chengwang and Li Erniu. Bring them all here." Seeing Li Jiucheng in front of him, Yue Chi made a plan in his heart. "Understood, base leader." Hearing the base leader's words, Li Jiucheng felt a sense of relief. He could finally leave this place for a while. The next time the base leader spoke to him, he would have to listen carefully, or it would be disastrous. Watching Li Jiucheng leave with a beaming face, Yue Chi thought that this person was really not bad. Talented in both civil and martial affairs. Truly a genius. The system introduction didn't show that Li Jiucheng had political ideas, so it seems I can indeed find suitable candidates among my civilians right away. Sitting in the chair, Yue Chi stared at the ceiling, pondering various matters. At the same time, several individuals at different locations in the base received Li Jiucheng's notice. Time flew by unnoticed. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Chapter 84. Food shortage soon. Li Jiucheng entered excitedly with the Yuan brothers, Yuan Hua and Yuan Li, along with Wei Fuyo. He Chengwang and Li Erniu followed behind the four. "Everyone is here?" Looking at Li Jiucheng and the others who entered, Yue Chi asked. "Base leader, everyone is present." Li Jiucheng replied. "I called you all here because I have some matters to discuss." Sitting in the chair and looking at the four seated in front of him, and the two young men standing nervously behind them, Yue Chi casually said, "Right now, the base is in a state of needing to be built from the ground up, and all kinds of resources are extremely scarce. I hereby appoint Li Jiucheng as the captain of my guard team, temporarily organizing a personnel roster of 10. Yuan Hua. I hereby appoint you as the city defense squad leader of the Shanghai base, responsible for the base's defense. Yuan Li. I hereby appoint you as the patrol squad leader of the Shanghai base, responsible for patrolling both the internal and external areas of the base. For external patrols, you are to limit your activities to east of the Qishui River for now. The other 3 directions are to patrol within a radius of 500 meters around the base. The Qishui River is the small creek next to the Yue Chi base. However, since the hailstorm, this small creek no longer resembles a creek, but rather looks like a small river. Thus, Yue Chi has named this river Qishui River. The reason it is called Qishui River is that it is adjacent to Yue Chi's hometown, serving as a nostalgic reminder. As for why the patrol squad is patrolling east of the Qishui River, it is simply because they cannot cross west of the river. Previously, they could just step across by hopping on stones. But now, it is uncertain whether the river has risen or the riverbed has lowered. As the Qishui River is several meters deep, and I currently have no way to cross it. Moreover, the west bank of the Qishui River is less than 100 meters from our base, so Yue Chi must ensure this area is entirely within his sphere of influence. If the situation here remains unclear, the base could face significant risks. Although I am quite powerful now, I cannot guarantee that I will remain so. After all, many other base leaders have started to unite. As for how Yue Chi discovered this, do you think he is blind? In the chat channel, messages akin to game team recruitments are continuously refreshing in the general channel, provincial channel, and regional channel. The entire area now has only about 100 people. But there are already 2 factions. Moreover, these 2 factions seem to have a substantial number of members. I must be cautious. I, as the first one, am a glaring target. Almost everyone wants to eliminate me. If they don't want to kill me, it means they want to be with me. Thus, they try to gain power indirectly. Wei Fuyo, I hereby appoint you as the mobile squad leader of the Shanghai base. Ready to follow my orders and respond to various situations. The mobile squad will consist of the 4 soldiers from the original defense squad, while the remaining 6 soldiers will be selected from the able-bodied personnel of the base later. Understood, base leader. Hearing Yue Chi's words, Wei Fuyo immediately responded. He did not want to be stuck at the base. Being in the mobile squad was much better, as it allowed for movement. At the same time, I will establish an external unit for the Shanghai base, which will be responsible for various external affairs. The external unit will have 2 small teams. The first team will be led by Zhang Dabiao, and the second team will be led by He Kun, while the third team will be led by Zhou Ba. The remaining 2 soldiers from the defense squad will be assigned to the guard team. Understood, base leader. Wei Fuyo replied. Since Zhang Dabiao and the others have not arrived, This order will be conveyed by Wei Fuyo. Regarding these Imperial melee soldiers, to be honest, Yue Chi feels that their combat power might not be as formidable as that of the Yellow Turban warriors. However, Wei Fuyo, He Kun, Zhou Ba, and Zhang Dabiao are indeed brave. According to his thoughts, having Wei Fuyo serve as the mobile squad leader is appropriate, as his command talent may even surpass that of Li Jiuzhong. Even a mediocre talent like Li Jiuzhong can make such political statements. Yue Chi is even more reassured about Wei Fuyo, who has been recognized by the system for his command talent. He even envisions that in the near future, Wei Fuyo will be responsible for his field combat troops. As for Zhang Dabiao, Zhou Ba, and He Kun, Yue Chi's decision to transfer them from the mobile squad has its reasons. He currently has too few capable personnel. To put it bluntly, he can only choose the best among the short. Compared to others, he trusts the strength and style of these three more. Therefore, he assigned them to the external unit. As for what the external unit needs to do, Yue Chi already has a clear plan, to have them assist in mining and transporting resources. If he has other needs, they must also serve him. As for the remaining labor in the base, Yue Chi has already made his calculations. The other two soldiers from the defense squad will be arranged in his guard team. After all, his guard team must at least meet the size of a squad. One reason is to protect himself, and another is that if something valuable comes up, there will be an extra person to help. Li Erniu, I hereby appoint you as the head of logistics for the Shanghai base. As for your subordinates, I will allow you to find 2 people from the base as populace to assist you. He Qingwang, I hereby appoint you as the captain of the reconnaissance team of the Shanghai base. As for your team members, there are currently none, but once the base's population increases, I will provide you with support. Understood, base leader. Hearing Yue Chi's words, He Qingwang looked excited, not expecting that he, such a small soldier, would get the chance to shine. Standing next to He Qingwang, Li Erniu was directly stunned by Yue Chi's voice. What is going on? How did I become an officer? Am I not just a soldier? Just as Li Erniu fell into endless self-doubt and questioning, He Qingwang nudged the silly smiling Li Erniu beside him. Niuyi. Seeing that Li Erniu still had no reaction, He Qingwang couldn't care less that the base leader was still beside him and urged in a low voice. Huh? Understood, base leader. Li Erniu quickly straightened his back and responded to Yue Chi. Ha. This kid is interesting. Looking at such an honest person, Yue Chi felt more at ease handing over the logistics department to him. As for why Yue Chi paid such close attention to these two individuals, it was also due to something Li Jiuzhong casually mentioned. Chapter 85. This kid Erniu is great. Base leader, let me tell you, this kid Erniu is great. When he and I were cooking in the back kitchen, he handled everything clearly. He even estimated how long the supplies in the kitchen could last. Not to mention, this kid cooks really well. He is indeed a proper chef, unlike me, a military cook who came in halfway. Reflecting on what Li Jiuzhong had said earlier, and considering how well Li Erniu had performed throughout the day, it was clear that he was a university student. Although he comes from a rural background, he is down to earth. Therefore, given the current situation where everything is lacking in the base, it was a sure thing to make Li Erniu the head of the logistics department. As for He Qingwang, Yue Chi was drawn to his impressive movement skills and keen eyesight. Coupled with He Qingwang's excellent shooting skills, Yue Chi assigned him this role. After arranging everyone's appointments, Yue Chi instructed them to start organizing and carry out their respective responsibilities. The city defense squad immediately began to formally defend the base, while the patrol squad promptly started patrolling the Dongping district and Baining district. Subsequently, Yuan Li would personally lead the team to patrol around the base. According to Yue Chi, if small-scale zombies are discovered, they can be eliminated if it is guaranteed that they are completely safe. If they cannot be eliminated, they should mark the area, and he will personally lead the guard team to eliminate these monsters later. At the same time, a rough sketch needs to be drawn, as it is not a specialized map, so making the sketch is quite simple. Li Erniu will recruit 2 clerks from the residential area to help him assess the current supply situation of the base, and then report back to him with the patrol team the next day. The mobile squad led by Wei Fuyo, along with the 3 external teams, has a significant purpose. That is mining. The common people who have just been summoned are still somewhat weak, so it's best to let them settle in the base for now, consuming today's food to restore their energy as much as possible. Tomorrow, they will go mining and chopping trees together with us. As for whether they will work hard while chopping trees, Yue Chi has his own methods. It is already 2:30 p.m. Yue Chi has finished a meal with all his soldiers. To his surprise, these soldiers are all big eaters. The amount of compressed biscuits that would normally feed a person for a day is only enough for one meal for them. Seeing this, Yue Chi decided he must make these soldiers work hard. As for the pickaxes for mining and axes for chopping wood, for various reasons, Yue Chi did not provide a full set for everyone. However, ensuring that everyone has at least one tool is still possible. Under the guidance of Yue Chi and Li Jiucheng's guard team, everyone arrived at the forest. Upon reaching the outskirts of the forest, Yue Chi thought about whether he could supplement his base's food supply, so he took everyone to where he had set traps. He also warned them to be careful around the traps, as he can't personally lead them every time. What a great start. Seeing the mutated rabbit trapped in the animal trap, Yue Chi was very pleased. He quickly used his analysis skill to take a look. Mutated wild rabbit, mutated due to non-human factors, has a certain level of aggression. Do not provoke this little guy without any weapon, or you might end up in a bloody mess. Mutated rabbit meat is edible, with average quality, and they are social animals. Seeing that it is edible made Yue Chi very satisfied, especially since he discovered that these mutated rabbits are social animals. This is even better. That means another source of food for his base. To save costs, in the current situation of the base, saving is no longer an option. He must think well about expanding resources. He just doesn't know when another batch of meat will arrive. Thanks to the benefits of the first trap, Yue Chi checked all the animal traps he had previously set. Unfortunately, only the first trap had prey, the others remained untriggered. It seems there aren't many mutated rabbits here, and he didn't know if they could be raised. However, with a certain level of aggression, ordinary people definitely can't handle them. It seems he needs to think more about this. After strolling around the outskirts for a bit, it was already 3 p.m. Because this time there were many people. Coupled with their full stomachs, they moved very quickly. They arrived here in just half an hour. In fact, if they were to mine and chop trees now, there wouldn't be much time left. After all, a round trip takes an hour, plus moving around the mountain and entering the mine. The afternoon would nearly be over. However, Yue Chi's purpose wasn't here. He brought the mobile squad and the 3 not yet fully established external teams here mainly for reconnaissance. He also wanted to see if there were any dangerous situations around, and if so, to eliminate them. Because he certainly doesn't want to give up such a perfect resource collection point. At the same time, Yue Chi also brought He Cheng Wang, the only member of the reconnaissance team, over with a clear purpose, to investigate the surrounding area. If the area is indeed safe as he suspected, then he would start a large-scale operation here. Once they entered the small forest, Yue Chi once again checked the status of the animal traps without losing hope. Sure enough, the heavens do not disappoint those who are diligent. Yue Chi actually found the corpses of 7 mutated rabbits in the forest. Although these mutated rabbits had mutated, their weight had not changed much. These 7 rabbits might not even be enough for the people he brought for one meal. But having something is better than nothing. After resetting the animal traps, Yue Chi asked Li Jiucheng to check the situation in the small cabin. Everything was normal, and no one had come to visit. Hearing this, Yue Chi felt relieved. After all, human hearts can be treacherous. If someone were waiting to ambush, although he wouldn't be in danger, any loss would be something he doesn't want to accept at this time. The base is still too weak. If other bases see this, they would definitely scold him. You have 100 people under your command. What else do you want? Chapter 86 Food Crisis. After explaining the situation around here to his subordinates, Yue Chi continued to lead them toward the he had been thinking about. Of course. Along the way, Yue Chi let He Cheng Wang go off on his own after agreeing on a return time. After detailing the potential dangers in the area to him, he set off with the main force. Upon reaching the mountain, Yue Chi couldn't shake the feeling that the mountain seemed much taller. It used to be a gentle slope of about 100 meters, but now it felt like 200 or 300 meters. The key point is that it wasn't just Yue Chi who felt this way. Li Jiucheng, who had previously mined with Yue Chi, felt the same. After exchanging glances and nodding, Yue Chi ordered everyone to be on high alert. Li Jiucheng and all the guard team members also fixed bayonets to their rifles and disengaged the safety catch, always ready to fire. Meanwhile, Zhang Dapio, Wei Fuyo, Zhou Ba, and He Kun drew their combat knives from their waists, constantly observing the surroundings as they walked. Due to the changes in the mountain, Yue Chi decided to lead the team to circle around the entire mountain to see if there were any potential threats, especially since he planned to send more people here to collect resources tomorrow. Although the overall area of the mountain has increased significantly, exploring it with everyone together would take a lot of time. Yue Chi still did not let anyone split up. His current strength is still too weak, and splitting up would be tantamount to courting death. As for time, Yue Chi had no intention of mining today. He simply brought his soldiers to scout the area. After thoroughly exploring the familiar mountain again, the soldiers would have a certain understanding of the area. At that time, the mobile squad and his guard team would patrol the surrounding areas while he, along with many external teams and possibly incoming young laborers, would mine and chop wood. As time and sweat flowed, Yue Chi and his group finally managed to scout the entire mountain. However, due to limited time and personnel, there were some remote and difficult-to-reach areas they did not explore. In addition to discovering this safe mine, Yue Chi also found more mountain ranges on the other side of the mountain. They are larger. They rise even higher. However, they also seem more dangerous. Hearing strange roaring sounds from a distance, Yue Chi knew he would have to stay here for a while. He even needed to prepare to protect this place. After completing the investigation of the small mountain, it was already 4:30 p.m. There was an hour and 30 minutes until dark. Allowing for a 40-minute return to the base, they still had 50 minutes left. Yue Chi did not intend to waste these 50 minutes. Since we have come this far, how could we not bring something back? Therefore, Yue Chi distributed tools to everyone. He led Li Jiucheng and his own security team into the mine, trying to extract minerals to ensure they could obtain enough stone tools for tomorrow. Even if there were no iron or for sturdy tools, they still needed stone tools. Relying solely on wooden tools would result in too high a loss rate. The mobile team and 3 external groups were responsible for chopping trees in the forest with stone axes. After all, stone axes and stone picks cannot be made entirely of stone. Wood is also needed to serve as handles. The mine had Yue Chi to convert resource blocks, while in the forest, an energy converter was used for transformation. As for the energy converter, Yue Chi personally brought it over and also took out 2 small wooden boxes from the cabin. Wei Fuyo, you know how to operate the energy converter, so you can just put the resource blocks produced by the machine into the wooden boxes later. After saying this, Yue Chi, with Wang Yanbing as his assistant, returned to the mine. At first, this mine was not a mine at all. It was just a flat surface. However, after the previous efforts of Yue Chi and Li Jiucheng, and now with the team working hard in a short time, this mine had truly become a mine, since it was all stone. There was no need to worry too much about the mine collapsing. The mine was not very large, but it was enough for a person to pass through. A few days later, Yue Chi once again entered this small mine, and a suffocating feeling hit him. Ding ding dong dong. Clang, 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 ding. Base leader. As soon as he stepped into this dark mine, various noises surrounded Yue Chi's ears once again. However, seeing that he could fully straighten his back and even had some space above his head, Yue Chi felt that this space seemed to have expanded significantly compared to before. Has the mine expanded? Looking at Li Jiucheng, who was sweating not far from him, Yue Chi asked. Base leader, I just brought people to re-drill the entrance, and we didn't touch the outside as per your request. It seemed that Li Jiucheng knew that the base leader Yue Chi would ask this, so he wiped the sweat from his forehead and replied, Are the stones we mined all piled in the old spot? Yue Chi asked again. According to their previous mining of stones, Li Jiucheng would pile the stones in a corner and then use the energy converter for transformation, while Yue Chi would mine and directly convert the stones into resources. However, now the energy converter had been handed over to Wei Fuyo and the others. So now, it was just up to Yue Chi himself. Thus, Yue Chi could justifiably not engage in mining. But not mining meant he had to collect the ore. Although mining was difficult, this was not just 2 people, it was 10. Almost every minute, at least 10 units of stone fell to the ground, and someone was specifically placing them in a safe spot for further digging. However, the distance was a problem. Each miner was quite far apart, and everyone's direction was different. This was also Yue Chi's arrangement. There was no way around it. He was in desperate need of iron ore. Now that the furnace was ready and there was plenty of wood, although there was no charcoal for high fuel consumption, the system's capabilities could still be used to forge iron, albeit at a slower pace. He was not far from the Iron Age. As long as there was enough iron, many of his items could be upgraded. At that time, he would no longer have to worry about various issues. Chapter 87. Doing big things. 50 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. In this short 50 minutes, Yue Chi obtained a large amount of supplies thanks to these soldiers. Just from wood resources, Yue Chi received a full 300 units, and the stone resources amounted to 200 units. What excited Yue Chi the most was that they had stumbled upon iron ore. After a simple mining effort, they obtained a full 50 units of iron ore. If all of it were smelted, Yue Chi could at least get 5 units of iron. With these 5 irons, his water purifier could be upgraded. At that time, he would no longer have to worry about his subordinates drinking unsafe water. Finding iron ore was completely unexpected. Yue Chi quickly collected all the stones mined by everyone into his backpack space and combined them into basic stone resource blocks. Then he picked up his pickaxe, wanting to join everyone in mining stones because every extra person meant more strength. Just as Yue Chi found a good spot and was ready to start making miracles happen. A miracle truly occurred. Not only was there iron ore on the eastern side of the base, but there was also iron ore here. It completely astonished Yue Chi. Therefore, Yue Chi called over a few strong men and, within the designated time, crazily collected a full 50 units of iron ore. After mining for a while, Yue Chi decided to properly secure the entire mine before leaving. Thus, he specifically had Li Jiuchong and the others bring over a huge stone to block the entrance. Yue Chi knew that this was not a long-term solution and that he would definitely need to station people in this mine later. However, the current mine was still too small. Although it could accommodate up to 10 soldiers sweating inside, it was still not feasible to garrison troops there. After all, if he wanted to station troops here, it couldn't be just one person, at least 2 soldiers were required. If there were 2 soldiers, it meant they would have to completely live in this mine. Although they would go outside to engage in activities, they still needed to prepare to live inside for at least a week. After all, natural disasters are unpredictable. Who knows how vicious the endless storm could be? Yue Chi certainly did not want to lose soldiers for no reason. Therefore, there must be a place to store long-lasting food inside. Additionally, the physiological issues of 2 people and other problems must be solved. So, with such a small space, it was still not suitable for garrisoning. To station troops, he needed to wait for a while longer until he could expand the mine a bit more. Then he could garrison troops inside. After returning to the base, it was already night. Yue Chi did not linger at all. After passing through the main gate, he hurried to his 2-story fortress. Beneath the first floor of the fortress, Yue Chi built a basement. Previously, because he needed to convert the stone house into a 2-story fortress, there couldn't be any buildings below, so Yue Chi had not established his own dedicated basement. However, now that the second fortress was built, even if he upgraded later, it wouldn't affect the underground structure, so Yue Chi wasted no time and constructed the basement. He placed many devices inside, including but not limited to an ice maker, generator, and even a furnace. Thanks to his subordinates, Yue Chi had them each carry some items back effortlessly. After returning, Yue Chi placed all these resources into the warehouse, keeping only the materials needed for upgrading the water purifier and some raw materials for smelting iron. Looking at his axe and the stone pick on the wall, Yue Chi was very excited that his base could quickly enter the Iron Age. First, he checked the burning efficiency of the wooden resources. It seemed pretty good. 1 unit of wood could actually burn 10 units of iron ore. That was quite impressive. After putting 10 units of wood into the furnace, Yue Chi tossed in all 50 units of iron ore. Fortunately, the furnace had a maximum smelting capacity of 100 units. And once the 50 units of iron ore were in, the whole device immediately started running automatically. By the time he went upstairs to eat, Yue Chi had already obtained 5 units of iron from the furnace. Holding the iron block in his hand and feeling its weight, Yue Chi instantly became excited. This was the beginning of his base's development. With the iron block in hand, Yue Chi completely ignored its weight and quickly moved from one side to the other. Looking at the water purifier in front of him, he clicked on the upgrade option without hesitation. With the successful upgrade of the water purifier, Yue Chi felt hopeful for the future. Upgrades were promising. However, he had no power source. What should he do about that? Just as Yue Chi was feeling ambitious, the systems analysis function gave him a huge surprise. Initially planning to let it go, Yue Chi decided to check the attributes of this water purifier. Water purifier, upgraded, can purify water quality, turning the water source into high mineral water suitable for human needs. This was just a water purifier. It didn't seem to show any major changes from here. But if he filtered and disinfected the creek water inside, then used the systems analysis skill, he would definitely discover differences. Without further ado, Yue Chi filtered all the water that Li Jiuchong and the others had previously drawn from the creek through the water purifier. After taking a quick look, it didn't seem like there was much difference. Yue Chi felt that simply observing with the naked eye, there was no change between the creek water before and after filtering. However, under the systems analysis ability, there were significant differences. Purified water. After being purified by the water purifier, all viruses have been eliminated, making it safe to drink, and it will provide certain health benefits. Before, drinking too much could lead to mutations. Now it was completely healthy and harmless, and even after multiple drinks, one could notice significant improvements in physical condition. Healthy and harmless. Yue Chi had already anticipated this, but he truly hadn't expected it to enhance health levels. It seemed this water purifier would need to run 24 hours a day. With this in mind, Yue Chi immediately put the upgraded water purifier into his backpack space. He was going to do something big. Chapter 88. Let it fly a little longer. This big task was not really a big deal. It was a very small matter. But it was extremely important for the entire base right now, which was to relocate this upgraded water purifier. As the leader of the base, everything in the base belonged to Yue Chi. With such safe water, how could he allow the citizens and soldiers to drink unsafe water? Unfortunately, he only had one upgraded water purifier, and its capacity was relatively small. Yue Chi didn't even know if it could provide safe water for the entire base. After all, the base had about 100 people. As for where to place this water purifier, Yue Chi already had a plan. He intended to place it in an independent wooden house. This wooden house was also structurally different from other wooden houses. This difference was entirely due to Yue Chi's unified modifications using the system. From the outside, this base-level water room looked no different from the other wooden houses, but internally, Yue Chi had put in a lot of effort. First, after pushing open the door, there were still 3 rooms inside, but the area of the central living room had been significantly reduced, leaving just enough space for 2 people to stand together. Correspondingly, the rooms on either side had been greatly expanded. This was just the simplest modification of the wooden house from the outside. Aside from this, in the 2 rooms of the wooden house, the originally large space could now accommodate a maximum of only 4 people standing at once, as the rest of the area was covered by a particularly large and protruding section. In this area, there were 4 small holes in the wall, each with a tube. Above the tube was a valve to control the water flow. The other room had exactly the same structure. In that protruding area, it would eventually be filled with water sources. Of course, right now it was still empty, but Yue Chi believed that soon this would become one of the most frequented places in the base. And all of this was just the basic surface of the water room. Deep down, Yue Chi had built an extremely secure basement. To prevent it from being breached by zombies that like to dig, Yue Chi even used the stones he had mined today. It took 50 units to completely seal off this area with stone. In terms of system building modifications, there were no restrictions, which was a blessing for all players, including Yue Chi. After all, as long as they could build it, the system would recognize it. In the center of the basement's open area stood that water purifier. To the left of the water purifier was a tube that connected to a semi-enclosed space nearby. This was where the creek water would be stored. Thanks to the system's support, this water would remain stable for a long time. Therefore, this method was very safe. On the other side was still a large space. But compared to the left side, this space was a bit larger and completely sealed. Here, Yue Chi designated it as the water storage area. At the bottom of the water storage area, there were 2 openings that directly connected to the 2 protruding parts of the upper wooden house. As for what energy source this water purifier relied on to operate, Yue Chi could only say that the system was amazing. The water purifier operated using ions in the air as its basic energy source. As long as it wasn't high-end, it could be used indefinitely. For safety's sake, Yue Chi planned to start with a low-end one to see how it worked. The water storage area was located directly beneath the water room, and most of the creek water storage area was also below the water room, but the creek water in the storage area was not poured in here. Instead, it was in another small wooden house not far from the water room. This small wooden house was different from the water room. It was a complete water pouring location. The basement of this small wooden house had also been completely modified by Yue Chi. Thanks to the external support, Yue Chi didn't need to do it himself. As long as he prepared the materials, everything could be completed in an instant. The entire basement was a place for storing creek water. Water could continuously be poured in at the entrance of the basement. The structure inside was sloped, so the water would automatically flow to the point where this basement connected with the other basement. They just needed to stand at the water pouring point, which had been fenced off by Yue Chi, and continuously pour water in. Li Jiuchong, fetch water. Standing in the basement of the water room, Yue Chi commanded his subordinate Li Jiuchong. Li Jiuchong quickly ran out. With a command from Yue Chi, the guard team carried 2 buckets of water from a stream located 50 meters outside the eastern city wall, pouring them down one after another. As the stream water continued to flow, finally, after 2 minutes, Yue Chi saw the first scoop of stream water in his water storage area. Watching the stream water slowly being absorbed by the water purifier and then flowing out from the other side, Yue Chi was extremely excited. As the amount of water continued to increase, Yue Chi could no longer ascertain the situation in the water storage area. Due to the sealed environment, even someone like Yue Chi, who grew up in this base, couldn't check inside. The only way now was to see if the 8 water pipes in the water room had any effect. Since the connection points of the water pipes were located lower down, it didn't take much water to release it, coming from the basement to the ground floor. Yue Chi couldn't wait to enter the water room under the guidance of Li Jiuchong. He immediately went to the left and randomly turned one of the faucets. No water. What is going on? Seeing this, Yue Chi was somewhat shocked. Could it be that all the efforts he made tonight were in vain? Yue Chi didn't believe it. He turned the valves of several adjacent pipes again, but without exception, there was no water flow. Yue Chi went into the room on the right, opening and closing all 4 valves, but the result was still the same. Not a single drop of water came out. Did he really do something wrong? What was wrong? It shouldn't be like this. The system prompts indicated that his resources were fine. Could it be that the system was malfunctioning? Just as Yue Chi was about to feel sad and prepare to face this reality, a surge of water suddenly erupted from the pipe that was about to close. Ha! Ha! Looking at the pure stream water that could be drunk directly in front of him, Yue Chi knew he had succeeded. Chapter 89. Food shortages. With the water room of the base reaching a conclusion, Yue Chi returned to his fortress on the 2nd floor. After changing clothes, he hastily ate some food and fell into a deep sleep. Today was really exhausting. At the mountain and sea base, Yue Chi had just finished breakfast when he arrived at the reception room on the 1st floor. Here, he and several core personnel were holding a conference. After a whole day yesterday, everyone had a certain understanding of the current situation. Now, let us report the specific situations you've learned. Yue Chi knew that one person's power was ultimately limited, and only by gathering the strength of many could he move further along the path to success. First, the city defense troops. Base leader, we currently have insufficient numbers in our city defense troops. We have 4 city walls to defend, and the distance between each wall is several hundred meters, even up to 1,000 meters. This means that we can only deploy 2 soldiers at each wall. Because we need 2 soldiers stationed in the East Ping District and North Ning District, this has led to a serious shortage of personnel. If someone were to attack our base, having only 2 soldiers would make it impossible to defend effectively. Yes, I will pay attention to this. I will have the training class assist you with defense. Yue Chi acknowledged. This situation won't last long. Once the base's arrow tower defense line is established, the situation will improve significantly. Listening to Yuanhua, Yue Chi also realized that he had perhaps taken a slightly too big step in establishing the base city, resulting in a current manpower shortage. While many ordinary civilians were young and strong, they were not trained soldiers, and sending them wouldn't have a positive effect. Instead, it might create more problems. Therefore, only the patrol troops could assist in defending the city. Although the patrol team's task was not light, he had no better options. As for his guard team and mobile class, they had more important matters to attend to. So now, he could only let the patrol team and defense class do their best, as the arrow tower defense system of the mountain and sea base still required some time to be fully established. Patrol team, report your situation. After hearing about the defense class's situation, Yue Chi immediately turned to the patrol team. Base leader, we conducted a general check around the base yesterday and killed a total of 3 zombies without any losses. At the same time, we sketched a rough map of the area around the base. While speaking, Yuan spread a piece of white paper on the long table in front of everyone. Upon seeing this long table, Yue Chi felt speechless. A couple of days ago, he had found a black iron treasure chest in the wild, and it turned out to be this broken table. Considering the size was about right, he placed it here. Using analysis skills on it would be overkill. This was clearly just a table. If it wasn't a table, then what was it? Looking at the rough sketch in front of him, everyone was indeed a bit confused. Yuan, are you sure you didn't pick the wrong one? Looking at the sketch that seemed to have been drawn by a kindergarten child, Yue Chi thought it was truly a rough sketch. It was just a bunch of scribbles. Base leader, I really didn't pick the wrong one. Yuan assured confidently. Look, this square represents our base. To the north of our base is a mountain range. To the east is a river, southeast is a forest, and to the south of the forest is another mountain range. We explored a bit and found nothing. But there is actually a group of 8 demons in that mountain range. To the west of the base is a marsh and grassland. And to the south of the base is also a mountain range. Listening to Yuan, Yue Chi nodded. Previously, he had sent people to explore the surrounding situation and found that there were not only his own forces but also those of others nearby. Some were not even inferior to his own, but why was there no mention of them on the leaderboard? It couldn't be, right? Just as Yue Chi was shocked by this, in a forest 5 kilometers north of the mountain and sea base, a man was frowning as he looked at dozens of zombies under the trees. Illidan, let us retreat. He turned to a beautiful elf beside him who looked almost otherworldly. Base leader, give me a chance. All right. This time, success or failure doesn't matter. Just protect yourself. Mobile class. Base leader. We train almost every day to increase our strength and vigilance. For everything else, we will completely follow orders. Hearing Wei Fuyo's words, Yue Chi felt like he had asked this question for nothing. As for the next Li Jiuchong, seeing the same expression as Wei Fuyo, he knew he was thinking the same way. Thus, under Li Jiuchong's eager gaze, he found his beloved disciple, Li Ernio. Ernio, how's the investigation into the logistics issues going? Base leader, I found 2 helpers among the civilians, both of whom have some literacy skills. With their help, I have already counted all the supplies in the base. Right now, aside from the fully equipped weapons of the guard team, we only have 500 rounds of 7.92mm ammunition and a 98 Type Mauser rifle. As for melee weapons, there are almost no substitutes. This meant that if any military weapons were damaged, there would be no replacements. Saying this, Li Ernio paused. To be honest, which he only realized after hearing Li Ernio's analysis that military supplies were indeed consumables. Even though he currently had 500 rounds of ammunition, once distributed, each person would get less than 50 rounds. The weapons have no substitutes, which means that when they are damaged, they cannot be replaced in a timely manner. It's manageable during normal times, but in critical moments, it becomes a dangerous situation. Ernio, please continue. In addition to the weapons, I have also conducted a preliminary inventory of the food and daily necessities at the base. Even if we don't have essential daily supplies, we can manage for a while or try to adapt using other items. However, the food situation at the base is a major issue. We have 3 boxes and 10 bags of compressed biscuits, totaling 100 bags, which is enough food for 100 people for a day, not counting the military. The mutated mutton in the cold storage is also running low. Enough for everyone at the base to eat for only 2 days, and the strategic supplies like bread and canned goods can only last for 2 days at most. This means that the base currently only has 5 days worth of food. Chapter 90. Li Ernio's strategy according to theoretical calculations. We must now consider the issue of food. In 5 days, we will likely face the danger of running out of food. At this point, everyone present took a deep breath, especially Yue Chi in Yue Chi's view. Even though the base has so many people now, surely the food could last for a month. After a month, he could open treasure chests and even exchange zombie points for various good things, and there would definitely be no shortage of food then. But now, how could so much food only be enough for 5 days? However, this is nearly 150 people, especially with over 40 of them being eaters. Even under his work pressure, besides the elderly and children, even women would probably consume a lot of energy. Based on that level of calculation, he might not even last 3 days. Thinking of this, Yue Chi furrowed his brow tightly. Ernio, please continue. Looking at Li Ernio, who still had something to say, Yue Chi was mentally prepared. Base leader, according to my current deductions, the temperature at the base has started to drop rapidly. Yesterday it was at least above 0, but now it has probably dropped below 0, and I personally feel that this temperature will continue to decrease. The base's winter clothing reserves are severely insufficient. No, it shouldn't be called insufficient. The military is well prepared with winter clothing, but the civilians have not prepared at all. Hearing this, Yue Chi felt the burden on his shoulders was too heavy. He initially thought establishing a base would be simple, watching the protagonists effortlessly build their forces and reach the peak of their lives. But who would have thought that just with a base of about 100 people, the base leader would face such harsh issues? The pressure is immense. He thought the food problem had already driven him to the brink, only to find there was an even more severe problem. Reducing food consumption and sending soldiers out to hunt, or checking the river for fish. It seemed possible to survive this endless snowstorm. But clothing is a different story. If there is insufficient clothing, Yue Chi believes that according to this system's nature, people will definitely freeze to death. Just when Yue Chi was at his wit's end, Li Ernio's next words shone like the spring sun before him. Base leader, I found a batch of sheepskin in the base, which can be used to make some cold-resistant items. How much can we make? As soon as Li Ernio finished speaking, Yue Chi quickly asked. He hadn't thought about saving sheepskin at the time. It was only to prevent himself from running out of food later. But now, with Li Ernio's suggestion, he instantly understood the usefulness of sheepskin. Sheepskin is windproof and warm. However, it seems that there is no one in the base who can make it. Thinking of this, Yue Chi wanted to take back his previous words because it seemed too foolish. But Li Ernio's next words revitalized Yue Chi once again. Base leader, while I was counting the population, I found a tailor. I asked him yesterday, and he can simply process this sheepskin to make clothing that can provide some wind resistance. However, due to the limited quantity of sheepskin and the fact that there is only one person, the base can currently only produce 30 pieces of cold-resistant clothing. 30 pieces are still just ordinary cold-resistant clothing, which is completely insufficient for the current situation. It seems that I need to use that thing ahead of time. I won't worry about the sheepskin reserves. I will have a way to solve that later. For now, let him produce sheepskin clothing. After hearing Li Erniu's words, Yue Chi thought for a moment and replied. But then Yue Chi realized, thanks to Li Erniu, he actually forgot to consider the civilians carefully. His attention was entirely on their identity information and that long knife man, and he momentarily forgot about this matter. Erniu, besides this tailor, have you discovered any other talents? Base leader, I was just about to report to you. Now, with over 100 people at the base, there are 3 technical personnel in total. One is the tailor I just mentioned, and the other 2 are a relatively reputable carpenter and a very ordinary blacksmith. Listening to Li Erniu's words, Yue Chi's spirits lifted once more. According to the system and the efficiency of his external help, although he could smelt iron, the consumption of iron ore was too high. Since everything came from thin air, based on the law of conservation of energy, energy cannot appear out of nowhere. This means that it takes 10 units of iron ore to smelt 1 unit of iron. If there were specialized talents, such as a blacksmith or related machinery, the minimum ratio could be 5 units of iron ore to produce 1 unit of iron. That's a 50% reduction. It's a pity that he still doesn't have the construction blueprints for a blacksmith shop, and he can't even provide equipment for the blacksmith to smelt iron. It seems like he has to hold off for a while. However, the carpenter can be useful. He has an energy conversion machine that can easily convert these materials into wood. Then those ordinary civilians can also make some furniture. Thinking of this, Yue Chi felt he needed to establish a currency system for the base. Otherwise, would he let civilians use his resources for free? Moreover, how could he possibly have them work without paying them? As for the houses, they would definitely be temporarily considered sold to them. But they just hadn't paid him yet. With this in mind, Yue Chi decided that he must establish at least a basic point system tonight. From now on, everything will be based on points. He must provide these 3 people with better treatment. At least 1 wooden house per person. 1 room for living, 1 room for working. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Next, He Qingguang, who was sent by Yue Chi to scout the area around the mountain, reported what he had observed that day. It was similar to what Yue Chi had seen with a large group of people. However, He Qingguang brought back a much more detailed map compared to Yuanli. On the east side of the small mountain, the meeting quickly concluded. Yue Chi summoned all the soldiers, because something big was going to happen this time. He temporarily assigned all 3 small groups to Wei Fuyo's command. Chapter 91, Mutated Fighting Sheep Base Leader. Is this thing really reliable? Outside the city walls of the Shanghai base, looking at the little chick-like stone in the base leader's hand, the captain of the guard team, Li Jiuchong, couldn't help but ask, just this one thing can lure a large number of mutated fighting sheep? But mutated fighting sheep are social creatures. Ever since I and the base leader killed that group a couple of days ago, I haven't encountered even one. How could it be so simple and easy to get them now, let alone luring a large number of mutated fighting sheep? Li Jiuchong felt that even one might not be attracted. If the base leader said to lure mutated rabbits, I would believe it, as they are nearby and seem to be quite numerous. But this mutated fighting sheep, Li Jiuchong absolutely could not believe it. Whether it works or not, we'll know once we try. Saying this, Yue Chi took a bowl of pure water collected from the water room and poured it directly onto the stone of the goddess's tears. Nothing happened. Looking at the unchanged scene before them, everyone, including Yue Chi, was filled with doubt. Is this it? Can it work? Base leader, how about we send some scouts to check the situation around? After standing for more than 10 minutes, there was still no change in front of Yue Chi and the others. And Li Jiuchong suggested to his base leader, scouts. Hearing Li Jiuchong's words, Yue Chi couldn't help but wonder if it would work. If the scouts encounter mutated fighting sheep, won't they be in trouble? Yue Chi thought. However, scouts still had to be sent. Yuan Li, divide the soldiers into 5 groups, spread out to observe outside the base, and return immediately if any traces of mutated fighting sheep were found in any direction. Yue Chi turned to the relatively lightly equipped, lower armor rate patrol team and said, understood. Base leader. After speaking, Yuan Li immediately divided the fully armed soldiers into 5 small groups and quickly ran in different directions. Watching the figures gradually disappear from his sight, Yue Chi let Wang Yambing lead a defense team to continue their defense task. He then took the guard team and the original defense team, now the mobile team, to prepare to set up several arrow towers near the north city wall. Yue Chi currently had 4 stone arrow towers in hand, which would be a great help if the mutated fighting sheep came. However, the arrow towers had to be placed inside the city wall to ensure they wouldn't be destroyed. With this in mind, for safety's sake, Yue Chi had Wang Yanbing lead a guard team member with the goddess's tears to quietly wait outside the north city gate for the arrival of the mutated fighting sheep. Yue Chi was completely unconcerned about their safety, as there were still 2 soldiers from the defense team there, and 4 people could hold out for a while, and by then, he would have returned with his people. As for bringing these people along, Yue Chi's purpose was entirely to have them help him work, although it wasn't really hard work. After all, with so many people, once the tasks were assigned, even the hardest work would become much easier. As for having Yue Chi do it himself, that was absolutely impossible. He would never let so many idle laborers go to waste while he rolled up his sleeves to get involved. After all, he had finally become a landlord. So he had to embody the spirit of a landlord. Just using his brain was enough. After all, using one's brain was also quite tiring. What he wanted these people to do was actually very simple. Just dig a pit, then throw the arrow tower base into it, and cover it with soil. After a few seconds, the building that had been dismantled by the base upgrade regulations could be restored intact. So what his subordinates had to do was actually very simple: dig pits and bury dirt. Today, he planned to set up 4 stone arrow towers, and the locations had already been discussed. With this thought, Yue Chi's enthusiasm immediately surged. As long as he successfully built the arrow towers, he could minimize the losses of his army when the mutated fighting sheep attacked, because how many mutated fighting sheep could be attracted was still an unknown. Even the owner of the goddess's tears, Yue Chi, couldn't be certain how much attraction this item had for mutated beasts. Mutated beasts. With this thought, Yue Chi suddenly realized that there was one aspect of this item that he hadn't clarified before. That is, it attracts not only mutated fighting sheep, but all mutated beasts within his range, and even some outside of it. He had to hurry to set up the arrow towers. With this in mind, Yue Chi's pace quickened significantly. It seemed that time was running short. Besides those 4 stone arrow towers, he had to set up at least 2 more. There's no such thing as too many arrow towers. Given the current situation, he didn't have anything else to build anyway. So it was best to increase the defensive power first. Just as Yue Chi was busy preparing to establish more arrow towers, Yuan Li's team discovered some issues. "Captain, look over there. Isn't that a mutated beast?" Seeing the smoke at the edge of his vision, the soldier felt something was off. Since he found something unusual, he had to report it to his captain. Hearing the soldier's voice, Yuan Li quickly shifted his attention. Sure enough, in the direction the soldier pointed, he really saw a cloud of dust. Moreover, with his eyesight, he could see several large black dots rushing towards them. "Hurry, let's go." Calling to the soldiers beside him, Yuan Li immediately prepared to return to the base. He didn't expect that such a small broken stone would actually have such a big effect. Meanwhile, the teams in the other 4 directions also spotted the black dots of the mutated fighting sheep rapidly approaching the base. They hurriedly began to rush back to the base. This time, it might be tough. They needed to communicate with the base leader as soon as possible. Otherwise, things would turn bad. Yuan Li felt increasingly uneasy as he watched the mutated fighting sheep herd getting closer. On the other side, Yue Chi was still completely unaware of what was about to happen, but his strong instinct had already sensed that things might exceed his expectations. So he even joined in digging pits. Arrow towers are life-saving items. The sooner they were all built, the sooner he and his soldiers would be protected. Chapter 92. Backstab without discussion. As Yuan Li was in a frantic chase with the mutated fighting sheep, Yue Chi quickly led everyone to finish digging and filling the pits. A total of 16 arrow towers had been set up from the east to the west. Yue Chi even had time to send his subordinates to the warehouse in the Xining district to retrieve a considerable amount of stone resources. He used them to upgrade the wooden ones. The original 4 stone arrow towers were also upgraded to more powerful ones with 4 shooting holes. Once everything was completed, Yue Chi and the soldiers waited aimlessly at the north gate. Just when everyone thought that Beiding couldn't possibly come running here because of such a small piece of the goddess's tears, Yuan Li and the others suddenly appeared. "Base leader, look, they've come back." At first, they hadn't noticed, but they had already started to return, and the guard team captain Li Jiozhong beside him had seen it. So he quickly informed his base leader Yue Chi. Hearing Li Jiozhong's voice, Li Jiao suddenly turned his gaze in the direction Li Jiozhong pointed to. Sure enough, there was a pair of soldiers quickly approaching, and with his keen eyesight, Yue Chi recognized them as the team he had previously sent to scout the situation. Led by Yuan Li. Naturally, Yuan Li and his team also noticed that Yue Chi was waiting for them outside the North City Gate. Therefore, they accelerated their pace even more, rushing forward. As the leader, Yuan Li glanced back at the dark line at the edge of his vision and urged his subordinates to run faster. The sooner he could deliver the news to the base leader, the more effective defensive measures they could implement. Even setting up some basic traps wouldn't be a problem. When Yuan Li was only a few dozen meters away from Yue Chi, he raised his voice and shouted, "Base leader, the mutated fighting sheep are coming, and even more mutated beasts are approaching." He repeated this multiple times. Hearing Yuan Li's voice, Yue Chi immediately instructed the soldiers to open the back gate of the city. Although the North City Gate had been opened, Yue Chi did not allow his soldiers to retreat into the city. Instead, he took out a number of stone picks from his backpack and distributed them to the more than 40 soldiers, leading them to dig pits frantically on the ground in front of him. The soldiers didn't understand why they were digging pits, but Yue Chi had his own plans. The mutated fighting sheep were extremely powerful, and their horns had great lethality. If they got close enough to engage in combat, even the Imperial melee soldiers, including Yuan Li and Yuan Hua, the Golden Strength warriors, would struggle in one-on-one combat. Moreover, from Yuan Li's words, there were many of these mutated sheep, along with other mutated creatures. If the number of these mutated beasts was significant, relying solely on the city walls for defense wouldn't be enough. Although the soldiers on the walls and the archers behind could provide long-range fire, this would have little effect against a large number of mutated creatures. Even if they managed to inflict some casualties, many would still remain. After all, Yue Chi currently had only 10 armed soldiers, and with himself and Li Jiucheng, there were only 12, despite having 16 arrow towers, which could fire simultaneously. It was uncertain whether these arrows would truly be effective against the mutated fighting sheep and other mutated beasts. Yue Chi was not confident enough to assert that on his own. If these mutated creatures, taking advantage of their numbers, broke through the bullets and defenses, they would storm the city walls. Yue Chi understood that the walls provided a strong defense against zombies, which were not very lethal, but against mutated beasts, their value was limited. After all, the walls were not particularly thick or high, only 5 meters tall and half a meter thick. Such a weak wall could be destroyed instantly if attacked collectively by these mutated creatures. Once the walls were breached, the mutated beasts would surge into the city. Although he only had a little over 100 people, that was all he had. Eliminating the unknown number of mutated fighting sheep and beasts could not be taken lightly. First, he needed to determine how to counteract the powerful impact of the mutated creatures. This powerful impact stemmed from their massive size and the continuous speed at which they charged without being obstructed by any structures or materials. While there was nothing he could do about their size, there were indeed ways to manage their scaling speed. By reducing their mass and speed, their tremendous power could be diminished by 1/3 or even 2/3. Once the impact of these mutated creatures was weakened, their speed would significantly decrease, allowing for 2 or even 3 rounds of fire from the arrow towers and rifles. During these rounds, a substantial strike could be inflicted on the mutated creatures. At the same time, the city walls would have a greater chance of being preserved, as long as he could mitigate the impact of the mutated creatures. The integrity of the walls would not be a significant issue. Without the scaling impact, it would be nearly impossible for them to collectively breach the city's defenses, even if the walls were small and of limited size. As he and his soldiers dug frantically in the open area before the North City Wall, their goal was to reduce the scaling impact of these mutated creatures. "What are you looking at?" Seeing Li Jiucheng beside him in a state of shock, Yue Chi tossed him a pick made of iron ore and instructed him to join the others in digging pits. As for Yue Chi himself, he had an even greater role to play. Chapter 93. This time, there won't be a shortage of food. The fact that these mutated beasts had not yet appeared before him indicated they were still some distance away. As long as he grasped this time well, he could fully utilize the system's abilities to set up various traps to hinder their advance. For instance, he could construct numerous animal traps using his materials and scatter them across the land before him. As soon as the beasts entered, they would suffer speed losses or even lose their lives due to the traps. After all, ants can kill an elephant if there are enough of them. The damage from these wooden traps was not as low as one might imagine. Once the wooden traps and various pits were all prepared, Yue Chi finally saw the figures of the mutated creatures. Damn. Watching the dark shadows approaching his base, Yue Chi was shocked. He had anticipated a large number of enemies, but he never expected there would be so many. "Li Jiucheng, everyone will follow your command now." Seeing the densely packed enemies outside, Yue Chi turned to Li Jiucheng beside him. Given the current situation, Yue Chi knew he could not direct operations himself. Although he was the owner of the base and the base leader, he was still lacking in many areas. If he wanted to survive better in this world and allow his base to develop more rapidly, he had to select capable individuals to handle tasks they could manage. Right now, Li Jiuchun was the only one among his officers who could command the troops in battle. As for Wei Fuyo and Yuan Hua, they could only direct the melee and city defense troops. Li Jiuqing is solely responsible for the long-range shooting. Although Wei Fuyo and his team have also received training in rifle shooting, to some extent, they only know how to pull the trigger and how to make the rifle fire bullets. As for accuracy and how to command the rifle in combat, Wei Fuyo has not learned that. What he has learned is how to motivate the soldiers' morale and how to command melee infantry to form formations to enhance their strength in close combat. As for Yuan Hua and Yuan Li, they were previously the commanders of the Golden Warriors, also known as the Angels of the Yellow Sky. And they are the personal guards of the Great Sage. Their close combat capabilities are very strong, but their command talent is limited to about 10 men, as they were trained as personal guards rather than commanders. Therefore, having them command rifle shooting is not a reliable option. However, they are not entirely useless. They need to coordinate with their troops to defend on the city wall and at the city gate. Unlike rifle soldiers, these melee soldiers need to engage in close combat with mutated creatures. If the rifle soldiers fail in their attack, the worst that can happen is that the bullets miss the mutated beasts. But if these melee soldiers encounter any accidents during combat, it might cost them their lives or the lives of their comrades. After handing over the command of all his troops to Li Jiuqing, Yue Chi did not act as a bystander. He picked up his rifle and alloy crossbow to prepare for shooting. As mutated creatures continuously gathered from multiple dark spots into a black cloud, they drew closer to their base. Since there were no telescopes or various long-distance observation devices available, Yue Chi could only rely on his eyesight to assess these creatures. The mutated beings approached rapidly. Due to their large size, Yue Chi could clearly see that these mutations belonged to 3 different species. In addition to the mutated fighting sheep he had been dealing with, there were also mutated bison and mutated wild boars. Upon seeing these mutated creatures, Yue Chi immediately began to analyze them. Mutated bison. The combination of technology and magic has led to the original bison becoming a mutated creature. Its speed is extremely fast, its strength is enormous, and its horns have great attacking power, even enhancing its originally weaker body significantly. Ordinary weapons find it difficult to inflict substantial damage. The meat is non-toxic and edible. Energy level 20, mutated wild boar. The invasion of magic into the body has transformed the original wild boar into a mutated creature. Its speed and strength have been greatly enhanced, and its sharp tusks can inflict irreversible damage on all enemies. The meat is non-toxic and edible. Energy level 15. After seeing the attributes of these 2 types of mutated creatures, he became serious. Compared to the mutated fighting sheep, the combat power and capabilities of the mutated bison and wild boar are several levels higher. If he had not made any preparations beforehand, allowing them to charge directly at the city wall could potentially destroy it in the first impact. After all, their numbers are quite large. Yue Chi estimated there to be around 200 mutated bison and wild boars, while the slightly weaker mutated fighting sheep numbered around 500. These mutated creatures are different from zombies. According to current estimates, even if there were 1,000 zombies in front of his wall, he could likely kill them all. But now there are about 700 mutated creatures, making it much more difficult to eliminate them compared to 1,000 zombies. With the advantage of terrain, he currently only has that advantage. If he wants to win this battle and survive, he must maximize the geographic advantages to strike at these mutated creatures. There are 700 mutated creatures on the opposite side, while his side has fewer than 60 soldiers. Thinking about this, he wanted to say, the advantage is mine. After all, these mutated creatures have no external support. While he still has 16 stone arrow towers and the city walls for protection, his soldiers can also use rifles to inflict damage on these mutated beings. Although he doesn't know how powerful these rifles are, based on the previous experience of Li Jiuqing and himself killing mutated fighting sheep with rifles, he still believes he might be able to eliminate them all beneath the walls of his base. As long as he can withstand the first wave, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. At that time, these standing creatures will become his food. Chapter 94, not wanting to fight in the wild, standing on the city wall, watching the mutated creatures rushing towards him from outside, which he was filled with anticipation. As long as he can withstand this first wave, he will no longer have to worry about food shortages in the base, as long as his food supply is sufficient. He can quickly recruit a large population through shelters and other methods, thereby rapidly accelerating the development of his base. If he develops quickly, then the talents in these mutated beasts will not be able to catch up with him. Each of these creatures in front of him weighs at least several hundred pounds, and the mutated bison can weigh up to 1,000 pounds. This is a moving granary. While thinking this, he also moved to his alloy barrel to load bullets into his Mauser rifle. At the same time, he took out all the spare bullets stored in his backpack space to distribute to his guard team. Although the total number of bullets sounds like a lot, nearly 700 rounds, when distributed among 10 or even 12 people, each person only gets a little over 60 rounds. It is nearly impossible to expect to kill an enemy with a single bullet, especially since it is not just the mutated fighting sheep but also the mutated wild boars and bison. Based on Yue Chi's estimates, it might take 2, 3, or even 5 bullets to kill one. Furthermore, these mutated creatures are running at high speeds, making their movements unpredictable. Even if he aims well, some bullets may miss due to improper timing or the creature's evasive actions, which is quite likely. In this case, the actual number of bullets that might effectively kill could be around 200 or even 300. However, behind the city wall, there are still 16 stone arrow towers that can launch arrows up to 1 meter long. Although these arrows cannot compare to the power of bullets, they still have some effect due to their great length and initial velocity, which gives them considerable power. Moreover, in certain situations, the damage they inflict on these mutated creatures may far exceed that of bullets. The melee soldiers are crucial for whether he can survive this battle. Although they have no long-range attack capabilities, their close combat ability is key. They need to defend the northern city wall against the wave of hundreds of mutated creatures and, most importantly, protect the city gate. The city gate can be considered the focal point of defense in a city battle, as it is the weakest link in the entire defense system. Under Li Jiuqing's arrangements, everyone has reached their designated positions. Yuan Hua is leading a squad of melee soldiers to defend the city gate. Wei Fuyo and Yuan Li were positioned on either side of the north city wall, responsible for guarding the gates. Each had 5 rifle-bearing soldiers under their command. Due to the scarcity of personnel, the 5 soldiers on the left were commanded by Li Jiuqing, while the 5 on the right were personally commanded by Yue Chi as the mutated creatures rapidly approached. The first targets of their attack were the 16 stone arrow towers behind the city wall. 28 1-meter-long crossbow bolts shot out instantly from the arrow towers' openings. After the upgrade, the effective range of these towers had expanded from 1 kilometer to 2 kilometers. The firing rate had also increased from 2 shots per minute to 4. Although the rate of fire had significantly improved, the power of the arrows remained unchanged. As the 28 bolts flew toward the mutated beast horde at an incredible speed, they created a wave of chaos. Within the swiftly moving horde, the weapon's power was greatly unleashed, and the shockwave generated by the collision enhanced the effectiveness of the arrows even further. The distance from the mutated beast to the city wall was several hundred meters. But given their speed, it was unrealistic for them to reach the wall in a short time. Yue Chi estimated it would take at least 2 minutes. During those 2 minutes, they could fire hundreds of arrows, which would inflict significant damage on the mutated creatures. Such widespread strikes could potentially make the war less brutal, reducing the damage sustained by their side. After 2 rounds of arrow attacks, the mutated beast finally entered the rifle's firing range. Fire! Shoot! With the commands from Yue Chi and Li Jiuqing, all the riflemen raised their Mauser rifles and opened fire on the mutated beasts outside the city. Bang! 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 As bullets erupted from the barrels, more and more bodies fell among the rushing horde of mutated beasts. Even if a beast was wounded but not killed, if it stopped, it would be trampled to death by others behind it. After repeated attacks from the arrow towers and rifles, few mutated beasts managed to reach the outer city wall. Despite their dwindling numbers, their tough skin and immense impact force meant that if they got close to the wall, the already low and thin northern wall could be destroyed in an instant. Fortunately, the large pits created by the earlier attacks had slowed their speed. As their speed decreased, their kinetic energy dissipated, and the scale effect was nullified. There was still about 100 meters from the pits to the city wall. This distance was not enough to stop them. However, if Yue Chi and his riflemen could increase their rate of fire, they could maximize the reduction of the beast's fighting strength. By the time they charged toward the rifles, their stamina and other aspects would be greatly diminished. It was at that moment everyone understood why the base leader had them dig so many large pits. Indeed, the base leader was truly wise. As the mutated beasts charged toward the city gate, Yue Chi did not underestimate them. Although there were only a few dozen mutated beasts left, Yue Chi had no intention of engaging them in close combat. Chapter 95, 3 days and 3 days after passing through layer upon layer of filtration. The mutated beasts finally reached the outer north city wall of the Shanghai base. Although they had arrived, they faced not the slaughtered humans, but a tall city wall. Due to the pits, the scale effect of the mutated beasts was nearly depleted. They could only rush towards the city gate with their battered bodies. Standing 2 to 3 meters tall, facing a 15-meter-high wall was not a significant issue, although their energy levels were generally above 15. The loss of the scale effect had greatly weakened their strength. In this situation, Yue Chi found that even with the mutated beasts suffering heavy casualties and being severely injured, it took 2 soldiers to barely contend with 1 mutated beast. Only when the number reached 3 could they kill one. If they relied solely on close combat infantry, it was likely they would struggle to deal with the remaining 30 or so mutated beasts. However, with 10 riflemen and 16 stone arrow towers at their disposal, they quickly eliminated all the mutated beasts outside the city. Aside from some damage to the wall from the beast charges, there were not many casualties. The only loss was nearly all the bullets fired by the riflemen. No one had even 3 rounds left. The main forces, Yue Chi and Li Jiucheng, had fired all their bullets. Despite the losses, the rewards were significant. Firstly, they discovered a dozen black iron treasure chests and even 2 silver chests among the bodies of the mutated beasts. Given the decreasing drop rate of such treasure chests, obtaining these was quite good. Beyond the treasure chests, what was even more satisfying was the information they had gathered about the mutated beasts. The temporary food shortage at their base had been addressed, although it was not a fundamental solution. Yue Chi estimated that the meat would be enough for their group for several months. Additionally, with the increase in population, they could utilize even more from these mutated beasts, such as their pelts for warm clothing. The blood and organs of the mutated beasts could also serve as fertilizers, with some vegetables and seeds on hand. And if they could find some tools, they could enter an agricultural era, establishing their own agricultural economy. The organs and tissues of the mutated beasts would serve as excellent fertilizers. Piling them in one place would yield a wealth of nutrients, which are essential resources for plants. With these nutrients, their food production would see a certain degree of increase. In Yue Chi's world, it was said that the value and nutrition of organic fertilizer were far below that of chemical fertilizers. However, in reality, organic fertilizers were far superior in function and value compared to so-called chemical fertilizers. The common use of chemical fertilizers instead of organic ones stemmed from the limited availability and high cost of organic fertilizers, making them hard to obtain. Additionally, the methods of applying organic fertilizers were also challenging. This method is mostly mastered by some older individuals, while younger people are generally not keen on accepting such behaviors that seem strange and low class, so they are more accustomed to using chemical fertilizers. Now, during the day, the corpses of those mutated creatures are scattered almost all over the land to the north of the base. The land soaked in blood will yield abundant growth in the spring of next year. Standing on the city wall, looking at the corpses of the mutated creatures below, you know that you must quickly dispose of them all to prevent their bloody smell and aura from attracting attacks from other predators. You send your soldiers to gather all the residents in the base, and along with a few trusted individuals and soldiers, head to the northern area to transport all the mutated beast corpses back to the base. After all the corpses are transported to the base, Yue Chi distributes some tools to everyone and, under the guidance of the base's tailor, begins to cut up these corpses. The skins of these mutated creatures are needed to make cold-proof clothing, so the entire operation of dismembering the corpses is entrusted to this tailor. However, the task is indeed quite large, with about 800 mutated beasts. Currently, there are only about 160 people in the entire base, and nearly 20 of them need to defend the base and patrol the surrounding area, which is essential. This results in a labor shortage and exacerbates the workforce crisis. Therefore, even Yue Chi and Li Jiucheng join in the dismembering of the corpses. The tailor knows that they play a crucial role and have significant value. Any mistake in their command could lead to the loss of some fur. Losing fur is a minor issue, but if the loss of fur delays the making of cold-proof clothing, it could cost lives, which is not worth it. To resolve this issue, the tailor personally oversees the process, ensuring that each mutated creature's corpse is cut under their guidance. After the fur is stripped from these corpses, it is handed over to melee soldiers for smaller cuts, to prevent any of the 800 mutated beast corpses from rotting and wasting food. Yue Chi decides to smoke all the meat to extend its preservation time. As time passes, it takes 3 days and 2 nights to process these mutated beast corpses. Originally, It could have been done in a day and a night, but Yue Chi organized some people to join the external team to mine resources, which reduced the available labor in the base. As a result, it took a total of 3 days and 2 nights to finish processing the more than 800 mutated beast corpses. Once all the corpses are processed, Yue Chi stores them in his warehouse. After 3 days, zombies once again descend upon this land. Chapter 96, The Big Brother You Got. Unlike last time, there are almost no zombies around Yue Chi's base this time. It seems that Lady Luck has finally smiled upon him. However, this is not necessarily a good thing. After all, the absence of zombies means it will be difficult for him to earn points. Points are valuable because they can be exchanged for necessary supplies, although he does not know what the system will allow him to exchange for at the end of the month. One thing Yue Chi is certain of is that he believes some basic essential supplies can definitely be exchanged for with these zombie points. These points can only be earned by killing zombies, and while Yue Chi knows his points are already leading, he does not mind increasing them further. After all, who knows what these points will ultimately be exchanged for? If he can exchange for some good items, it is definitely better to have more. After opening the 15 black iron treasure chests and 2 silver treasure chests, Yue Chi obtained 3,000 rounds of ammunition. However, while he used to easily obtain water and food, this time he got almost nothing besides those 3,000 rounds of 7.92mm bullets and a box of compressed biscuits. The food that could almost always be found in each low-level treasure chest has completely disappeared this time. Instead, every chest contained some weapons. The 3,000 rounds of ammunition were obtained scattered throughout the treasure chests. Besides the bullets, the black iron chests also contained some useless small items like hair clips, leather pouches, and even a sanitary napkin. However, there were also some things he liked, such as pickled cabbage beef noodles and ham sausages, which are his favorites. Overall, the silver treasure chest is still more rewarding. No matter how poor the items from the advanced chest are, they are still better than those from the low-level chests. Although there was only one commoner chest, it gave him a barrel of diesel, just in time for the generator. After placing all the supplies in the base's warehouse, Yue Chi instructed Li Erniu's logistics department to have the women among the commoners cook for everyone. Meanwhile, he secretly gave He Qingwang an order. 3 days passed in a hurry, and another 7-day cycle began. This time, Yue Chi finally anticipated the arrival of zombies, but there were too many. The reason is simple. The last time, zombies did not come to his area, which resulted in even fewer survivors in this already sparsely populated base. Those who might have escaped from the massive zombie attack would face inevitable destruction of the base. Even if they escaped, their future lives would be very miserable. They lost almost all abilities granted by the system, with only the backpack space and a chance to encounter treasure chests remaining. The most crucial chat channel, trading post, and even exploration abilities were all stripped away. However, they still had opportunities, as long as they could obtain the core of the base again. They could become the base leader. But having experienced the apocalypse and the struggle for survival, who would still be foolish and naive? Through the chat channel, Yue Chi learned that up until now, the system seems to encourage people to use weapons. It even provides summoning tokens, like the soldiers' summoning tokens from the Western 10 Kingdoms and the Great Qian Kingdom. Various items have been exposed by some people. According to Yue Chi's judgment, most of these exposures come from a few factions that have already formed. Of course, there are also some scattered forces, but not as many. Although their individual strength is not very strong, when they come together under a unified command, their strength may surpass his. Thinking of this, Yue Chi's face turns serious. Fortunately, there are currently no large factions in his area, otherwise, his situation would not be good. With this in mind, Yue Chi decided that he must develop faster. Although he now has a relatively large base, Yue Chi still feels a certain pressure when facing these people who have survived 2 natural disasters without any external assistance. Moreover, these people have started to cluster together. 1, 2, 3, or even 5, 6, or 7 people gathering in one place does not scare Yue Chi too much. After all, their strength is limited, and each of them definitely has their own agenda, so there is no need to worry about such gatherings. However, he is still very concerned about those already established regional organizations and forces. There is a classic saying in the system: this world is a survival of the fittest. If you are not strong, you will be swallowed whole. No matter how well you develop, without corresponding defensive power, you will ultimately just become someone else's granary. Standing on the second-floor balcony of his fortress, Yue Chi surveyed his base in the sunlight. Although his base is not yet strong, He believes that the future Shanghai base will definitely be a monstrous existence. Clenching his fists, Yue Chi prepared to lead people down to the mines again. Currently, the defense of the north wall of the base is nearing completion, but the other 3 walls, aside from the protection of the walls and the presence of 2 defensive soldiers, have absolutely no defensive or counterattack capability at all. He must equip all 3 walls with arrow towers for defense, besides the fact that these arrow towers require a large amount of various resources. Other areas of the base also need a lot of resources. Whether it's repairing roads, continuing to expand warehouses, building military camps, or renovating houses for the civilians, all require a large amount of resources. Regarding the renovation of civilians' houses, Yue Chi is quite speechless about the system's capabilities. There isn't a single enhancement. He has to go to each building and complete them one by one. It's manageable now with fewer people, but his base will definitely need to develop and expand, and the number of people will surely increase. Thinking of this, Yue Chi feels somewhat helpless, but there is nothing he can do about it. After this disaster, what benefits can the system provide him? Late at night, Yue Chi watched the system's countdown, silently waiting. As midnight approached, people all over the world became excited. In the chat channel, there was a surge of emotions. People's anger towards Yue Chi for once again taking the top spot had dissipated, replaced by boundless envy. However, one person stared blankly at the ranking list in the system, utterly stunned. How is that possible?